You're good, man. Hey, buddy.
What is this
My
shit?
dog's over here, dude, just trying to get some love.
Hold on.
I shits so much.
You what?
My dog sheds way too much, dude.
Okay.
Well, he's in front of me and he's over here.
Dude, my dog turned 17 on Christmas.
Jesus, dude. Drag just turned 5.
Yeah, dude. We've had Oscar since... We've had Oscar since... I remember holding Oscar, watching on the news that the U.S. was invading Iraq.
That's crazy.
Hey, now he's alive for Iran.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. So apparently,
He's alive for it all.
Yeah, apparently it's World War III now, Ernie.
You know what? I hope not.
Yeah, me too. How old are you? I'm 29.
29?
Yeah.
29?
Yeah, we can't be drafted.
We can't anymore?
Nope. It stops at 26 with exceptions to 28.
All right. Well, great. We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take the win.
That's the only good thing about getting old, I guess.
Yeah, my friend David texted me last night. He was like, "Can we get drafted?" And I was no. He told me, he was like, "I think we're too old." And I was like, "Oh, you're right." And I was like, all right, fuck it. I was like, all right, let's see what happens. I don't care.
That's what you want, man. That's
Yeah.
what it's all about.
Yeah.
No, I actually didn't. I didn't realize. I don't know why I thought it was till 30. But no, it's crazy. And apparently, we just striked again last night. Another facility in Iraq.
Jesus Christ. Well,
and I don't know what the game plan is, but
neither do I. So for all 13 subscribers I have, but for future reference, what's today? What's today? The 4th? Yeah, today's my dad's birthday. 4th, January 4, 2020. This is my buddy Ernesto Azejo. I know him from Valdosta, and I love Ernie. And I initially I commented on Ernie's Facebook status because Ernie and I are on pretty opposite ends of the political spectrum, but he and I are doing something similar in that I noticed, he hadn't seen it, but I had been posting shit on Reddit, but he was posting stuff on Facebook, but it was just kind of like this whole, what do we, it gets gotten to a point where it's, the tribalism has gone so far, that it's, like you said, you're like, everyone on the left, condemning the strikes, you're like you Ernie, you're one of the most liberal people I know, but it just surprised me because you're like, dude, this was a bad dude. But the one thing I remember like a year and a half ago, I remember a status you saw, or I saw of yours, and it was like, to everyone wishing, that President Trump fails in North Korea, you were like, what the fuck? You're like, this is good for everyone in the world. I mean, you're like, just put it aside. And the same thing is like, I've said that opposite. It's, it's, no one ever, I always bring up, I'm like, hey, did you know Trump signed a law that pays for the bills for families to fly to Dover Air Force Base to that's where all the bodies come in. Sure. It was like, oh yeah, and I'm like, that wasn't Trump, that was Obama. No one, you say it on the right, and they're like, he's, and I'm like, no, see, like, good shit can't, like, it's by all means, dude, argue to the end of time. That's all to me. I don't think no arguing is good. I think that's what makes it so great, is everything's a compromise. But the idea that no one on the other side can ever be right, that's, like, I always bring it up. Hey, we've done this before. It's called trench warfare. We did it in World War I. Now we're doing it with words, but hey, it doesn't work out. It never works out.
Well, dude, and it's just common sense, right? No party is a monopoly on truth.
No, I mean, exactly, you know what I mean? Exactly.
Let's just start by that.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like, whether I vote left or you vote right or whatever, like, to think that you're always right.
Yeah.
24/7,
exactly.
And the other side is like, that's just.
And the thing is, I can't even. Especially me, I can't bring that point because I was raised pretty conservative. Then the first president I voted for was Obama, and then I voted for Romney in college because I was like, I'm pre-med, I want to be a doctor. I was like, I don't want to make less money. And then 4 years after that, I was like, okay, now I'm going to support Bernie. And then I ended up not voting and moved home. And now I'm a little more on the right. I wouldn't say a little more. I'd say I'm very far right. Not very far. I'm right, but. I've been on, and each time I'm convinced, I'm like, oh, well, this is the right play. But the reality is I'm like, dude, in 4 years I could be fucking whatever, voting for, President fucking whoever, President Beto, President Warren, and I could be saying, well, no, this is the right guy. So for me, it automatically negates any argument I want to make to anyone, because I can't stand in that position without being like, I'm a complete fucking hypocrite. So yeah, but yeah, you're right, man. It's the idea that anyone is infallible, or that the other side is, the fact that it's saying the other side, like,
well, but it goes to both sides, and it's pretty sad. I mean, and I've gotten kind of sick of it, because you think about, there is literally no longer like objective truth. You know what I mean?
There isn't. There isn't.
There is literally, the Democrats believe this, the Republicans believe this.
Ernie, need you to speak up.
Yeah. And if for whatever reason you go against that party dogma,
you're blasted. You just got quieter.
Did I?
Yeah.
I got louder. I tried.
Use your politician voice. Ernesto Azea.
Try to get loud. I don't know.
It just got quieter again. Go back to where you originally were.
I'm trying to get louder. I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me a little better now?
There we go. That's a lot better.
That's weird.
Okay.
My voice got
yeah. So you're saying, yeah. What were you saying? There's no objective truth.
Right, and so obviously there is, right? But we've come to this point.
Objectively, there is objective truth.
Right. We've come to this point where, if there's a D next to your name or an R next to your name, you just believe, what your party wants you to believe, and your dear leader is your dear leader, and it's
Red Sox Yankees,
and it's ridiculous.
It cannot be, that cannot be like object. That cannot be true. Like,
right.
Because, it's not like, let's take Elon Musk, okay? I just finished a book about him. Just say he's a fucking billionaire, whatever. No politics, anything. If you take him, and then you take me, and you say, who's the better businessman, that's an objective truth. Because I'm 29 years old, living at home, I'm above my parents' garage right now. Elon Musk is worth $30 fucking billion, and he's trying to colonize another planet. Right. There's an objective truth.
Exactly.
Okay? Who's better looking, me or Ernie? It's clearly Ernie, okay? That's an objective truth. But, yeah, the idea that Trump cannot be wrong, or the liberals cannot be right, to me, at first glance, it's like, oh, this is madness. But on second glance, and I'll don my tinfoil cap, it almost seems like that this is a playbook out of, it really does sound like keep everyone divided. Because it's so cartoonish. It almost seems like it, when you realize you're getting trolled. Have you ever taken the bait? And someone's like, this is stupid. The earth is only 6,000 years old. And you're like, you dumb shit. And then you realize, it's someone like Cal or someone just bullshitting you. And you're like, I took the bait. It's almost gone so far that I'm starting to feel like, are we taking the bait? Like, are we? It almost.
Dude, no, it's just, we're just the divided country, and I don't know how you get past it. Now, certainly, the president and his temperament don't help any.
No, he's again, and as a Trump supporter, as someone that likes Trump. He is that's. Yeah, you can't step out and criticize him if you like Trump. I'll be the first. Hey, I like him, man. He's putting money in a lot of people's pocket. That's my opinion. I don't care. I'll die on the hill. He's retarded. His temperament is not. Joe Rogan always says it. He's like, whether you like Obama or not, you're like, the man was a statesman.
Right.
He spoke and there's something to say that, yeah, you could speak well and be a poor leader. You could speak like an idiot and be a good leader. That's not the truth. That's not. But at a certain point, is like. Yeah, it's
Well, he's not. He's just not. He's just not presidential. I mean, he's not.
No.
But he's the president.
He is exactly, and that is an argument. You're like, well, technically, is anything he does?
Define what is presidential.
Is that not presidential? If you do something, I'm like, that's not very Ernie-like, and well, is it? Well, Ernie did it, so it's Ernie-like.
Right.
But
exactly. Yeah, it's but no, I mean, I don't know, man, and I don't know how we turn the temperature down, and I don't know. I mean, I've just gotten to the point where I'm almost just turned off by it.
Me too.
I'm like, what am I going to do? So what if I really were to get back into this stuff, right, and work on this stuff? What kind of change will I be able to bring?
Yeah.
Will I be, maybe a state senator or a congressman? What is a fucking congressman from Georgia 6 going to do to change the country?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little apathy-inducing.
When you have these big forces at play, and it's true that now in today's America, the president just has so much power, and it seems like we're just going more and more and more that way
to a consolidated,
to consolidate towards the executives.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm listening to, for like the 5th time, I love it, Garrett M. Graff. He used to be a writer for Politico, but he wrote a book called Raven Rock, and it's all about the American nuclear bunkers and shit. It's awesome. I love it.
Okay.
But I like to listening to it again. Frankly, he has a soothing voice, so I'm listening to the book again. But I picked up something that I said yesterday, and it was like Truman during it was like, I guess, during the Korean War. There was like a steelworker strike, and Truman was like, we're on a war footing. You cannot strike the steel industry right now. And I was listening to it like, yeah, what a stupid thing. Like, you couldn't do that during the Korean War. And they're talking about it. They're like, and it quickly made its way through the legal circuits, got up to the Supreme Court, and they struck it down. They said Truman cannot. They said you cannot. You can't take over this private industry. You can't say what you can and can't do. It doesn't matter if we're at war in Korea. And just listening to that, it was so mind blowing, because I'm like, if something like that happened today, it would just straight up be like, no, it's the war. You got to go for the war. But I was like, you go back 70 years, and it was Supreme Court. But they took their dick out and put it on Truman's face, and they're like, you can't do this.
Yep.
So it just that quick contrast. It does seem like, oh wow, like we kind of are. I would say, granted, I'm young, so maybe this is only when I start paying attention. But I'd say it started with like Bush Jr., but it kind of seems like it's getting more to like a king place.
It does, doesn't it?
And you're politically versed. I'm not. I have a bachelor's in biology, so
right. You have all these on the left. You have all these Democrats who say, well, if Congress won't do anything about it, then I'm going to take action, right? And so it only, Trump does it too. I mean, look, they all do it because ultimately nowadays it's you've got to have results. You've got to produce for the American people. I mean, that's how it is always, right?
Yeah.
But just
perpetual election campaign.
Right, but we're so damn divided that we can't even keep the government open. I mean, once a year, we shut it down.
Yeah.
We can't, because we can't even agree on how to spend the money we've already fucking spent. Or how to pay it back. Like, it's absurd. You know what I mean?
It's like, yeah.
It's America.
It's
2019, 2020.
Yeah. Oh, it is 2020, yeah. It almost seems like it's reaching a point of like gridlock where, how do you get out of it? It seems like the thing is like the Chinese finger trap. It's like, it seems like it's taken roots. It kind of seems like, obviously hyperbole, but like World War One-ish. Like, at what point did they clash really hard at the beginning, and then everyone literally digs trenches, and then, well, what happened? Well, I don't know, we threw away millions of lives until finally, after a couple of years, they said, we can't do this anymore. But is that what it takes? Is that...
I hope not. I mean, I'm not trying to die. I don't know.
Oh, no, we're good. We can't get drafted, so, like...
Well, forget the draft. If there's a civil war, there's something that happens here.
Yeah.
And forget drafts. That's an all-out... Well, that's obviously won't happen, I don't think. But,
yeah.
But look, here's the
famous last words.
Here's the reality. The reality is that really 2/3 of all economic growth comes from big cities in this country. The reality is really the split in American politics, as much, and it's definitely racial, but as much as it's also racial, it's also that urban-rural divide.
Mm-hmm.
So most jobs, most people, most economic activity, as I was just saying, is all produced in two-thirds of cities across America, which I believe went for Hillary Clinton in 2016 to something like around 66%, 67%, something along those lines. So that's really the fault line, and I don't know how we fix it. An idea that I saw not too long ago is, why don't you have the federal government, instead of having all these departments based in D.C., why don't you take them out to the middle of nowhere Georgia or the middle of nowhere Indiana and give people jobs that need the jobs? They don't need them in D.C. D.C. is one of the most richest.
D.C.'s rich as fuck.
Decentralize the federal government a little bit to, number one, become more responsive, but number two, to give people jobs that don't have them. Because these communities, you've been around them. You went about Austin. You drove middle of nowhere when you went to Panama City. Middle of nowhere. Nothing. These people have died. People are dying. For the first time in a generation, white males have declined. Their
life expectancy,
so that's the divide, and that's why I think Trump is he was a natural consequence of all this, because at least they felt like he was talking to them, the forgotten man and woman, the forgotten people of America. Hey, I've got your back.
Yeah,
right.
South Park. They kind of had a point when Mr. Garrison becomes Trump, and he goes in to talk to PC Principal, who's supposed to represent the left, and he was like, "Why did you do this?" And he goes, "You don't understand. Like, you created me." Right. Sorry. Go on. Yeah.
No, but what I was getting at is, and we just, because New York or San Francisco is just as much part of America as America's.
Yeah. As small town, blue-blooded America,
you could even argue it's probably more American. When people think of America, they think New York, they think California. So, but what I mean by saying that, I'm not trying to get in a debate over what is America.
Yeah,
everything is America, right? We shouldn't be saying, because those liberals in California got 2 million more votes. Well, that's what. Well, yeah, they're Americans, just like you are. Why? Because they have a different opinion than you that discounts their votes?
Yeah.
The fact that there's more of them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I don't know, Tommy, how we fix that. I don't know how you get these people who haven't gotten ahead in not generations, but in decades. These people whose kids are dying. These people who have to work at the Dollar General or at Walmart, which, by the way, is the largest private employer in America.
2.2 million.
Of which millions of people, probably, I don't know about millions, but thousands and hundreds of thousands of people who work for them. Not only are they doing their job and working, getting paid not much money, but then they also have to turn around and use our money to buy food because they don't make money, which is crazy, right? That's a whole other topic. But, and so, how do you fix it? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Yeah.
See, personally, I don't think it involves a government that does less.
Yeah.
I think it means a government that does more.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why I'm a Democrat.
Yeah.
Because I think government should be a lot more active in helping these folks. Because obviously we haven't.
Yeah.
And look at us today.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not saying people aren't progressing.
Yeah.
Right? I'm doing just fine. A lot of friends are doing just fine, right?
Yeah,
but a lot of people aren't.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. And it's a point you brought up, saying two-thirds of all, what was the statistics?
Economic growth.
Yeah.
Two-thirds of all economic growth is I think it's within the 20 major metropolitan areas or something like that.
Yeah. So just bringing up a highlight on that, so I can, look at family I have in those bumblefuck areas, and I can say that for right or wrong, stuff like that is what makes them feel alienated. Or also, I could say for friends on the right is the turnaround point is who produces all the fucking food, who literally it's what would be the what would be the first?
But let's be honest.
So the point I'm bringing up though is to agree with you, saying exactly you can't say one is one and one. It's all America. Where's all the higher education? Cities. Where's all the huge tech companies? Where's the innovations? Liberal cities. At the same time, where's all the fucking food? bumblefuck rah-rah America. So I think that goes to the point of saying, like, we can't do this. Well, which one's more American? No, it's all fucking,
totally.
you can't say, well, my heart's a little liberal, but my hamstrings are, it's like, well, no, your legs carry you around, but your heart pumps your blood. It's so I think that goes right down, that goes right back into the division of saying this is this and that is that.
But these politicians have figured it out.
Yeah.
And they know that if you can say this say that or divide or say, well, the real Americans here in rural America.
Real American.
You go to church.
A real American, you roll your hay. You got it. Yeah, and then you can it's.
I don't know. I think it's the divide line in American politics. It's only gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
it's. I think as long as it's perpetual, you're on a what's congressional terms? Is that 2 years?
2 years in the House.
And what's Senate? 6?
And then 6. So a third of the Senate gets reelected every 2 years.
Yeah, and then they're not term limits right now, right?
No.
So
the term limits your election. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So
because that's the thing. Everyone complains about term limits and these people being there forever. But
yeah.
You guys keep reelecting these people. So
exactly.
I don't understand.
From like an outside point of view, again, biology degree, I Photoshop memes. I'm not. So just from like my 30,000 foot view, it seems like, well, if everyone's constantly trying to get reelected, and what's the quick to get reelected is not to talk like you and I are. No, because that doesn't get anyone. Ideally it gets people on both sides going, that makes sense. But the reality is instead of getting one side hating you, you get both sides hating you. Look at this commie sympathizer faggot. Look at Ernie talking to me, they're like, oh, he's talking with the fascists. Like, oh, god damn it. So we're breaking unofficial laws in 100 states right now, or 50 states right now. We got a Mexican and a white guy talking like that alone, and they have the audacity to both have American flags up. Like, what the fuck? So, but it almost seems like if you weren't campaigning officially or unofficially around the clock, because it's always you're trying to get the next term. It seems like if, again, uneducated, just my 30,000 foot view, it seems like if there was just, you have a set, even the president, I mean, how often is it, okay, well, once he gets a second term, then the president can do, and it's like, well, then what the fuck is even the point of the first one? If the first one's simply to get to the second, then we're just repeating the election, because the election's to get in, and then this first term's to win the second, and the second you do, why don't we just cut out the middleman and just have one fucking 8-year block? It kind of seems like the same with senators and Congress. Like, what if everyone just got fucking 6 years? You just get... Hey, old man.
Hi. I'm doing
a podcast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to go get some breakfast with us?
Not at the moment.
How long will you be?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll go with
that. Yeah. It's my pops. It's his birthday. They want to go get breakfast. But now I'm talking to you.
No. You wish you had a birthday.
Yeah, I will not. I will not pass that message along.
Well, then I'll do the sad dad dance.
And do the sad dad dance.
I just don't worry about
it. For your health. But but it almost what's your thoughts on that? If it was just you get one Congress, well, you could split it up or whatever. You get one block to do what you want to do.
I think members of the House. I mean, I think senators are fine because they get 6 years. I think members of the House should get 4 years.
Yeah.
Because what happens with a 2-year term is you get 1 year to govern, and the next year's for re-election. So you really have only.
And if you're a real go-getter, you're going to be campaigning the whole time. Fuck waiting a year. That's what I'm doing.
Well, yeah, but you want some accomplishments too, right? So you've got to give yourself at least a few months. 2
years is just too short period.
Right. It's a
sorry.
Campaign.
Go on. Sorry.
It's a professional campaign, right? So, no, I totally agree. It's too short. I think it should get 4 years, and I think with 4 years you may see it. But I don't know, man. I think the biggest problem, ultimately, really what it boils down to, other than that urban-rural divide, I think, is gerrymandering, right? When you have politicians choosing their voters you're no longer responsive to what people think of you, because as long as you just do what's right for your party, because hey, I know that I got voted in by Republicans, or by Democrats, then it doesn't matter, because as long as they're happy with me, it doesn't matter what the other side. And what is that? Exactly. If it incentivizes the opposite of compromise.
Exactly.
It incentivizes tribalism.
Exactly. If I'm a pledge, I don't give a fuck what SAE or Kappa Sig thinks of me. If I go steal whatever, their trophy, their mailbox, I know it's going to get me props at Pike. Yeah. So what the fuck do I care?
That's how I ride.
Okay, and that's great for that one little, enclave, and that was good 50,000 years ago on the plains of Africa when it was us versus the saber-toothed tigers.
Right.
But when it's 370 million? What are we at now? When it's 370 million people?
320.
320? Still, it's not 10 people. It doesn't.
That's where the problem. And Obama, so Obama and Eric Holder are working on that, on trying to get independent commissions. So North Carolina, for example, has been gerrymandered bad for years, for over the last decade, and they just had a judge over the last few months throw out these maps, and they favored Republicans, right? Even though Democrats have been winning the overall popular vote there. I mean, you think about it. In 2016, the Democrats. So if you took the entire House districts, right? All the people who voted for Democrats, all the people who voted for Republicans, divided by this 425, right? Or not divided, but just, averaged out. There were about 3 million more votes for the Democrats, but the Republicans somehow still had 25 seat majority.
Yeah.
That's literally gerrymandering. I mean, that's literally why, right? And that shouldn't, because if we're supposed to be a democracy, and it sounds like I'm rooting for the Democrats, I'm just giving you facts, right? Then you think, right? Now we know how the presidential thing works, but Democrats got millions more votes and still had less seats.
Yeah,
what?
Yeah, it's
and the only time to change that is these wave elections. So 2018 was a wave election, right? 2010 for Barack Obama was a wave election, right? Where no matter what sort of control.
What's a wave election?
A wave election, just like where basically, the opposition party, the party in the minority, is winning.
Oh, okay.
60. That's a wave, like, hey.
Oh, okay, like the blue wave. Okay, so
right.
Everyone get out. Okay, all right.
Exactly. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of how it sort of self-corrects. But in the meantime, you can have years. That's why it's funny to me when you hear these politicians and they go, "Well, I've got this mandate from the people." Well, but do you? Because the people actually voted the other way. But it's politics, and that's the game they play. But unfortunately, it's gotten us to this point where, again, it's how you rise in your party. It's how you rise to become the star for the Democrats, for the Republican. But what may be good for you personally may not be good for the country. It obviously is not.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
It's just because no longer is the incentive, I'm going to work with this guy across the aisle to get something done, then we can go back to our constituents and say, hey, look at us, we can get something done. The incentive now is, hey,
fuck them. I fucked them.
Off,
yeah.
And as long as I get to make my, get my brownie points for having this cool little thing on social media about how great of a Republican I am.
Look at. Yeah, right? we ain't giving an inch to them gun grabbing Democrats. It's like, okay, but whatever. But we need funding for the schools. How about that part? Well, we don't give an inch to those gun grabbing Democrats. We go to church and we watch football. Hey, we don't have any money for the schools. Can you bring that part up? But that guy who raises that question, fuck that guy. It's
literally. Yeah, inner city schools who don't have to do these the same books for decades.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But let's make sure that those, right, those guys on the other side, don't get the.
So it brings up a question: is even you and I right now we're making this argument, left, right. Again, are we being cleverly deceived to not bat an eye at the $736 billion being dropped on the military just for these 12 months for the 80th year in a row?
Here's the difference when people hear, that's when people, you saw my status, people are like, dude, you were so right-wing now on this stuff. Yeah. I have no problem with the military spending a lot of money. You know why? Because I'm an American.
Yeah.
I live in America.
Exactly.
And let me tell you something. And I have 5 people from both sides of the aisle on this, because there's a lot of people on the left who are just, these war, like Bernie Sanders, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting all this stuff. And then you got people on the right, like Trump, who, when he was campaigning, said, I'm getting us out of these wars. Obviously not what he's doing, because, wow, he's now the president. He understands the reality of the fucking world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's
I, as a Democrat, have no issues with us spending $700 billion in military spending.
Yeah.
Because, again, I want us to remain the world power. I want us to shape the world.
Yeah.
I want us to run the World Bank. Why would I not?
Exactly.
I have never understood that.
It's a dark reality point to bring up.
Right.
But it's a zero-sum game. It's
a zero-sum world.
And hey, that's brutal. So when you say that it's a zero-sum world, it's a zero-sum game, that doesn't mean I like that it's a zero-sum game.
Right.
That doesn't mean that that's wonderful. It means that's the reality of it.
Right.
That's the objective. You can't paint it any other way.
That's the truth.
So
when Donald Trump, for example, steps away from the Asian deal, the Asian Pacific deal they had back when Obama was negotiating, when he left office back in 2017, and then Trump steps away, what happens is you cede that space to China. That's why and it's on both sides of the political spectrum. Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren were very much against it, and it's just. It's crazy to me how really both ends are similar to an extent. They're dissatisfied. They don't like the trade deals. They're weary of military power, and they don't want America to police the world anymore. And it honestly blows my mind. I mean, if you would have told someone 15 years ago that you'd have Democrats defending trade deals and military spending, I mean, they would have thought you were going crazy. Yeah. So we may be in the middle of some political realignment. I don't know. Who knows? But to me, it doesn't bother me. I mean, $700 billion is a lot of money. Maybe we could spend a little less.
Yeah.
But the reality is this going to make us strong? If it's going to make us powerful, and if it's going to keep us up, then let's do it. I just don't understand.
Because look, if Russia is number one, or if China is number one, or fucking India is number one, guess what? They're not going, hey, well, let's make sure America they're on top now. And look, it's not right. It's a
drastically different world. I put it to you this way: the killing of Soleimani that we just did a couple days ago.
Salami.
That is a prime example. Think about this for a second. Just think about it. Of how powerful the United States is and how unipolar this world still is, which means it's really got one world power. Really, really.
Yeah.
We just killed what would have been the equivalent of Russia or Iran going and killing David Petraeus 6 years ago. Like, that's a big
like in Canada. Like, he went up to Toronto.
Right.
Think about
act of war.
Think about about a JDAM coming down from an F-22 at 80,000 feet, taking out Petraeus in Toronto.
Right. In an international airport, by the way.
Yeah.
But think about it. What country can do that? Only the United States.
Yeah.
Who else would even dare? There would be sanctions. The world would be going crazy. So it shows you how powerful America still is, and it shows you that why would we want to lose that? Why would we want to see it? And the next time we do this, have Russia say, well, you actually can't do this, so now I'm going to go hit you here, I'm going to give you sanctions here, I'm going to... Because that's what we do to other countries. So why in the world would we ever want to give that up? And I'll tell you, Trump, oddly enough, is feeding into this narrative of pulling away. As much as he's not here and there, right? As much as he's had some negotiations with North Korea and this thing with Iran that's going on right now, look at how he treats our allies. Look at how he treats NATO, which is supposed to be a counterforce to Russia.
Yeah.
Russian action. It's really sad. It's pathetic. President of the United... Like, those are things, Tommy, that whether you're a Republican or whether... Because if this was Barack Obama doing this, I'd be saying the same shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool. The President of the United States should stand for freedom, should stand to fight against the evil forces in the world, should stand to make sure that we are still and will remain a permanent world power. But when you start pulling back and when you turn your back on your allies and you say, well, you need to do this or I'm out, but then you turn around and you talk about dictators in a, I don't want to say loving, but just in a friendly way, that's not America. I mean, I mean, going ape shit.
Ronald Reagan is he's rotating at light speed in his grave.
Right. I mean, and those are the things that obviously I profoundly disagree with Trump on. And those are things that aren't Democrat or Republican.
No, it's well, and back to the tribalism is like 6 weeks ago. Was it 6 weeks ago? Trump's we don't need any more. Yeah, fuck the Kurds. We're pulling out the troops. Everyone on the right saying, fuck them. I don't care. Pull them out. That's good.
Yeah.
I won't lie. I agreed. I'm kind of fuck it. I don't give a shit. I'd rather more Americans live than not. Sad world, but it is. Everyone on the left is saying, you're pulling them out, you can't do this. And everyone's saying, hey, look, the left is now for keeping forces overseas. 6 weeks later, now everyone on the right's going, we had to fucking blow up that general. And the left's going, how can you... And it's like, dude, we literally just changed positions in 42 days. That's how fucking insane it is right now.
That's how insane it is.
Which I can't help but make me feel like it seems like someone's fucking pulling the string. It's just like, because it's so comical. Dude, that's why.
It's the Elon Musk simulation theory is what it is.
I'm gonna piss. We're talking about that. Hey, explain real quick your while I piss.
Yeah.
What you were doing in politics, because you were going down that path for a couple of years, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, explain that. I'm gonna go pee.
So go. So a little while ago, for anyone watching, obviously, thank you guys. I used to be. Well, back in the day, I worked for the Democratic Party of Georgia. This is back in 2000 and I guess 11 or 12. I also interned up in D.C. I actually applied for a White House internship, got the acceptance, but couldn't take it at the time during the Obama administration back in 2013, just because it wasn't paid. I couldn't go up there and go work for free, not in one of the most expensive cities in the country. So I went and I did a congressional internship. I came back to Georgia, worked after college, worked for a law firm for a bit, then I worked as a chief of staff to a state senator here in the state capitol, and then I actually left politics because it wasn't making me any money, really, at the time. I was 23 or 24 and wasn't making much money, and I needed to move on, and I went into sales, and I've been working in sales for 5 years, and it's easy. Sales is the move. Is where all the money is, and but as I was telling Tommy, it's just crazy with politics these days. I mean, you just feel like you just want to step away because it's just so crazy. I mean, in no other industry on the planet can you continuously fight the people you're supposed to work with and get it right. You just can't. So I'm not sure how anyone in their right mind thinks that continuous fighting and bickering like children is going to get anything done. I don't get it. Do you think these people, they're old? They're in their 70s, I mean, right? They have time to deliberate and think. They're not young folks, right? Most of them are not, at least not the majority leaders. So it's crazy. It really...
I'm back, Ernie.
You're back. I was just telling your audience about just thinking about how, just divided we are, and I'm just, thought to myself, these people that are up there literally are like in their 70s and their 60s. They're old. Like, these are people who are supposed to be like deliberate and smart and think things through.
They're almost supposed to be like,
no, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's your fault.
Yeah. It's the fact that, like, what percentage of Congress are millionaires?
That's another thing. Well, that's the other thing. You have to be a millionaire.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, but I mean, I'm just kind of
no, but you're right. But that shows you how out of touch they are with the real America.
Yeah.
Because most of them are, you're right, they're rich as shit. Yeah. They don't know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
They don't know what it's like to have to put a bill on a credit card because they can't afford this or that.
Yeah. And the fact that and we're just as guilty. The fact that on the right and the left we're cheering on our team,
sure,
our Tom Brady versus our fucking Falcons. Like, the fact that we're cheering him on, it's kind of like, it's like you and Cal would always say this when we'd be like watching like the Hawks or something in your dorm, and and I would just start, I would start supporting the Celtics just to fucking piss you guys off. But then we'd always laugh afterwards as we're drinking like $4 vodka. We'd be like, here are these fucking handsome 7-foot millionaires who don't give a fuck about us, yet we're at each other's throats because we are living vicariously through them. They are our avatars, but they don't give a shit about us. It's like, is it any different? Dude, my Republican billionaire cares more about me than your Republican or your billionaire Democrat. It's like, you're both wrong.
You'd like to think not. I mean, there's some experiences. I mean, obviously, that's not to say that all these people who are rich were always rich, right?
Yeah.
Because some of them weren't. But right, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's one thing about Trump that, I mean, good for him, he got through these people. But how does anyone really honestly believe that this man, just the way he acts, like how does a farmer in Arkansas think, oh man, that Donald Trump guy, I mean, he really cares about
that guy with the
guy who's lived in New York his whole life.
Have you ever seen pictures of his penthouse?
Oh yeah,
the thing looks like it's God. It's not even like a penthouse you look at, you're like, oh, that'd be dope to live in. You look at it and you're like, ew. It looks
Same
like
with John Kerry, man.
Yeah.
John Kerry was
no. Trump's is the worst. Trump's is the worst. If you look at his, it looks like the Palace of Versailles. It doesn't look. The one thing I was looking at is like, that's not cozy. I feel like I'm in a museum. It's
this guy.
Hi, Dougie.
Just chilling. Yeah, dude.
It's
yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, look, the only way that we would change that would be to publicly finance elections, so you wouldn't have any private donors. It'd be from the government, right, from the taxpayer.
Yeah,
that's fair, and I don't know how you administer that, but
yeah, well, the people in charge of administering it are rich as fuck, and why would they want the game to be? Why would they want an inclusive game? Yeah, it's
right.
Yeah,
and then any crazy kook and then run for office.
Yeah, oh, what a thought. Yeah, any American.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, man. If you're in a fraternity, you've got one of 5 houses right next to campus, and you're the only one with a pool, but you're still one of 5. You guys the fraternities are going to put your differences aside and say, you know what? Hey, we're 5% of the students here, but we get 90% of the pussy. Like, let's keep it this way. We can keep arguing. We can keep fighting over shit like Greek Week and other, trivial shit. But for the most part, we control all the bars too. Okay, let's make sure no one else gets in on this. We can have our wars. But let's remember the big picture, guys. It's us versus them.
Exactly.
But at the same time, shit, is that not what we were just saying? It's a zero-sum game. It's us versus the world.
But the difference, right, at least in domestic politics, is that, I mean, millions of people's lives are at stake, and the government, I mean, but right. But you're right. I mean, who knows, man? I mean, also, like you said, it's a zero-sum world. I mean,
that's the truth.
It's different, though. You know what I mean? On the world stage, then you got to be diplomatic, and you got to make sure, just like you got to flex your military muscle, but you've got to make sure that you're building coalitions, and I think Trump has hurt us significantly in that regard.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have Germany, when you have France, when you have England, I mean, allies of America who have been allies for literally hundreds of years, right?
France helped us fucking in the Revolutionary War.
Right. We were even a fucking country.
When was the French Revolution? 1789?
Something like that.
And so they were helping us before the French Revolution.
Before, yeah.
So because before it would be 1776 before versus 1789. So
right, our Constitution was in 88, something like that.
Yeah.
But dude, it's just. Is
that the ultimate flex on military muscle, though? That's
just being a dick.
It is.
For no reason to people who are your friends, man. You know what I mean? It's like saying you and I hang out all the time. We see each other every day, and then I go, Tommy, what the fuck, man? We got drunk the last 2 nights, and you didn't pay for a goddamn. I'm not gonna be your fucking friend unless you buy a bottle tonight, dude. I'm out. I'm fucked. I mean, you don't act like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, it's not.
Yeah, it's
but obviously this is a much larger grander scale, right? These are literal world order questions, living and dying questions. Like it's,
and just for the record, most of the questions I pose, I bring them up simply for devil's advocate. So when I say kind of ridiculous shit like that, it's not necessarily my stance. I just for the entertainment value of a conversation. So, But when you said no, that's not flexing. That's just being a dick. Is being a dick with no repercussions, is that not the ultimate flex?
But
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying I'm not saying it has a purpose. But I'm just,
it's a flex for sure. I mean,
you're flexing your dick, but
is it smart as the president?
No,
of the United
no.
States, the largest.
But is it not like a
powerful military in human history? Is it smart?
No, it's not smart. But is it? If if there's anyone to boost some ego, puff their chest, it's Trump. And is that not a flex? Not only can I blow up a general at an international airport, I'm also going to fucking say fuck you to NATO. What are you going to do? Is it not the ultimate, I'm not saying it has any long-term purpose that's beneficial to us or advantageous to us, but for the sake of flexing, is it, is that not an obvious way to put forth American military power is to blow the fuck out of a general at an international airport?
Oh, right, but that's what I'm saying. There's a twofold strategy, right, to international relations. It's diplomacy and it's military power.
Yeah,
and diplomacy is just as important.
Yeah,
right. You got to be able to get along with.
You got to be able. Yeah, you got to be able to dance.
You got to be able to build coalitions to have countries have your back, because ultimately, we're the most powerful. We can't do everything alone, right? Let's put ourselves to spin. Well, right, it wouldn't be good. So, but if you want to do it, but do it to Putin.
Yeah.
Do it to Kim. Do it to
Winnie the Pooh.
Do it to nations, right?
Yeah.
That deserve your ire and deserve to be treated a certain way. Don't do it to the countries who have your back.
Yeah.
Don't do it to Angela Merkel.
Yeah.
Don't do it to Emmanuel Macron.
Yeah. Don't do it to the ones that literally were part of the coalition forces in Iraq.
I mean, so it's a sad, and everyone does it, but again, this is the president, and I don't think, Obama did it to an extent, but it feels like it's been ratcheted up a level. So, Dinesh D'Souza, that Indian guy?
I always see screenshots of him, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a conservative commentator. He's very incendiary language, he always uses. And he wrote a tweet, and it said, the Iranians didn't see the intelligence, or didn't see this, or we didn't tell anyone about this, or we didn't tell the Democrats. Basically, he equated the Democratic Party and all Democrats, which is, 60 million people, 65 million people.
Again, tribalism.
It's ridiculous. He equated them to the Iranians because they're the enemy, and you wouldn't give the enemy the information beforehand.
I've heard that argument several times in the last year.
Here's the sad part, Tommy. Here's the sad part. You know who retweeted it?
No. Fucking Trump?
The president.
I'm laughing because it's fucked up.
It's just, that's what I mean. Like, imagine if Obama. Can you imagine what Fox News?
Insanity.
They would have tried to impeach him over probably.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And so, look, and I understand, when your side does it, like, I get it, right? But that is just so out of bounds. That is so just. Dude, we're on the same team. Don't forget.
It's who is the exactly that. You said it perfectly, and it needs to be reminded for everything in all cases is we're on the same team, and it's when people are I hope there's a recession so everyone can see how bad Trump is. It's like, dude, if we're on an airplane and the pilot gave me a complimentary drink and then told you got to pay for yours, and I'm going, oh, I like the pilot. Are you going, fuck that pilot, I hope he crashes his plane into a mountain? It's like, hey dog, you're on the plane. It's yeah, but it goes both ways. We didn't give them intelligence because you don't want to give enemy combatants intelligence, ha ha ha. And it's like, if we set that as a precedent of being okay, hey, even if Trump wins the election in a maximum of 5 years, it could now be happening to you.
Right.
We didn't give the Republicans the intelligence because they're enemy combatants. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, dude, she got shit. Oh, dude.
Gross.
She has really long hair.
Yeah.
And she got a little bit or a lot in her little backside. So now I have to fucking clean it.
Inappropriate, disrespectful. How dare you?
Very disrespectful. But no, but yeah, I mean, it's so and I'm not saying Democrats don't do it. I mean, you've got Democrats who right now, like I said, who I said, don't let your partisanship blind you. I mean, this is a good day for America. Now, the consequences, we'll have to see what happens, after this.
Can you speak? Because I'll be the first to admit, I didn't even know it happened yesterday until yesterday. And I'm normally, so I live with my parents. My parents are in their 60s. I'm normally 3 days ahead of them on news because they only watch the news versus the internet. So they'll be, did you hear that? I'll be like, yeah, that happened fucking days ago. But so yeah, so I heard them talking about it, and I guess I just hadn't logged on to anything. I just wasn't paying attention. So what the fuck happened? Because I don't even know who this guy is. So what the fuck did he even do aside from not being white and American? What did he do?
This guy was a commander, and the commander of the special forces in Iran, right? So he quite literally, directed, orchestrated, planned, executed, killed things to kill Americans, right?
When were the last Americans killed by? I don't know this, and I don't know if there was any killings, but I mean the attack on the embassy just a few days ago in Baghdad was his plan.
Okay. And so the reason why they did this attack was because apparently there was about 3 or 4 attacks that they already had ready to go, yesterday or the day before. So if we wouldn't have killed him, they would have attacked 3 or 4 more. So it was supposed to be a preventative measure to say, hey, we're flexing our muscle now. This is America, right? Uh-huh. And Iran has been attacking us now. They were seizing ships. They attacked an American contractor last year. So they've been ratcheting up the level of things, and we haven't really been doing much to counter. Haven't
enforced the line in the sand.
So it is to an extent justified because you can only take these nuisances for so long. At some point, you've got to do something, because if not, you're going to seem weak, right? If you just sit back and go, oh, yeah, keep punching me like it's cool, whatever.
Yeah.
At some point, we're America.
You got to flex back.
Right. So now, the question is, right, I mean, that's why I said it's not morally debatable that this guy's dead. This guy was a bad dude. I mean, he was an evil man. He killed I mean, that
zero-sum game. You let him live. Right. There's less of us. It's okay.
Right. I mean, he was a military. Again, he was their guy in Iran, right? And he's revered in Iran. I mean, this is a blow to the country, to the military brass.
He was like a Mattis.
Yeah, exactly, just like that. And so they did it again. The point was what they said, right? And you got to take everything, the military and the administration says, with this administration, in my opinion, right? Because Trump just so easily just
fucking lies through his teeth. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's the president. I always want to do that.
Exactly. It's
right? But the point is, they said again, it was supposed to be to show our strength. We don't want any more fights. Let's back off. And then we go and we hit another strike yesterday.
Last night.
Right. If your intent is to stop a war, why are you continuing to strike?
Unless that wasn't the intent, and that was just a really beneficial smokescreen.
Exactly. Which is a shame, because then that means they're lying to us. And I hope that's not the case.
Yeah. So what we were saying earlier, the whole, we need to stop fighting, and because we all are in the same country, and it's a zero-sum game. There's Mike Baker is a guy that was on Joe Rogan. He's been on several times since, but the first one I listened to was a couple of years ago. He's a former CIA, operative, but he talks about he's like, look, America. He's like, we're not perfect at all. He's like, just because you support the military and the intelligence community doesn't mean you think that we're this we're God's people. He's like, look, we do some fucked up shit, but he was like, from someone that's operated in different countries and sort of seen the dark backside, he was like, you want us in charge, because if it's not us, it's someone else, and we're not their priority. So he's like, that's the brutal dark truth, is if we're not at number one, he's like, I'd rather have us at number one and only be doing 30% good stuff and 70% evil than someone else that, doing 10% good and 90% evil. He's like, it's not good. No one likes it. You wish that we would all hold hands and, kumbaya. But he's like, okay, so the point of me saying that is, so we were talking about, America, it's you were just like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, spend the money. I want us to be I live here. I'm on the plane.
Exactly.
and we need to stop. Hey, I went and I showed those Dems, now reelect me, rah rah. That's not good. So if you were to sort of zoom out with that same pattern of saying, we need a, not just that's the enemy. Could that be what this is? Let's just, again, so donning the tinfoil hat, could that be a point of how do we get out of this gridlock in the United States? What better way than a common enemy? You know
why I don't think so anymore?
Why?
I mean, just look at the reaction of what we're doing.
Yeah.
You've got Democrats.
No one's saying it's a common enemy. We're going
right. I mean, their enemy is Trump.
You have to have a 9/11 or some shit.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
Yeah.
Their enemy is Trump. It's not Iran.
Yeah.
It's not their enemy, and it's not every Democrat, right? I mean, I'm not going to say that's dumb. But a lot of these people, and on the fringes and on Twitter...
The reality is if we didn't kill him yesterday... everyone on the left would be saying we should have taken him out. And everyone on the right would have been saying he's showing restraint.
Look at Senator Chris. Look at Senator Chris Murphy's Twitter. 4 days ago, he was talking about how weak the Trump administration is for this Baghdad attack on the embassies near Benghazi. 3 days later, he does this. This is so out of bounds. What do you want this man to do? Like what? You just changed your position in a matter of days just because you hate this man. And I don't like Trump, right?
But everyone on the right, we're just as bad. We're it's the meme own the libs. Like that's exactly what it is. But so it almost it kind of. Like what better way to sort of stop hating each other than hate someone else?
Right.
And I'm not saying it's good, but I mean, god damn it if that hasn't worked before.
No, I mean it would work, but I don't know, man. I lost all hope for politics. It just seems so crazy.
It just
you know what I mean?
It almost seems like, dude, just find yourself a nice girl, get a job,
right?
You have a dog and a cat, you got a nice couch, playoffs tonight. It's almost like when you first start to get angsty and aware of the world when you're like 18, you're like people distracting themselves with sports. A quick 10 years later, I'm like, maybe that's the only sane thing to do. Because unless you're out changing the world as a world leader, or being a fucking terrorist and enacting change with a bomb, what else is there to do but just sort of... So I now look at people who I used to think of as like, oh, they're just sheep that don't care. I'm now like, no, they're just sane.
They're just people.
They're just older than us that are just like...
And ultimately, I think I've come to realize this over the last 10 years, is like you said, ultimately... you control what you can control, and what I can control for myself is my job, my relationships, my friendships.
Be cool to other people. Be the best person you can.
And love, and just
love. Just
you know what I mean.
Try to give people the benefit of the doubt.
As dumb and as hippie as that sounds, love. It's so true.
It's not though. It's
we're here for 60, 70 years.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, right?
If you're fucking lucky,
you got your parents now. We're getting old, man. My parents are in their 60s. My dad's 62, and you're just
my dad turned 62 today. It's
right. So it's like we have our parents, hopefully for a long time, but maybe 2 decades, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, right? Shit. I mean, dude, I lost my older brother 5 years ago. It's
right.
You think that you're gonna be 80 together, and it's like, damn.
Exactly, dude. I have a little brother, man, who lived for 3 days. I wish he was alive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
it's
and so you start putting all these things into, and obviously what you lived through it, so that's a whole different. I didn't even get to meet.
But the point's the same. Is maybe you just control your immediate universe.
Because what else can you do? And if that immediate universe are a good person, and if you can make people feel loved, and if you can just do that, right? And make just your little circle a little better, and hopefully that perpetuates.
But maybe that is what changes the world.
And maybe that is.
Maybe it's not, how can I do anything? I'm not the president. Well, maybe, and again, hippie woo-woo, but like, maybe that's what you're supposed to, okay, like, so you don't build a skyscraper just going, well, we don't, where are we going to put it? We don't have, it's so big, and it's like, no, you build it literally brick by brick.
Yeah.
That's what makes Manhattan skyline isn't a bunch of skyscrapers. It's billions of bricks that just so happen to make skyscrapers. You know, maybe that's all you can do is you look at the news and, you know, get General Salami blown up. It's maybe all you can do is fucking, hey, I haven't talked to when was the last time I've talked to Ernie face to face? Jesus Christ. Like, maybe that's all you can do is just fucking smile and make fun of each other and, you know, talk about your cat's butthole. Like, maybe that's all you, you know, it's my dad's birthday today, the, you know, Patriots wild card. Like, I'm going to watch that. Like, you know, make some memes. Like, maybe that's all you can do. And it's not being apathetic for the sake of being apathetic and edgy. You know, America, it's all just military anyway, man. Fuck the elite. Whatever, man. I see through the lies. Like, no, maybe it's you got to stay sane, but maybe it's also all you can do is fucking hold the door at the gym and smile.
I told people this all the time, right? And it's so true. And when I was in DC, and it's like, dude, you know, you think these people have this like master plan, you know, that they've got these political geniuses.
Yeah.
Bro, they're just people like you and me. And let me tell you something. People don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They're just as. They're worried about the fucking, like, they're worried about the spot in their teeth. They're worried about their kid.
They're just, and I'm telling you, man, I've seen I know who these people are. They're not some grand geniuses.
They're lizards.
And you know, so people have to understand, this is just hard. This is a chaotic world with people who are trying to kill us, people who are trying to be our friends, people within our country who have nothing to eat, don't have a place to stay. So all these people are just trying to do what they think is right.
Yeah.
And that's why ultimately I hate when people question motives. Like, never question someone's motives. You know what I mean? They think, you know, everyone goes up there
unless you're like a literal like child molester.
Right.
Unless you're like actual like a demon.
Right, obviously.
But yeah, it's like you don't know what anyone. Like Joe Rogan said, he's like, after I had a kid, he's like, now I just look at everyone as just really old babies.
Yeah.
But you kind of, that's what I think when I look at people, when I look at like politicians screaming at each other or something, I just think like, ultimately, like, dude, are we not all just like little kids and sketchers with overalls, like, who don't feel good when you make others feel bad, and you want to be cool too, but you also want everyone to be at your birthday party, and it's like, is this not that same thing, just blown the fuck up on a much larger scale? Yeah.
I mean, dude, we're almost 30 years old. Can you believe we're 30 years old? Do you remember when you were like, when you're a kid and you're like a 30-year-old? Like, that's an adult.
You're nearly dead. Like, being a teenager was old. Being college,
and now you're 30 and you're like, shit, dude, like, I'm an adult.
I feel just as childish as ever.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
I just have money to be able to afford shit, and I have a place to live and a couple pets. And
you're like, oh, fuck. You're like, you know, it's like, there's some comedian that said it. He was like, you used to think adults had it figured out, and then one day you're at the grocery store and someone says, paper or plastic, sir? And you go, sir? And they go, yeah, you're an adult. And you go, oh, shit.
Exactly.
But even now, being 30, you know, my dad turned 62. Surely he has it figured out. But am I going to get to 62 and be like, oh, god damn it? You're literally like, your skin's sagging, your hair's a different color, but you're probably just as fucking stupid. Like, I don't know, man.
It's a lot. That's why I'm just, like you said, trying to focus on your immediate universe. And corny as it sounds, it's just, you know, I'm sure you saw my status when I was like, you know, can we just not fucking love each other? When I was about impeachment, I was like, let's just fucking love each other. Let's just with this like, it's just so. You know, I personally think the impeachment is justified, but the reality is this: I'm not going to change your mind. I'm not going to change anyone's minds, and so, what's the point of fighting where we can just focus? On each other, and we are, and you know what I mean. And like,
dude, when Bernie had a heart attack, I mean, I remember I literally like made a post on like our conservative on Reddit, and I was like, you know, say a prayer for him. Because I was like, this is a dude. This is just a dude. This is somebody's son. This is somebody's uncle.
Somebody's dad. Somebody's husband.
This is somebody's neighbor. Right. This is somebody's childhood buddy that just so happens to be fucking running. Like, and then overwhelming, like, oh, Or like, nice try, liberal. And I'm just thinking, like, I'm as conservative as the day is long, but it's just like, it's just like, dude, hold on. He had a heart attack. Are you all right? Are you okay?
But you can't dissent these days, man.
No, you can't, man.
You can't. The minute that you dissent, you must be a human.
Or worse yet, it's, oh, look at this centrist fuck. That's another thing. I've seen that recently, like, oh, the centrists are the worst. Choose a side. It's like what? Tribalism is okay in sports because it's a game and we acknowledge it's a game. Some people take it too far, but it's a game, and ultimately it's just a game, and who gets the big shiny trophy at the end of the year, whatever. But when it converts to like the real world, like it's like, dude, what?
Well, Tommy, you tell me an industry, in any business, in any community on the planet, in which you literally don't get along with your colleagues, which, by the way, you have to get along with in order to be able to be successful, in which the industry is successful. Where does that exist?
MMA.
Where the people that you work with, right? Okay. The people that you work with, that you have to get to know in order to succeed, to produce, and you don't. I mean,
and not only that,
you don't get fired.
Not only that, you get props for.
Right.
I showed them over, and I showed us here, us guys on the top deck of the ship. I just went and told off those guys putting the coal in the engines. And it's like, dude, what? That's what it is. It's
you'd get fired.
Yeah,
I mean that's just reality. So I don't know, man. I don't know how we fix it, but that's why, like I said, I've almost felt like just stepping away, not worrying about it. I mean, I'm gonna keep watching news and stuff, but I'm
with you, but I start to almost feel like I'm part of the problem when I do that. I'm like, does that not make it that much worse if I just say I don't want anything to do with it? But then you get back into it and you're like, fuck this, I just want to take care of my dog.
I'm still gonna go vote.
Yeah.
But
maybe that's all you. It's like, at least go vote, but like, you don't need to be plugged in.
That's all you can do. That's the only decision you can make.
Yeah, that's the way I look. You've seen The Dark Knight, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
It's so. Let me get this straight. Like, you're making this crazy accusation that you think your CEO is, a trained in martial arts and weaponry and beats enemies to a pulp with international impunity. It's like, not only is that like a crazy accusation, but if it's true, what are you gonna do? It's almost, it's like all you can do is vote, and people are like, how you're gonna vote? Like, don't you know, like, the military-industrial complex controls everything? They have $1 trillion murder machine that can take out anyone. And it's like, I don't think that's true. But if it is, well, then what the fuck are you gonna do anyway? So like,
what can you
might as well at least vote and hope it changes than sit there with your arms crossed. And it's like, it's like the argument in like Hong Kong, like, I always see people be like, man, bet they wish they had some guns, and that is my viewpoint. I'm like, man, I bet they fucking wish they had some guns right now. But a counterpoint I've seen is like, okay, well then the Chinese would just use that as a justification to come in and bulldoze them all that much faster. I'm like, that's true. That is very true. So what are you gonna do? Just bend over and take it slowly, or fight back and get it over quickly? It's
the reality is, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. But I don't know, man. Yeah, like I said, it just feels like we keep perpetuating more divisiveness and more hate and more. I'm just,
it feels like it can only beget more hate.
I'm voting for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Right. And Joe Biden. And people will tell you, and of course you got all these woke, all the woke Democrats, right? Joe Biden, he's not even a Democrat. He said that he may even appoint a Republican. He may even think about appointing a Republican, as vice president. How could you ever even think, and these people, and it's just like, dude, Joe Biden talks about wanting to work with Republicans, and people shit on him. Oh, you're so delusional. Republicans will never work with you. But, he said something, and it's so true. But if we refuse to try, what does that say about us?
Yeah.
What does that say about where we can't just say, oh, well, it is what it is. Well, I guess we'll just do it all with Democrats, because that's not how it works. And so that's why I like Joe. He's a pragmatist. He understands. He's not a crazy leftist. He understands the world.
He was in the Oval Office.
He was, right.
Even as a conservative, hey, man, reality is he was the second highest in the land.
Right. And he served on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for 30+ years.
Yeah.
Right? So, or maybe not that long, but 20+ years. But
500.
so that's what that's why I like the guy, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm gonna vote for him, and I hope he's our nominee. I think he has the best chance to being Trump. I think people relate to him. I think people because remember, it's 3 states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. And it was literally a total of 100,000 votes. That's it. That's the reason why
that's what really.
That's it. That's
holy
it.
Shit.
Donald Trump has the 5th lowest margin of victory in American history. It's a very precarious.
Obama bulldozed McCain, right?
Yeah, it was.
Did he bulldoze Romney?
I think it was 311 to something like that to 250. It wasn't as big a victory.
And what was Trump's?
Which typically is what happens. You know what I mean?
What was Trump's?
280, 290. I don't remember exactly. I'm telling you, look it up.
Jesus.
Trump, dude.
I believe you.
No, it's three states. 100,000 people in 3 states. That's the reason why Trump is president. I mean, it's crazy. But you think you were going to tell me Joe Biden can't relate to folks? He's from Scranton.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that Joe Biden can't relate to folks, and they know him. They've known him for years. So that's obviously for me, the biggest thing is let's beat Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this man out of office. Let's get our sanity back for a few years. Because there's been rumors that Joe said that if he runs, he's only going to serve 1 term. He's old, so he'll say he'll serve 1 term, and then he'll move on. And
that would be crazy.
But that's what we need, isn't it? Don't you think we need something?
That is, but it's the most sane thing.
Reset us for just a few years.
That would be like a cold water bath if someone got in and then after 4 years said no, I think it's time for someone else.
Because think about it. What's Joe going to do? Right? What's Joe going to do? It's probably still going to be a Republican Senate. Okay. So he's not going to get any major legislation done. He's going to be like a caretaker. He's going to be literally like a fucking... Like
a mediator of a fight.
Right. For a few years, so pass a few bills and move on, and then we'll go back to fighting like crazy. But at least for a few years. And you'd think, right? Maybe not. Maybe we're so fucking fucked that it won't matter. Joe will get in, and it's the same shit. You know what I mean? And maybe. But I don't know. It
almost seemed... I feel like you could almost get more done as the president if you just went in, and then once you were in, just said, I'm not going for a second term, I'm doing all my changes now.
Right.
And then just said, fuck it after 4 years. You might actually get a lot more done, because you're not wasting any time. What?
But it's about who controls Congress.
Ultimately,
and really who controls the Senate, because the House is going to stay Democratic, so...
Really?
It's gonna... More than likely. So it's going to be...
I don't know anything about... Yeah.
It's going to be I don't know, man. But that's why I support Joe, and obviously a variety of other reasons. But I think Joe's the most common sense, sane. He understands, common sense. In my opinion. I mean, as compared to Bernie or compared to.
Do you think Bernie could? And by the way, don't let me keep you. I talk forever. If whenever you gotta go, whenever you want to go, let me know. Do you think Bernie could have? I personally think that. And I don't like him, but I do think that Bernie could have beat Trump in 2016 if he got the nomination. If Hillary almost did, I think Trump could, or I think Bernie could have.
Well, it's just, I don't know, man. Bernie to me, I don't doubt his sincerity. I don't doubt his beliefs.
Neither do I. I think it comes from a good place.
I actually, right. I think he's one of the few people.
I think it's genuine. I think it's pretty fucking genuine.
Exactly. He really is a good person.
Yeah.
But I think he wants too much too soon for America, right? And
he's old as fuck.
And I'm a Democrat, but when your supporters start talking about how much they hate capitalism, I mean, Jesus Christ, just go back 5 minutes, dude. Are you serious? Really?
At the very least, man, save it till you get into office.
You know what I mean? It's dude,
you're not gonna.
Capitalism fucking works. Obviously,
yeah.
It's created the best fucking country on the planet. Now, that doesn't mean it's perfect.
Not at all.
It doesn't
Not
mean
at all.
that there should be rules, right of the road, and there should be higher taxes on folks who do extraordinarily well. That's why I'm a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
But, Jesus Christ, we do need socialism in America. I mean, and I'm a Democrat.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting to hear
It's crazy to me, dude. It's capitalism with rules works.
100 million people died.
I think we've gone a little too far without the rules. I think we've gone a little too right, too laissez-faire, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm a Democrat. That's why I believe that the folks whose wages have grown 300% over the last 35 years deserve to pay more in taxes because they've obviously benefited more than any other group. Mm-hmm. And so, if we're going to ask me to pay down on the debt, which, by the way, we're not talking about the total debt, but annual deficits, right? Your annual difference in spending versus bringing in. Like 2 times they've dropped in the last 60 years have been under Democratic administrations, by the way.
Bill Clinton. So, what was the Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton in the 90s and Barack Obama.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
I know Clinton did it, I know.
We're talking about the deficits.
Yeah.
It's still growing, obviously, because that's the accumulation of all the deficits. But right, when Obama first, and by the way, it's gone right back up with Trump, right? The fiscal conservative, right?
Never comes up on the. I can tell you, in a Republican household, that never comes up. That never comes up.
But you just wait. If Joe Biden gets elected president,
look at this motherfucker.
That's what just happened, right? But I'm telling you, so when Obama left office, I think the deficit was around $400 billion, which is still an absurd amount of money. During the recession, it was up to almost $1 billion, right? And it was because he needed to. You
mean $1 trillion?
And after 2012, when he got reelected, he raised taxes on the very wealthy. The deficit dropped down to, I think, from about $700-800 billion to about $4 billion. So he halved. But you never hear that, and I
never heard that.
Democratic presidents, right? And don't believe me. And for anyone watching, I tell everyone this. Don't look it up yourself.
Yeah.
This is the truth.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, no, that's an eye open to me.
Trump is in office. And what happens? You give tax cuts, which add to the deficit, and now our deficit is up to almost $1 billion again. And you don't hear anyone say anything about it to Trump. You don't hear Paul Ryan or Mitt Romney or Rand Paul.
Nope.
You don't hear them. They're silent.
Nope.
Right? So that's why I never want to hear another Republican ever in my lifetime ever give me shit, because the only 2 times that has ever happened has been under Democrats, right?
Yeah, but you will. You'll hear it till the end of time.
Of course I will. But that's tribalism. I'm being a little tribal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But what I mean, obviously, by saying all this is, and I don't even know the point where I was getting to even begin with. What was I talking about to begin with? What did I talk about the deficits?
What were we talking? Who fucking cares?
I don't know. But I don't know. But
Bernie capitalism.
Oh, Bernie capitalism. Right. The rules of the road. Let's make sure capitalism works. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Obama was in that mold. Bill Clinton was in that mold of Democrats. Who understood this. So Joe Biden's in that mode. I think Elizabeth Warren understands it. I think she's a little too much government, but I think she's reasonable enough. And she used to be a Republican, by the way, back in the 80s. I don't know if you knew that or not, but she was back.
I didn't.
But Bernie's just a lot, and there's just no way. I mean, capitalism has worked in my life so well, right? And so
it's.
The question is, how do we make sure it reaches as many folks as possible? And that's where, in my opinion, we have to have an active government.
Yeah.
So that people can go to school, whether it's 4-year school or two-year school. If they can't afford it, let's make sure we help them with it. Let's make sure that people who can't afford, a health premium, we help them pay for that too, right? And that was part of the crux of Obamacare, right? Let's make sure that that we finally. In my opinion, this has to do with capitalism. We finally reform the immigration system, and we get these folks out of the shadows, get them paying taxes, get them paying fines, get them back. Which most Americans agree with. By the way.
Yeah.
This isn't a democratic position.
No, it's
American.
Again,
common sense, 21st century position.
Yeah, it's even more. So as a conservative, as someone that loves Trump, I'm gonna vote for Trump. But one thing that makes me stand out on the right is blasphemy. I think we need to find a way to get healthcare to everyone. I do. But
I agree.
You can't take that position on the right and but everything else,
because the solution requires more government.
Yeah.
It's just the truth. Because here's an instance, for example, where capitalism has failed Americans, right? Yeah. So in healthcare, right? For example, I don't know if you know this or not. The majority.
I know everything, Ernie.
The number one cause of bankruptcy in America,
medical bills,
is due to healthcare costs. Okay. Now here's the crazy stat: over half of those people who declared bankruptcy had healthcare insurance. So what is the point of insurance if I can go pay, right?
Why would I even spend money on insurance?
Why do I pay premiums? Why do I go? Why were there before Obamacare caps on the amount of care? I mean, we know why.
Yeah. It's
because obviously they have to be profitable. Because if you're a private business and you don't run a profit, you're just not a business. And so I don't know. And so the solution, right, then means more government. And that's part of what Obamacare was, more government regulation on the industry. We're eliminating caps. We're letting kids stay on their insurance till later on. We're going to pool everyone together in one pool so that these insurance companies can compete, have some capitalism, some competition that is supposed to bring down the cost, right? And healthcare costs have increased, but not increased as much as they used to. So, but that's the solution, is more government, because what we've done is almost no government, and it obviously hasn't worked.
Yeah, but it's interesting hearing it, talking to you, and hopefully anyone that watches this podcast, like two things, you saying, you're like, personally, I don't give a fuck that we spend that much money in the military. You're like, I'm in America, I want us to be in charge, and you going, capitalism is the best thing in the world. Like, for me, it's almost like we've been instilled with this like boogeyman view of the other side. Every Republican is this goose stepping fucking supreme, and it doesn't help that I'm white as shit with blue eyes, but it's for me it helps because it's like talking, like I'm much more open to hearing what you, a Democrat, say now, just from two simple things. You going, yeah, no, I'm cool with the military being fucking huge, and you going, yeah, fucking, what, socialism? No, fuck that. Capitalism is great. Hearing you say that, all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait. We're a lot more similar. Maybe he's this... But I'm saying, I feel like it must go in the opposite way as well. Like, we... Not every... Like, okay, and you're hearing it from me, a Republican. And I'm going, no, we definitely need national health care.
Right.
And that's blasphemous for me to, but it's like, hopefully if we can say things like that and see like, oh, like there is some like rationale. Not everything needs to be radical.
Ultimately, to Tommy, it goes back to politics and it goes back to gerrymandering. Because again, if these
and perpetual campaigning.
If you had 50-50 Democrat Republicans and you were to sit down and have a debate, you're going to want to elect a candidate who represents both these views, right? Because it makes sense, right? And this is kind of the district I'm in now is Georgia 6, Roswell, right? That's where I live. And this district just voted for the first time for a Democrat, Lucy McBath over Karen Handel. First time in like, this used to be Newt Gingrich's district. This is where Newt Gingrich is from. Okay?
Really?
So, yeah. So, I mean, this is the Speaker of the House, right? I mean, a conservative firebrand in the 90s, right? I mean, and now it's voting for Democrats in 2020, which is insane, right? This is the district, these are the districts America needs all over the country. But instead, it's got districts like Peachtree City, like Athens, like Atlanta. And maybe Atlanta's a little different. Atlanta's mostly liberal, but the Southern District, and there's another Democratic district. Because again, it goes back to the same thing. Politicians respond to what their voters need, or that's the theory, right? Mm-hmm. And so if your district is 50-50, you're going to want to be a 50-50 kind of guy. But if your district is 70-30 Republican or 70-30 Democrat, then you only care about your base. That's what you need to get elected.
Yeah.
And so again, you're right. What good would it make a Democrat in a 70-30 district and saying, or let's say a Republican in a 70-30 district saying, we need more government, in healthcare? Maybe you don't believe in, a full like NHI kind of stuff, but you want a little more.
Yeah.
What good's it going to do to you in a 70-30 district? People are going to go, you're fucking crazy.
Some other candidate's going to smell blood.
Exactly.
They're going to go, this guy.
And those are the incentives. right?
Yeah,
and that's what's so sad. But dude, I'm telling you, most people, it's just social media, and I think the news portrays folks in a way. Now, that's not to say that Democrats haven't gone further left. They absolutely have. I mean, I think when you look, I'm an immigrant, okay? I was born in another fucking country, okay?
Yeah.
But when you have people who are running for president saying that, that there should be no immigration laws, that there should be no, that you can just cross up, what? Are you fucking stupid? I immigrated here. I know how this works, dude.
Yeah.
You can't just let everyone in. That's not how this works. That is just the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. And I'm a Democrat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you just sit back and you go, do people really believe this? Seriously,
that's what makes people like me who are, maybe tiptoeing across the aisle and going, hey, maybe we should have some national health care. When people say no borders, let everyone in, that's immediately going to make people like me who are willing to go across, clench your butthole and go, well, we can't have national, if you let everyone in.
Well, I mean,
you literally can't. If you want a bar,
country,
exactly. It's you know what I mean. It's like a frat party. Sorry, a frat party's alcohol works. You don't have to pay for alcohol at the party because every brother paid for everything there, and you can't get in unless you know someone. But we're all there. That works. You can't have an open bar and then just go, yeah, anyone on campus can come. Well, because everyone's, and I've done it. You just at UGA, you just walk in, get hammered for free, and then go downtown. Fuck you.
Right.
That doesn't work. But if you're willing to go, hey, no, not everyone can come in. We do need a really strong border. If you're willing to do that and account for everyone in the country, well, then you're going to get people like me who are pretty far right who are going to go, wait, so we're set on who's here and who's not.
Yeah.
Okay, well then let's work on a healthcare thing.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, I tell everyone this, and no one believes me. I resent being called a liberal because I am not a liberal. I don't think I'm a liberal. I really don't.
Yeah.
To me, a liberal is someone who
Blue
actually
hair.
wants, right? Or I'm just kidding.
Go on.
But to me, a liberal, in the classic sense of the word, to me, is someone like Bernie Sanders. And I would not vote for Bernie Sanders. It would be very hard for me to vote for Bernie Sanders for president.
Yeah.
I'll be very honest with you. I think I wouldn't vote, to be honest with you, if he was a nominee. But to me, that's a liberal, right? I don't consider myself a liberal because again, I like...
You're for a military budget, you're for a strong America, you're for capitalism.
Spending. I understand capitalism works. I
Immigration.
understand businesses make this country run, and so you've got to make sure that there is a fair corporate climate. You got to make sure that there's
a competitive climate.
You need an educated workforce to make sure that, you know what I mean. And so I am a Democrat, but I consider myself a moderate.
Yeah.
It's just I think people see me post something about Obama and praising Democrats all the time.
No, I'm guilty. No, my perception of you has been completely altered. But yeah, in that light, I would say then I'm a Republican, not a conservative, because I'm for fucking national health care. Like
which, by the way, I'm not. I don't think we should have NHI.
No. I don't mean. I take that back. I don't think it should be. I will specify that. I don't think it should just. No, I don't think it should be. What I meant was. Okay, I meant it can't be what it is now because it's just it does not work. You can't go to the. I'm sorry, but the antibiotics you need here and the antibiotics you need in Britain are the same fucking drugs. We have 99.98% the same genome, all humans. Okay, if they can get it for $4, but we can only get it for $4,500, that's not working. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. That is not working. It is not working.
The one time I'll agree with Bernie Sanders on anything is corporate greed. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's literally corporations
that is not working.
They can charge it because they know there's no laws, there's no rules against it, and if you can do it, you're gonna do it.
Yeah, that's
just the way the world works.
Yeah, it's.
Now, I like Joe's idea. I think I like Joe Biden's a lot. I think you keep what you have. I mean, because you think about it. There are 180 million people who have healthcare insurance. They're not, right? They're not, and some of them may, some of them won't. But if you think about wanting to disrupt 180 million, I mean, that would just. I mean, remember Obamacare? How big of a nonsense that was when the first rollout happened. And
Yeah.
imagine, I mean, you know what I mean? It's just way too much. So I like Joe's idea, which is expand Medicare for everyone. Let it, literally, if people want to sign up, just make everyone eligible for Medicare.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's the best option, people will flock.
Yeah.
That's what people want. That's what people will do.
Yeah. And
That
if it's not, they won't.
That doesn't ruin the system. That doesn't overburden the system. That doesn't, it's going to cost some more money. Sure, we're going to have to find ways to find revenue. But that is an option. You're giving people options to either stick with what they got
What?
or go with Medicare. And I think, and again, it's something we already know how to do. It works well. The administrative costs are lower. People are satisfied with Medicare. So just expand it.
What if someone came out and said, some candidate came out and they said, no illegal immigration, but you get to keep your guns. Legalize all drugs. Also make Medicare available to everyone. Cut corporate tax rate in half or something. What would happen if, just a thought experiment, what would happen if someone literally took, I just took...
There kind of is, though. Like, Michael Bloomberg's kind of that way.
Is he pro-gun? What I'm saying, what if you literally had someone...
That is, he's anti...
Well, there you go. That's right off. You're an antichrist on the side of the right. So what I'm saying is, what if you literally just took the biggest, not the things you hate, but take the biggest things you're for on each side, and just, you can keep your guns. You can also,
But what would they run as?
Fucking themselves.
They'd have to be a millionaire.
They run like a Ross Perot character. Yeah,
it's the only way it would work.
Maybe that's what you have to do. Is maybe you have to accumulate $1 billion and then come in and
just get rich as shit. That's what I mean. Capitalism fucking works, dude.
If an Elon Musk character ran, he would do that shit.
Yeah, or like a Mark Zuckerberg. These guys, dude. But here's the thing: these guys don't. I don't know. Man.
Maybe once they get to that point of wealth, they're like, "What the fuck do I care?"
Elon Musk could be smart. Yeah, you're probably right, because they have everything they need personally for them.
I think Elon Musk is taking the smartest way. He's going, this whole thing's fucked. I'm going to another planet.
Elon Musk is crazy.
I love him. I'm a cult member. But yeah, it's one thing. So I bring up with healthcare is like, so you cannot be turned down for an emergency room. You can pose that question to the most conservative Republican person in the world. You're going to say, do you think that you should be able to be turned... No one says yes. No one says that, yeah, you should be able to be turned down from... No one does. I don't care how far right you are. And I can tell you that from my most far right family members, aunts, uncles, cousins. Should you be able to be turned down from... No one says that. Because they're just like, wait, if you're going to an emergency room, dude, shit's not so hot for you.
Right.
Whether you have a flu, a broken bone, or you just got in a car accident. So it is illegal to be turned down for an emergency room in the United States. Seeing as how that's the case, so you can get care no matter what, even if you just, you have a broken finger, whatever. Do we not want to find a way to pay for that to make it work better? Do you not find a way to get everyone insurance? That's the argument I bring up for everyone needing insurance.
You sound like a Democrat.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying for 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, no, but it's true. Look, we already have universal health care, Tommy.
Yeah.
The government.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We already have it. So why don't we find a fucking way to get there quicker with less money?
The government sends the hospitals billions of dollars a year in care that they never got paid back for.
Yeah, it costs
because of uninsured people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you were used to working and stuff. So.
Yeah, well, the hospitals would close if they did. Why the fuck would they run? Why would they operate?
Exactly. So it's already a thing.
It's already all happening. So why not?
Isn't that funny though, dude? That's exactly what Obamacare was designed to do.
I know.
To put it back on the individual.
Yeah.
To say, listen, now you have to by law have insurance, because if you don't, we're already paying for you. This is the only. This is the funny thing, right? Do you remember when Obamacare? I mean, we were in college, right? And everyone said, "Oh, it's socialism. Oh, it's government takeover. Oh, it's look at what Obama." And it's part of the reason why they won so big in 2010. Right?
Yeah,
the Tea Party and all that stuff. But dude, it was the only way to make it work in a market-friendly capitalist way.
I vividly remember supporting that argument a couple months before my med school interviews, because I brought that up. I was like, they already get paid. So, like, I volunteered at Athens General Hospital for my resume. You would see people come in there all the time come to the emergency room, and literally gunshot, car accident, motorcycle accident, and they'd go in there and they'd get world-class care. All the surgeons come in, you get everything, but they can't pay it. But I remember one of my friends wrote it in his like personal statement. He was like, at a hospital, he was like, it doesn't matter if you have insurance or not. Like, everyone's the same, saints and sinners. And he's like, and as well as it should be. But that's an argument I brought up, was like, and again, this was even though I had just voted for Romney at that point, but I literally remember sitting on a couch in downtown Athens talking to someone, and I was saying like, hey, like, as a conservative, as a Republican, this is what like, do you think that you should be able to be turned down in emergency rooms? No. Okay. Well, then we already have national health care. You cannot be turned down.
Because
they already get paid.
It's a morality.
Yeah. Exactly. And
it's literally like, are you going to let?
Yeah.
And people die?
Well, and for me, and I was saying, and here I am studying nonstop in college to be a doctor. I wouldn't become a doctor if I thought I wasn't going to make money. So clearly the hospitals are going to get reimbursed. No one's going to go to fucking 4 years of medical school and pay $250,000 if they think they're not going to get reimbursed.
Exactly.
So like you said, they get paid for all the bills they have to eat. So we've already established that as a thing.
And so that was the point of Obamacare.
Yeah.
After all the criticism you heard, and everyone called him this socialist and this communist and the takeover, here's the basic crux of Obamacare.
You have to buy auto insurance.
Was three things. It was really three things. Everyone has to have healthcare. Why? Because if only the people who are sick get healthcare, that is going to be way too expensive.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If it's going to cost an insurance company $1 billion to insure 300 people. But think about it. Now, if I get all these young people who I know are going to pay premiums who are healthy or who are not going to get sick, they offset this older, sicker group. So as an average, I can then charge everyone. Wow, what do you know?
Yeah.
Capitalism.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
right, but it's a government takeover.
Yeah,
Tommy,
it's
right. So it's right. Number one, that was right. Everyone has it in the individual market. Then you pull people together. So that's economics. So that hopefully it brings the cost down. Secondly, you are then going to give government assistance to those who cannot pay for it themselves. So if you make between this and this, they had a formula, you qualify, we'll pay this much for you, you have the rest. But sometimes people didn't qualify, or sometimes you qualify, but you still had to pay $90 or $80 or a couple $100. And lastly, thirdly, was a reform of the insurance industry. No more lifetime caps on care anymore. That is illegal. Right?
Yeah.
The fact that you can now, that there's no pre-existing conditions anymore, right? That is illegal. The fact that kids can stay in their parents' insurance until they're 26. That's Obamacare. Those are the three main cruxes. But if you listen to Fox News, the sky's falling.
Yeah.
Socialism is here.
Yeah.
It's knocking on your door.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah. It's getting the bread lines. Getting the bread lines.
Isn't that crazy, man?
It is, dude.
Dude, I've gotten in so many arguments with people, and I ask people, and they go, Obamacare. I'm like, explain to me about Obama, just please.
Yeah.
And, I don't know.
Yeah.
What are you criticizing?
Yeah. It's
at least you look into it, right?
Yeah.
And so Obamacare was a right step, but it wasn't the end all be all, because a lot of people are still hurting. The government subsidies are still small. The marketplaces haven't been as successful because of a variety of different questions. But again, if it's not successful, that's capitalism failing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? If these companies want to get into business because they're going to lose money, that's not on Obama. That's not on Bush. That's not on whoever.
Yeah.
That's just the market.
Yeah.
That's just reality.
Yeah.
And so again, if it doesn't work, or if it starts failing, or if people are still going bankrupt, and people are still having issues, and people are still underinsured, then there needs to be another option, and government should guarantee it. But
the thing is that what I always use is like just cut down to the bottom argument. What it comes down to is, should people be able to be turned down from emergency rooms? Yes or no?
Right,
unless you're a psychopath, the answer is universally no. Okay, so we've already established that. So you got to move forward from there. Right. Now, if you just want to come balls out and say, you should be able to be turned down and die off, bold move, man. But hey, okay, well, at least I get where you're coming from. You genuinely don't want people to have healthcare. Well, at least I'd respect your honesty.
Kind of an anarchist.
Yeah, you're kind of a psychopath, but yeah, man, it's. Yeah, man. It's I don't know. It's and that's the debate that's really
tearing America apart over the last 10 years. Healthcare.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just so crazy, man.
Yeah, and it's...
I mean, again, Obama could have easily fought for a public option. He could have easily... Democrats were hating on him because he didn't do enough, on the left. He didn't do enough to get government regulation and do this. But it is such... The fact that it was passed, and it is such a difficult, and there's so many competing interests, and again, we don't know the fix. I mean, when I was in D.C., there was this guy who literally, he was working in Congress. He said, dude, we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. But we had to do something. Yeah. We had to pass something. Yeah. We had to get it going because the status quo just is not working. Yeah. It's just not. Yeah. And I think everyone can see that. I mean, you don't need to be... anyone who has experienced the healthcare system, who has actually had to sit down...
Not even that, has just gone to the hospital and got a bill.
Understands how ridiculous it is.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure you saw the video. There was a video just a few weeks ago about they were interviewing people in England. They were like, hey, how much do you think for us in America? They were like, how do people afford that? Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it doesn't... Not until you go, then you're like, oh... Okay, that doesn't work. So and let's say you do want to break it down into just pure cold numbers and just throw out the human element. That is where I still think it is beneficial for everyone to have healthcare. So let's say you really want to just go pure psychopath and just look at everyone as cogs in the machine and it produces money for the overall organism that is America. If you've already had people go to public school, ride on American roads, and be protected by the American military, just simply making it to the age of 18, you've already subsidized this cog in the machine. Again, looking at this purely as a psychopath. You don't want those cogs dying. You don't want the cogs breaking down. It is in your interest, even for purely money making, to have them taken care of. Because if they don't and they die, well, there's just another worker you lost. So even if you literally want to step back and look at it as a detached, disassociated psychopath and be like, they're all nothing but cogs in the machine, even from that standpoint, it still makes sense. Another
reason, Tommy, you're making the exact point as to why education and post-high school education should be, if not free, heavily subsidized. Because you're exactly right. In today's world, for most decent jobs, you just need a college degree. You just do.
Yeah, you just have to. Now,
right now, there are plenty of good jobs that pay well that you don't need college degrees for. That's true.
Technical schools. Yeah.
Right, technical schools. That's very true, and the college isn't for everyone, but
pornography.
But you should never. But you should never be dissuaded, right?
Yeah.
From doing all this. Tell me, my buddy just got here.
Yeah. Ernie, it was a fucking... Dude. What?
So good talking to you.
Yeah, dude, you too, man. It was a fucking pleasure. I'll tell you when I upload this. I'll give you a link.
Call me whenever. Where are you living?
I'm in my parents in Maryland. I'm taking all... Yeah, I'm taking all... Yeah, my little brother lives in D.C. I'm taking online graphic design courses, trying to... Back to the... my designs are good, and I've had companies tell me my designs are good, but they said, hey, you got to get a degree. So, yeah, that's literally what I'm doing. Your point, yeah.
There we go, man.
Yeah, dude.
So, oh, shit, I was going to say, let's chill, but obviously you're...
Yeah, I'm not there.
Well,
yeah.
Dude, hit me up. My girlfriend and I just broke up recently.
I'm sorry.
I got a lot of free time.
Hey, man, I got...
apartment for two by myself.
Hey, man, I got dumped 2.5 years ago. I got plenty of time.
I got dumped too, so...
Yeah, hey, man, hey.
I hear you, man.
I feel you, dude. I feel the pain. I feel it passes eventually, I hope.
Well, we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
so
all right. Yeah,
we'll see. Hopefully.
Well, hey,
either way.
Hey, Ernie, let's, I think the takeaway message we have from this is, hey, man, just practice love. Just practice love.
Yeah,
it's the only thing that's going to work out.
Just love. Just know that whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're an independent, whether you're an anarchist, your worth is so much more.
You're worth. You are. Yeah, you are.
You are an American. You're a human being.
Yeah, you're alive. You're aware. You can feel.
Exactly. Ultimately, who cares what you believe politically? Ultimately, just fucking love one another.
And never forget. And never forget. You're all gonna fucking die.
Yeah,
we all are. We all are. We're done. We're done.
Let's enjoy what we can.
All right, Ernie. I love you, buddy.
You,
thanks for doing this.
Bye, brother.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
What's going on, man? Thanks for doing it. dude.
Of course, man.
You were fucking. You were guest number, I think 5 or 7, and now here I am at 70. This is episode 75. So
wow,
Ernie, fucking from the beginning, an OG. Ernie, why don't you introduce yourself real quick? Tell them about your political history.
Yeah, of course. For everyone that's obviously watching, I worked in this. I started my political career way back in the day as a young man at 20 years of age, I guess. Jesus. Working for the state Democratic Party of Georgia as an intern. I then went on to intern up in D.C. In Congress. I was there for about 5 months. And then came back here, and then also went back to the state senate as a chief of staff to a state senator who was no longer actually in office. He lost, and then I also was secretary of the Latino caucus for the Democratic Party of Georgia for a little bit, for about a year or so. So that's the political life that I've led.
And you got an internship for the Obama administration, correct?
I did. I applied. I'm FBI approved, right? Had to develop my SF-87, which is a pain in the ass, but yeah, no, it was great. I mean, I got it. I unfortunately could take it because it wasn't paid.
Yeah.
Luckily, at the time, I was able to apply for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus internship, which paid for place to stay, flights there and back. So I was blessed in terms that I had something that I could fall on. But yes, it was one of the biggest regrets of my life not being able to take that internship because I would have met the man himself.
Yeah, that would have been dope as shit.
Would have been sick.
That would have been sick as shit, dude. Get a fucking selfie with Obama. That would have been fucking.
That
would have been game over, man. It's who knows? Maybe it's good you didn't do it because that could have been the peak. Now it's like the best still may be in front of us. But I feel if you had a selfie with Obama, they'd be like, whew.
But I will meet Barack Obama one day. I promise you that. And
I'm sure you will. You're a goddamn candid, beautiful man. It's How do you think that would have? How do you think that would have changed your path, or do you think it wouldn't have?
Oh, I think it would have changed it tremendously. I probably would have stayed in D.C. Honestly.
Yeah. You think so?
Because working in the White House, and then and not that you don't make connections in Congress. I definitely did. I made a lot of very good connections, but it would have been different. I think I would have, because here's the thing about me, right? You got to remember this. I got into politics I really started caring when I was a senior in high school.
Yeah.
And it really was because of Obama, right? Because he just seemed such an honest, inspiring figure, a man who, by the way, you can't ignore the historic nature of his candidacy, right? I'm a minority.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, just speaking ability.
Right.
I mean, as a white middle upper class guy, he's the first. I mean, you know how conservative I am. I voted for him when I was 18. He was he had the JFK, he had the glow,
Right.
Motherfucker could just speak. He could just
to see someone who doesn't look like you, and I'm not African American, but I'm still a minority, and I still, we still go through a lot of very similar things, and so to see that reflected in the White House after 200 plus years, 236 some odd years of just a bunch of white dudes, and that's fine. I love white dudes. White dudes are great. Most of my friends are white, right? But I mean,
it was inspiring.
Right, it's inspiring because there's millions. I mean, just in America alone, there's 50 million Hispanic people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's another million, 30, 40 million. I think it's probably more. I think 60 million African Americans. So, right, I mean, that's millions, hundreds of millions of people, and so it's good to see that for once, out of 45 now presidents, at least one of them was different and represented a segment of the population that was never really represented at the highest levels of government.
Yeah.
Or at the highest level of government.
Yeah, man, it's.
So it probably would have changed my trajectory a lot. I probably would have ended up staying in DC and wouldn't be in business, which is what I do now.
Yeah, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. You could very well have taken that and us be doing a podcast, and you'd be sitting here just rubbing your temples like, dude, I can't believe I have 3 kids. I don't know how this happened. Yeah. Why did I come up here? I got seduced by the idea of a selfie. Who knows, man? Who knows? Yeah, so you can't look at it like that, dude. It's, hey, man, all I know is just thinking of, like, the butterfly effect. I mean, Jesus, dude. I just think of, like, everything that's happened from, like, 2009, you and me, drinking lukewarm vodka, out of a bottle, fucking playing Mario Kart on, like, a 360p TV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's
I still have that, by the way. I still have that console, by the way.
Jesus Christ,
Still here.
it's beautiful.
Although, for the first time in my entire history that I've had it, the picture's now black and white.
Oh.
Fucked up.
Oh.
Yeah. Which I hate.
Oh.
Still works.
Yeah,
but
still
it's
works.
black and white.
Yeah, man. I think of that, dude. I think of that, and I always think about like, what if I had taken my acceptance to medical school, and like, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's like, oh, well, I'd probably be making $200,000 a year. But then I also think of like, shit, man. For me, it was less going to medical school, and it was more that was indicative of me just wanting to like be successful in the eyes of society, without So if I had gone and done that, I think it would have manifested in other ways too, of just wanting to fit in. I probably would have got married. I probably would have kids, and eventually I'd probably reach the like where I am right now, 29. Despite living above my parents' garage, I'm still like, I'm so happy I'm not in medical school. I'm so happy I'm not married. God, that would suck if I was $500,000 in debt and a physician with 3 kids going, oh no.
Tommy, you're telling me it's like law school, man. I was going to go to law school.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My plan was to, graduate college, take the LSAT, go to law school, use that degree because, a lot of these politicians are attorneys and right. And I'm so glad I didn't because you're absolutely right. Yeah. I would have been at least $100,000 in debt.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I would have spent 3 years of my prime where I could have been making money.
Yeah.
Which what I have done, putting myself in debt, studying, definitely living at home, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have had a choice.
Yeah.
So 100%. And I'll tell you, I didn't do it, and I was making what an attorney would have made coming out of law school within 2 years.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I made more.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, in 2018, I made more than I would have made as an attorney for probably 15 years, right? So, yeah. So, and that's why I tell everyone now, and I'll tell you, go do sales.
Yeah. That's what my dad does.
I'm telling you, it's unlimited potential, right? You've got a base, which is always amazing, but you can, if you work your ass off, if you're intelligent, and if you just put the work, you will sell it. I tell anyone on this planet, I don't care what it is you are selling. If you call enough people, there's 315 million people in this country, okay? Someone out there will buy what you're selling. Yeah. I promise you. Okay?
I mean,
you just got to do it. It's just a numbers game. You got to call. You got to reach out. You got to be personable.
It is.
That's not hard to do.
It's like Kellen, dude. I remember we used to, in Valdosta, everyone in PiCap used to be like, Tommy, you're going to make the most money. You're going to be a doctor. And I always used to say, like, no, I'm going to make a lot. But I was like, Kellen's going to make the most. They'd be like, Kellen? I'd be like, Kellen. They'd be like, dude, Kellen's got like a 1.5 GPA. I was like, Kellen can sell, Kellen can sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves. And what the fuck is Kellen doing? Kellen's selling and making bank in LA.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, dude, my dad does sales. My dad came from Bumblefuck to no longer Bumblefuck. It's like Bill Burr. He's like, let's say you're chasing your dream. He's like, you're living in your parents' house, or you just got broken up with, or you just lost your job. And he's like, and you're looking at all your friends, and you're in your late 20s, and they're married with kids, and you're like, oh my God, they're so successful, and I'm not. He's like, let me tell you something. All those guys laying in their big houses with their new cars and their wife and their kids, guess what? They're dreaming of that futon in their parents' house. They're dreaming of not being tied down, going, man, what if I just went for it? What if I just chased my dream? It'd be a couple years of shit, but I could make it. He's like, so if you're on that futon in your parents' house, he's like, guess what? All your successful friends, he's like, they're beating off to that. So that's at least a lie. That's at least the lie I tell myself.
And it's not to demean anyone, right? I mean, look, different folks take different paths, and there's nothing wrong with marriage, right?
Yeah.
My mom had me when she was 21, right?
Yeah.
And of course, I want to get married one day, right? I mean, that's, and I want to fall in love, and that's just, part of life, and it's beautiful, and everyone's different. But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of people think that way. A lot of people or really what it is social media, right? Has created such a misconception of people because you only see the good parts on social media.
You see the top 10. You see the Sports Center top 10.
Right.
You don't see the hundreds of hours of games and playoff games. You see one home run from Little League. You see a one-handed end zone catch. You see a three-pointer from 85 feet. But you don't see the 50, 60-minute games of just nothing.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, and I say all that half kiddingly. People, I know if I had gone to med school, I would be someone who would be looking at living in my parents' house and being like, that looks awesome. Most of my friends who are doctors and lawyers and have kids, and I'm sure they're listening to this going, what the fuck? No, I don't. Like, I'm balling out right now. I got the love of my life. I got a little whatever running around. I got a new Lexus. Fuck you, Tommy, you fucking prick. So that's probably the reality of it. But hey, that's the lie I tell myself. It helps me sleep better. So, what is today, 8th? 9th?
Today is the 8th, yes. No, the 9th.
9th. April 9th, 2020, aside from coronavirus quarantine. So, Bernie suspended his campaign last night.
Yes,
Biden's got
finally.
it. It's like I said, and as anyone that listens to this knows, I'm more conservative than not. But I really like to avoid talking politics with my conservative friends because nothing gets done. It's just like it's like when you and your friends that all like the same sports team, you're not actually learning anything or facing difficult arguments. You're just jerking each other off. We're the best. Yep. Tom Brady. You know, it's. So I like to have my ideas confronted. And more importantly, again, I don't want to ask a conservative friend, what do you think of Biden? Because it's just like I don't ask a liberal friend, what do you think of Trump? I'm just going to get... So, as my friend that I respect and an intelligent individual and just a sexy man at that, Ernesto Anzejo, what's going on? What are we doing? What are we looking at? What are pros, cons? What
we're looking at is the Democratic Party is a smart party who understands and realizes... And, you know, and I say that generally, right? Yeah. Ultimately, the people who decide. And look, this is one thing that just, there's two things that have been bothering me tremendously over the last probably 3 or 2 months. Number one.
By the way, I'm putting the microphone a little closer to the screen so it picks your voice up. You have the floor. So I'm not disinterested. I'm leaning back and
great.
This is Ernie cast.
So two things that have bothered me tremendously. Number one, all these people on social media in real life, right? And I haven't seen many folks in real life, unfortunately, too recently, but just over the last month or so, right? When folks say, "Oh, the election's rigged," "Oh, the DNC rigged this," okay, that bothers the shit out of me. Number one. Number two, all these people who are shitting on the greatest country on the planet, I don't understand it. You know, so we're going to touch on those two topics, but let's start with Joe.
Okay.
And these idiots, because that's what I'm going to call them. I'm sorry, and I hate that, and I hate to insult people, but I've just seen it so much. Guys, in the United States of America, elections work in one way. People like me go and vote. Okay, all right, and people like me went and voted early for their preferred candidate. Now, the reality of Bernie Sanders is as inspiring and as good of a man as he is, and I will say that, right? I'm not gonna say that he's crazy. I'm not, and I may have said that in the past. Let's be gracious in when we win, right? And even in defeat, right? Look, Bernie Sanders, I think we can all agree, is true to his convictions. He's been saying the same damn things for 30 years. Yeah. Okay, he looks the same too, right? he's like 80 for like 30 years, bro.
But really, no, he does. He that's I'll hand him that,
right?
man.
He's incredibly consistent. And look, you can even give Trump some of that as well. Trump is very consistent when it comes to trade deals. When it comes to China, he's been saying the same shit for 30 years, right?
Fucking 80s, yeah.
So when he was a Democrat or whether it doesn't matter, he's been saying the same shit for 30 years. So God bless him. I mean, I think a lot of people really understand that and really feel that he cares about them, and I believe that. I really do, right? I think that's why he wanted such radical change, because he thought the system was so skewed towards some and not others. And there's some merit to it, but it is what it is. But again, he really had about a third of the party, right? Very similar to Trump, right? About 20 to 30% support of the party, mostly young folks. And look, here's the reality, guys. He promised to bring out new voters. The main thing about him, and the main, the main thing he talked about was how he could bring out all these folks that didn't come out. He could change American politics. We're bringing out all these young people who hadn't come out since Obama and 12 years and this turnout. Well, here's the reality, guys. We had elections. Okay, he just quit literally yesterday. Okay, we had Super Tuesday. We had almost half of the delegates allocated. And guess what? He didn't. Matter of fact, he performed worse than he did 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton.
I didn't know
That's
that.
not because I don't like the guy. That's just what the voters decided, okay? That's not the DNC. That's not Barack Obama. That's not Tom Perry. No. That's people like me, again, who went out to vote, okay, just like Hillary. People say the same thing about Hillary against Bernie. Ladies and gentlemen, the full numbers aren't there yet, but Hillary Clinton had 16 million more votes than Bernie Sanders. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but if that's rigged, I mean, I must be an idiot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So same with Joe, okay? People like me went out and voted for Joe Biden, okay? And so why? Because Joe is a middle of the road. He was a man who was already in office, who was literally this close to being president of the United States, who Barack Obama, who is an extremely popular figure in the Democratic Party, loves and trusts and knows. And so that leads a lot of people like me to vote for what we know and not a guy who is proposing radical change, who, in my opinion, would turn off millions of people to vote for Democrats. People already think Democrats are radical, and a lot of Democrats think Republicans are radical, right? It is what it is. It's just where we are in this country. But why add fuel to that fire? I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. So to me, it is absolutely absurd. Now, what is true is that, yes, some Democrats dropped out, right, to thinking that their supporters would then go on to support Joe. And obviously that was the case. Now, you could say that's rigging, but ladies and gentlemen, for the last 240 plus years in this country, we've had primaries, and that's what happens. When you can't win, you don't stay in the race. Yeah. That doesn't mean it's rigged.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean because Hillary Clinton lost the election, is the election rigged? Of course not. That is absurd. She lost. That's just what happens. That's the way life works.
Yeah.
Okay? So you don't have to pitch a fit when your favorite candidate, person, whatever, loses. It's just, it is absurd. Guys, in third world countries, okay, votes have actually been rigged, okay? Yeah. People have died, okay? Yeah. Literally. Dictators close Congress. I mean, you guys have no idea how good you have it, okay?
Yeah.
Which brings me to my second point about all these people shitting on America. And I'll tell you, it's mostly on the left, right? People on my side of the political spectrum. And what a damn shame. Because, again, you live in the greatest country in the world, okay? If someone like me, as I posted on Facebook, at 9 years old, moves to this country, speaks not one word of English, okay? Lives in a basement for the first 2 months that he lives in this country, okay? Parents come here with, they almost graduated college, but they didn't, so normal high school education. They come here and they work their asses off cooking in a kitchen. And by cooking in a kitchen, they can provide to give my sister and I everything we ever needed. And then not only that, but they gave us a sense of, hey, look, you've got to do well. You've got to succeed. How many people here have all the opportunities in the world, and then they choose to bitch and complain? Jesus Christ, get off your ass and go do something. I mean, it's just, you know what I mean? And that's just personal responsibility. Now, I understand not everyone can do that, right? Not everyone can help themselves, right? Disabilities, you lived in a cycle of poverty for 3-4 decades. I get it. That's why I'm a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
That's why I think government should help those who cannot help themselves. Now, we can argue what those parameters are and who those folks can be or who are not, right? But that's why I'm a Democrat. But again, guys, you can't just let what's happening up there in D.C. or even in Atlanta or wherever it is that you live dictate what you do with your life. Because I'll tell you what, whether Trump is president, whether Hillary was president, whether Barack Obama was president, me personally, my life, I just keep going up and I keep succeeding, right? And so if I can do it, I'm not special. Yeah. I'm not smarter than anyone else. I'm just another dude, man. So if I can do it, you can do it too. Yeah. Especially if you were born here and you have all the advantages in the world. I didn't even speak English at 9 years old, man. So come on, dude. If I can do it, we can all do it. So let's stop this nonsense of shitting on the greatest country this world has ever seen. Guys, you are so lucky. You have no idea. And that is why I think immigrants are so successful, right? Because they know. They've lived in third world countries. And that's not to say that Peru is a shithole. It's not. It's a beautiful country full of beautiful people, full of a lot of opportunity. But it's not America. Yeah. It's just not. I mean, it's just not. It's just not. You know what I mean? I promise you, me at 29 years old, am probably doing better than like 90% of people in Peru. I mean, seriously, and it's a shame, right?
Yeah,
but it's the truth. Me at 29 years old has a BMW and his own 2-bedroom apartment he can pay for, and a cat and a dog, and I can travel, right? And so, and I can do it, and I make good money, and I just, matter of fact, I just got employed even during this, this virus, right? Equifax, let's go. Call me for your data needs. So, you know what I mean? I mean, so guys, we can do it. Anyone can do it. Quit shitting on your country and realize that personal responsibility is huge, right? And so those two things have been bothering me tremendously. But the whole rigging thing is seriously absurd, okay? Because
that needs to die on both sides. It, on Trump forums and Trump subreddits, it's always, rigged again. Bernie got rigged again, and it's more so like stoking fires for the sake of being, like,
and Tommy,
sore winners. But it's
Tommy, not just Donald Trump forums, Donald Trump himself.
Yeah. It can't,
which is a shame.
It is. It's, hey man, I like him, but I'm not marching place for him. He's an idiot. But I digress. It's the whole idea of just, it's rigged. It's the most childish, it's no one say it until the election happened, because we can't say it's rigged if we win. We gotta hold. We lost. It was rigged. It was hold.
And I'll tell you what,
Tom Brady's cheating. Hold.
I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
I'll give you another example. In Georgia, Democrats in Georgia, the last governor's race, right, for Stacey Abrams versus Governor Kemp. I voted for Stacey, right? I'm a Democrat. I wanted her to win. But I don't go around saying the election was rigged. And you know how many folks on the left think that? Because he was a Secretary of State while he ran for governor, right? Now, maybe he should have recused himself, obviously, right? That's the man who's actually overseeing the elections. But, come on, guys. I mean, Georgia is still a red state. It still leans right. Now, that's changing, but it's still there. And so it makes sense that the party who's been in control for 20 years continues to win. And maybe we should look at us. Okay, was Stacey the right candidate? Was she the right messenger, right? Was she the right person to appeal to all Georgians? Maybe she wasn't. She obviously wasn't. She lost the election.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's
so,
like, the one thing that always burns me, and I believe you posted this, and it was in 2016, and it was not even of the population of the United States, so not including under 18 and not including felons. It was an infographic. It was from the government. It was I don't know where it was from, but it might have been from the Census Bureau. I don't know, but it was of the voting eligible age population. 27% voted. 27. So it doesn't even matter.
100 million people didn't even vote last election.
Yeah, so it's
100 million people. If those people were to vote, they would change American politics forever.
It gets to a point where it's like, it doesn't even. It's not even like, oh, we need to switch up our candidate because we're not winning. It's like, no, like, what you have is working. Your car is broken. Don't go get a new car. Can we? Oh, there are some wires disconnected on the battery. Oh, this one works fine. 27%.
So I'm glad you said that.
Didn't vote.
I'm glad you said that. Look at Georgia. Georgia's a beautiful example. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact numbers. I'm not going to look them up right now, but I know Romney beat Obama in 2012 here in Georgia by, I think, around 200,000 votes, 250,000 votes. Trump, even less with Hillary. I think it was about 200, maybe 170, 180. Here's the reality, okay? Let's talk about groups who vote 70 to 90% Democratic, just in Georgia, okay? 500,000 African Americans didn't even vote. In Georgia, if 80% of them, which is actually 90% of them, vote Democrat, go vote, Democrats win every election for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
That's just African Americans. Hispanics, another 120,000. Asians, another 90,000. So right there, you literally have your margin of victory by like an absurd amount. But you're right. Either people don't care, either people are just disillusioned with the party, so they don't identify, right, with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. Or I don't know, man. They just don't care.
You know what it's like? I remember my dad would always say this when he'd come to like middle school basketball games. This is like free throws. He'd be like, you can't argue that the refs were biased if you lost by 5 points, but you guys missed 15 free throws. They were free. You just have to practice them in your driveway. Free.
Not only that, but add to that if the elections were seriously rigged, you'd expect to see a totality, right, of folks who voted to be less and less because you're rigging, and that's not true. More people than ever voted in 2018.
Yeah.
And that has to do, or 19, has to do with demographics. Some has to do with population growth in terms of just the totality of folks voting, right? Not as a percentage, but and that's so. It's absurd to claim that. I mean, the numbers just don't validate it, and it's like you said, it's stories that people tell themselves to feel good about the loss or about being a legitimate candidate. The problem with it is that the more and more we talk this way, the more that we say this is rigged or this is rigged. Well, two things really, right? It's a twofold problem. Number one, you're going to disengage people because people are going to say, "Well, it doesn't matter if it's rigged. What am I going to go vote for? This is ridiculous." Number two, which is even sadder and even really scary, more than sad, is you're starting now to chip away at the foundation of democracy.
Yeah.
Right? If you believe in democracy, you believe that your vote always counts, and a lot of people don't feel that way, and they're very, they can have certainly a case to make. But ultimately, that elections in America are rigged. But if you are not rigged, if you start to think that way, that's bad.
Yeah.
Because what happens, and this was a problem with Trump, and a lot of people thought about this in 2016, and it may come to pass now in 2020 if he loses. But let's not take Trump for an example. What happens if next time Stacey Abrams runs for governor again, and she's probably going to, against Kemp, and she loses again? What if she refuses to concede the election?
Yeah.
Because she says this is illegitimate.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've got millions of people who will back me up on this.
Yeah.
What if Donald Trump does that, Tommy? What if Donald Trump loses in 2020 and says, "Oh, this is right"? And why Trump scares me more in regards to this is because Trump already said after the election, with no basis in reality whatsoever, that 5 million people voted illegally in California. I mean, can you seriously, like, if that seriously happened, like, for real?
You got to nut up. You got to show it.
I mean, come on, man.
Extraordinary
right? Show
claims,
me the evidence.
Extraordinary
Show me
evidence.
But that would be a crisis, right? I mean, who wouldn't be obviously terrified of that? But he said it when he won. What's he going to say when he loses?
Yep. Yeah. It's
and that's very, very, very scary. And he may not lose, right?
Yeah.
It's very scary. It's very scary.
It's like that. It's like that poster that girl that was campaigning for Hillary. There's a famous didn't age well, but it's her with a poster, and it's like, I don't know, like October 2016, and it's like, "Dear Donald, it's not rigged. You're just losing."
Right.
And it's like, but like seriously, like, because the second you hit the nail on the head, the second we start chipping away at the authenticity of that, the second the whole thing means nothing. And not only that
happens in third world countries, man.
And not only that, it no longer matters who wins, because whoever doesn't win, nothing gets done. And like we could argue the last 4 years, it just turns into this huge quagmire of investigate. And then if Trump loses, all of a sudden it'd be, that was an authentic 2020 election. And now now Republicans are going to be like, well, let's investigate China backing some bullshit.
Or how about when he talked about the unemployment numbers being literally fake from the government right before he got elected? He gets elected, and then he has the audacity to have a press conference, laugh about it, and say, "Well, now I like him because I won." I mean, he literally said that, and you just go, "Dude, are you like?"
Yeah.
But see, like, what concerns me is I think Trump doesn't do it out of malice. I think he does it because he's so thin-skinned, and because he just has to have that approval.
He can't take. Yeah,
that's why he does it.
He can't.
What happens when we get someone in office who's smart about this, who uses this to mobilize people to hurt the other party, to hurt democracy? Because it's going to happen, Tommy. It's just a matter of time. I am telling you, man.
Someone who's like,
and it can be on the left. It can be on. It doesn't matter. It can be. It doesn't matter where the fuck you're coming from. So. Because, like I said, it's already, you hear rumblings of it in the Democratic Party with Stacey Abrams and, all these rigged elections. And so it's both sides who are doing it. And it's an absolute shame. It is absolutely pathetic to say that.
It is.
I mean,
it's like,
there have been multiple studies made. Voter fraud in the United States, Tommy, it's like 0.00001%. Matter of fact, the last time we had voter fraud was a man to try to vote, I think it was in 2018, 3 or 4 times for Republican candidates, a Republican guy who ended up going to jail. But the reality is it barely happens.
Yeah.
It happens like, I mean,
2000 election. 2000
one,
election
maybe
was
12
sketchy.
cases of millions of votes. Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
And now you have the president of the United States from the White House briefing room telling people that absentee voting and mail-in voting ballots are corrupt. I heard him. I couldn't believe it.
No, I read
that.
I read his tweet yesterday.
Well, he votes that way. I'm sorry, but like that shouldn't be.
Didn't the
partisan,
Supreme
man.
Court just have a mail-in ballot to decide there would be no mail-in ballots? They just had a mail-in ballot to decide that. I mean, devil's advocate, there's 7 of them, so okay, right? No, there's 9. I'm an idiot, but yeah, but you're saying like voter fraud. It's like voter fraud. It's like the ref having bias. It's like the ref may have bias, and if it really comes down to it, that has to be looked into. But it doesn't matter if the ref has a bias towards Ernie. If Tommy lost by 2 points and he missed 18 free throws, it's like if I hit 16 of them and then somehow the ref manages to get 16 points to Ernie in the last minute through bullshit technicals, okay, well now it's like, even if it is 0.00, now it's like, now we need to look at that. But when 73% of the voting eligible population, 73%, doesn't vote, your argument means nothing. Your argument means nothing. And it's...
Not only that, man, but again, the notion that in the United States we have a problem with voter fraud is literally just... I mean, the data just doesn't... I mean, it's the most ridiculous... Like, there's nothing that indicates that. Like, nothing, man. Like, literally, there just isn't.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to make extraordinary claims, you got to have extraordinary proof.
Yeah. I mean...
Okay?
Yeah.
And so, again, when both parties do it, because they both do it.
Yeah, which is why it's so fucking dangerous.
Right? But it's a little different when the president of the United States says that.
Yeah.
Because, again, what he says and how he says it carries a lot of weight, and a lot of people will only listen to what he says and will take that as the truth.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter because, and then once they take what he says as the truth, doesn't matter whether CNN or New York Times or Washington Post all debunk it. It doesn't matter because they're fake news.
Yeah, it's very easy to. That's fake news. It's, and it's and not only does the idea of rigging get dangerous because it chips away at the facade, but it's also you start to get misplaced violent intent. Like, I like Trump. Crucify me. If Trump loses, guess what? Biden's my president. And you know what? I hope he's the best fucking president ever. Because it's me and my buddy Tony, who was a firefighter during 9/11, talked about this the other day. We're like, the president's the pilot, and we're all on the 747 together. Now, you may not like the destination. We're going to LA, you'd rather us go to Seattle. We're going from east to west. Hey, I want you to go left, you're going more right, whatever. By all means, argue. That's what's beautiful is we can argue, we can vote, whatever. But when 4 of the engines are flaming, you don't go, hey, fuck this pilot, watch this, told you so, we're about to hit that granite mountainside at 600 miles an hour. You're all dead. So
right.
It's, if Biden wins, I'm not gonna, I hope he makes me eat my fucking words, and I hope he's the best ever, and whoever's after him, I hope they're the best ever, and
that's exactly how I felt about Trump. Right?
And you always post that, and that's what I always like. You're like, hey, I don't like, but the one that always stuck out to me was the North Korea post. This was like 2018. You're like, everyone that's wishing that he fails, you're like, yo, nuclear weapons affect the planet. You're like, it's called global thermonuclear war ever. So you're
I said
like
the same thing about
that was your
when
post.
he elected.
Yeah,
I wrote a very nice post, and I said, look, I didn't want him to win.
Yeah,
I think he's not the right choice at all for America. I think, he lies a lot. I think he doesn't understand government. I think he's in it for himself.
He's a douche.
But he's the president, man. So what can I do about it? Nothing.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with him. You don't have to say, well, I hope he wins. It's not even like respect for him. And shit, I'll go so far as to say you don't even have to go with the whole respect the office. I get it. You don't want to. At the very least, respect your own self-interest. And yes, he may be the one that you do not like and the one that you hate. No matter what, you better fucking hope that's a time where you want to be proven wrong. If you're accusing your spouse of cheating, you want to be wrong. It's better to have your ego take a hit and realize you were wrong than what do you want to say? Ha! I knew you were fucking that guy. Okay, well now you know your marriage is ruined. It's exactly. So it's the same thing, dude. Like, it's if Biden wins, like, no, he's not my guy, but god damn it, I hope he's the best ever. It's just like, and it's, but the thing that, I look at someone like you, and I always look at how, like, Pressler always comments on your shit, and I'm always like, dude, like, I try to be a middle of the road conservative. I'm like, god damn it, Pressler, you make us look bad. But for, everyone like him, there's a far left leftist, and then there's you, who it's you could get away with whatever you want to say because you're an immigrant, because your parents came from there. But the fact is, you're still you don't pull some like bullshit centrist where you're like, hey everyone, it's okay to like Trump. You're like, no, I fucking hate this guy. You're like, he's a fake tan douchebag. You didn't say that, but I'll say it. He is. But that thing that scares me is like Biden, as much as everyone doesn't like him, like, he's not radical, and he was the vice president for 8 years, and he was fine. Like, I'm okay with that. You don't like Trump, but it's like, he was a loved celebrity before this. It's like, okay, like, I get it. Dude, with Bernie, like, I can't help but shake the... It's one thing if his fan base or supporter base doesn't like Trump. I get it. That's expected. But it's another thing when they're like, fuck it, I'm not even going to vote for Biden. It's like, well, dude, you're not even, hey, I don't get to be the first string quarterback.
And
so
I
hope
can't
my
tell
team
you how
loses.
many people on my Facebook timeline have said exactly that.
It's like, dude, you're fucking yourself. And they're saying there's going to be, there's going to, what did that one guy say? Milwaukee will fall. We're going to burn it down. It's like, you make me not, and I'm not liberal. I'm like, you make me want to go out and campaign for Biden, right?
Right.
I'm like, Jesus Christ.
No, but look, but you're absolutely right. And like I said, I mean, Bernie was similar to Trump in to the extent that his fans are not even radical. They're just
they're there. They're hardcore. That's fine.
It's almost like I don't want to say a cult.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a personality cult. You know what I mean?
Sportish.
I mean, like, Trump had a good point. I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue, Fifth Street, or Fifth Avenue, New York, and shoot someone on a pipe, and he's probably right. Honestly,
yeah, I guarantee you, a lot of my family members would be like, "That just means he's 2A." Like,
exactly,
exactly,
man. So people find a way to rationalize what they want to rationalize, right?
Yeah,
right. I mean, that's your cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
Well, like, I've got people who get on, Pressler doesn't, a lot of other people do it, who will say, oh, well, Joe's creepy and he's rapey and he's this and that. And look, I've seen all those pictures, and obviously, and I've seen, matter of fact, I remember in 2012 when he was on CNN, there was like they did, oh, look at Joe getting all handsy and doing this and that. But again, guys, if you're going to say that, I mean, make sure that your guys is clean. I mean, can you really claim the moral high ground when Donald Trump, who has literally been rumored to have been on the islands with Jeffrey Epstein, I'm not going to tell you he did anything, but dude, if you were that's there, known. If you were there, okay? That's what you know what I mean. Fuck? So if you really want to go there, I mean, we can go there. Yeah. But do we want? I mean, is that what we want to debase our politics to? Yeah. You see what I mean? We've become such a personality cult. Yes. It's a shame. It's like. And I feel like, I mean, Obama was to an extent that way, but I don't know. I caught him out when I thought he was wrong. I thought he was wrong on Syria. I thought the implementation of Obamacare was a massive failure. I thought his North Korea policy wasn't good. He didn't really do much for 8 years. So I'll call him out when I have to call him out, right? But it seems like these people, and same with Bernie and with Trump, and it's obviously not everyone, but it seems like they always want to rationalize and always say, well, it's not us, it's you. Yeah. Right, you're the problem, and it's your fault, or and so I think this election, it's a very simple election, and I think it's gotten worse for Trump because of two things: the economy and this pandemic. Yeah, right. The economy is in free fall. I mean, you have now 16 million Americans who have filed unemployment in the last 3 weeks. Yeah, equates to around 12% unemployment, is what economists are saying. Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. That's insane. And not only that. But a lot of these businesses that are closed and laid off folks probably won't reopen unless they've got massive government help.
Yeah.
And so how will Trump do? On the other side, what will the Democrats do to help Trump? And that's a shame that we even have to say that, but it's just the truth. It's an election year. It's a president that Democrats absolutely despise. They should put country over party, but it's just no one does it anymore, right? It's just it's the way politics runs. Yeah. So I think the response, the economic response, is going to be huge because, again, you think over the last 50, 60 years, there hasn't been one time where we were in a recession, maybe other than FDR and Obama. And Obama, we weren't in a recession anymore in 2012. It was just a slow economy, where the incumbent has won during a crisis or during a recession, at least an economic recession. So we'll see, right? Now, on the other hand, he can use that to an advantage to say, well, in the middle of a crisis, do you want to switch pilots?
President,
right? You don't want to do that, right? Yeah. Steady leadership. But again, if he's not steady, which I don't think he is in a multitude of ways, Biden can easily make that case. Hey, look at all that we've been going through for the last 4 years. Starting from when the day the president of the United States got inaugurated, Sean Spicer gets and goes in front of the American people and says, those pictures you put up are fake. Let me give you my picture. And he literally doctored a picture.
What was his quote? Alternative facts.
Or right, Kellyanne Conway. I mean, Jesus. Do you see what I mean? Ever since day one, it's been one thing after another, and the media is complicit to it. Obviously, the media is going to report on it. Some of it's nonsense, yes, but a lot of it isn't. A lot of it really isn't. And so a lot of people who are sick of this, in my opinion, and again, remember what we talked about last time, we're talking about 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. 3 states, which, by the way, have voted Democratic for, other than 2016 for the last 35 years, okay? And the totality of those 3 states, again, for everyone who doesn't know this, were 100,000 people. All Joe Biden needs to do
that was the difference,
is convince 100,000 people in 3 states to go from Trump to Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's president of the United States.
But the thing is you don't even need to convince that number of people. You just got to convince the people who already have their convictions to go fucking vote.
That too.
Like, you don't even fuck those 100,000 people. If you can mobilize 3 million, game over.
Which, by the way, is something that Joe Biden has got no credit for. So when we started this conversation, we said Bernie predicated his nomination on the fact that he could bring out voters that had not voted.
Yeah.
The voters for Joe Biden, or the people who voted for Joe Biden, have actually been more than Hillary Clinton so far. So Joe Biden is actually turning out voters, at least Democratic voters, right? It's a primary, so it's not general. But that speaks to something. What does that speak to? Democratic voters are energized. Democratic voters understand that in order to be Donald Trump, you need someone who people know, someone who people are comfortable with. Who better than the vice president to the most popular Democratic administration since FDR?
Who can speak like JFK? That's the thing. Yeah,
who better than literally Obama's one of his best friends who can get him out to come out and stump for him?
Yeah,
it's going to be a referendum, right, on Trump, but it's also going to be a choice between the Obama legacy and the Trump legacy he's building, right? Yeah. And so, I don't know. I'm confident, but I'm not going to make predictions. Again, I was very wrong in 2016. I don't want to be wrong ever again.
No one
and that's
does.
going to happen again.
Does.
That's a stupid thing to say.
Hey, that's where the podcast will bite you in the ass.
Right?
There's a podcast of me in January going, dude, I just talked to some guy saying coronavirus is coming to California. There's literally me saying, like, looking in the camera and being like, no, it's not. So, I can't take that down. I don't know, do I want to? But I was going to say, that's the thing, man, is like, even at the most core, that the reality is Biden is, for, just speaking from conservatives and, largely conservative family and friend group, it will not have conservative friends, I'd say probably down the middle. Biden's a lot less, to lack of a better word, scary. It's almost like, it's like Hillary was less, because it's like, yeah, but it's still like, as much as you can hate her and whatever, it's like the reality is like it's almost like she's been in politics for so long. It's almost just like, okay, this will almost be like I don't like it, but I'll survive kind of thing. That's what Biden is. It's like I want to see Trump win, I do, but I'm like, I do Biden's president. It's just like, yeah, okay, well, all right, I'll get behind that. I have to. It's
right.
I would still, if he won, I would say Bernie is my president. But that's a lot more like, oh, this is some radical shit. Biden's a lot less.
Look,
Biden's less scary, if you will. Let's just say what it is.
Bernie,
he's a rich.
Look, Bernie.
I was gonna say, Biden's a lot less scary. Let's just say it like it is. It's because he's another old rich white guy. Honestly, say what it is. That's going to be why he's a lot less scary to a ton of Republicans, because it's going to be like he's kind of he's not the 1%. It's not the crazy Jesus guy, right? Sorry to interrupt.
Right. No, it's true. Look, Bernie had some really good ideas, right? But the problem with Bernie is Bernie, I think fundamentally to his core, doesn't believe in capitalism. Okay, that's the problem with Bernie, right?
Yeah.
So in pursuit of that goal, in pursuit of changing the system to a more equitable, just society, right, you're gonna hurt thousands of big businesses, small businesses, right? You're going to probably have policies that are going to hurt a lot of people, layoffs, whatever the case may be. And that's why, I voted for for Joe. That's why I voted for Hillary, obviously, in 2016 and Obama in 2012. I couldn't vote before I wasn't a citizen. Yeah. Because I fundamentally believe these people understood that capitalism works, that capitalism is the most efficient way to allocate resources. Now, all of that being said, it's not perfect, and that's why we're Democrats, right? Because we believe that the government should step in. So again, healthcare is a huge place where the marketplace has obviously failed millions of people. You're seeing it right now. I just told you those unemployment numbers.
Yeah.
Now, maybe not all those folks had insurance, but 85% of people on insurance have it through their employer. So those people just lost insurance. Right? And so what's the solution in the 21st century? The solution, for me, that's too radical would be a Medicare for all, ban private health care. That's absurd. It would be a massive disruption. If Obamacare, that only added about 15 million, 60 million people under the rules, was a disruptor, imagine scrapping the whole system, right? That would be, it would just be asinine. It would take probably a decade to really get, it would be absurd, right? So again, the Joe Biden plan is, let's just have a Medicare option or a public option for those to enroll in who want to enroll in it, for those who need it, right?
Yeah.
Right? Competition, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's obviously government, and it's obviously the government's always going to win because it's free as opposed to But I'll tell you what, someone like me would probably not opt to go for that option as opposed to being on my healthcare with Equifax, right? Because why would I? It works for me.
Versus 9-year-old you, though.
I don't mind paying premiums, right?
Versus 9-year-old Ernie, who just came here with his parents. That's absolutely, and I'm with you on that. I don't believe it in the Bernie sense, but like we are our brother's keepers. In that sense, it's like, yes, here are these two immigrants, Mr. and Mrs. Azehu, who are going to work their dicks off. Not saying your mom was a dick. Working their balls and their ovaries off. Like, that's fine. Give them a public option. You can't have them going bankrupt because Ernie broke his leg.
Right.
It's
right. And not that, but because you live in America. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like if we're the best country, let's own that.
Let me tell you something. If all of Europe can do it, and this is what Bernie says all the time, right?
Yeah,
if Peru can do it, I'm not talking about an entire change. I'm talking about just give folks another option.
Yeah.
Give them the Medicare option. And if they want it, if it's superior, if it's better, then people will go there.
Yeah.
If they don't, then they won't. And you know what? Those who have insurance will be good to go.
Yeah.
And those who need it will go seek it. And that's the way it should work.
Yeah, like we have public schools. You can nut up and be like, hey, I can afford it. I'm sending my kids to St. Pius, a nice Catholic high school. Go for it. Every friend I have is wildly successful. But if you don't, it shouldn't be private Catholic high school or bust. It should be like, all right, you can go to public school.
Exactly.
A lot of my friends from Lakeside are doctors. They're fine.
And not just, and that's not just to say just for the sake of it. It's because in healthcare, it really has failed a lot of people. I think I gave you some of these statistics last time, but the number one cause of bankruptcy in this country, healthcare costs. Of those who declare bankruptcy, 65% of them had healthcare insurance already. So, that's not a fair a bargain, right?
Yeah.
Now, that is no longer the case anymore as much because of Obamacare. Now there's no more lifetime caps, right? There's a lot of things that consumers now have they didn't before. And see, that's why I'm a Democrat, because that's when the government can do some good. Now, the problem is, I think Democrats aren't good at telling people this and communicating the message, because now they have these protections that now no one wants taken away. Not even the Republicans.
Yeah.
But who fought to get those rights in place in the first, I mean, that was Barack Obama and Joe Biden, who happens to run for president of the United States in 2020. And that's why he's my guy.
Government money's bad. $1,200 coronavirus check. I just filled out that paperwork the other day. It's hey man, hey, I want that. It's the same. And I meant to talk. This is completely kind of out of turn now. It's not even relevant to what we're talking about. But I meant to say it earlier. People don't like to step out of line within their own party, dude. I'm the first. I always point this out to my. I'm like, hey, like red flag laws or getting rid of bump stocks. If Obama did that, we'd be in the streets. Because it's Trump, though. There's cognitive dissonance in action. I could see it in myself where I was
fucking %.
Yeah, that's where I saw it in myself. I remember when that happened. I was like,
hey,
I remember seeing it, and like when I first heard about it, I was like, well, it's right after the Las Vegas shooting. I was like, it's probably good. And I was just like, I stepped back, almost in like a meditative sense, and like observed my thought process. And I was like, if this was Obama, I'd be going, you fucking fascist, you communist. If this was Bernie, I'd be fucking grabbing the torches and pitchforks. But because it's Trump, it's like, well, it's probably best. And I remember stopping, and I went, fuck no. And I was just like, no. Like, you got to draw the line.
Tommy, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the debt that we discussed last time, right? It's the exact. I mean, remember this, man.
Trump spending.
We were in the midst of the worst economic crisis ever, right? The Great Depression. And what did we have to do? What did Keynesian economics tells you to do? You spend, you give people money, 70% of GDP is consumer spending, so that you can get out of that lull, so you can create demand, get the, rev the engine, right? Yeah. And so, right, in order to do that, you've got to go into debt. No shit. Because the United States has been going into debt for 200 plus years. Yeah. And we have no reserves. And so you got to go into debt. And you know what? We have that flexibility. We can do it. We still hold the reserve currency of the world. We run the world institutions. So we're fine. Yeah. Okay. So again, when Donald Trump comes into office and he blows up the deficit, I mean, you remember what happened? People were taking to the streets, the Tea Party. Yeah. Oh, our country's going bankrupt. And now it's higher than ever. Deficits are higher than they ever were in the Obama years. And I don't see anyone riding on the streets.
Yeah.
Where are all those Tea Party guys?
Yeah.
What happened to them?
Hey, I'm the number one. I'm guilty of it. It wasn't until like 2 weeks ago that I realized just how I was like, wait, I literally didn't even know it. That's how effective my cognitive dissonance was. It was literally telling me, it's like when you go into shock or you like blot out like a traumatic memory. My brain's literally like, no, not Trump. You like Trump. Trump wasn't doing. That was the bad man, not Trump. And it's like I'm looking at it now. I'm like, And the thing is like we don't like to do it because we don't like to confront our own beliefs. It's that I can argue with someone else all day long, but it's like you almost don't want to be like, no, I said I like him. Now I have to defend him.
Well, I'll tell you what. For me, this whole concept of personal responsibility, is not new, but I've been more vocal about it now. Because when you hear that, people think, well, you must be a conservative, right? Yeah. Because when people hear personal responsibility, well, you've got to be
bootstraps. You got a small loan of $1 million.
Exactly. And people, are you sure you're sure you're a Democrat? But guys, just because that goes against my whole of government political beliefs, doesn't mean that I can't personally have. I mean, that is absurd, right? Yeah. So as I've gotten older, because again, I've gotten older and I've realized in my own life that my hard work has taken me to where it's taken me. Where I've seen some of my friends who have nothing and do nothing and are sitting around, working at a bar, right? Yeah. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. God bless you. Yeah. But that's not what I want to do. I want to work in the corporate world. Yeah. I want to be successful. I hope to run a company one day, right? Yeah. That's what I want to do, right? Because I think that will lead me to eventually back to politics, and I can say, that's my goal, right? Oh yeah. But that's what I mean, and so. In my own life, right, I see that, right? In my own life, when even being an immigrant, sometimes you're biased towards immigrants because you're an immigrant, right? And you went through similar experiences. But like I was saying, I mean, when the debate, when they said, "Oh, should we just, what did they? Should we have a? What was the question? Oh, that you would make illegal immigration not a crime is absurd. I mean, it's just like it is absurd. And me 10 years ago probably would have said, "Yeah, they're right, right." But now that I've grown up a little bit, it's like you can't just fucking let everyone in, man. That's not how we don't have infinite resources.
Yeah. Hey, Ernie, if I come down to your place and I'm like, "Hey, Ernie, I'm living with my parents, dude, and I just hate it. I gotta have a social life, bro. I'm gonna come in there. Hey, but you're gonna cover me,
right?"
I don't know, Tom. I like you. But Ernie, don't you care about me? Oh, I do, Tom. It's just I care about me too. You racist. It's yeah, man. It's but hold on. Oh shit. Where did I hold on?
So right before I got fired, I sure did.
Really?
So check this out. My old company, OTR Capital, hired him to give us a training lesson or a training session, and it was cool. Obviously, we had the companies there, the 4 companies there, and it was really cool. He gave his full speech. It was like an hour and a half long. And then, which is cool, and then the dude's full energy. The first thing he says is he cracks a joke about Coke. Like, it's like literally the very first thing he does. He grabs a Red Bull and he's like, it's not, he literally says Coke. He goes, it's not Coke, but this will do. We're just like,
hey, man,
all right, bro.
Just cut the bullshit right away. Let's just get to it.
Dude, straight up.
Yeah.
And he's short. He's like an inch taller than me. He's like 5'6", 5'7". He's not very tall at all. And but the dude just takes command.
I've watched his video.
He any room he's in.
Owns it.
Dude, we got to meet him. We got to have a lunch with him and sit down with him. Literally, I was like as close as like I'm right here, and he was like right there. I mean, we were like right next to each other, man. I got him to sign. They bought us a copy of the book. I got him to sign the book. It was awesome. The dude is a hell of a motivator.
Yeah.
He will get you going, man. He's like, come on. Yeah, he's like, pick up the fucking phone.
And fucking dial. Your wife doesn't like you? Pick up the fucking phone and dial. Because when I have problems, I roll up in the back of a limousine in a $2,000 suit with a $50,000 fucking watch.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
And he charges a shit ton of money to do that. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
So, but it was super cool, man. It was awesome.
That is awesome.
Something told me I wanted to bring up, and I think it's important.
Ernie cast, say whatever you want, right? Ernie cast.
I think I've been thinking a lot about this pandemic, and you see how a pandemic that's affecting 3%, right, around of folks, has basically shut down the economy, right? Has shut down the economy primarily due to us. We did it on purpose. We had to. But you see what it's doing, right, to America. There's no toilet paper. Okay, I read an article yesterday. Why is that? It's not because people are hoarding toilet paper. It's because the supply chain just isn't there. People are staying home. Yeah. It's about a 40% increase, and there's two totally different supply chains for commercial toilet paper, so folks go to work, and for home toilet paper. Procter & Gamble apparently isn't even set up to deliver more, which is one of the biggest companies on the planet, right?
Jesus.
So toilet paper's out because of supply chains, not because people are hoarding shit.
Yeah.
May have been true at the beginning, but not anymore.
Now it's just there's nothing. Funeral
homes and graveyards now need more room just because of a slight increase, right? What else was I seeing that was disrupted? Funeral homes, toilet paper, a few more things. But my point is, you see, affecting a small amount of people, a virus has totally shifted and disrupted supply chains because we're not ready for that, okay? That's a virus. Now, let's put this into perspective. And this is something that will go away. What happens, and it's already happening, when the planet warms those extra 3 to 5 degrees, that hasn't happened for literally millions of years. We're seeing what happens when a virus that is a new virus comes. Look at how it affects our lives.
Yeah.
And it's going to go away. It's just a matter of time. The climate changing isn't going to go away. And the planet warming isn't going to go away.
Yeah.
How many disruptions is that going to bring upon not just America, but the world?
Yeah,
I've been thinking about that a lot lately.
Yeah, that's
and it's fucking scary.
That's from every press conference you see when that happens. They're all going to be from undisclosed locations and bunkers, because there ain't no coming back from that. And it's
at all.
Yeah, and it's almost like we saw how, it's even like I was saying, the coronavirus. It's like, oh, that's in China, and then it's, oh yeah, I know it's here, but it's almost like it's not until it's knocking on your doorstep, and it's literally like, no, you're not allowed to leave. Like, you guys can't go anywhere. It's almost like it doesn't matter if it's on the TV. It's not until it's like my own body. Now I can't get in my car and go somewhere. That I'm like,
most
okay,
perfect
it's
example
here.
to me was when people started taking it seriously. I didn't even take it that serious.
March Madness
was when sports got canceled.
March Madness, dude. It was like, okay, what?
And people are like, wait, what the fuck? Is this for real?
Yeah.
So that to me is terrifying.
Yeah.
And the only person in this country, or not the only person, but the only candidate running for president who even gives a shit is Joe Biden.
Really?
I mean, he just is. You know what I mean? And to me, that is fundamentally it's such a threat to humanity. That just based on that,
yeah.
I mean, I cannot in good conscience vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I just can't.
That's fine. Yeah, it's. But yeah, I was gonna say, what I like talking to you though is like, because you and I always go into I mean, not only good friends, but also we're not coming in here to like sharpening the swords and I'm gonna prove him wrong. I know that I'm never gonna convince you otherwise, and I know you're never gonna convince me otherwise. Right. So, and we're not even trying to convince each other otherwise. And because we sort of come in sort of weapons down, it's when I talk to you, like it almost takes away all quote worry. Like if Biden won, it'd be like, because when I hear you talking to someone I know, and it's like, oh, I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like, yeah, it's like, oh wait, this isn't the big bad boogeyman. It's almost like it's better to. It's like normally you want your guy to win and you're terrified of the other guy winning. Now it's more so like, I'd like to see my guy win, but if he doesn't, hey, we'll get him next time. It's that.
Well, look, and same thing with Trump, right? I mean, of course, I think he's wrong for this country in so many ways.
Yeah.
Right? But like I just told you, even if he does win, I'm going to be fine. I promise you that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's not going to affect me. Now, it may, as I've been saying and discussing, right, it may chip away at some of the foundations of democracy. We may not make any progress at all in climate change. And those are issues that will ultimately affect all of us.
Yeah.
Right? No matter who you are. And it will, the bill will come due at some point. But, I mean, ultimately it's a shame, but it's true, right? And this is probably why we don't handle our problems the way we should. Human beings are very, set up for very short reward. Hey, I'm only looking in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not looking exactly very small windows. I'm not looking at 20, 30, 40 years on the road. And especially government isn't doing that.
Yeah.
Because there's no incentive for them to, right? For them, it's, I've got to win the next election. Because if I don't, then I'm not even going to be able to do what I want to do.
Yeah, it's
and so and how do we get out of that? I don't know. I think we talked about this last time about term limits. I think people in the House should have 4 years, so that they do have those 2 years to actually legislate and not just have 1 year and then go back to campaigning the next whole year.
Fuck that. Just give them one fucking, and obviously this is my dumbass talking. Just give them one 10-year block. Just give them 10 years, and you can't run again. Fuck off. Just go in and stop campaigning. Just fuck off. You get 10 years. Go for it. You're a lame duck the second you get in.
Just
go for
it. Exactly what you mean. Yeah. No, you're right, man. I mean, so just the dialogue, man. It's a shame because everyone just attacks each other, right? I mean, so like you're saying, I'll post something on Facebook, and I know I'm going to have 5 to 10 people just tell me I'm an idiot, or I'm a liberal.
Yeah,
you communist,
you ain't American, Trump 2020. Yeah, I'm like,
no matter how valid my points are,
doesn't matter what it is.
True, it doesn't matter. You know that when you say certain things or certain words, or you sound like a liberal.
Yeah.
And look, and same thing it goes when I sound like a Republican or a conservative. I praise Trump.
Yeah.
Or when I, talk about personal responsibility, I'll have people who will tell me, dude, you're an idiot on the left, and people on the right, oh, this is great. You sure you're not a Republican, man?
Yeah.
You're coming along, man.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, I've seen you post shit about soccer. And people feel like, I've seen like Pressler. I think it was like It was something weird. I don't know why I remember.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It was when I was on a bachelor trip in Miami, and I posted because I was in an Uber, and this guy said that Lionel Messi was not the greatest player of all time. He's absurd. Not only did he not say that, but he also said that no one would remember who he is in 20 years. And I was like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So, I do what I do best, and I go to Facebook, and I'm like, can you guys believe this? What an idiot. And President started talking about Trump, and I'm like, I literally was like, bro, fuck off.
I saw that, and I was literally like, I mean, it was like, Jesus Christ.
That's not the kind of person I am at all.
It was like, leave it at the door.
There comes a point where you're like, dude, I don't want to talk about politics right now.
But that's indicative. That's indicative of the system. So that's not just like a funny meme. That's indicative if like you're on a bachelor trip and you're like, hey, this asshole said, whatever about Lionel Messi, and it comes to Trump. But I mean, is that not a microcosm of like, hey, I've got this bill I want to pass doing X, Y, and Z. All right, I heard you like Trump. Fuck that Nazi. And it's like, no, this is for like a YMCA in Atlanta. I was thinking that, as like a new state senator, Tommy Kerrigan. Nope, Trump, fucker. And everyone's, yeah, what an idiot. And it's like, what? But that is a microcosm of how it works. It's
that's why it makes you just not even want to worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's So
But then I see some shit.
You gotta get back.
Or then I'll see Donald Trump
get
on TV and talk about how people who absentee vote or vote by mail, which by the way, millions of people in the armed forces.
I was about to say the military.
Yeah. But they're cheaters, man. Yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I can't, and I've got to defend the truth, right? I mean, because that's just not the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, that is literally
it's not an opinion. It's not bias.
Right. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. It's just not true. It's like me saying I'm wearing a blue shirt and I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just nothing you can do to mitigate that because it's just not reality.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Some things are objectively true, are absolute, have absolute truths, and some things are not. Some things are opinions, and and so that informs, at least to me, why I am a Democrat. I told you because of obviously healthcare, because of the climate,
sure,
because I'm an immigrant, because of immigration, sure, and the Republican Party seems to not want anyone who's an immigrant here.
Yeah.
And then to all that, you add the fact that some facts are just true, right? People aren't making all that much money, right? The average American has gotten a 16% raise over the last 30 years, while the top 1% of income has grown by 300%. But those are facts. Like that's not me making it up.
Yeah, those are.
And so the question is, do we care about those facts, right? Do we do anything about those facts? Is that something that the government should be concerned about? And now you can dispute that one way or another, right? A lot of Republicans will say no. They work for what they got. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
And that's kind of, and that's okay. I mean, that's what you believe. I mean, it is what it is. But that's why I'm a Democrat, because no, I don't believe that that's the way that should be. And it's funny, as I make more money, as I grow in my career, those things aren't changing. I mean, those values that I have, because I remember just 10 years ago, Tommy making, $20,000 a year, not having any money, right? And that's why, to me, I think Obama was such a different figure, and is really the first time I cared. But I don't know if you knew this or not, but Barack Obama and Michelle Obama had student loan debt until around 2005.
Yeah.
And he was president in 2008.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to tell me this man doesn't understand the plight of students? You're going to tell me that a man whose mom spent her dying days battling insurance companies because they wouldn't pay her cancer treatments, that he's not going to understand?
Yeah.
But then you're gonna turn around and people are gonna tell me that Donald Trump, who's had a silver spoon his entire life, is gonna relate to me.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
I mean, you just can't. I mean, that's what I mean, man. And that shouldn't be partisan. I mean, that's just the reality, right? I mean, just like you could say that John Kerry would never relate to me because John Kerry was a rich man his whole life, right? And most of those people are, right? Yeah. But someone like Barack Obama wasn't. Someone like Joe Biden weren't, right? And so that matters. That matters, and especially now when that's your choice, right, between these two people.
Yeah,
it's not an abstract of this or that, and so that's why I believe what I believe. But that's I just said that to sort of show you why, right? and what informs me, and
Yeah.
and then it's very different. I mean, I think the 2012 election was a perfect encapsulation of both parties, right? You have Mitt Romney, who his entire life again had a silver spoon as well.
Yeah.
His dad was a governor. His dad was rich. And that doesn't mean he didn't work hard.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that he was given everything. That's not because to say that. They said this on Shark Tank last night that that because you're wealthy you can never earn something. I mean, that's absurd, right? Even if you were born into wealth, you can still do your own things and grow. And but it definitely helps, right? It definitely gives you a leg up, right? As opposed to Barack Obama, who, as I just told you, is a man who never had his father around, a man whose father was an immigrant, a man who again had to put himself in debt. A man who saw his mom go through all those tribulations, a man who was in the community. I mean, you cannot tell me that those are the same worlds. They're just not.
No,
in any way, shape, or form. And it's not to say that Romney was a bad guy, or to say that Trump's a bad guy, although I could argue that, but we won't get into that now. But or Bush, for example, right? I just say that because it really does. It really is two very different Americas, right? And that's not to say every Republican is rich or every Democrat is poor, because it's not the case. But it informs the way that a lot of folks vote and the way folks see this person or this person. And so, now, but now the problem is we're not debating policy in 2020. We're debating personalities.
Yep, and it's
and that's the problem, man.
It's nothing gets. Yeah, it's it's like you always see. On it's banned now, but on Reddit, the Donald, they'd post pictures of Obama's new mansion in Martha's Vineyard, and be like, oh, he's got this new $15 million mansion, isn't that ironic? Now it's just wouldn't you use this argument? Let's just say you're this diehard Trumper, wouldn't you use this as an argument see capitalism, instead of being oh, you hypocrite? Wouldn't you be hey, look, isn't it awesome that you can go from having debt in 2005 to being the president and then making you got a big book deal? Yeah, shouldn't we be going, and that's why America's awesome, because you can do that.
Exactly.
Shouldn't we be going you could get
isn't
paid?
That the American dream?
But it's
that a man whose own parents 60 years ago couldn't even go.
Yeah, we should be applauding that. We should be going
literally illegal.
Yeah,
to being the most powerful man in the world.
Yeah.
If that's not the American, if that's not the
fucking
American,
beautiful,
I don't know what is.
Yeah, and it's so. What? Because I have you here. What? Let's say Biden wins, right? And sidestepping the whole possibility of fake news, it was rigged, Civil War Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Let's just say that fucking against all odds, no one fucking flips out and we go on and just Biden wins the election. What happens? What because what you hit it earlier. It's almost like Bernie was trying to bite off too much, and because of that, it's dude, you can't do that. It's it wasn't Mitt Romney, it was, I think it was a Texas guy. Who was the guy in 2012 that came out and was gays can't be in the military or something? He was the other. He looked like Romney. It was.
I don't know. There's Ted Cruz from Texas.
No. Fuck, I don't remember.
Who ran for?
He was maybe it wasn't Texas, but dude, he was.
Christie?
He was he looked like he was your generic dad and mom jeans worth a
Paul Ryan?
No, I just had his name. It's
I don't know.
It was.
No one really talks about that anymore because it's
yeah, but I think it was a governor.
Over,
yeah,
it's
I think he was a governor.
Why are we?
Was it Perry? No. Who?
I don't know.
Fucking. Whatever. I don't even know where I was going with that. God damn it, I lost my track. So let's. Actually, I have no idea where I was going with that. Biden wins. Biden wins. What? Crystal ball. What? Oh yeah. Sorry. So yeah, Bernie. He's going in. We got to tear down everything. That's how you get people going dude, you can't. Oh, so the point where I was going at is there was this Republican that was going, gays can't be in the military, and I was dude, you can't. You're gonna lose. Like, if you're going to lose to Obama, which Romney did, it's like, lose on policy. Don't lose on, like, oh, God damn it, you're giving him an underhand softball. Hey, Obama hit it out of the park. You didn't even got to touch me on politics because I'm just saying gays can't be in the military. Jesus Christ, man, bend over and let him paddle you, you know? It's the same with, like, Bernie. It's like, dude, you don't even have to address rational arguments like health care and unemployment when you can just say he's a communist, right?
Right.
Biden's a lot more... You can't do that with Biden. But that's why...
Well, they'll still try.
But they'll try. So what I'm saying is, because of that... Well, for me, I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, so I like that I can't just... Oh, you're a fucking communist. It's like, no, you're not. To me, it's... So what are we looking at? Because he's not Bernie Sanders and he's going to tear it all down. Because he's, you know... It's a lot more like Trump than Bernie is. Like, what are we looking at if Biden wins? Just looking at your crystal ball.
I think the two biggest... I mean, you got to remember... We're also prisoners at the moment, right? So, I mean, the two biggest things are the economy.
So let's say, well, I was gonna say, let's say Biden wins, and let's say coronavirus let's say it goes away tomorrow.
Well, it won't. So we have to address it.
Okay, all right.
I mean, but it's true, right? I mean,
we
wouldn't have thought about this 8 months ago, but now it's the reality, right?
Touché.
I mean, it just is what it is.
Touché.
So, I mean, I think the two biggest things, which I think are strengths, to be totally frank with you, are the economy and then this pandemic. And why is the economy a strength? I'll tell you exactly why. The last time the U.S. was in a massive recession, who was running the country?
Keep talking.
Joe Biden, right? Not only that.
Oh, good point.
Not only that, but I don't know if you know that, and that's obviously an argument he's going to make, obviously, on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
The other point you got to think about, and people don't know this, well, Obama actually appointed Joe Biden to run and oversee the American Recovery Act. So he actually was the main point. He actually got that going. He's the one who got the grants. He's the one who was talking to Republican governors across the country. He's the one who had I think it was like 0.03% fraud rate with the government money, with those $787 billion.
Yeah.
So he has the experience. He's done it literally within the last decade, right?
Damn.
So what better man to bring us out of another crisis?
Yeah.
And you got not only that, but you got to remember, obviously the president's important, but he's more of a figurehead, right? The people are running it. A lot of these folks who worked in the Obama White House will also work for a Biden White House.
Yeah.
He's going to reassemble those same teams, bring those same people back. So that to me is a huge strength.
Yeah.
Huge strength. Number one. Number two, the second thing you could do easily to counteract this pandemic, and hopefully it happens way before then. I mean, we hope to God, ramp up testing, right? Make sure that Americans as part of the economy are getting help when they need it, right? Number three, why don't we put back together that board that was allowed to expire literally just a few months ago.
Yeah.
Right? Now, people will say Trump ended it. He didn't technically end it. The authorization lapsed, and instead of Trump renewing it, he just didn't do anything about it, which you could still blame him for.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
But that's something we could do tomorrow. So those are the two biggest things, in my opinion. I mean, the economy is going to be the biggest thing, because without a good economy, without people going to work, nothing else is going to matter, right?
Nothing matters.
So you got to focus on that. And then I think the third thing is, I think healthcare. I mean, I think you have to remember, Democrats are very much animated by healthcare. And so, matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it was like 70 or 80% of the reason why people voted for Obama in 2008 was because of healthcare, actually, because of the healthcare plans. So it's a big deal to a lot of people, right? I mean, especially during a pandemic. And so I think you can easily merge the economic reality with healthcare policy and say, look at what's going on where people don't have insurance, or people have to pay for these tests, which is obviously absurd that people would have to pay for any coronavirus test, but it's the reality. I mean, and they're saying they won't, but let's see. I don't believe it till I see it. So, I think those are the biggest things. I think the economy, I think healthcare, and I think obviously the pandemic, and this is going to be fresh on people's minds. Yeah. So not only the pandemic, but what can you do in the future to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah.
How are we better prepared? Well, where can we invest? Do we need more doctors? So does that mean we need more H-1B visas to bring people from overseas to study and stay in America and make sure? And that's part of immigration as well. So this all ties. It's very much tied in together, right? I want to say immigration. I don't think there'll be political appetite for it, and I think it's a shame because now,
Well, coronavirus is doing Trump's job for him, or carrying out Trump's agenda for him.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said coronavirus is is carrying out Trump's agenda for him in terms of closing the borders. That was, yeah. I mean, it did it for him. Beautiful. Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, I think to me those are the immediate goals. Well, and I think, and I don't know if there will be. And this is a shame of the American government. It can't handle multiple things at once. But climate change should be right there at the very top. I mean, you know what I mean? It's. And so there's so many things to get to work on, right? How about restoring alliances around the world that Trump has absolutely decimated by shitting on Germany and the EU and France and the UK, our allies?
Yeah.
How about getting us back on a path where Iran is not on a path to a nuclear weapon? Because we were on that path, and now we're no longer there. They are now infusing, enriching uranium again. Okay, that wasn't happening just 3 years ago. So, and those are the things he's going to have most control over, foreign policy, right?
Yeah.
So that's huge, right? How about making sure that we don't pull away from our responsibilities around the world? How about we make sure that we actually get back into having good free trade again, which is a pillar of economic growth. You've got the Democrat now defending free trades. I mean, this is crazy, right? But it's the truth, man.
Yeah.
And so there's so many things that he needs to focus on, obviously domestically and abroad. Like I said, repairing those alliances, getting a deal back on the table with Iran, which, by the way, our European neighbors were not happy about when we pulled out because we did not have any consensus whatsoever when we did that. Hopefully trying to, doing away with these tariffs, with China, and because, again, maybe there needs to be some here and there, and I'm nowhere near a trade expert. So there's a lot smarter people that can talk, on this. But it's just some common sense off the very top that we can change that will make things better. Because you have to remember, man, and this is the thing about Trump that I think he doesn't understand, and I don't want to say his supporters don't, but maybe they just, I don't know. We live in an interconnected world. Businesses do business all over the world, man. And so for you to put up walls and tariffs and say, well, we're only going to do this in America, you're only hurting American companies. You're only hurting American consumers because the American consumer wants cheap stuff at Walmart. Okay, they don't want American made. It's going to cost them 5 times. It's just reality, man.
That's
right?
Just the hard truth. Yeah,
it's just the reality of life, and so you can't turn back that, right? You can't give people in the coal industry their jobs back because their jobs are just not coming back. Matter of fact, the coal industry is the smallest it's been ever, and that's because of technology. That's because of the way the world's moving. And so instead of promising folks things of the past that are not going to come back, right? Folks in Ohio and Michigan and Pennsylvania who are not going to get those manufacturing jobs back. How about we invest in technology in this country where we can put people to work making wind turbines, making solar panels, making things that they're used to making. Give them jobs of the future. Let's not try and go back to a system that didn't work, that made our planet dirty, that is not the way of the future. To me, that's common sense. That shouldn't be Democrat or Republican. Like how crazy is that? You know what I mean? It's why don't we want those products built in America by American workers who desperately need those jobs?
Yeah, it's like,
a win-win for everyone.
It's like living at home. I don't look and not having a social life since 2016. I don't look back and try to bring back the Valdosta days of drinking vodka with you playing. I look at them fondly, but I'm like, they're not coming back. So what can I do? I can start a podcast. I can talk to Ernie. I can work towards getting out of here. So no, it's like, by all means, cherish the past and sure, try to get to that feeling again. But dude, hey, Tom Brady left the Patriots. He's not coming back. All right, so let's start. Right,
but exactly, you can cherish the past, but you got to realize that. You've got to move forward. I mean, you can't continue to hold on to shit because it's. I mean, as a person, if you're holding on to memories, that's not good, right? You're going to drive yourself insane. As a country, as Trump is doing, if you're promising people things that you cannot deliver on, I'm going to bring your coal jobs back. Oh, manufacturing's back. No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's just not. I mean, just look at the numbers by your own government, Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
Your own government produces, your appointees produce, right? Like, it's just not the reality. So, to me, it all ties together, right? I mean, to me, you could probably pass some sort of package where you are giving folks those jobs to help the economy, but you've got to put more regulations in place. We probably need cap and trade, right, to start bringing down carbon. And I'll tell you what, though, and we've done a tremendous job, right? The United States now is emitting less gases in the last 20, 30 years, but there's so much more to be done. And Obama had convinced all the automakers to really ramp up their efficiency, their gas efficiency to have less fuel and less emissions. And what did Trump just do literally a week ago? He just said, "Don't worry about it."
God damn it.
I mean, do you see what I mean, man? And so those are little things like that like, instead of trying to bring back the 80s, we're not going to get them back. We're just not. But we know in 2020 that the future is clean energy. And what if we were to invent a technology, or what if technologies that we already have, that we make them here and we can sell them, we can capitalize on them, and we can give millions of people good paying jobs? That's not crazy. That's not.
I was going to say, so
democratic radicalism. That's just common fucking sense.
So I've had on four recent podcasts, 5 total guests, a nuclear power operator, 2 nuclear fusion physicists, and one who works at University of Rochester. The other one is at Texas A&M, and he's working on nuclear reactors for Mars rovers. And then I had on 2 guys, Justin Ball and Jason Parisi from Oxford. Both got their PhDs in nuclear fusion, and they worked at nuclear fusion. They wrote a book on Amazon, The Future of Fusion.
Awesome.
Yeah, they're coming on again. So I've had 5 of these guys on. That is something that it's on the right. You can look at all these, you got to be you look at someone saying, oh, you got to be efficient, global warming, blah, blah, blah. And you say, yeah, but China and India aren't doing it, so it's just hurting us economically. And, I look at it as like, so let's put it in terms of economics then. And so instead of going, it's hurting us, how about look at, it's like that cartoon. It's like, so let's say global warming is false. It's not. I'm not one of those people. But let's say it's false. It's like, so you're telling me we got energy independent for all this, for nothing? You're telling me we brought jobs back to the U.S. and brought
what a shame, right?
Fuck. But seriously, something like nuclear fusion, or not, nuclear fusion, still science fiction. Nuclear fission, though, nuclear power plants, dude, 0 carbon footprint. To get a gigawatt of power. A 1 gigawatt power, it could be megawatt. I think it's for 1 gigawatt power coal-fired power plant. You need 80 train cars of coal per day, 365 days a year. For a nuclear power plant, you need half of a single train car of uranium once per year. For the same power, and guess what? And the latter has zero carbon footprint.
Yep.
What the fuck are we doing about nuclear? Because that's something that no one is bringing. Like, that is. Yeah.
I 1,000,000% agree with you, dude. So, I think we should be building nuclear plants all over the fucking country.
Dude, we should be left and right.
1,000,000% agree with you.
Dude, I am pure socialist on that. I'm like, government, I'm like, fucking give the money. I'm like,
fund it.
If we're going in debt, might as well do it for this. Because that is energy independence, and it's also, so don't even look at it as like, oh, okay, well, China and India aren't being, fuck for all my conservative friends out there, just don't even look at it in the emission standpoint. Don't even, just look at it as like, economically.
As a business opportunity.
Fuck the Middle East, fuck China.
That invents or finally gets, I don't know if it's fusion or fission.
Fission's the one we've had since the 40s. Fusion is the future. Right? Yeah. Fusion is.
A country that gets that can then take that technology, patent it, sell it all over the fucking globe.
Well, right now it's ITER, ITER, and it's a global effort to get fusion. Fusion still, the thing is it's black magic. It's the end game. But fission's here, and fission exists now. I mean, Eisenhower used to say, "Power too cheap to meter." Dude, the fact that is not being pushed by any candidate, to me, is like, because they've, what are some big energy companies? Shell, ExxonMobil.
Chevron.
Yeah. You've noticed there's no nuclear? No one, you can't off the top of your head, fast food, McDonald's, cars, Ford. What, to me, that is, so it's not even this like, don't look at it as the whole, like, we got to clean up the environment, because that's how you get a lot of conservatives to just stop listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I gotta word it in this way. Why isn't there an ExxonMobil? Well, how come there isn't someone just getting billions in revenue a year? Get that sweet profit, dude. Get your shareholders. Go trade on the fucking on Dow and Nasdaq. It doesn't have to be. It's like the whole like pot legalization. Like pot legalization, a lot of people like they pair it with like a communist revolution of like, it's like, no, dude, you can still have your Budweisers and Coors. You can still make bank. You can still have white collar jobs. You can still have these executive fucks making tens of millions. Like, we can still play the game. So it's like with nuclear, like, we can still play the game. Like, go take those Jordan Belfort characters and sick them. Be like, go get it. Why the fuck isn't that happening? Because
matter of fact, in Colorado, crime is down after weed was legalized.
I know.
And people are actually getting money back.
Oh, don't even. That just upsets me, dude. I would. The first president. So I talked to the nuclear fission power plant operators, and they said, well, it's because after 25 years, the amount of money versus money going in, so the profit of not just percentage but just net of a nuclear power plant, they're like, it blows anything out of the water. The problem is it takes so much to get it going, and it takes about 25 years for it to break even.
And it needs the government.
Exactly. So that's what I said is like, sure, you could tax the fuck out of coal and gas, but that never works. We always find loopholes.
You could. It works.
But I'm saying don't tax it to deter them. Rather, give them a reason to go nuclear. Say, here is a government stipend.
But cap and trade works. But look, the reality is this. Chevron isn't going to go nuclear. They're not. They may
unless
eventually.
You make an incentive. Unless you make an incentive. Say, hey, pay us back when it starts becoming profitable. Don't pay us back until it's profitable.
That's a good point. But then you ask the question, does a Chevron, does a Shell, does a BP, do they need more government assistance? Do they really?
Well, you have to weigh, but now you have to weigh evils.
So, right. Now, so why not just have the government do it?
Can we get them on nuclear? If that means, they're getting government assistance, but are we now avoiding the cliff of climate change?
Why not just have the government do it?
Well, because you're never going to get the conservatives and Republicans on board. If you're saying
you don't need them, you just need a majority.
Yeah.
All you need is a Democratic majority.
Sure, but if you get the business tycoons on your side, then you have an unstoppable force.
Well, but the business tycoons are smart, you'd think, and they would realize that this is something to invest in. Look, in the Recovery Act, $90 billion of those 787 actually went to the Department of Energy.
Really?
For clean energy, to research, to fund clean energy. It was the single biggest investment in American history when it comes to green energy. Now, it's been 12 years. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah.
I don't know how long that takes. It may take decades. But the reality is we have put those investments in place. We have funded the Department of Energy at levels that were never seen before. I only hope that in 2020, maybe those funds have run out by now, but if they haven't, and they've been authorized for decades, I don't know the actual details. Obviously, I've never read the actual text. But I only hope that those programs have not been defunded. And I can only hope that the current government, has at least honored those commitments. Now, that's if they still have commitments to honor, right? I'm not really sure. But so we made some progress for sure. $90 billion is not an insignificant amount of money. And hopefully that will lead to something down the line somewhere. I don't know, but
so
a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people have no idea.
I didn't know that. But
it was the single biggest investment in clean energy in American history. Thank you, Barack Obama, and my boy Joe Biden, who's not running for president.
Ernie 2020. But see, that's so now just being the devil's advocate. But now you see what has come of that, and it's like nuclear fission. Like, we figured this shit. We've had nuclear power subs in the 1950s under the Eisenhower administration. Like, we have that figured out. So when you say why not have the government do it, someone like me points to because it's $90 billion and where are all the fission plants, right?
Oh, but it wasn't just for nuclear.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
The $90 billion was for
renewable. Well, that's exactly the point I'm getting at, though. It's like we don't need to look at all this new shit when we have fission. Fission is the free throws. Fission is the 73% of people that haven't voted. We have this thing that we're not touching.
But right now, we got to try it all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm with you.
The disease is so bad that if we don't try every cure until we hit something, we're fucked.
So that's,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So right now we got to try it all. Now, I don't know how much of that went to nuclear. That's a great question. I wish I knew. Maybe none of it did.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think probably not much of it did because the whole point of it was for new technologies and new research.
Yeah, it wasn't refinement of existing.
That being said, we also can't get impatient. We're not scientists, and we're trying to solve the biggest threat to humanity, really, because here's the reality, right? People say climate change, people say the world's dying. The reality is the world's been here for 4 billion years, okay?
The world's not dying.
Continue to be here. Exactly.
We are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not just we, it's our society.
Yeah.
Our society, our way of living has been predicated upon the last
infinite
2,000 or 3,000 years upon this climate that has really been very constant throughout.
Shadow climate.
Right? No asteroids, really.
Yeah.
Hardly any.
Yeah.
Right? The more that we've developed, there's less war there is, less deaths there are. Right? Our society is fully dependent, obviously, now on technology and electricity. So, right, it's really not about the planet.
Yeah, no.
The planet's going to be just fine.
Planet's fine.
It's about
Planet ain't going anywhere.
society and humanity. And whether or not a human being, and not just human beings, but the millions of billions of species on this planet will be able to sustain a 3-degree to 5-degree increase. I mean, all you got to do is do it in your apartment, right? Turn the temperature down 5 degrees, see what happens. You're going to be fucking freezing.
I'm a bitch. Yeah, I'm a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine the planet.
Yeah. So
the biosphere that we live in.
Yeah. So
I mean,
so that's what I'm.
It's asinine to think that's not going to affect us.
So
it's asinine.
So it's that's what So when I was saying have private industry going for nuclear, that's not the reason why I wasn't for government. It's not some small. It's not some Republican standpoint so much as I'm looking at it as someone that does believe that climate change is the cliff we're going over. So if it is this impending thing, we saw what coronavirus did, climate change will be that times a million.
Yeah.
So I look at it as we need to make it happen. And do all those big oil companies need government assistance? No. But the point is just like we argued earlier about how we're now arguing about personalities and not policy, we can sit here and go, those billionaires don't need any more government handouts, but we have to look at the core. What will get us to more nuclear with less emissions faster? The answer is us using more nuclear and less emissions faster. I don't care how we get to that point. If it's pure government, all for it. If it's ExxonMobil, all for it. What I'm looking at is that is the point we have to get to. I don't give a fuck how it gets done. It just needs to get done. Why can't right now we're seeing private industry step up and produce ventilators and respirators? If we could provide an initiative to get to nuclear, if we have 1 million Department of Energy run government plants, fuck yeah, I'll eat the slice of humble pie and say I was wrong. If we have 1 million run by Chevron, yeah, hey, guess what? There's still going to be a bunch of fake tan, white collar billionaires, sure, but the biggest evil is climate change, and right now, fusion is great. But we know fission. We had fission figured out ever since we vaporized 300 Japanese. Like, we know how to do it. We need to get to that. And yeah, I don't know how it's done. I don't know. I think if we dangle the carrot,
don't let perfect be the enemy of progress.
Exactly.
Right?
I don't care how it gets done. It's just.
That's a great point. If climate change is this bad, threat, does it really fucking matter if you give the billionaires some money? Because if you don't,
the planet doesn't care how the planet doesn't care how fission gets there. No, the planet doesn't care. The planet knows no difference. It doesn't care how carbon emissions goes down. It doesn't care whether or not it was public or whether or not Joe billionaire got a handout. The planet doesn't give a fuck. If the temperature keeps going up and the part per million keeps going up, shit's done.
I think we're at 500 parts per million.
So
now.
we're on the same page. We need to get to nuclear.
I follow this guy who's
don't depress me.
Climate water scientist, right? He works for the U.S. National Academy of Science. This was just like 2 days ago. Give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you exactly what it was. Yep, April 2nd. In other news today, the world's carbon dioxide level has passed 415 parts per million, higher than any time in human existence and higher than any time in the last 2 to 5 million years. For anyone to think that that's not going to affect or have any sort of effect on human society, on the planet in terms of the cycles, right? On the oceans.
Yeah. Ocean acidity, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You are a buffoon, and you, sir, are an idiot.
You're an objective moron.
It's just like there's no other way to put it. And this is another thing, Tommy, it's great to bring up. I don't know what has happened in this country, but I'll tell you, from when I was a kid to now, when I'm 29 years old, it seems like there is now a conspiracy for everything, right? Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even this virus, man, there is people on my Facebook timeline saying that the 5G towers...
Oh, my God. Oh,
I couldn't believe it, dude. Because I'm like, people don't really believe it. And then I started actually seeing, and I was like, I can't...
Yeah, man, you know what? When I see that, I'm like, maybe we deserve extinction.
Maybe we do deserve extinction.
Maybe honestly. Darwin is taking over. Hey, we didn't get our IQ high enough. We'll give it another try in a billion years.
I mean, how is it that every problem requires a conspiracy? How
about sexy the fact and it's easy?
Now we live on a rock in the middle of nothing, spinning around a sun. And let me tell you something. This planet doesn't give a fuck if you live or if you die.
We are a bacteria in its ass crack.
Matter of fact, we had to remove ourselves from nature to become who we are today.
Yeah.
To multiply the way we've multiplied.
Yeah.
Right? We've literally had to say, well, fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hang out next to a tiger all day.
I'm
fuck
not
that.
sitting there. I want air conditioning and fake lights. Fuck the sun.
Right.
Fuck the rotation of the planet. I want sun now.
Right.
Okay. So
I needed to throw in because I got to finish my training. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
If I don't have a son, I need it. So.
Yeah.
How are you going to tell me that ultimately this is not going to affect you? I mean, it is just the most ridiculous notion. And unfortunately, Tommy, and this is just a fact, man. It's sad. But we have a political party in this country, the Republican Party, that doesn't care.
No.
They just don't.
Fucking morons. So
it's just the truth, man.
So that's the point I wanted to bring in agreement with you. So how do you get them on your side? Just give me a second. We clearly can't get them on the whole, it is happening and it's going to kill us all. So so we can sit here and say they're stupid all we want, and then when the planet dies, and we can go, ha, told you so, and now we're all dead. Or you can speak their language and go, hey, here's an untapped $1 trillion market. And that's what I meant earlier when I said make it a private thing. Don't go the whole, because if you bring up climate, oh, that's a conspiracy, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Not in my lifetime, I don't care. They don't speak that language, so speak the language they do speak.
So
make it nuclear, make it private. What I'm saying is that's how they are. This rabid mob of go-getter capitalists, like them or hate them. That's what they are. Instead of saying these idiots don't believe in climate change, what you do is you say, here is an untapped $1 trillion market.
Well, look,
you put a harness on it and go,
Tommy,
let's get there.
Let's be very honest. Let me tell you something, man. The CEO of Chevron
and BP, Ernie.
They know it's real, okay? They're not stupid.
Oh, yeah.
They're not fucking stupid, okay?
Yeah, you don't get to that
position. It's just because of business interests. What I'm talking about is the regular voter. What I'm talking about is, half the people in Peachtree City who are wealthy and think it's, they remember when scientists used to tell them that the world was going to be cold, right? Yeah. And they'll put that on, oh, look at time. There was a time where people thought, So it's not even about those guys, right? But what you're saying is absolutely correct. I'm talking about trying to convince the average voter, not the CEO. They know, man. Yeah. They're not fucking stupid, okay?
Exactly.
They understand, okay? They see it, okay? When there are businesses that they have to put sand and they see that the cities are flooding, they're not dumb, okay? And I don't mean to say people who are regular voters are dumb, right? But maybe they're more susceptible to cognitive dissonance, let's put it that way, and not having to worry about what they don't want to worry about. But what you're saying is absolutely right. Speak their language. So there was actually, I don't know if you've looked into this, but you're absolutely right. In order to convince conservatives to get on board with any sort of climate change agenda is to talk business to them. You're 1,000,000% correct. Now, I don't know that that's going to happen. The reality is this, that even if you talk business to them, I think, because of political expedience these days, to win an election, you know what I mean? To have power, you have to almost get down to that lowest denominator, right? So you got to get to the level of those folks who say it's a conspiracy. Now, all that being said, we go back to the same thing. That's why leadership matters. When the president of the United States gets on Twitter and says that, it's a Chinese hoax.
Oh, God, yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I know.
How does that help anything? And so that can set us back years. Because now it's going to take not you only talking to them about economics to convince them, but now you have to convince them that their dear leader was dearly wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who's going to want to admit that?
Let's go on that same path. Utilize cognitive dissonance. If Trump came out tomorrow and said he thinks it's real and we could bring back American jobs with fission power plants, those same people would then be on board with that. So it's
exactly.
Again, it's like
he won't. And that's the problem.
If you can speak the language, though, if you can show him, just hear me out for 1 second.
That's why you have to elect people
yes.
who, in the first place, are aware that this is a problem. I mean, listen. It's very similar to, and I'm sorry to have cut you off, but it's very similar to this pandemic response, right?
Yeah.
To where you have the president of the
news.
United States during a national crisis, right? Yeah. He is the national leader. Like, if this is not the time for the federal government to be involved, then there is no other time. I mean, we might as well just disband it, right? So when you have reporters saying, oh, there's not enough ventilators, there's not enough beds, well, why are you asking me? The governors should be doing it themselves. Yeah. The governors should be...
That's some bullshit.
No, buddy, they shouldn't. Like, this is the time...
You're in the big chair.
You're the guy.
Yeah.
You're the leader.
Nut up.
Why should California have to compete with New York, with the federal government, with Connecticut, with Georgia, to get supplies that, look, I understand we were not prepared for. Maybe no one would have been prepared for it. Maybe, whether it was Obama, Hillary, maybe so. I get it. But now you are in charge. Quit blaming Obama. Quit blaming the governors. Quit blaming the media. Sir, you're the president.
Yeah.
Sir, you get up and you fix it.
Yeah.
Because that's what you said you'd do, remember?
Yeah.
You said you alone could fix America's problems. You said that.
Yeah.
Okay? That's so when you have someone in charge who doesn't... this just lays everything bare. This is the time for the government to be stepping up.
Yeah.
And either because he's incompetent... or either because he just doesn't believe in the power of the federal government, he's doing a poor job.
Yeah.
And so that's my point. When we elect folks who don't believe in government, when we elect folks who think that the national government is a hindrance as opposed to an entity that can help, and I mean that in all instances, we can disagree, right? I understand that. But if this isn't it,
yeah.
then why do we have federal government? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, it's like I can always turn like my conservative family members pro pot in like a couple minutes, because if you try to look at it as like, oh, it's this hippie drug and we should be, and we want to, because it goes against it's always been illegal and we've always drank on a Friday night. But if you can very quickly flip it and go, this is how I always look at it. I always go, yeah, man, to me, it's just the same as the government saying I can't have guns. Fuck you. Government saying I can't have pot. Fuck you. When you put it and when you frame it like that, that's when you get them going, yeah, you're right. Fuck you. Don't tell me what I can and can't do.
Right.
So that's what I mean. Like, if you wanted to get rid of the defense industry in the United States, you're not going to go, we don't need this and America's too powerful. You nationalize every defense corporation. Every Republican tomorrow would be like, fuck that, fuck big government, I'm about private industry. And just like that, you'd also have the left for it. So that's what I mean when I said you have to, right now the quickest option to energy independence is to avoid the apocalypse of global warming is right now the best bullet we have that we've mastered, we're on 4th generation nuclear reactors now, is to get to nuclear reactors. So if you take that as like, we have to get there, that is the end game. It does not matter who gets it. Like, if we don't, we die. Whether we get there through one
then you vote Democrat. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So it's whether, but the point I'm getting at is whether it's all run by the government or whether it's these massive handouts to private corporations, I don't give a fuck. I'm just looking at which one do I think would work more. I think those on the left would look at it and go, we need to beat global warming, so we'll take it however we can. And
I
think,
actually disagree with you. Actually, there is a significant portion of the Democratic Party who's against nuclear energy, actually.
I know, and they're fucking morons. So
yeah, they are. They're idiots.
Those who truly believe that it is coming and that it's going to be terrible, they are the ones that are going to go, yeah, you know what, I don't care if it's public or private, let's just get it done. The only way you're going to get those entrenched pro-business conservative Republicans like myself, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you have some smart ones. You're going to have the CEOs that aren't stupid. But in order to mobilize that massive base, you're going to have to go, don't look at it as global warming. Don't look at it as, hey, we're not legalizing this hippie drug. Instead, we're saying, hey, the government can't tell me what I can and can't smoke. Oh, yeah, you're right. I support legalized pot. That's the only way you're going to get it done, is instead of going, we got to fight it, instead going, hey, energy independence from the Middle East, energy independence from China, and American jobs. Oh, and by the way, there's zero carbon footprint and we can avoid global. That's how you get to that point, is you've got to get everyone moving. And I personally don't care.
But it's not that easy.
I know, obviously.
You know what
obviously.
I mean? But you can't just go... You can't just go, oh, well, now the government's going to pass and give money for nuclear.
Exactly.
For what?
Where do you get them? You got to... Yeah, it's simplified.
The reality is this. National problems require national solutions. What does that mean? That literally means that you need more than one party who understands what's happening. And unfortunately, in 2020, it's just the truth, man. That the Republican Party, and maybe not every voter, right? Obviously, you're an example of it. And many young people, obviously, who are Republicans would be like, of course, climate change is real. But at least the voters and the folks that they send to D.C., right? The folks that they're choosing to elect are nowhere near there. I mean, they're just not, because they don't even think it's a problem.
Or they are
they
there,
don't even,
but they know not to say it
it's
because
real, Tommy.
I was going to say, or they do know it's real, but they're going, I got to get office, so I'm going to say whatever I need to say.
Or they're bought off 1,000,000%.
Or they're bought off,
And so that's my point. How do you solve a national problem with half the country?
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. So until you've got Republican elected officials speaking about this, you're right. They should speak about it in economic terms, but it should be the Republicans doing that to convince their own voters or to convince potential voters that this is the way to go. But when we're nowhere near that, I mean, we're not. Matter of fact, we've gone the opposite way. I don't know if you know this or not, but look it up. In 2008, right before Obama got, it may have been after he got elected, or before, you had the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, right, from Georgia. Matter of fact, I'm in his district now. I live in Georgia 6, which is now a Democratic district. Shows you how times have changed. Barely, but it is now a Democratic district. For the first time since Louisa McBath just won this past election, so it's very, very recent. But the former conservative, I mean, Newt Gingrich is a I mean, no one doubts his credentials, right? I mean, he is a Republican, a conservative.
He's got a white hood somewhere,
He was, and look this up, man. You could probably find the ad online. He was, in 2008, in an ad with Nancy Pelosi, right? The crazy liberal from San Francisco.
Nervous Nancy.
They were on a couch together in an ad talking about how it was time for America to take on this challenge. This was 12 years ago, man. John McCain was that year the Republican nominee.
Yeah.
He believed and had a plan for climate change. What has happened since? The Republican Party has done this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand. I don't know why, how. I don't get it. But I mean, this was literally just 12 years ago, man. Instead of us building a consensus, we've gone the other way. Now you hear the word climate change and you think liberal. You think government takeover.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Why? Like, why is that? Like, why is it that you have to be a liberal to be worried about when your kids, whether they're going to have a suitable home?
Yeah.
Why is that liberal?
Yeah.
Why is it liberal that you don't want millions of species to go extinct? Because whether you believe it, whether you like it or not, there are natural cycles that affect everything, that affect all of us, our food supply. So if some of those little animals go bye-bye, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's not partisan, man. Like
Yeah.
that's just science.
Ooh.
Like, and that's another thing. Science has become this political. Like it's
that
it's
fucking
crazy,
big that
dude.
boils my blood. Like as a
what is
biology
that?
major, as someone who dedicated myself to studying this shit. When I see something like people are going, this medication doesn't work and this one does, and I'm like, stop it. Republicans said that, Obama said that gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. I don't know about you, but that pack of gum, I'm not sure it was. Fake news.
I mean,
hashtag MAGA. It's
right. I mean, it's
that boils my blood.
There is. I'm going to put it the way Colin Powell put it. There's a dark vein of intolerance for science running through the Republican Party. I don't know why.
That's awesome.
I don't know.
That's awesome.
I don't know how we fix it. And look, and it's not just the Republican Party. There's Democrats who are anti-GMO when there is absolutely no scientific evidence that GMOs have any sort of. There's nothing. There's just no. We have been modifying, right, genetics for hundreds of thousands. Like that's not new, man. Like you know what I mean? But people are so stupid. That's a lot of Democrats on the left believe that.
Yeah.
And so. And you know what? It's not. That's the problem with this country these days, man. It's not just science. Everything is questioned, and there's nothing wrong with questioning things, but there's some things that are just real.
Yes.
Like you cannot question them, right? These things we're obviously discussing right now.
Yeah.
And so
air quality,
at
food
some
cycles.
Point,
yeah.
It is just fucking cuckoo.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other way to put it, right? I mean, I can remember Sandy Hook. How many people thought that was staged?
Jesus.
That was fake? Like, are you fucking serious, man?
That
Do you really think that 12 little precious angels for real were actors or were sacrificed, or that these parents who were literally crying their hearts out on TV that this is just fake to instill some sort of agenda to take over? Like, I'll tell you what, if the government's trying to take over this country, they've done a piss poor job because they could have done it by now.
Or if they're convincing enough to pull off 9/11 and Sandy Hook, well then shit, throw in the towel, because if they can pull that off, what the fuck are you and I gonna do, right?
Right? I mean, there is something that I see primarily on the right. I just said obviously there is some elements of this on the left, but on the right, for whatever reason, there's this conspiracy mindset that maybe because people on the right believe in personal freedom and that the government's, that we have to, be vigilant. And I understand all that, right? That's why we have a constitution. But I don't know. And maybe it's my biases that, that make me think this way. I don't know. But I don't know, man. I'm just telling you what I see based on the people that I talk to, what I see on my Facebook, on Twitter. And it doesn't represent everyone, obviously. It's a very small sample of all Americans. But these people end up electing these people who believe this stuff. And so then what do I believe? Like, if you elect this man, if you vote for someone who thinks this way, then aren't you endorsing those views? And so don't you believe that? Right?
Yeah.
Like, to an extent?
I'll put my, I don't have any money. I'll put my money where my mouth is. I truly believe that energy independence for both climate change and economic independence is so important. I will vote this fall for whoever, and for every fall for the rest of my life, whoever is more pro-nuclear power. That is how much I believe, because it doesn't matter if you have strong borders or not when the oceans are fucking coming up and there's no food. It doesn't matter if everyone has government health care. Look, we beat Trump if the fucking oceans are rising. It doesn't matter if we can hug the trees and kumbaya. We beat nuclear if it's fucking raining sulfuric acid. So I will show what I say. I mean, dude, I voted for Obama, and then I voted for Romney, and then I voted for Bernie in the primaries. I didn't vote for Trump because I moved home because my life was falling apart. But I would have. If I voted in 2016, I would have. I have no problem with going back and forth. I don't give a fuck. That is how much I really do believe that nuclear power is I don't know if it's the end, but it's the first step, and it's a major step, and it's something we already have figured out. I mean, dude, when you really need it to count, when you have an aircraft carrier, what does it run on? When you have a nuclear submarine and you can't have it die, what does it run on? When you shoot a probe past Pluto and you can't have it die for 9 years with zero human intervention, what does it run on?
But Tommy, you know why that is.
Well, so what I'm saying is, you show me that Biden is more pro-nuclear than Trump, you have my fucking word, I will vote for him.
I don't know where Biden stands on nuclear.
But that's what I'm saying. Is that's how much I mean what I say.
Included as a tool in the toolbox.
But that's what I'm saying. I just want to make it. I don't know, but I'm just telling you that's how much I am standing by what I say. I don't give a fuck who it is because no other policy matters. If we fuck this fucking joyride up.
But you know why we haven't made progress with that, Tommy? You know why? Because of the entrenched.
Because Obama's from Kenya.
Because Chevron and because Exxon and because Shell, that literally will bankrupt them.
Exactly.
And why would they? So what do? They give donations to Democrats and Republicans. And you know what I mean?
So
and then the Democrats hate nuclear, they say, because of the waste, which is a legitimate point, but we can find ways to figure it out. And Republicans just don't care enough.
Exactly. So to stand behind what I said earlier, if Biden came out and said, "Hey, we're going to do $1 trillion to give, I guess, I don't know what the correct term is, stipends to get private companies to go after grants, or match, or you don't have to pay us until it's profitable." If Biden went for that, Ernie, I'll put up a fucking Biden flag behind me tomorrow. If Trump said it, I would continue to go pro-Trump. If Biden said the Department of Energy is going to do it and it's all going to be public, I'll go for that, even though I think private work.
Tommy, let me ask you this,
Ernie, just. So I'm just saying that. So I don't care if it's private or public. Whoever puts it forward, God damn it, I will go behind that. That's how I'm trying to show you how it's not about left or right. That's how much I am.
Now I'm going to challenge you because now that you're saying that, I'm going to challenge you.
I'll fight you.
Because if this is what you believe and you're saying that you will vote for the most pro-nuclear candidate, okay? You're saying pro-nuclear, okay?
Pro-nuclear, yeah.
So you're very specific. But we just said let's not let perfect be the enemy of progress. Perfection be the enemy of progress. So, if that's the case, and you're inclined to vote for a candidate who is more pro-clean energy, let's put it that way. Although you're specifying nuclear, but we just said we can't let perfect be the enemy of progress.
Finish it.
How can you vote for any Republican official because they literally, and again, prove me, if I'm wrong, I would love to be wrong.
Sure.
I don't think I've seen a Republican plan to battle climate change since McCain.
Yeah.
It's been 12 years.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile that?
So, because there's a specific reason why I said nuclear, including fission and fusion, as opposed to just clean energy. Because clean energy, sure, it's great. It does not produce the power needed.
Yet.
That's
the point, Tommy.
Yet.
So if we invest, which we have, I just gave you the example.
You did.
And it may be, but what if we invested $300 billion or $500 billion? Do you see what I mean?
I do.
And let me tell you something.
But
the candidates who will do, no one will probably ever do that, but the party that's going to get the closest to that is not the Republican Party.
Sure.
And I would love to be wrong, but
so
it's not.
What I'm saying is, we're talking about all these things, investing in figure out anew. What I'm saying is, there is this technology that we've had operating reactors since the 50s. So that there's a reason why I specifically said that. I don't give a fuck who does it. That is a tried and a true. When the military needs something that can't break, they use that. When NASA needs something that's not liberal Democrat, that's not Republican conservative, that is every admiral who fucking runs a nuclear sub or an aircraft carrier, Republican or not, whether they voted for Reagan or voted for fucking Carter, they all go for that. So all those things are the ones that don't shut down. Those are the tried and true.
But while it's not getting done, what are we doing? So we're just going to sit and say, oh, well, they're not doing nuclear, so we're just going to oh, well, planet's fucked.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think anything else can work, and I don't think anything else can work in this time. Because you're not going to get, if you say it has to be all renewable, well, it's not going to work. What I'm saying, all new, clean, renewable. What I'm saying is there is.
But you don't know that, Tommy. But Tommy, who would have thought 70 years ago that the internet would exist? I mean, that's a pipe dream, right? Now, we weren't looking for an internet. We weren't looking for that solution, right? I get that. It's very different.
No, we were right? that. We DARPA. It was quite literally, we need a fiber optic cable to connect nuclear
All right,
bunkers
well,
after
there you go.
nuclear
See,
warfare.
I'm totally wrong.
I'll
So
shoot
maybe we
on
did
your
look for it.
face.
So that's my point.
Yeah.
Human ingenuity. You would have thought just 15 years ago that we would have this, that we could literally FaceTime each other. That was literally a movie.
Yeah.
So in the spirit of science and in the spirit of American ingenuity, right? Like you said, we created the internet, right? Why don't we set a project to do that for climate change along with the existing technology? Why can't we do that?
No, you're absolutely right.
And which party is going to take you there? It's not going to be the Republican Party, man. Now that may change in 10 years, in 50, because things change, right? I just gave you plenty of examples, right? Now you got Democrats defending free trade. That was in the 90s. Democrats were against free trade, right? I mean, that's just right. In the 80s too. So all I'm saying is, I'm just challenging you because what you're saying,
and you know what,
I love what you're saying. You know, I wish all Republicans said what you're saying.
And
But
you know what?
to me,
I'm acknowledging your just like earlier when we talked about watching Trump talk about red flag laws and bump stock, and me going, "Oh, it's probably," and then just observing my thought process. Since you brought up that challenge, I'm watching my thought process. How much of this is I disagree with Ernie, and how much of this is, well, he's bad liberal. So you know what? I'll put my ego aside. And you're right, I won't let perfect be the enemy. Whoever puts forward the biggest, best, bigliest renewable energy, including nuclear fission power plant,
absolutely.
Ernie, you have my fucking word. That's what I'll vote for. I will put my cognitive dissonance aside. I'll take the ego hit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. I didn't think about that. You know, why not? Which one's going to get us there? Don't let perfect be the enemy. Hey, Ernie, I'll give you a virtual handshake. You challenge me, and I accept that. I accept it.
That's what we do as Americans, right? That's the beauty of this country, that we have innovated. We have made entire new industries. I mean, the internet now is the world, right? I mean, even in scientific research, we have the best medical hospitals on the planet. I mean, right, for the most part. And so, in that spirit, you know, there's nothing we cannot do, right? We've set out to map out the entire human genome, right? I mean, that's unbelievable. And so, if we're talking about an existential threat to humanity, then you've got to do everything you can, right? You have to.
Yeah,
there's no other choice.
Yeah.
Right? And look, and I wish I was wrong, man, because again, I go back to the same thing. Sure, let's say you vote for Joe Biden, that's great, and I'll applaud you for it, and that's fantastic. But the reality is, unless Joe Biden brings in a majority in both the House and the Senate, he won't be able to do anything.
Yeah.
So it won't matter. So we go back to the same thing. How do you solve national problems without a national response? You cannot.
Sure.
How do you solve a national problem when there's two national parties and one of them just doesn't even acknowledge the reality of the situation?
True.
And you just can't.
No, Ernie, I will. My ego's taking a big bruise, but whoever's more, because you're right. It's like right now. It doesn't matter whether it's like when everyone's saying like Obama depleted the what is it, PPE supplies.
Yeah, the national stockpile. Yeah.
True. Trump has had 4 years. Trump hasn't been in for 3 months. Trump's been in for 4 years. He hasn't. So you're right, but none of that matters when we're all here quarantined at home. What am I going to say? Ha, Ernie, told you so. Told you we'd be quarantined. Okay, good.
And I'll tell you what. Guns are a perfect example for Democrats, right?
Yeah.
I favor a ban on the so-called assault rifles, which I know people tell you, well, you don't know what ban by guns. There's the big difference. Whatever. Okay, we've done it before. We can do it again. Crime went down. Now that being said, crime also went down after the the ban expired. Okay, so that's also a fact. But you're right. Look, the majority of gun deaths are actually handguns, and so in order for you to really make a dent for real, you'd have to ban handguns. That's just not. It's unconstitutional.
And not only that, about what was it, 33% of all deaths from handguns, including my sibling, self-inflicted. It's dude. It's you're right, man. But hey, dude, I will.
But right, the solution is to literally ban handguns, and that's literally unconstitutional.
Yeah, how are you
not do it?
You're gonna go door knocking 500 million guns in the United States.
No, bro.
Good luck.
Listen.
Good luck.
Can't do. You
literally, constitutionally, you cannot do it.
You would literally have to amend the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
To amend the Constitution, you have to have 2/3 of the House of the Senate and 3/4 of state houses. Do you think that's going to happen in today's America?
Can't even agree on who had more people at their inauguration.
Right. That's what I mean, dude. So nothing's going to change. Same shit with the election. People are saying with this pandemic and it comes back, it's going to be postponed. Buddy, you don't understand. It's in the Constitution, the presidential. You would have to amend the Constitution. And we don't agree on anything. They're not going to amend the Constitution and change the election. The election's going to happen whether you like it or not. The question is, will people go vote? Will we get mail-in ballots, which is the smart way to go? But now the president's already saying, no, those people are corrupt.
Cheating. That's cheating. That's rot with,
So that's the debate we're having. Instead of talking about how we're going to get people to actually vote, we're talking, do we change the election? Oh, it's conspiracy.
Yeah.
Oh, the government's coming for you.
We got to get rid of, we got to have Supreme Court term limits. We got to, we can't do electoral college. It's like, dude, we're getting onto such the fringes that nothing is happening. It's like, it's like, we can't argue about whether or not we should go forward with like D-Day, Operation Overlord, because Dwight Eisenhower can't decide what color shoes he wants. It's like, dude, we're not even arguing. Like, this has no, like, the Nazis are in France. I mean, I don't give a fuck what color your shoes are.
That's the problem, brother, with this pandemic thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the president denies the reality that is that hospitals are short. My sister's a nurse, man. Like, I know, dude.
My mom's a nurse. Yeah, dude.
So you know, too.
Yeah.
So when you ignore the reality, and you're right. So instead of actually addressing the problem, which obviously we're doing, but instead of having an aggressive response, the government fully mobilizing, we're fighting at the edges about whether this is true or it's not, because that's who we've become. And you know what? Maybe we fucking deserve it, dude.
Maybe we do, man. Maybe
we fucking deserve it.
Maybe this is the bottleneck. Maybe coronavirus is as natural as like opposable thumbs. Every planet they get a pandemic, and it's the final exam. If you can get through it, we thought it was nuclear. We got through exam 1. Exam 1 was the Cuban Missile Crisis. We got through it. Exam 2 is coronavirus, and there'll be a third in like the 2050s, and it'll be an asteroid. Do we have an international space program? Maybe there's 3 exams.
Tommy, it's not even that far-fetched. Think about
this
for
a second. No, it's not. Apophis, 2029, Friday the 13th.
Is incredibly, we're talking about the virus, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about asteroids.
Incredibly contagious.
Yeah.
We know this.
Yeah.
Millions of people are getting it. Thank God to our lucky stars that it's not deadlier. What happens?
Ebola or smallpox, right?
What happens the next time that we get something that's just as contagious that kills 20% of the people it affects? Can you imagine? That's not that far-fetched. It's really not. At all. And here we are arguing about whether or not we even have an appropriate response. Here we are arguing whether or not the people who are in the hospital,
who depleted the PPE or not,
governors should be bidding against the federal government. What kind of asinine nonsense is that?
Maybe we deserve it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ernie.
That's what I mean, dude. Maybe we do fucking deserve all this shit. Maybe we deserve all this
Maybe
stuff.
Maybe we do. Ernie.
Maybe we as a country just are so broken that we just can't fix it. Or not for a minute. Or maybe, I hope this is the case, we're going through a political
maybe it's growing
realignment,
pains.
Right? And it makes everything seem...
That's what I hope. It seems chaotic.
You know what I mean? Because a lot of those Bernie folks and the Trump folks have a lot in common, right?
They do. That's what they don't realize is how really pretty close they are.
They don't think the system works for them. They think it's left them behind.
Dramatic
they think
change.
No one cares about them, right? And they just have a different approach to how to fix it. But it's a very similar
They're both
thing.
trying to get to the top of the mountain. They have different paths.
The reality is this. It's very true. And I've seen this, and it's true to an extent. I have people who say on Facebook will post, well, if you don't care that Donald Trump is president, then that just shows your privilege. And maybe that is true. No, but maybe that is true. Okay. You know what? The system works for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
The system's made me a lot of money. The system lets me drive a BMW to work every day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for me it works. Now, it's worked because I've also worked my ass off.
Worked your dick off, yeah.
I went to college. I put myself in front of the right people at the right times. But it works pretty well for me. And you're right. It may not work for others. So, and it obviously works very well for millions and millions of people. Obviously. That's why they're not demanding
That's why there's not. Exactly.
Change, right?
Exactly.
Because even Trump, as a disruptor, he's not really he's just an idiot.
He's an idiot. For the most part, society is the same. For the most part, it's the same.
All that much legislatively.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a lot of
He passed the tax cut. What's his less regulations? What else has he done that's big?
He's like a siren. It's like it's loud and it's flashing and it's doing a lot, but like as long as it's just a siren, like the siren scares a lot.
The one thing that's scary about Trump is the corruption, the fact that the loyalty. You've got to be loyal or you're out. That is scary in government, but that's a little different. But again, maybe they are right. Maybe the system works well for a few, maybe not for a few. I think it works well for a lot of people. But again, man, I just go back to what I was saying earlier, right? You got to take some personal responsibility. Yeah. And, right, the system may not be perfect. Obviously, I don't think it's perfect, but it works pretty darn well. I mean, at least it's worked in my life. It's worked in my parents' life. That's why I have such a strong adherence to capitalism, because it's worked in my life. I mean, I literally have sold financial products, and it's made me a lot of money.
You're living, yeah.
The point where I can drive a fucking SUV, BMW, and be okay, and be pretty damn good, okay?
Playa.
You know what I mean?
Playa.
So I don't know, man.
Let's go out on a positive note. What's the silver lining in all this? Because there's enough death and destruction on every platform. Anyone can do that. It takes a bigger person to. What good will come out of this? Not even politically. What good will? At the very least, we'll all enjoy going back to the gym. Fucking go.
Well, shit, hey, I've been going to the gym, man. I've got my whole. I got a whole gym session here, man. I'll show you here.
I got a Bowflex right there. Yeah.
My parents got. Luckily, they had a bench, and their neighbors threw away a bench, so I could use it. I've got a bar. I went and bought some weights so I could work out.
Yeah.
But the silver lining, ultimately, I think, is that as bad as things can seem, and I'll use the last 3 years as an example, right? Because as bad as a lot of people thought, oh my God, Trump is president, can you believe it? As I just said, plenty of people, me, plenty of my friends are doing just fine. We're getting promotions, we're getting good jobs, we're getting raises.
Lights are on.
Right.
Clean water.
So, as I said on my Facebook status, ultimately, you determine your destiny.
Yeah.
And so, remember that, use that, and wake up every day and remember that every day is a new opportunity, as cliche as it sounds, but it's true, right?
It absolutely is.
To make yourself better, to find better opportunities if you're not happy where you are. And shit, if you're not, reach out to someone, right? If you think you're stuck or if you feel a certain way, don't be afraid to ask for help.
Yeah.
Ask the help, because your situation is clearly not getting any better.
Yeah.
Right? Your situation has not improved from you bitching or from you complaining or from you doing the same thing you've done for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Right? Whether you're in Lima, Peru, or whether you're in Roswell, Georgia, or up in Maryland, right? Yeah. It doesn't matter. And so ultimately you've got to try and just outwork and out hustle and outperform everyone around you. Because if you do that, I promise you will succeed.
Pick up the phone and fucking dial.
Yes.
Pick up the phone.
Get into sales. You don't need a college degree, okay?
Join my cult.
Go get a sales job. Pick up the fucking phone and fucking dial. Take some Addy if it'll make it better for you.
Her pussy was like fucking heroin. Really? I like Bush. Well, you see the thing says that the sides actually did cure cancer. Ernesto Azejo. Thank you, brother.
Dude, always good talking to you.
Let's do another one, and
do it.
Hey, I'll stick by my word. Whoever puts more in renewable energy, they have my vote. I'll eat the humble pie.
I'm gonna look up the plans. I may send you something later. Please. I know what Joe. No, please. I know what Joe.
No, please do. I was being serious.
Inclines to do, but I don't know the exact.
They have my vote. I'll represent what I say. Ernie, love you, buddy. Stay safe.
Love you, man.
Let's do another one. All right. Let's do another one? Yeah?
Yeah, do it.
All right. Perfect. Beautiful.
Yeah, for sure, brother.
All right, brother. Peace. Stay safe.
Background. Every time.
Hey. Motherfuckers gotta know, dude.
You gotta know. They gotta know. Greatest country in the world, without a doubt.
We gotta know. Violently. They need to they will know our ways through they will know our peaceful ways through violence.
That's fine. That is fine. What's going on, brother?
Nothing, man. What's today? 29th?
Today's the 29th. I get my Trump money tomorrow.
I've been waiting for mine.
Dollars.
Trump bucks. Have you seen that meme that it's like It was on like Reddit, on like Black people Twitter. It was the Photoshop Trump tweet. It was like, check your bank account, put a stack in there. Don't forget to holler at your boy in November.
Yeah, I did do that.
Yeah, man. I've realized today, April 29th, 2020, for our future listeners, today's the first day that I've started to get a little bit of cabin fever. I've done a spectacular job at exercising, dieting, sleeping, meditating, and listening to more audiobooks and documentaries than is healthy. I've kept myself insanely busy just so the walls wouldn't close in.
Right.
Today's the first day where I was like, I just feel, and I was like, I need to get the fuck back out into like normal life. And I must admit, it's finally getting to me. I've stood strong for like 7 weeks, but
so we're trying to get back to that normal in Georgia. I mean, right?
Yeah.
We're
yeah,
opening up a lot of restaurants, a lot of already some restaurants, some places already open. Apparently, one of my buddies told me up in Alpharetta, this barbecue place had they were going to let have a capacity of 70 of folks. So it's opening up. It doesn't feel right, to be totally honest, just because people are going to get sick, people are going to die.
Yeah.
But that being said, you can't. I mean, this can't go on forever. I'm over it.
Yeah, it's like what you said the last podcast. What was it? Don't let perfect be the enemy of progress. Yeah, the quarantine was to flatten the curve. It wasn't. If we cannot have 0 cases, it's
impossible.
It'll be 2080, and we'll be like any day now. The point was to avoid a complete over flooding of the healthcare system and just like dying in this, like Italy, where they were literally having to say like, you're too old, you're like, you've lived a good life.
Like, sorry, but it's just the way it is, the way it goes.
Yeah. But yeah, the idea that it's like we're just going to avoid fatalities, it's like, no, there's still going to be a lot of people dying. You good? And there's still going to be people dying, man. It's like, don't get the misconception that like we did the quarantine and now it's like bada bing bada boom, like now it's gone, like old propaganda. We kicked it right in the butt. Like no, there's a lot of people are still going to die, but it's like now it's now you really kind of have to start getting into this like almost detached weighing though. And it's like, now how many lives are we saving versus how many people are unemployed? How many people have committed suicide? How many people have just said, fuck, what is the non-quantifiable value that's going on, Yeah,
I mean, 26 million people unemployed.
It's,
food banks running out of food in like literally within an hour.
Yeah.
The PPP website to apply crashing, within the hour because of the amount of help that people need.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't go on forever. I mean, today the GDP numbers came out, right? The economy shrank 4.8%.
Yeah.
It's almost 5%. And we didn't really start this till the end of March, maybe the middle of March.
Up here in Maryland, it was like first week of March.
Okay.
For
here, I feel like it was around the middle of March when everything kind of shut down.
Yeah,
because it's the South, right?
Fucking Georgia, fuck it, man.
We do.
Leaning fucking.
And we're already reopening.
Yeah,
it was like, all right, a month and a half. That's all we got. Fuck this.
We'll close on. Everyone else is closing on a Thursday. Georgia's like, we'll shut her down on Saturday morning.
Yeah,
but we're opening back up for Sunday.
You're absolutely right. And now we have to.
I love it.
Help those people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way around it because this was a society government-induced recession, right? Obviously for a good reason. Not saying that.
Yeah, I would argue it was definitely a good reason.
Right? We listen to the scientists. That's what I hope any president would do. Listen to the scientists.
And even with that, how many fatalities were there in the U.S.?
Right, almost 60,000. We're at 58,000.
58,000. Yeah. Yeah, and it was. I vividly remember 2
million cases.
Yeah.
Plus.
Yeah, I vividly remember like 2 weeks ago, my mom on the phone with my uncle, who's a physician in Belgium, and they're talking, and they're like, "Yeah, well, luckily it's only at, I checked last night, and we're only at 4,500 deaths, and this was in the morning." And I was like, "No, it's up to 9,000 now." And I was like, "Oh, well, now we're up to 9,000." It was 2 weeks ago. Now it's at 60. Imagine where it would have been if we didn't, like, think of the insane, like, lengths we went to. There's never been anything like this.
Right.
We hit, as Cal so eloquently said, this is fucking insane in the truest sense of me ever saying that phrase. And I was just, he texted that to Kellen and I was like, it is like, this is oh, it's insane, dude. Second snow day. It's like zombie movie shit. Streets are empty. Like, and that's even with that, it's 58,000 deaths. Yeah. I mean,
And it's honestly probably more.
it's probably
A ton
more.
of underreported, and a lot of people,
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, who knows, man? At the end of the day, right? We can't do this forever. Now, the reality also is, the normal, is relative, right? Because we're not going to get back to what we were doing before. Because if not, what will happen is the same thing, and we'll have to quarantine again.
Yeah.
So businesses will have to adhere to some sort of level of, hey, I will cap it at this number, because if we don't, I'm telling you, man, people start getting close, and it's going to happen either way, right?
Yeah.
But if everything goes back to normal, we're gonna have to be right back in this in probably a few months, because the media, the people are going to find it unacceptable that 100,000 people died in the span of a month and a half. When the whole point was because at that point, not only will it be unacceptable, but it will overburden the healthcare systems.
Yeah.
That can't happen. And so there is a compromise on both ends. There has to be.
Yeah.
No, we're going to be right back in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true.
Do you think it's going to be more so like, I think it's probably going to mirror 9/11 in a lot of ways. There's going to be like this like hyper adherence to like regulations and like suggestion for like a couple months, and then it's very quickly going to be, I mean, think about like right after 9/11, it was like, oh my God, like the World Trade Centers are flat, 3,000 people are dead. Like, my dad was flying a lot, like in like the days after, he said like all the planes, like the biggest people, like big, military age guys, studs like yourself and myself, they'd have all of them in the aisles, and some of the guys towards the front, you'd see people, they'd wrap like a blanket or a pillow around their forearm to protect against like a knife. This was like September 12th, 2001, and they'd have them right there. And I was like, all right, if anything happens, I'm just gonna like, they won't stab me, and I'll be. And it's like, now fast forward to 2020, it's like, fuck no, we can't go out tonight because we're flying tomorrow. We can't be hungover. We have to be there an hour early. And it's just like, fucking government, fucking TSA, those motherfuckers. And instead of like, thank God we now have this like infrastructure in place that makes it impossible to do anything to weaponize a plane, versus like right after 9/11, it was like, what can I do? And now we're just like,
Right.
Fuck government overreach, fucking, it's. I think
we sort of talked about last week. If this isn't the time for the federal government to step up, if it isn't now, when in the fuck will it be?
Yeah.
And then what's it good for? I mean, at some point, man, people have to throw their ideology out the window and realize that. And this is something where I think Trump did not do a good job. He could have done so much more. He could have used the Defense Production Act, like he's doing today for the meat plants, which I think I like that move. I don't know why people would pan that. Don't you like meat? I like meat, so I don't want it to run out. I mean, that's what the government's for, okay? So
murderers.
But you know what I mean? So he could have done that to make Ford and make all these companies produce PPE and whatever, ventilators immediately. Because here's a reality. He still should do it, because Fauci's already talked about this. There may be a second wave in the fall. And we may need this equipment. And if we don't do it right now, we're going to regret it in a few months.
Yeah.
Can we not maybe overdo it just in case? I mean, why is that a bad thing in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah.
And the only institution that can do that today is the United States federal government. They have literally the law, like to say, you have to do this.
Yeah. They can unzip their pants and just whack.
So why aren't we doing it?
Yeah. You're right, and it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, we did this, 58,000 people are dead, and everyone's like, we should have fucking done it earlier. Can you imagine if it was only 5,000 dead and everyone said, we
This is
ground the
nothing.
economy to a halt?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, dude, in the parallel universe, there's 5.8 million dead.
Well, and just what you said is so true, right? The models just a few weeks before the quarantine said 2 to 3 million deaths, right?
Yeah.
1% of the U.S. population, that's a significant number.
Yeah.
Instead,
1%.
because of us quarantining, right?
Yeah.
We've only had about 50, which is a lot of people, but it's in a month, right?
Yeah.
But it's 58,000 deaths.
1/60th.
And then and people are saying, "Oh, look how wrong these models."
Yeah.
No, dude, science works.
It's
like, how stupid can you be? Like,
yeah. It's, oh man, I have 6-pack abs now. I guess I didn't need to do this stupid diet. And it's like, no, it's what?
That's such a great analogy.
I could have gone on spring break. I could have. It's like, no, the reason you do have your abs is because you didn't go eat fried chicken and Bud Heavies. Like, it's yeah. I could have partied at college and not gained the freshman 15. And it's like, no, it's you did what? No, what? I didn't get a sunburn. I could have gone outside.
To everything, right? Cause and effect.
Yeah.
If you do something will come of it, right? Whether that's a bad or a good thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's insane to me that people argue this, but you know what? Again, it's just as we talked about last week. It's the America we live in.
Yeah.
People have their own facts, and they're right because how can you trust the system? And they're all a bunch of elitists,
and my side, your side.
It doesn't matter what you say, but again, some things are true and some things are not.
Yeah.
Especially in science and in medicine. This, like, we have demonstrable data, right?
Yeah.
To show. I mean, this is just. I mean, again, if you don't want to see it, it's like you're going, yeah, I don't care. I mean, right?
Yeah.
That's on you. That's not on me. And I will fucking call you out for it. I will call you a fucking idiot because you are a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Hey, watch your language, Ernesto.
Because you know what? But this is just.
Yeah.
Some things are true. Some things are not. There's a lot of things in which you can debate two sides. Politics is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
You cannot tell me. You just don't tell me things that aren't just not true and that have no basis in reality.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't stand that shit. Conspiracy theories blow my mind.
Yes.
They're everywhere.
Well, I love conspiracies, and I always say this. I love conspiracies, but I love them in the same way that I love Harry Potter or like the Marvel movies. I love them because they're fun. I look at conspiracy theories. I look at them. It's almost like Comic-Con or something. It's like I go into conspiracy subreddits because everyone is in character. The thing is they just all legitimately believe it. But I like it because it's like Halloween when everyone's suspending everyone's weird. It's or it's socially acceptable to get up and start drinking at 5 on spring break. I like conspiracies because you can go in there and it's like live action. It's like, oh, cool. But it's the idea that, have you heard some people saying that they don't think coronavirus is real? I don't know anyone that's died.
No, I really haven't. Is that a thing?
I've seen some threads on Reddit. Does anyone actually know anyone that's died from coronavirus?
Dude, those people are trolling.
Yeah, probably.
What do you think?
I might have I probably took that bait.
I mean, if you think about it, come on, dude.
God damn it, I took the bait.
There's literal examples everywhere. You just have to turn the TV on. It's or you don't just go on the internet.
But I don't know them. I don't know them. They're all crisis actors, Ernie.
Oh, like Sandy Hook.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a special one. That's a special kind of
pathetic is that? Look,
that's a special kind of evil to say that's a crisis. Can you imagine losing a child and how painful that already is? Murdered. Not just died of chemo. Murdered. And then to also be accused, it'd be one thing to just be accused of being a crisis actor and you're just Ernie. You're just like, well, fuck you. Why would I do that? It's another thing to have that you're in that grief and then have someone just be like, I know you're on the CIA payroll. I had a guest on who the day after I had on that kid, Logan Shrewsbury, podcast number 16, who survived a school shooting in Colorado. I had a guest on the next day that told me, he was like, you do know that they're all these are just government operations, right? It's the only podcast that I have listed to private because I don't want anyone fucking viewing that, and I'm not going to give them a platform. It's
No, yeah, exactly.
yeah, it's
Why would you? That's
yeah,
insane, dude.
yeah.
I mean, like I said, and this is where the issue of where it gets tricky, right? It's freedom of speech. Now, something to remember, right? Tommy, you own your podcast, so you choose what in the world you put up or not, right?
Yes.
Now, you're not YouTube, right? But those rules still apply.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are YouTube is a private company, not a government-run company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Google, right?
Facebook.
Twitter.
Yeah.
They can choose what content goes on their websites or not. Now, if the government were to classify them as a public utility, which they are not, you could argue they are.
Yeah.
Because they are, more than likely. That's a different story.
Yeah.
But as of right now, today, when people say, oh, freedom of speech is freedom of speech, you realize that applies to the government,
yes,
not to private companies.
Yes.
So if a private company wants to say that they will ban stuff that is factually untrue, they have every right to do so.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But that gives them more fodder to their fire. Oh, we're banned. Why are we banned?
Yeah.
Look at us. What we say must be true. They don't want you to see it.
Yeah.
Come to this cuckoo ass website to see the real truth.
Yeah. We hit a nerve. They're banning us. That's how we know we're over it. So come to this 1999 style website,
How fucking crazy are those people?
graphics and slime green links. Yeah, come to this.
That happens all the time.
Yeah,
and it's insane and it's crazy. But I mean, I don't know, man. To me, I can't. I just don't understand. I get serious about this stuff. I don't know if you know this or not. In 2016, 16, when Hillary was running for president, right? There was this conspiracy that was going on that her and Bill Clinton ran a child, sex ring out of a pizzeria in Washington, D.C. Now, this was like seriously, like
I know a guy went in there and shot up the place.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's
exactly what I was going to say. How dangerous is that, and why
real power?
Defeated?
Now that's real power. It's
right.
One thing if you're just saying bullshit. It's another thing if the guy didn't kill anyone, but it's
and I would even argue it's a form of domestic terrorism.
It's an intel operation, that's for sure. Yeah. Now it comes into the fine line between, well, if I tell you to jump off a bridge and you do, is that on me? I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the fine details are because, some mentally unstable person could just take what you and I said and be like, you're right. I don't know anyone with coronavirus. And now this person goes out and fucking, I don't know, does X, Y, and Z. And next thing you know, Ernesto and Tommy are in court, just sentenced to 31 life sentences. And it's,
right.
I don't know what that is. But yeah, to say that, I just listened to a book called Nuking the Moon by Vince Houghton, who's the curator of the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. And he talked about like the intelligence operations of like the 2016 election. And he brings up Comet Ping Pong Pizza. And he brings up Russian interference. And he's like climate change, science does not care what you believe. It just exists. Whether or not you pay attention to it is on you. He's like, to say that there was not interference in this election, he's like, that's patently false. There was.
That is literally patently false.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
And he's like, but I'm not going to take a side in it. I'm just going to, he's like, as an intelligence historian, like a CIA historian, he was like, what a beautiful operation it was. He was like, I hate that it was done to my country. He's like, but the historian in me is like, damn, what a wonderful operation.
Well, it was well executed, and no one knew about it. And you add to that the fact that it's so easy in the social media sphere to create these fake accounts, to just throw it in there. People start liking, oh my God, you're so right, right? And the next thing you know, this thing blows up. It's not even a real fucking person.
Yeah.
Right? Or it's controlled by some dude in Russia.
Yeah, they don't exist. They were doing things like, one of the things I didn't notice they were doing is they were organizing Blue Lives Matter
protests
Yeah,
right next to Black Lives Matter protests.
on purpose.
Like,
And people
yeah,
went. And people did
yeah,
stuff like that. It's
and
like
it flared up like they wanted to. That was a brilliant.
right.
Yeah, I mean, what a brilliant
And
operation.
Tommy,
Fuck them for doing it, but like, yeah,
here's a worst part of it. It's happening to this day.
it's happening right now.
I promise you.
Today,
Yes,
it is happening right now.
our intelligence community tell us that. They tell us that.
Yeah, yeah, it is happening.
And what have we done about it in Congress? What have we done? What laws have we passed
Yeah,
to try and mitigate that?
yeah.
What does the president of the United States say when he's asked about this?
I don't
And if he says it, what he says is it was Russian interference. Well, I don't know. You don't know that. Could be China. Could be some guy in his basement. No, he says that. I mean, to this day,
yeah. No, he could be a 400-pound hacker. Yeah,
how dangerous is that? Like, think about that for a second. Like, for real, the commander in chief of the United States of America, who understands Trump knows this. He's not stupid. He knows that they're one of our geopolitical rivals, one of the most dangerous countries on the planet.
sure.
That want to break up NATO, that want to bring the world to them, that want to police the Middle East. Instead of being unequivocal and being upfront and tell the American people and look at Putin in the eye and say, this is not, that you're not doing this anymore, you equivocate. You send a message of weakness. If that's not weakness, I don't know what is. That, like, I'm sure the guy in this book talked about it. That is an act of war.
Oh, yeah. It is absolutely an act of
100%.
war. It is.
And the commander in chief of the other country just says, well, I don't know, it could be these other guys.
Yeah. Like some shitty
How
reaction.
fucking crazy is that, dude?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care who you are, bro. I don't care if Barack Obama was doing this, I'd be saying the same goddamn thing.
Yeah.
How fucking crazy can you be? Like, how insane is it? Just and every other person in your government tells you otherwise. But the guy in charge, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. It's, what is the proper?
The message that sends to our intelligence agencies, the message that sends to our partners around the world, the message that sends to Russia and to China, by the way, it's not a good message. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. So your president, what is, because I've thought about that, like, what is the move? Because the immediate is, it's idyllically, it's like, well, we're one nation, we're all on the same side, and it's like, bring down the heavy hands, like, curate it all, destroy what is false. But like everything, interests come in that are not pure. It's like, we may have legitimately wanted to go to Afghanistan to find the motherfucker that leveled the World Trade Center. But it is not mutually exclusive that Dick Cheney, former CEO of Halliburton, won $40 billion of contracts for his company. Like that, they're not mutually exclusive.
Right.
What is the proper move? Because that the power to, we can't let this happen again, so we're bringing down the heavy cyber hand of the NSA to stop it. How much power, how sharp are the teeth that you can put on that power? Because what else might it be used for?
What they say in foreign policy is it's reciprocal, right? Mm-hmm. So what they did to you, you can do up to a reasonable degree, right? Something around those same lines, right? That doesn't mean go nuke, right, Moscow. That would obviously not be proportional. That would be a massive escalation, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. But like I said, something must be done. I'm not going to say that the CIA is sitting back there not doing anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm sure they're doing something. I mean, these guys are professionals, regardless of who's president, right? And they make the recommendations to the president to act on those things. But again, I am sure that more can be done. And I can just tell you that because of his reaction and the way he obviously doesn't care. Why? Yeah. I don't think there's a dark. I don't think he's a Russian agent. That's absurd. I think it goes deeper. It goes into him. he's a deeply insecure man. It's very obvious. I
Mm.
mean, you can just
Absolutely.
tell. When people,
1,000%.
when people,
1,000%.
I mean, ooh, you get those faces, and I can't believe. So it's just you know someone. Everyone knows someone's insecure. Okay,
Yeah.
and we've all been insecure at some point in our lives, and we know how we act. I mean, this isn't right. No one's perfect. So I think what he thinks is that the Russia interference delegitimizes his election
His win
because he's saying, oh, I didn't win. Basically, goes to the core of I am not
of
a
Iden.
duly right. I didn't win because of right.
Yeah.
You're saying that I had to get help to get this.
Yeah.
Where the way he looks at it, and it's right. He goes in against 16 Republican candidates, governors, senators, businessmen, and he beat them all. And then he goes up against Hillary Clinton, who was probably one of the most formidable candidates in terms of just intelligent, in terms of knowing policy,
Experience.
in terms of being, she was so experienced to be, right, former Secretary of State, former White House lady, fucking former senator from New York. I mean, she has extensive experience.
Yeah.
And she beat her. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So to him, he's like, look at me, I'm a fucking badass. Look what I did.
Yeah, look at me.
Right?
Yeah, I just won the Super
Well,
yeah, and you're saying
right.
Deflategate. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Whatever the circumstances of how you won it, and that's what Bot eats at him. He's like, people want to question the nature of how I won, but I won.
Yeah.
And so, but that's a shame. And that, again, goes to why he's unfit for office.
Mhm.
Because if you're letting your emotions get in the way of literally foreign policy that is literally life and death, right, situations of the United States of America,
yeah,
and you're letting that get in the way of you just saying those words, don't believe them. Just fucking say them.
Mm.
Yeah, it was Russia. They should never do it again. We're going to go after him for whatever. That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
You really don't want to get into it.
Yeah.
But say fucking something, man.
Yeah, because that is a threat to national security, to
100%.
have to just know that you can press buttons, not I mean literally, but I mean like personality, like, you know, when you're just
right.
For whatever reason, you know, you're just trying to piss off the substitute teacher, your babysitter, whatever. You just know which buttons to press. That in itself is like, shit, man. You don't need to have a Russian agent. You don't need to have a Manchurian candidate. You just gotta know which buttons to press.
Could give you 20 ways in which to control that person, right? A good intelligence agent who you can tell the pain points, you can tell how insecure. You just gotta butter this guy up. And it's so true. When you butter Trump up, he loves you.
Yeah.
When he talks, think about it. Even when he talks about the media, listen to what he says, right? The media is so unfair to me. To me, it's always about me.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. That's like, and that's what's so insane about this guy being. And I don't mean to sound so negative, but it's just I don't know how else to put it. Like it's just
no. I mean, no. I'm as someone that leans more right. I'm agreeing with everything you say. Yeah, no, it's not just some orange man bad thing. It's he's
right,
dude. It's man. It's and it's Stretch. I go back to I think about the Nixon theory, his madman theory, where he, Kissinger, and maybe McNamara, and they were like, we need the Vietnamese to think that you, McNamara and Kissinger, don't have complete control of me. We need them to think that you guys are like, we don't want to nuke Vietnam. We want to keep nuclear weapons out of Vietnam. But I mean, we just don't know what Nixon's going to do. And that was a whole idea. If we did that and the Russians or the Soviets found out, they would, because we knew by proxy they're supporting the North.
Sure. They
would pull back because they go, okay, this isn't even America. This is Nixon's. It's the madman.
Sure. There's a method to the madness is what you're trying to get at.
Yeah. Whether or not it worked, I don't think it did. Maybe it did. Who knows? Probably wouldn't know if it did. I think Trump employs the madman theory to a degree. I mean, because you just don't know what the fuck you're going to do next. But I don't think it can explain everything. I think that's
what I mean.
I think sometimes, there's definitely an edge to being.
You know what I mean? And it isn't that hard to just figure out. Like I said, it's not about giving the guy darker motives. I don't think he's this bad guy who. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, yeah. Has he done great stuff in his life? No, but who
Yeah.
has, right? A
Yeah.
lot of people are the way he
Yeah.
is. When you have a lot of money and you're rich, and
Yeah.
it's just the way
Yeah.
America is,
Yeah.
man. I hate to tell you, but
Yeah, it's, hey man,
all these guys. I mean, it's fucked up, but all
but
these
it
guys
is,
do it.
but it is what it
I
is.
mean,
Yeah.
right? It's the reality of the world. So
What guy doesn't have $1 billion and acts like a douchebag? I mean,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So I think it's just he's deeply insecure. He's always wanted to be liked, and so and again, this is the biggest thing he's done in his entire life. He's the president of the United States.
It's the cream. Yeah, it's the ultimate CEO.
So it's to him something that it's extreme pride. That's why he always talks the best and the best, and he is
That's
right.
the grandest.
It's his administration.
Yeah, he always
right?
he always,
Now that can get a little.
What?
It can get a little overzealous when he talks about the economy, right? I mean, he was talking about the economy. Oh, we created, my administration created the greatest economy in the world. Hold on, you're a Republican. Don't you believe in free enterprise? You say the government?
That's a we.
I don't think he means it like that. You know what I mean? I think he's just like it's about the me.
Yeah.
Donald Trump in charge.
Yeah.
Did this, right? And that's why he doesn't fit in all these little boxes, because it's about him always. Yeah. It's about what is good for Trump. And if it looks bad, why are you so unfair to me?
Yeah.
I'm doing the best job I possibly can.
I mean, how quickly, like a fucking revolving door in the truest sense. How quickly do people come in and out of his administration? You served me, you critiqued me, off with the head. And it's like you said, I think there's some theory, not theorem, it's some principle, but it's don't attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence or stupidity. It's like if someone's doing something, it doesn't necessarily mean there's this Machiavellian, you got all the strings, and it's like it might just be he's insecure. It might just be he has tissue thin skin.
Right, exactly. Right? It was. It's so obvious. I mean, remember in the Republican debates, they were shut over me, he'd just go. He couldn't contain it. Like, you know what I mean? Like he couldn't hold it in.
It's almost like it's
so palpable. Like you could just tell it eats at him.
It's almost Kardashian like, right? It's almost
perfect president for America, though, right?
We made our own beds and we're sleeping in it. That's the truth. It's like that's one thing I think I've thought about is like, is anyone really surprised that like it was only a matter of time, like in the nation of like McDonald's and like supersized trucks and like
Donald Trump is a known person, dude. It's very well known.
We all try to well, he's not the best, and it's like, dude, we're sleeping in our own bed. The fake tan, gold comb over, third wife, multi-billionaire,
the long time magical
beauty pageants, literally you're fired. The Apprentice, the ultimate, this is just The Apprentice, but it's just he's not breaking character. He's not,
cable reality star, and that's why when he's the president of the United States, tweets about the ratings of the coronavirus. Where it's like, why are you talking about ratings? Why are you talking about the people that are dying? What you doing to help? Like, who cares about the ratings, dude?
Yeah,
you're the president. You're not on fucking reality TV.
Military parade. It's I mean, and dude, look at all of his. I mean, even as someone that loves skyscrapers, always have since I was little. That's one thing I always just remember was like reading about all these towers when you'd see like Trump Tower, Trump World Tower, Trump. But I was always like, man, I love skyscrapers. But I was like, I literally remember thinking this as like a 14-year-old. I was like, why does he always have to have his name in like 3-story letters? There'd be these beautiful skyscrapers, just like these magnificent, that's so cool. And then it'd just be like, I mean, each letter would be like 65 feet tall and like backlit with 1,000 neon lights. TRUMP. It's just like, really?
I bet you if he could put that on the White House, he would. I bet you if he could, he so would.
I guarantee you. Dude, what is his library going to be like? His presidential library? That is going to be. That is going to be insane. He's
How to
probably
shake the world up.
yeah. That is he's going to put
Just
that.
shake it up.
He's going to
Lean
put
in.
yeah.
I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
Who knows, man?
If there was ever a guy that would at least test the waters to see if a third term was possible, it's him.
Yeah, but
If
he'd be
there's
too old, probably. But yeah, he would. Well, he already says stuff like that, right? He's like,
Yeah.
he
tweeted
maybe
Trump
after
2024. Did you not see that like a month ago? He tweeted Trump 2024.
He had he retweeted it was like a video lapse that went all the way to like 2062 or something. It was like Trump this, Trump that, and it's like at that point he's just trolling because obviously he's like
at that point he's trolling.
77 years old. Like he's not like
130. Yeah.
He's gonna die in at least the next 20 years, right? Like
Yeah.
no way he's gonna be like
Yeah.
So
if there's anyone that would, I don't think any president is dumb enough to try to do, because that's just like that is one beautiful thing about our completely polarized country, is that it's almost a check and balance on like its own self, because even at the upper crust of the elites, if someone tried to run for a third term, the other elites who are supposedly all in on it together would be like, fuck you, it's my turn. So it almost does protect itself, and that you have all these massive egos who are like, it's my turn on the throne.
I don't
That
know.
being said,
I'm not very confident. I'm
that
going to
being
tell you
said-
something, dude.
that
I
being
have seen the Republican Party go from a fiscally conservative party with Christian values to electing Donald Trump.
Didn't he just propose a $2 trillion infrastructure bill?
We talked about this. He just oversaw the highest spending and debt by any president. I mean, he's added more deficits in peacetime. Right, we're up to now what, $23 trillion in debt. Weren't Republicans all about cutting spending, especially in the good times, especially when we're booming? Instead, we spent a lot of money, which we went and cut taxes by trillions of dollars to folks who never asked for it and didn't need it, and it blew up our deficit. Remember this.
Yeah.
When Donald Trump became president, the federal deficit was about $480 billion. It had been over half from the height of the Obama administration in 2009, about $1 trillion. Right? So we went from $1 trillion to 480. Now we're up over $1 trillion.
We're at
because of what?
Deficit.
Yes, every
I didn't know that. Jesus.
Yes. Dude, he
$600 what's his ranking versus total debt added? He's gonna pass Obama.
He will break it if he does 8 years of it. Yeah, he will.
He'll pass.
Not over 4, but over 8 he will. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't ever get brought up.
Why? Because your guy's in charge. It doesn't matter, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, my guy is X, Y, Z.
You would think that there would be a balance, and I hope to God there will be. But the way America feels today, I don't fucking know, dude. I'm telling you, dude.
I thought about this last.
As crazy as it sounds, we already talk about elections not counting. Look at Stacey Abrams here in Georgia. Look at even what Trump was saying before he was losing, right? Oh, people, even after he won, 3 million people voted illegally. What? Where's your proof? That's an extraordinary claim. You can't just say that. Like 1% of Americans literally voting for, like, just illegally. How does that happen? Who lets that happen?
Yeah, where's the numbers?
Like, so what I mean by that is we're already pecking at those things about elections, and it's not right.
You thought were unchangeable.
And some people on the left say, Trump is an illegitimate president because of this whole Russia thing. That pecks at the little by little.
Comes back at you.
At that institution. One day someone will just go, why not? We'll pass a law. Who cares about the Constitution? It's too hard.
They've just been.
We'll just pass the law, and it's okay. And if they have the majority, they'll do it. They'll do it, man.
Dude, it's like bringing liquor into the dorms. It's like you just keep testing the waters till finally, it's March of your freshman year rolls around, and you already know who you can. Oh no, that guy's an ass. He can't come in. That guy doesn't give a fuck. You and 10 friends come in. It doesn't matter. You got a double bag full of fucking McCormick's. It's that's what I was saying. Is like I could see him as a joke, dipping a toe in and being like, imagine if I ran for a third term. just putting a finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
I was just kidding. I'm a troll. Okay, he's just a troll. You know, maybe mask it in 2060, 2070. Oh, he's just a troll. What happens when a lot of people are like, I wouldn't mind.
Why not? He's the best president we ever done had. He brought us back from a pandemic. He brought the economy everywhere. Why not?
Yeah, it's time for change. It's time, that is, yeah, man.
It doesn't feel like that's far from happening.
It does not.
You know what I
That's
mean?
why I'm saying it doesn't.
Both, it's not Republicans only or Democrats. No, it's both parties do this. Man.
Yeah.
And like neither party is like scaling it back. Like there's not people talking about this, and and I don't know. And if you don't do it, eventually someone will try. Someone who's smarter than Trump. Someone who actually cares about politics and policy, and he actually wants to see a super liberal left America put in, or a super right conservative. Someone who actually has real political goals. Because Trump is just, you know what I mean?
He's reactionary.
He cares, obviously.
He's
very reactionary again, where he's all about the me, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't care about advancing right-wing policies. He
no.
doesn't care.
I think that's just the vessel he's using.
Right.
He put his finger in the air and said, Obama administration's coming to an end. This is the car I should get in.
Well, a lot of people think the reason why he ran is because Obama shat on him in the 2015 White House Correspondents'. Apparently,
I wouldn't say that's untrue.
Talking about how mad he was and how he was like, you know what, I'm going to go prove him wrong. I'm going to run for president and prove Trump, right?
Because how dare you shit on my name? Yeah, and now he did. It's almost like South Park. Now he did it, and he got in, and he was like, I wasn't fucking planning this at all. I think Rogan said that. He's like, I don't think Trump had any intention or expectation of winning. He was just like, what? He beat out some other governors, and because he didn't give a fuck, it came across as confidence. But the reality is he just didn't give a shit.
There were a lot of reports that he was actually planning on opening up his own news network.
Yeah.
And if you read his tweets, he's still talking about it. We need an alternative to Fox News, right? Now they're being soft. It's like, no, dude, they're telling the truth.
Yeah.
Like, Chris Wallace is a good reporter.
Yeah.
Sunday morning, Chris Wallace. That's what he does. He talks and he tries to get to the truth.
Yeah.
Both Democrats and Republicans. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not the truth, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. If anyone would tiptoe us in that direction. I mean, can't you see him pulling out like an FDR comparison?
Yeah.
Yeah. He did it.
Sure.
He was a wartime president. I'm basically a wartime president. Yeah.
But it just doesn't feel like it's a long way. I mean, it sounds a little kooky, but it doesn't feel.
I feel like
it may not be Trump, right? That's what we mean. Again, it's about where we're going, right?
Yeah.
If we continue chipping at the foundation of one of the most vital parts of democracy, and if you continue saying, well, he didn't win the right way, and this guy didn't win the right way, and this and that, someone's going to try and do something with that eventually and run with it.
And he's already kind of dipping his toe in with mail-in votes.
Right, which is insane.
Wrought with fraud. Or ballot harvesting. I mean, but it's like, what happens if he wins? Was it fraud? I've always said mail-in voting is the way to go. Like, what is it? I don't know. Is it?
Well, he said that people shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's saying we shouldn't do it. So what if he wins from it?
Yeah, he votes by.
It's like
seriously, like
I know. It's like the Supreme Court ruling by mail-in consensus that there should be no mail-in voting. The Supreme Court ruled on that via mail.
It's like how, dude. It's
like us shitting on Zoom via Zoom.
Right.
I
mean, it's just, but think of the brain lapses he has to do to get there.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, like, how does he justify his
mental gymnastics?
Right. I mean, it's just like, what? Like, but you do it. Yeah, but mine's different. What? Why? Like, because I'm Trump.
Yeah. Because I'm the greatest there's ever been. Yeah, dude.
Because I'm your great president.
Because I'm the greatest. It's just, I'm the greatest, the best, the bigliest. It's
so funny.
Dude, I don't know, man. I think it comes down to, I think you're right. I don't think it's malevolence. I think it's a general incompetence, as well as what I think is that the absolute core is I don't think he's incompetent. I don't, regardless of bankruptcy, I don't think you become a billionaire real developer in New York City. I'm not saying you're not scum. You're not stupid. Because if you're stupid, then what am I?
Right.
I think it's a general don't give a fuck. It's like when it's like if you can drop your lowest test grade and you already have an A going into the final, you go in just like not giving a fuck at all because there's zero stress. And you sometimes you knock it out of the park just because you're just, you're whatever, you got beer in your backpack. As soon as you get out of here, it's Christmas break, it's whatever. You go in and then sometimes you get like an A and you're like, oh fuck, look at that. And it's because you just didn't care. I don't know if that is, I kind of think of that. I just think about that. And I'm like, that is what I think it is. I don't think it's malevolence. I don't think it's stupidity. I think it's just, I think he truly doesn't give a fuck. I just think he truly doesn't give a fuck. I think he's going to dance around anything that ever happens ever. I win, wasn't expecting this, whatever, let's roll with it. I lose, whatever, fake news, starting now, Trump News Network, starting January 2024 or January 2021, right?
Because he'll still be relevant. I mean, if you think about it,
he doesn't give a fuck.
If Trump loses, right? If Trump loses in the fall, there will still be 50 million people, 55 million people who voted for him, who will listen, a lot of them, to whatever he has to say.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be up there competing against whoever the next president is, right? They can come out and then he tweets something, and the media's going to cover it because he was just president and he lost.
Yeah.
So he's still relevant. I mean, right? And you think about it, we've never had something like, if he loses, it's going to be very toxic, for real. Because he's still going to be there. He's still going to tweet. He's going to be angry.
Insane.
He's going to be angry.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of influence with millions of people. So what he says and how he says it is, he's got to be careful. I'm telling you, man.
He's going to go out.
And I don't think he's going to give a shit.
I think he's going to go out with a flamethrower.
I agree.
Yeah, he's not going to give a shit. It's, it
wouldn't surprise me if he lost and he wouldn't attend the inauguration of the new president. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
Which has never happened, I think, ever in the history of this country.
Yeah. Yeah. He wouldn't go to the inauguration. No, he would not go at all. And he
has to be there. Well, he doesn't have to be there, I guess. But yeah, it would be crazy.
I'm the president. I don't have to. Yeah, he would.
Well, at noon it ends. January 20th noon. So he's like, okay, whatever.
I think he would start doing crazier and crazier shit. I think he would start broadcasting live from different nuclear bunkers.
Yeah, whichever way you look at it. I mean, dude, we're in for a few.
Whatever happens, it's fucking buckle up, man, because coronavirus ain't shit. This is just the beginning.
We are full circle.
Yeah. Jesus fuck, but it's true. It's true. How long can you talk for? I don't want to keep you because I don't have anything to do, but I don't want to.
Actually, I'm starving. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't had
starving.
Dinner.
You wanna call it?
So I do want to eat.
Yeah.
Let's call it a day.
I haven't eaten all day. Yeah.
But you need to eat, dude. You need something.
Yeah,
I've had 2 meals.
Yeah.
I'm hungry now.
I'm the best. My metabolism's the best. Everyone knows it, dude.
I've got the best one.
I have 2. I have 2. Most people only have 1. I have 2.
Most people don't know that.
Most people don't know that. I have a backup.
And everyone agrees with me.
Everyone agrees with me. I have a contingency plan. My DNA is made of.
Always does this.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. So Jeb is a mess. Jeb is a weak, lying mess. Low energy. Jeb said he would moon.
Sleepy Joe.
That's an actual quote from Trump at the debates with him. Jeb said he would moon everyone. Nasty guy. He's saying that Jeb would. What kind of an accusation is that? You're running for
nasty
president. Guy. He said he would moon everybody. He said he would pull his pants down and show his butt.
Remember he was like,
moon, everybody.
remember he was talking about like his hands of his feet or something, or his hands, and he was like, and believe me, there's no problem down there.
Oh,
He's like, got big hands.
oh, yeah. Said that if I have small hands, that means something else. Let me say, trust me, there's no problem down there. This dude's fucking. He's saying, "Fuck you, I got pipe." Like,
I know, it's so funny, dude. That cracks me up. It's funny. I mean, it's ridiculous.
At a certain point, you just have to step back and go. The universe has a sense of humor, man. Whoever wrote the script is a great writer because it's fucking hilarious.
That's for damn
Jesus
sure.
Christ. Ernesto Isaiah, I will let you go eat some food. I'm gonna eat some food too. Let's definitely do another one. I like this. I like the short podcast. We come in, go high.
Yeah,
energy.
we can do whatever,
dude. Let's do another short one sometime.
That's true.
I like that. You come in high energy and then you blaze it and burn it the fuck down, and like Trump, come in. Yeah, come in fast. I don't give a shit. There's no need to stay. There's no longevity. There's no need to lay down foundations for the future because it's all now. I like.
So fun.
That's what you and I are gonna start doing. We're gonna start doing Trump casts. That's what I won't name it that, but yeah. All right, Ernie.
We can name it that. That's fine.
Yeah, Trump casts. All right, Trump in the most derogatory way. Trump casts. Despite everyone listening, despite everything Ernie and I said, of course, this is still the best nation on the planet, and I love everything about it for all of its flaws. I love everything about it.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my schedule. Pick a day in May, and
send it, brother.
Yeah, let's do another one. Go get some food, Ernie. God bless, brother.
All right, man.
Peace.
You go, bro.
Stay safe.
All right.
So, it has come to this, Ernie. I don't know why I wanted to say that. TPC 141, my buddy Ernesto Azejo. Dude, I started working at a liquor store, and I was telling stories about. Like one of my friends was like, "Man, who's your guest tonight?" He's like, "Oh man, it's my buddy Ernie." He was like, "Who's Ernie?" And I was just thinking, like, as I'm looking at all this liquor, and it was just like flashbacks of just like chugging lukewarm McCormick's. Playing Nintendo.
I mean, I was so poor, right?
Dude,
so I had
dude, we were just chugging that, listening to the Mark, Tom, and Travis show. Just, you know what? Maybe we don't need to tell those stories. Huh? Fucking brilliant, yeah, dude. I like your poster in the background, American flag with Obama. Dude, there's
I went a while ago. I actually didn't have it up for the longest time, and then I just kind of put it up.
I like it.
It's not been there for probably 6 months.
I like it, dude. But, Ernie. Everyone listen, Ernesto Azejo, my buddy from Valdosta, Georgia, and friend of 10 years. What the fuck's going on in the world, Ernie? Is COVID coming back?
It is. It looks like it already is. The good thing is, though, right, that the death rate is low.
Sorry.
So that's good. But, I mean, cases are exploding. Georgia, I mean, now you've got basically every single, major grocery store mandating masks. I got my damn gym mandating masks, man.
Fuck that.
I go to the gym last Tuesday. I just gone Monday. No issues. There you go. Sweet boy.
Crown Royal.
I like that.
Yeah, my mom made it. It's pretty cute, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is very cute.
But yeah, and then I had to, I wasn't expecting it. I usually run before I lift. And so.
No, not anymore.
I'm like, I'm not running in a mask. I'm sorry, that's not happening.
No,
what?
Can't fucking breathe, dude.
I can't fucking, that makes no sense. I'm sorry. I'll lift in a mask. It sucks, but I can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
But a run, that's a consistent, I can't.
Dude, I can't even stock shelves in a mask.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah, exactly. So it's, looks like it's back. My parents got it.
Oh, shit.
And luckily they're both fine. They both recovered.
Fuck.
No issues. It took a bit, but they got the first negative test today back after about 3 weeks, or a month actually now.
Jesus.
So that's good. So yeah, man, I think it's back. I think it's going to be, I don't know how we're going to, I hope we can do it, but I think there's going to be a lot of roadblocks to football.
Yeah.
So let's see, man.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, dude. So I guess apparently it's getting harder for I've been working for 3 days, and now, Ernie, I'm a liquor expert. I'm a fucking douchebag.
Yeah.
But apparently it's like there's like less and less shit available from distributors. Like there's like aluminum shortages and stuff. And
Why? From COVID?
it just, I mean, all manufacturing, just in general. It just in manufacturing is just, everything is being scaled down. It has been for several months now. And I guess it's just now starting to like hit, yeah. And I was thinking, man, second people can't buy booze anymore. That's fuck unemployment, all right, whatever. Fuck March Madness. You can't buy booze. Nah, man.
That's an
That's
issue.
game over. That is
That's
game.
an issue.
Because right now it's like, all right, we can't work it, but whatever. Let's day drink. You know, like what happens when that's gone, man?
So I'm actually, I'm working from home this week, so
That's insurrection.
which is really nice.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. But so I feel you, dude. I mean, yeah, that would suck if I couldn't have like a drink when I wanted to have a drink.
It's coming, Ernie.
That's why maybe I'm gonna go stockpile maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe that's a good idea.
It is, dude. Maybe, man. I'll give you the coordinates. I'll tell you when the liquor trucks are coming. We can ambush it. Ernie.
And you gotta send me a Carmelo mask.
And a what? A Corona mask? Yeah, dude. People come in and they're like, "Oh, that's cool," and they're buying. I'm like, "Hey, man, buy a bottle of Corona. It comes with it, or not Corona, Crown, and it comes with it." Really? I'm like, "No, you dipshit. You gotta fucking take the. God damn it!" But
People are gullible, man. They want to believe.
dude, yeah, man. I don't know. I was thinking, man, it's like a weird like social conditioning. And I'm not saying this in some sort of like, oh, it's the new norm, like sheeple. No. I'm just like, what an odd thing that like at first it's like so odd. We're all wearing masks. And now when someone comes in and it's like, gotta have your ID, but it's like, sir, could you put your mask on? And it's like a weird, I was just thinking like how quickly it just, imagine a year ago. Just go back to a year ago. Everyone's just walking around in masks. What the fuck? But now it's just, hey man, please put your mask on.
So it's the new reality. You know what I mean? I mean, I hear you. It's obnoxious.
It
I
is,
hate
but
it.
at the same time, like there's like 130,000 people dead. Like, you know,
Right.
we're listening to
Right.
Stacy's
So-
mom, and like, dude, that singer, Fountains of Wayne, that guy died a couple months ago from COVID.
I didn't know that actually.
Like, it's real. Like, it's not like, oh, it's COVID. It's like, no, people are dying, man. Like, people are fucking dying.
Dude, it's it's wild. I mean, it's wild. But I mean, I think like it's weird what we're doing in Georgia, you know? It's like we're reopening. It's like the governor is out there suing cities and municipalities for making a law that they have every right to do.
I don't know anything about this. Please inform me and the
So-
listeners.
Governor Kemp down here in Georgia is suing the city of Atlanta and has put out an order that says that no city, no municipality, no one can enforce a mask ban in the state of Georgia other than the governor.
A mask
So
mandate.
if the city of Atlanta wants to make its residents wear masks, they're not allowed.
Okay.
Which I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense, you know.
I think it's just power struggles, man.
And now he's actually suing Atlanta so that they don't do so. I guess I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The point is, it's
What is
like you
the
said,
move? What is the move? Like how is this? How is this? I mean, as Bill Burr said on Joe Rogan, really, we're gonna do this? Me with no medical degree, you and I are sitting here, neither with medical degrees or degrees in any sort of epidemiology. But fuck it, you and I are the new heads of the CDC. How is this dealt with? How do you toe the line between like, is that government overreach versus like, dude, it's a fucking global pandemic? Like,
well, it's a pandemic, so it's like, I mean, for me, it's very simple, right? You don't have life, you don't have liberty.
yeah.
So, I mean, right?
Yeah, dude, I'm listening. I just finished a hydrogen bomb book, and that was literally, they're like, well, if we built a hydrogen bomb, that's not what America's built on, because with atomic bombs, you can use them tactically. With hydrogen bombs, those are built in with extermination. And Truman said something like, if we don't have this, and someone else does have this, it won't matter what we were founded on. Because we will be a cloud of ionized gas. Like,
Exactly.
it's without life, you can't have liberty.
No, but yeah, exactly. I mean, it's true, though, man. I mean, you want your life, how are you going to be free if you're, up with Jesus or Allah, or whatever you want to believe?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I guess it's easy because, like all of my grandparents have passed away. I mean, my parents are in their 60s, but, like, I don't know. It's easier for me to be like, yeah, man, just let it run through society because, like, I don't have any, like, super old people in my family. But it's also incredibly, like, douchey and self-centered. If my grandma was still alive and she'd be, like, 88 now, I'd be out there, like, beating people with a pipe who weren't wearing a mask. It's like a weird, It's, or if your parents had died, I'd be like, my buddy Ernie's parents died. I'd be out there with brass knuckles. But because that hasn't touched home, I'm more of like, man, this is fucking stupid.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. It's just you want to be over it because it's like, damn, it's been going on for so long. It's been going on for basically 6 months, maybe not really 5 months.
March, first week in March.
So
at least
it's crazy, man. It really is, but. I mean, we got some good news on vaccines, so that's good, right? There's some good. Yes, we have. We've got some results. The Oxford vaccine I read about today looks like it's just making progress. There's like one vaccine. Let me see if I can find the.
I didn't know that.
I'm able to find it, but there's some vaccine right now that basically is just making tremendously. It's good, just making headway, and
fuck yeah.
So it's good. So maybe the next, half year, maybe a year, we'll have something. Because it's absolutely wild. I mean, my parents got it. They've been sitting at home for basically a month, and they were sick. I mean, they were pretty sick. Now, luckily, they never, they never had any breathing issues. So that's good. My dad got over it fairly quickly, 2 weeks, and he was 62, and he's back at it,
just powering through it. Yeah, it's
back at it.
It's. Yeah, I guess there's really, I don't know, like, again, like, as someone with no medical degree in this, fuck that, let's go on to something more interesting. What do you think about all those Department of Homeland Security, like, masked soldiers in Seattle? Have you seen that?
Yeah, that's absolutely wild.
What the fuck is going on with that, man? It's, I mean, as always, there's some good meme content, but I understand that there was more to life than meme content. So, like, what all is going on? The only thing I saw was, like, masked guys, no insignia, allegedly with the Department of Homeland Security, and been arresting people. Some people are saying they're being arrested and just people are kind of like disappearing. And that was a thing signed in the National Defense Authorization Act. I think the first one was 2006, extended in 2012. It was very quiet. I remember writing a thing about it in high school and writing another paper about it in college about like you can be detained indefinitely without like any notification to your family. Is that finally being used?
Yeah.
NDAA 2012, is that finally being used? What is going on? Or is this just a way, is this just some, I don't know, government
the reality is the federal government has those powers because you just said it. The Congress gave them those powers.
National Defense Authorization
Act. They have them, right?
Yeah.
Have they used them? I mean, I don't think this is the first time this has ever happened, right? I don't want to be like incendiary. I really don't think it is.
Yeah.
It happened too during the Obama years a little bit. But I say that, but what I don't think has happened, which is different this time, is that you have these men, out there actually confiscating people, human beings. Right?
Yeah, it's not hidden. It's not clandestine. It's out in the open. I said it's not hidden. It's not like it's probably been used before, but how would you know? Because whoever was taken wouldn't.
DHS out there saying, we have the authority to do what we have the authority to do. We don't need any permission from any governor or from and I mean he's right to an extent, but you know what? He's definitely right. He's 100% right.
I mean, if he has,
so this should wake people up, and this should get you to speak to your Congress, your congressional representatives, and say, "Hey, listen, this is not okay. This should not be happening." Right? I don't think anyone is okay with this. I mean,
But who's actually see like someone like you, politically educated and vocal and active, versus for every one of you, there's 99 assholes like me that's like, call your representative, and then it's just like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna go jerk off. Like I'm just gonna type a mad Reddit comment and be like, rah, 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 rah. We the people, rah, 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 but not actually do anything. Do you think anything is actually gonna happen, or is this some precedent? Is this gonna be?
Wow. Honestly, man, I'm done making predictions because I've been so wrong.
Everyone's been
So
wrong,
many
man.
times.
I am.
No, I know, I get it.
There are multiple
That's what I'm
videos of
saying.
me on here
Well,
saying, yeah.
Why continue to be wrong? You know what I mean?
I don't know. Room for humility, growth. Dude, there were multiple episodes on here back in January, me being like, man, coronavirus, that's just the flu. Trust me, I have a biology degree. Jesus Christ, man. Fucking ate a big old bag of humble pie. Sucked a bag of humble dicks, dude. Woo! But
it's funny. No, but no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man. It's all fucked.
It is.
It feels like everything's just breaking. Have you watched? You know what I mean? It feels like everything's just.
It's just kind of. Yeah, it's like the last week of school, and like you've already taken your finals, and it's like, but you still got to show up because of like some weird attendance thing. But like you don't really give a fuck. You're just. It's It's like the last week of school, like before like spring break or like summer. You know how it just kind of starts disintegrating. Yeah. It's just everyone's checked out. The professor's checked out. Like, the windows are open. It's like 80 degrees, and it's like, fucking do whatever. It's you got a lab thing. No open to but whatever. Like girls are in bikinis. It's just like But it's that in like the worst possible way, not in like summer. It's just like pandemics. Fuck it, whatever.
The crazy part of it is that it goes on forever. It never stops. Life.
2012 doesn't stop. You're not 2012. 2020. It's not slowing down. Like it's. Do you think 2020 is going to be like next year? It's going to be like, hey, remember when 2020 was the worst of our problems? Or do you think 2020 is going to be like, that was a weird year? Do you think it's going to be like looking back to like your face just now?
I mean, dude, who knows, man? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it'll be weird. I don't think this is a new normal. I don't think other people think you're going to wear masks for a long time.
Mm-hmm. No,
we're going to have to.
We'll get a vaccine.
But, I mean, I think it'll maybe be another year, which is a long time.
Yeah. But, I mean, like, the grand scheme, like, you look back and people are like, I mean, I've heard it, like, ironically, like, on podcasts lately, like, man, how weird must it have been in, like, the 60s and 70s, country's so divided, there's a war no one supports, it seems like society is breaking down, violence, racial, like, tensions, race riots. Just thinking, like, I don't know, man, like, we're getting a pretty good taste of that right now. Like, country seems to be crazier than ever.
Hopefully it's not a dang decade.
Yeah, but even if it is this something that we eventually look back on, like, man, 60s and 70s, that was, honey, don't worry, I survived the 60s. Like, you always see those ladies, like, you'll be fine. Is this going to be like, man, I grew up in, like, the 20s. Like, oh, fuck. Dude, Bob's grandpa grew up in 2020, man. Like, they said it was nuts. Like, is that what it is? Probably. This roaring 20s. Which is like,
I'll tell you, for up here in Roswell, nobody gives a shit. People are going out and having a good time.
You wouldn't know there's a fucking virus, man.
You would have no idea that there's a virus, nor would you have any idea there's any racial animus anywhere.
No. We're talking about that today. We're talking about that today.
Everyone's just getting fucked up, having a good time, fucking, drinking.
Yeah. You know what I've seen? The great equalizer, man? White people, fucking skinheads, black guys with dreads, Hispanics. Dude, you know what they're all doing? They're all coming in just buying a ton of fucking alcohol. Hey, we're here for a good time, not a long time. It's just like... Yeah, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know at all that there's some racial animal. It's just
not, dude.
No.
On a Monday night, I'm brought to you courtesy of Dasani.
Sponsored by Dasani. No, dude. It's just a bunch of chicks in bikinis with huge kids buying alcohol.
Delicious.
Yeah, it's
no,
yeah.
Like it.
No,
but alcohol is just as good.
It's fucking fantastic. But
yeah, so it's what's going on in Seattle's a mess. It shouldn't happen. Congress should do something about it. But the reality is that the U.S. Senate is controlled by Republicans, and they're not going to go defy the President of the United States when he is losing by about 15 points 4 months before election. It's not going to happen.
Who's winning, Ernie? Who's winning?
I mean, I think Joe.
You think so?
But who knows?
Dude, I don't fucking care. Go for it.
If I was a betting man, and I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I'll put my money on Joe Biden.
Okay, I'll vote.
And I'll tell you,
I'll bet with you.
And Trump saying what you expect him to say. Exactly what happened last time. Fake polls, fake news. Well, it is similar, but the reality is Hillary never, I think, had a polling average of more than 5 points above Trump ever. Joe is right now averaging about 8 or 9%. So he's almost twice the amount of support.
Yeah.
That's more than enough to retake those 100,000 people we've talked about in those 3 states: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
Is that all? Is that all it really is?
That's all it is. I think it's even less. I think it's about 75,000. But I just go with the conservative 100,000 number.
Jesus.
But yeah, that's it. That's all it takes. 100,000 people to go from Trump to Biden. I think there's going to be plenty of that.
Do you think it will happen, though? Do you think people...
Yes, I do.
I think people...
Look at the polls. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you got to remember something, Tommy. People, I say this every time because people forget. People will say, oh, the polls were so wrong. No, they really weren't. The polls, they had the popular vote right on point.
Yeah.
What they didn't have on point was the Electoral College, okay? Which, for whatever reason, is hard to do because for whatever reason, state-by-state polling, we can't get a good read of. But a national poll, we're pretty darn good at.
Yeah.
So, go look. Seriously, I encourage you to go look at the real clear politics. What they do is they take an average of all the polls that have been made in the entire presidential campaign, and they average it. They say, here's your average that you've led by, and so I think Hillary's average is around 5 or 4%. She ended up winning the popular vote by around 3% or 4%. So, it's right there within the margin of error. So they were right.
Yeah.
What was wrong were 3 states. Right, because you got to remember the popular vote's looking at the national popular vote, right, which is the popular vote, which Hillary won by 3 million votes.
Yeah.
So they got that right. What was difficult was the Electoral College. So that's the reality. People forget we're pretty darn good at polling. We know. So these national polls are telling a story that tells you that Joe Biden's been leading consistently and at higher numbers than Hillary Clinton ever did. You add to that the fact that in the primaries, he overperformed Hillary by a ton, not just a little. He blew out Bernie Sanders in Michigan, which was not expected to happen because he was so competitive against Hillary. Which all goes to say one thing. It just shows you how flawed of a candidate Hillary really was. How she couldn't beat out a 74-year-old socialist. But
yeah.
Joe Biden, who some people think is senile, can destroy the socialists, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, Biden's not, he's senile. I'm like, no, dude, you're not, no. It's just.
Look, does he look a little older and slower? Yes, I think so. I don't think that means he's senile or he's not there. It means he's just slower because he's older.
Yeah, yeah.
Which just is what happens when you're a human being.
He and Trump are in their fucking 70s. Like they're in their 70s. It sucks
that he's old. It's not ideal, but I'll tell you, of all the guys that were running, I think he's the safest bet. That's why I voted for the guy. I think people know him. He's Uncle Joe. He's from the Midwest. He's been to Pennsylvania. People know this guy, dude. He's a blue collar union guy. He is the Democratic Party, dude.
Ernie, you are such a good politician because you and I are for the most part. You and I are always on polar opposite ends. But when I just listen to you talk, I'm just I just nod my head. I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm serious. I'm just always like, fuck yeah, Ernie. I don't even.
But you know what I mean? Because
yeah.
But I think what I'm saying isn't any sort of fucking crazy wisdom.
No.
It's common fucking sense.
No, I'm just saying you're very good at. You're very good at it. I'm complimenting you. I'm kissing your ass. You're very good at it.
Right? California Attorney General, too far left. You had Pete Buttigieg, which whatever you think of Pete, smart guy, but he's gay, and that could be an issue, in 2020 America. Maybe not as much as it would have been 20 years ago, but it'd still be an issue.
Yeah,
a lot of people want to vote for him.
Yeah, it's not.
Actually, he had people confront him, for that. Who else did you have? Amy Klobuchar. Who even knows who she is? She's not exciting. She's the middle of the road Democrat, which is one of my top choices, but she ain't gonna generate enthusiasm. And to be fair, maybe Joe isn't either, but Joe's a known quantity, and Joe was the vice president.
For 8 fucking years.
Most popular Democratic president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yeah, he's fucking. Yeah, it's just. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even take Obama out of the equation. He was still the vice president for 8 fucking years.
Right.
Just period.
This guy was
literally in the Oval Office.
This guy administered the Recovery Act.
Yeah. You told me about that. We'll go over that again because you and if everyone thinks that this is like a pitch for Biden, I don't even like Biden, but this is why I love Ernie, is because Ernie's your fucking intelligent.
Well,
but you went
right?
over that like 2 episodes ago that I never knew. So please tell that again.
So Joe Biden was tasked with actually running the Recovery Act, which was passed in 2009. Yeah, 9. To bring back the economy, right? That's why, we remember when Barack Obama took office in January 2009, we lost 850,000 jobs in 1 month. Like, people forget how catastrophic that was.
Yeah.
That wasn't just a small little 850,000 jobs in 1 month. It was happening every month.
Bush lit the house on fire and then tossed him the keys.
So Barack Obama comes in, Congress comes in, they put this package, and Joe was tasked with administering it. And I think at the end of it, I think the fraud rate on the program, which was ran by the vice presidential office, was like less than 1 or 2%. Something small. I don't remember the exact number right now. But the point is, the money got to where it needed to go. He's overseen. He's ran a government. He understands. He was in Congress for so long, right? This is why, to me, he's the best choice. Now, that may not be a good thing for all, right? People will say, no, well, I don't want that. I don't want someone who's been in government for 30 years. They've got nothing done. They're part of the problem.
Swamp, yeah.
They're right to an extent.
Yeah.
They're not totally wrong, right? That'd be ridiculous to say, no, that's not true. Of course it is.
Yeah.
The guy was there for fucking 30, 40 years. No shit. But just based on the crop that we had, I think he was the best choice. And so... I think so. I think this guy knows what he's doing. I think he doesn't need to do much. I think Trump's beating himself. I don't know if you watched his interview yesterday.
I've unplugged for like 2 weeks, so you are my news right now.
So yesterday he has an hour-long. Well, I would go watch it, Ernie. Hour-long. Just go to YouTube, type in Donald Trump, Chris Wallace, Fox News Sunday.
I did hear about that.
Yeah. And the president just really makes no case, right? He said, if Joe Biden gets elected, forget it. America's toast. It's done, guys. Like, really? Do you think people are going to believe that?
Whenever anyone says that,
America's done?
Whenever anyone says that, left or right, if they don't win, I'm like, fuck off with that. We've been saying that literally since 1776. If we don't do it this year, it's over. No, it's not. It'll go up and down. It'll sway left and right. It's not. Our country is lost. Fuck off. We got through the Cuban Missile Crisis. Fuck off.
So that's what I'm going to think about it. He makes no clear, doesn't articulate, because this is who he is. He just expects people to get it, and that's fine. That's what Donald Trump is. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's already baked in the election, in my opinion. But he doesn't articulate it, and so I think there's an opening for Joe. I tell you what, it's going to be hysterical. It's going to be those damn debates.
They're going to be fucking brilliant.
Those are going to have probably the best ratings.
Because there's no sports, dude. So this is going to be insane.
There is, and it's still not the same.
This is going to be insane. Do you think they're going to be in person? Do you think they're just going to be like an empty place with no guests?
Yeah, all you got to do is just get tested.
Yeah.
Make sure they don't have it. Make sure the moderators don't have it. And as long as let them do, no reason why, as long as they're 6 feet apart.
It's going to be fucking brilliant.
I bet you Joe Biden walks in with a mask. Trump has no mask on.
Oh, yeah. Or do you think they're going to have fucking just like really like roll your eyes? Do you think they're going to have masks like the tie, blue and red? I think just really fucking shitty.
Maybe. Hey, man.
Dude, what do you...
That'd be crazy. But Joe Biden is leading, at least,
What if Biden starts playing Trump's game? I want to see Biden come out and just like, I don't want to see like revert back to like Trump, get out of here.
Here's what I
want to see Biden start tweeting shit. I want to see Biden start going Trump.
Do me a favor. When the next time we talk, I want you to watch, and you may not remember, you may have seen it, but just go watch it. My dumbass like rewatches debates like they're sporting events, right?
That's why I love it.
Go watch the Paul Ryan, Joe Biden vice presidential debate. Go do it.
Was that 2012?
2012.
Okay.
Just go do it. I love Joe Biden. He's going to do the exact same thing as Donald Trump. Joe Biden doesn't hold back, dude. People just don't. I haven't seen Joe for real, like in the spotlight like that. That was 8 years ago, right? I get it. And he's not the same guy. He's a little older, a little slower. We get it. But I'm telling you, when he wants to be on his game, he'll be on his game. I'm going to tell you right now,
Just go watch it,
It's all right.
and we'll analyze it next time. Because I think you're going to find it very enjoyable.
All right.
He's kind of a cocksucker. Yeah, I love.
But dude, what I like, dude, and again, this is from like I'm more conservative, but what I fucking love.
Trump is the same way, right? That's why he's so funny.
But that's why I love when people are like, there's like it's like someone like I don't know who, it's like some factory worker. Biden's doing just one of the fucking presidential whatevers, and he's out, and some factory worker says something to him about like Second Amendment something, and Biden's like, yo, let's go outside. I'm like, oh, and everyone's like, that's not presidential. I'm like, that's awesome. That's why I think Trump's hilarious. I'm like, I want more of that.
It shouldn't be happening, and that's what Trump does, and the Democratic nominee should not be doing it. But
I think you gotta fight fire with fire, man. I think Biden's gotta fucking. I think Biden's gotta start dropping tweets.
No, Tommy, when you're trying to be the president of the United States, you're not just some guy, dude. You're not just Joe from like the corner who's gonna come kick your ass. Like, no, you are in charge of the most powerful military in human history. Mm-hmm. You are in charge of running the largest government
of the world. You know what I mean? You're running. You're the
government on the planet.
You're running the world.
Well, it's not a joke.
No, it's not.
You can't be doing that, man. No, you just can't. And we, I can't be making that case if my nominee is doing the same thing. You know what I mean? I can't. I'm a hypocrite. And ultimately, what it does, even if I don't make the case and he wins, it devalues the office. Yeah. Because now Trump did it, or now Biden's going to do it, and now everyone's going to do it because now they all do it. Mm-hmm. That's not okay.
Yeah, that's idiocracy.
And if it doesn't stop now, it's going to continue to go on.
But what if there seems to be no other way to beat him? What if it's like, all right, Trump pulls that?
There has to be, Tommy, because dude, it was, man. Barack Obama never did that. George W. Bush never did that. Bill Clinton never did that.
Yeah.
George Bush never did that. Ronald Reagan. Come on, man.
Yeah,
there's a way to do it, okay? I mean, this is one guy out of 330 million people. Like, give me a break here. 315 million, I'm sorry. Give me a break here, okay?
Yeah.
We can find one guy to not be that way. Like, come on. You're trying to run the fucking free world, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you ain't just, you ain't just fucking working at Equifax like me, all right? Yeah. I mean, you ain't just working at fucking ABC Liquor, all right?
Ernie.
You ain't just working at fucking Nissan. Like, no, you're running the fucking free world, dude.
Ernie, I would vote for you 1,000 times out of 100,000 times.
Well, thank you so much, sir.
I legitimately mean that. I fucking love you. I would vote for you. That's how, you were born. You were not born in the U.S. You were born in the U.S.
I was not.
God damn it.
I know, man.
So what's the highest office you can run for?
I wasn't born here.
What's the highest office you can run for?
I mean, I could be...
Well, I mean, there's chain of succession, so...
Technically, the highest that I could be without technically being right next in line...
You just froze up. Ernie? The NSA is cutting us off. Are you back? Ernie? Ernie, blink twice if the NSA is at your house. You back? Well.
I think.
Are we back? Okay, he's back, I think. No, I think it's all fucked up.
Back?
I can hear you. Jesus, this is fucking terrible.
I mean, look, I see myself moving.
I can't see you, man. This is...
Said my connection was unstable.
God damn it, hold on. Fuck.
I mean, you can call me around, but you can call around.
Jesus. Ernesto Arceo has vanished. Sorry, everyone listening. I am trying to fill the space by talking to you. Well, I think... Ooh. Ernie?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you. Are you back? We're back. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, so internet's shaky.
So I'm saying that the highest position that I could be would be Speaker of the House, probably.
But you couldn't be in the line of succession, right?
I mean, yeah, but think about it. Who's I mean, I couldn't, but like, also, who's going to be policing? Who's going to be like, make you Speaker of the House. Like, if I was really like in that position, which God bless, that'd be awesome. But think about it for a second. Like, you're not going to be Speaker of the House because we're scared that the president and vice president will die, and then you'll be president. You know what I mean? Because if that really came to pass, I obviously couldn't be president.
I think you're.
I don't have the qualifications for it.
I think you're being too nice to the American people. I think you'd absolutely fine. Hold on. Well, this Mexican boy.
But you gotta remember who picks the Speaker of the House. It's not the American people.
Yeah.
It's people in Congress. They vote.
Yeah.
I mean, so all it takes is convincing people who know you already.
Yeah.
Who have ultimately served with you, hopefully, right? You're not going to become Speaker of the House by being a one-term congressman. You're going to have to be there for 20 years.
Yeah.
Right? Have gotten to know, help other Democrats. Like, they're not going to be like, Ernie's not really an American. He can't. You see what I mean? Because then that's just like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
just the inner workings, I guess.
Ernie, my internet's fucking up like fuck. So you want to do like 5 more minutes? You are like glitching in and out of reality.
Yeah, man, that sucks. I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. It's not you, dude. It's my internet. My internet's sucking dick. Ernie, you got
sweet Tommy boy.
Yeah, you got. So let's do a couple minutes, Ernie. Give me your best pitch for Joe Biden, for everyone out there that absolutely hates them. And I'm not a fan of him. I like Trump. I know. Fuck me, right? I'm a Nazi. Ernie, give the best pitch.
No, well,
give your best pitch for Joe Biden.
If you want a return to normalcy, if you don't want to hear chaos coming out of the White House every single day, if you don't want to be embarrassed with a president of the United States has to say about its people, its country, if you don't want to be embarrassed by the president of the United States deals with the worst moment of racial animus in 50 years. 50 years.
What are some policies, though? This all sounds good for like a Facebook post. What are some policies for the smarter people listening?
Policies right now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't gotten my granted, I'm gonna be totally honest. I know who I'm voting for. I tell you what, I think we're probably going to try and go, okay, we've touched the policy. I mean, I can make some differences.
Yeah.
He's going to try to build an Obamacare, right? That's important. Healthcare is important for Democrats, important in the middle of a pandemic, makes sense. You got to have healthcare if you get sick. So the Medicare for All plan, he'll try and pass that. If he regains majority in the Senate, if the Democrats regain, which can happen in a big election. If Joe Biden goes out and, is competing in Georgia, which he is, according to polls. Now, again, these are polls. These are state by state, so not the national. Those are a little different. But according to some state by state polls, Joe Biden is down maybe a couple points in Georgia. He is only down 5 in Texas, which is insane. To even think that it's a thing. Yeah. But it's a thing.
Yeah.
Because the suburbs, what we've seen in the Trump era is that the suburbs that used to be reliably Republican are now becoming Democratic. And that is a huge problem for Republicans because now you're adding not only the city vote, but you're adding the suburbs around it, right? So that's why for where I live right now is District 6, which is where Newt Gingrich used to be the representative of. Right, one of the most conservative people, and now we have Lucy McBath as the congresswoman today. First time a Democrat's won this seat in probably 20 years, at least 20 years. So it's changing, and that's not good for the Republican Party. It's not good for Donald Trump. And we've seen with every election that we keep seeing in the last 4 years, this trend keeps accelerating. It's not going the other way. It keeps swinging towards the Democrats.
Yeah,
and that's why another reason Joe Biden is probably going to win the election.
Touche, Ernie. I love it because I love having on people that like. I don't like to talk to other people like with my views because then we just end up sitting here jerking each other off.
Right.
Yeah. We touched on it last time. I want you to touch on it real quick. 3 minutes. Renewable energy. What is he doing differently with that?
What's your question? I don't know. And I told you I would know by next time. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My internet thing came up again, so the connection
is
unstable. I honestly, I don't know. I have to imagine it's, above all approach. I really don't know. I hate to sound like
I haven't been listening, but I honestly haven't been listening.
Dude, I don't know.
I have tuned out really mostly a lot of the plans because I feel like they're policy, right? It's all very personal, and this election is going to be a personal election. And honestly, man, yes, policy is important. Obviously, it's the most important thing, but this election isn't a policy.
No.
This election it's really not. This election is about the soul of this country and where we're headed, right?
It is the popularity
we went on 4 years of right. Well, it is, but I think it is.
More than ever.
Every election is a popularity contest.
But now more than ever.
There's something deeper than that. Right? There's something that unites us as a people, right? So we know, for example, that minorities deserve every right that every white person does in this country. I'm one of these people. Of course I deserve it, right? But the president gets out, and when he's asked about black deaths, well, white people get killed too, you know? White people die too. Why do you have to say that? That's not the concern, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And so that's fundamentally, Tommy, something that is un-American. That immediate instinct to want to jump at it instead of understanding. You're the president. I understand how you personally may feel. But take a step back. Black people are your people too. You're their president too. You don't have to admit it. They don't have to like it. It doesn't matter. You're still their president, and you should act like it. And so when a president doesn't act like that, that's a problem. That's fundamentally, in my opinion, un-American.
Yeah.
And so when you want to turn off people like that, that's a problem. And that the president should never have those views. A president shouldn't get out there and try to destabilize NATO or world institutions that we have been making and molding in our image for decades.
Yeah, 6, 7
That to me is fundamentally un-American.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the president hates America. That's not what I mean to say. Maybe that's a little incendiary language, right? Sure. But what I'm saying is it's just, to me, antithetical to America and what we've been doing. And so, it just needs to be course correct, please. Jesus Christ. I don't even care if Joe Biden gets anything done. Just give me some normalcy. Like, let's have a president that doesn't insult, whose first instinct to degrade people, but is to listen, to build us up, hopefully, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean the man's going to be perfect, but God bless. I promise you, if you went up to Joe Biden and you said, hey, you haven't done a good enough job on this virus, he wouldn't say, you're a nasty person. You know that? You're nasty.
Yeah.
That's not the way it should be.
Your wife is ugly. Your wife is ugly. Terrible guy. Right. Ugly guy. Bad.
Your father killed JFK. I don't know. I heard it. Yeah. I saw it on the magazine.
Yeah, dude. That is the fact that he said, like, Marco Rubio has an ugly wife and his dad killed JFK. That is insane.
Well, ultimate, don't forget this one. Mr. President, you weren't born in the United States of America, and I have proof. Don't forget that one.
Yeah, don't forget that little one.
Remember, that's how Trump started his career in politics, really, for real.
Yeah,
really
I know. Birther movement.
Trying to discredit the first black president in the United States of America. So just remember that. You can't forget those things.
No.
Right? America, that's the choice we have
maybe
in front of us.
Maybe in that sense, Trump can deliver some good in that it was a wake-up call to... Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, in like the sense that, like, it's like what good is coming from coronavirus? Like, how much are we going to love, like, the things that we used to take advantage of? Just going to the gym. How much are we going to love those normal things again? That is a good. Maybe that is a good that comes out of Trump. Is like, we go.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe in everything, as bad as it may be, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I hear you. But those are the things, Tommy, that matter because, and we've talked about this before, at the end of the day, it fundamentally changes the way people view the office because, well, Trump did it. Why can't the next guy do it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if we have 8 full years of that, it's not going to help to try and reverse that trend, right?
Yeah.
You have 8 full years of policies and talk tracks, right, and talking points that always do that. It's going to be hard for the next Republican, by the way, who's going to come after Trump, to try and grab the mantle of the Republican Party if they feel like they have to echo those talking points.
Be insane, like
because that's what's popular in the Republican Party. Is it? That's the question. Is it a Trump phenomenon, or is it a Republican phenomenon? Right.
That's true.
I'm willing to say it's more of a Trump thing. That the minute that Trump's gone, we're going to have some normalcy back. I have to imagine. God bless. I would hope. I would like to think that's the case.
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe that is who you have to be now to become the Republican nominee.
Just
maybe it is for
crazy.
real, and we won't know that until the next time that Trump is on the ballot.
All right. Let me ask you this.
Now it would be crazy, and actually no, it's not because he's too old. Never mind.
Wait, what?
Crazy is he lost, and then he came back and ran again. It'll be too old. He'll be like 84, 83.
Who, Trump?
That'll be fun.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what happens, Ernie? Your predictions. What happens if Trump wins? Just no explanation. Just like, let's just go forward 5 months, 6 months, whatever. Let's just say he won again. We don't even answer why. Whatever. Let's just say he does. What happens?
I think he'll be. I think he'll be regarded ultimately, whether it's 4 or 8 years, I really do, as the last grasp of, how do I want to phrase this, of the old America, if that's the way to put it.
How so?
I don't know if that makes sense.
It doesn't. I'm confused.
I think this gets a little racial. This is something where I think
it's my podcast. Say whatever you want.
Which is there's I think 2 big divides in politics. The first big one is urban suburban. It's a huge divide now in American politics. Or urban, versus rural. Right? People who live in the country are voting for Trump 80% to 20%.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the cities, it's the same way, 65, 70%. And then the second biggest divide, I honestly think, is racial. I mean, right? You see it right now every day. And I think, and I hate to say this, but it's probably true. And it may not, but this is the way I look at it. I've been to Republican Party events. I've been to Democratic events, obviously. I've been to both. And the Governor Deal won his re-election in 2013. I went to the governor's ball.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Fuck yeah.
He's our governor. He won. What am I going to do about it?
Yeah.
But what I saw is that the Republican Party doesn't look like America. The Republican Party is almost exclusively a white party with white interests, not the interest of all of America. That's why you have the President of the United States who 20 years ago didn't give a flying fuck about Confederate monuments because he's from New York. Trump doesn't give a fuck about Robert E. Lee. Are you fucking kidding me? You can't believe that. But that's what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Protect the monuments. They're going to take our monuments. They're going to take our heritage. Heritage.
Put up the finger.
Our American heritage.
Yeah.
That to me has racial undertones, Tommy.
Okay. That
to me speaks, this is our country, and we're not going to let it go that easy. It's very similar to what happened to California in the 90s. They had a very last grasp of anti-immigrant, very racist conservatism. California used to be a conservative state. Ronald Reagan was the governor. That's what launched him to the presidency.
That's true.
Of California. Ronald Reagan is a conservative, right? He was never a liberal. And in the 90s, they had all this stuff, and now they're now wiped out. Now California is probably the most liberal state in the country. This is what it feels like, to me, with some historical analogy. You have this last grasp of these people who want these crazy rules. We're going to go to point, we're going to build a wall. And the building wall isn't even that crazy. But I think you say that, and it riles people up. It riles white people who are sitting in rural America, whose kids are dying from heroin, whose jobs are disappearing, who barely make minimum wage and barely live, whose people, right, for the first time in a generation, white males' life expectancy is decreased, right? Because people are dying sooner than they've ever died, right? Or they're going backwards instead of going forward. So I don't blame them for being mad. I think some of it they can, you can assign, that blame to whoever you want, but then Donald Trump comes up and he calls us Mexicans rapists and gang members.
Yeah.
You know, we're changing America. Laura Ingraham gets on Fox News and says, we never asked for these immigrants. We never asked for these brown people. What are they doing here? Basically saying it without saying it, Tommy.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe when I heard it. And so that's what saddens me. I feel like the Republican Party is becoming, because it is majority white and it serves white interests. And I think it's unfortunately not all, not always, not everyone, obviously not you, not Cal, not a bunch of my buddies.
Sure.
But I think for some older people who are seeing how much the country's changed, they look back 30 years ago and there were a lot less people who looked like me in this country 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So now you fast forward to today and they're going to go, everywhere they look now, there's brown people, there's black people. I think it scares the hell out of them. And I think the only party that speaks to that fear is the Republican Party, because the Democratic Party is the other side. We're open, we're inclusive. Let's bring everyone in. Let's make sure that we're the melting pot we've always been aspiring to be. So the Democratic Party, when you go to Democratic Party events, it looks like America. It looks like cities of every background, of every color, every religion. A lot of times from not even this country, like me. And that's the reality. And the other reality, too, is that the more you hang on to that white vote and you don't try to reach out to everyone else, you're going to lose. I mean, right? I think we talked about this last time, right? What was it? We've had 5 presidents, we've had since 2000, there's an election, 04, 08, 2012, 5 elections. We've had 2 Republican presidents and 1 Democratic president, right? George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Donald Trump. And out of those elections, the Republican Party has only won the popular vote. Out of 6 elections in the new century, or in the new millennia, twice. No, not even once. Of 5. What does that tell you? They don't have a majority, Tommy. There is no Republican majority. They're hanging on, and they have to make sure that those that vote for them come out and vote, because if they don't, they're going to lose every single time. So what do you have to do to get them to come out? You talk about your heritage and bringing your country back and making sure it doesn't go away. It's here. But you got to vote for me, because if you don't, the country's gone. I can't bring it back.
It's gone.
You should have a look. But how sad is that, right?
Yeah.
So look, I may not be fully right. There could be a lot of holes you can poke in the theory that I just said.
Sure.
Because that's not to say, because when I say that, well, you just sound like every Republican's a racist.
Yeah.
It sounds like that. That's true. And I don't want to come off like that, because I know it's not that simple.
Yeah.
But I think that those people that he needs to come out, he needs to talk to them that way. And it's sad to me. There is a reason why white supremacists go out there and endorse Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's a white supremacist. Doesn't mean he's a racist. Now, we can have a pretty good debate about that. I probably live on the side that he's more, I think he's more of just a dumb uncle who just says what's on his mind, maybe more than racist.
Yeah.
But he's got his prejudices. That's okay.
Sure.
There's a reason why those people feel at home with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying is there's a reason why they're okay with endorsing Donald Trump. They're not endorsing Joe Biden for president. I wonder why that is. Like, because of policy. They don't give a fuck about policy. Come on.
I like what he's doing with nuclear energy. He's just...
Come on. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Because he's going to defend your heritage, and he's going to make sure your country doesn't disappear. We're getting our country back, remember?
Yeah.
So to me, and that's dangerous. It's very dangerous. Because it leads to the kind of policies and politics we've been seeing. And right? And again, not every Republican's a racist. Not every member of Congress who's a Republican's a racist. That's absurd.
Yeah, sure.
But there's a small number of people who, unfortunately, in my opinion, more Steve King out of Iowa, said some fucked up shit. The man was talking about kids coming across the border being drug traffickers, like 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds. I mean, he was talking about kids having calves the size of cantaloupes because the amount of drugs they're carrying through the border. They're coming here, and and he says that basically they called them pick of the litter. Human beings, Tommy. How do you manage to vote for you if you talk that way about it?
Yeah,
how and why are you talking that way about him?
Yeah.
What does that say about you and what's inside of you as a person?
Yeah.
And your character?
Yeah, that's not good. You can't say that. It's
you're gonna agree with me on this.
No, yeah.
Well, you can't say that, right? But it's just as absurd when you've got African American Democrats who think every white person is racist, or who thinks that every white person basically is the worst ever, and that they deserve to, that you should give them what they ask for. That's also absurd.
Blanket statements are just
it's ridiculous.
Are stupid.
Both sides happen.
Yeah,
right. Both sides obviously happen. Right, but that's the fault, in my opinion, and it's sad to me, because if you win one popular vote out of 5 national elections, and you win one in 2000 post-America, how are you ever going to win a national election again? Donald Trump got lucky. That's what we're all saying. 70,000, 100,000 votes. How can you continue to win national presidential elections when you have to appeal to the entire country, not a subset of the country, to the whole country? Hispanics, whites, blacks, Asian, yellow, whatever, all of them. If you don't have policies for those people, if you don't cater to them, if you insult them, how are you going to vote elections? How are you going to get their votes?
Do you mind? I know I'm pushing you over. Can you touch on that? Because there does seem to be more and more, at least I see it in the periphery on like online, social media, wherever in the news, questions about the Electoral College, and that fact brought up. Who's winning the national elections? What are your 2 cents on that? Just in general. I don't want to give you like a loaded question, so I'll leave it completely open ended. What are your 2 cents on
it? I was talking.
Ernie?
We started talking about politics. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So we started talking about politics, right? And he brings this up and goes, "What do you think about the Electoral College?" "I think we should get rid of it," I said, the way you think of America today, it's not what's happened now. It's only happened 4 times in American history. 2 of the, maybe 3, maybe 4, 3 or 4. But 2 of the 3 or 4 have happened after 2000. First time George W. Bush won, and Donald Trump's election. Again, when there was a minority of the vote that was won, it happened twice in a span of 16 years, benefiting one party exclusively.
And the 2000 election was fucking hairy.
Right. And so
hanging chads.
And so the reality is, right, no, you're absolutely right. And so I asked him, why is it necessary? Because this is always what it comes down to. And this is what I think where I break down the argument of why the Electoral College should even be around anymore. And maybe I'm wrong. That's okay. Maybe someone's smarter than people. But here's the reality is this. I always ask someone, why do you need the swaths of America to be counted more, right? Or I say, what do you need it? I'm sorry, I don't even say more, because that comes to me. Because they always say, because a vote in Montana should count just as much, if not more, than the vote in New York. I said, Connor, but in a popular vote, that's exactly what happens. When people always say, because the argument always goes this, well, the real America needs a voice too, right? The real America needs a voice too. The plain, just because there aren't enough people there, they should have a bigger or a more amplified voice, only because there's, you know what I mean? So when you start hearing more, or I don't want more, here's what I know. What I know is that a New Yorker is just as American as a guy from Kansas. I know if a Californian is just as American as the guy from South Georgia.
Yeah.
When did we start saying what real America is or isn't?
Yeah.
Because that's what people always tell you, right? Hillary won the popular vote by 3 million votes. Well, they're all Californians. Yeah, they're Americans.
Yeah, they're in America.
Sorry, they live in the United States. I'd be willing to argue to you that California is more American than any other fucking Midwestern state in the world, because that's what people know California as around the world is.
California, Hollywood, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Right. Yeah.
So
Kobe.
When I hear those arguments, it's always about giving some who are losing power more power. Why? Make your case.
Yeah.
Go try and win their votes. Go with policies that maybe are more popular with them, instead of trying to shove something they don't like down their throats. And then they never like you. To me, it's absurd. Every vote should count the same. 1 vote in New York counts as much as 1 vote in Montana. 1 vote in Wisconsin counts just as much as a vote in Mississippi.
Yeah, I mean...
To me, it's that simple. And to me, when a clear majority of the American people are telling you in 4 or 5 elections which party they're voting for more and more and more, and there's a majority there, instead of you trying to do something, and no one's even trying to do anything. It's just the rules of the game. But it's not gonna change. Let's be honest. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But instead of trying to hold on to what you've got and maximize that, then you should try and appeal to the new America that you're obviously not appealing to.
Yeah. Yeah, you would hang on to it if you had other avenues.
Like, there's something wrong with your message, and the reality is those people that you were trying to, bring out by saying whatever you're saying, they're going to die. They're dying already. I mean, the white percentage of the vote drops by about 2% every 4 years. It's just a slow decline, right? So I don't understand the strategy. I mean, I get the strategy.
Yeah.
It's just a bad strategy because it's not a long-term sustainable strategy. Strategy.
It's breaking up on us. Ernie? Ernesto Azejo? Ernesto Oz... I think he broke up.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there we are. Ernie? Fucking internet. There we are. We're moving around again. Nope. There he goes. God damn it. For everyone listening, I'm sorry. If somebody wants to pitch in and buy me some satellite internet so I can talk.
I don't know what's going on, dude. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. And he's... God damn it. Hold on. Wait. Are you back? Are you back? Now I can see you.
Yeah. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. All right, let's wrap this bitch up because my internet's having a stroke again.
You're good, brother. So we're just saying that to me, that's why the electoral college, because to me, it's always about giving those who are losing power or those, more of a vote because they're real Americans. And obviously the Californians and New Yorkers are not real Americans.
Yeah, well, they're
which to me is absurd. Why is that a thing in American politics, right? Because you've heard that before.
I've absolutely heard it, yeah. California's got a massive GDP. Why would you not be appealing to them? They've got bigger GDP than Russia.
That's what I'm saying. It's like those votes don't count. Why? Because there's more of them? Sorry. Make a better case.
No, call it what it is. It's because they're not voting for you. That's what it is. But you can't say that. You can't say that.
It's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
It's fucking like fraternities in Valdosta. Why isn't he getting a bid? Well, I don't know, man. It just didn't seem really cool. It's because he's not white, dude. Just fucking just say it, man. Like, at least own it, you douchebag.
They told me it's probably because of the I think they told me it's because of the braces. I was a brace face, remember?
You have great teeth, Ernie. Fuck them.
Now after the braces.
Good. Hey, long-term investment. The long con. We'll see who's laughing now. You got a steady job and some pearly fucking whites. It is though, dude. I've been telling stories about Valdosta at my job, and yeah, people are. I don't think they believe them, and I'm like, no. There's like racism that's like not really racism. It's just someone saying that's racist. It's like, no, you just don't agree with them. Just that guy's just fucking shit talking. And then there's
which, by the way, is also,
what? What do you say?
I was going to say, which by the way does happen, right? Those people who try to be victims and are not.
Yeah.
Which, fucks with the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, boy who cried wolf. Yeah. But then there's like, living in Valdosta, I can never say that, like, racism doesn't exist anymore. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Holy shit. The way I describe Valdosta, it's like a Tarantino movie. That is Valdosta. Valdosta looks like it was directed by Tarantino. Like,
it really
for good and bad, for the funny parts and for the appalling parts.
For both.
Yeah, Valdosta.
It's absolutely wild, man.
It is. It's so if I know Valdosta exists, and I do because that's where I met you, I can only imagine that exists elsewhere, and
oh yeah, everywhere. I mean, not everywhere, but there's other places. I mean, I'm sure Mississippi, it hasn't gone to fucking Tuscaloosa.
I'm sure there's some places that make Valdosta look like a beacon of progress, like progress and evolution.
1,000,000%
Jesus Christ, I can't even imagine that. Jesus Christ, yeah. But hey, Ernie, that's real.
Put it into perspective, brother.
But hey, that's real America, Ernie. Not L.A. That's real. If Valdosta's real America, then holy fucking shit.
Namely, cars in L.A., they don't get the real America.
If Valdosta is real America, then I need to replace that flag with a Confederate one.
No, man. All it means is we just need to just keep progressing.
Keep progressing.
So in that vein, the Pentagon finally banned the Confederate flag from ever being used again on anything.
On any military base.
How beautiful is that? Disturbing it took it to 2020.
Yeah,
but it happened.
Yeah, it's you don't fly the flags of the losers. They lost.
Dude, they were rebel flag.
They were traitors. They were traitors.
These guys literally killed you to enslave people. Why would we be proud of that?
They're traitors. What? They're traitors. They're traitors.
Literally, like they committed treason. One of the worst crimes you can commit.
Treason. They took up arms against the.
I've never understood that, man. The flag. I mean, look, I get your relatives. I understand wanting to love people because they're your people, whatever.
Sure.
But let me tell you something. That flag, when I look at that flag, to me, I think racism. I don't think, some nice folks in America. No, I think those people are racist. Yeah. Whether it's good or not, whether it's true or not, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Because that's what that flag feels to someone like me. Yeah. And now I'm someone who's very integrated in white culture.
Yeah.
Now imagine a Hispanic who doesn't talk like me, or who doesn't dress like me, or doesn't hang out with white people.
Yeah.
Or imagine the black person down the street who has never hung out with a white person in their lives. What do you think they think?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's very
true. Yeah, it is. Fuck that. Fuck losers. Losers don't win. Fuck that. Yeah.
Fuck traitors, dude.
Yeah. Ernesto Azejo. Oh, and I was just thinking of this just now. Yeah, for anyone that's in Valdosta and you don't want to open up your mouth or something, hey, you're not alone. I was in Atlanta for 10 years and then did Valdosta for 2 years. My jaw was on the floor. You're not alone. Transfer to UGA. Transfer to Georgia State. Get the fuck out of that racist backwards town. Fuck that place. Fuck that place. This isn't like a happy message. Yeah. Like, end of message. Brother. Fuck Valdosta. You fucking racist backwards Tarantino wet dream.
Get the fuck out of Valdosta.
You fucking losers. Fuck you. Quinn? Yeah. Quinn is the worst example. Quinn is a fucking teddy bear. Why would you do that?
Quinn.
I'm gonna fucking send that.
No, not like that. I was just saying because he's from there.
I thought you were saying.
All our friends know Quinn is not.
No, Stephen
Quinn.
Quinn. Stephen Quinn is a great person. Cal, Dan, hey, they're all great people. No.
Sweet boy. He's actually an actor.
He is.
Watch all of his.
He is. I've tried to get him on this podcast, and he won't fucking come on here. Fuck you, Stephen. Actually, you know what? Fuck you, Quinn. Yeah, he will. He'll do it when it's big enough. He'll do it when it's big enough. Ernie, I love you, brother, and hopefully next time my internet won't be sucking a fat dick.
Brother.
Thank you so much for coming on, man. Stay safe. Love you too, buddy. Peace.
Always, dude. Let's do it again soon.
Fuck yeah, absolutely. Peace.
Peace.
Ernesto Azejo, the sexiest man. Whoops.
You make me blush, dude.
You're sexiest man east of the Mississippi. Probably west as well, but...
That's a bold statement, but I'll take it.
Hey, I'll take it. We'll take it.
I'll tell you what. Give it to me.
I'll tell you what, bud. Do the sad dad dance.
Hey, are you wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt?
Yeah, so I'm having on General Spaulding again, who wrote the book about China, Stealth War. And one of the things, about China, how the image of Mickey Mouse is banned in China. Not Mickey Mouse, Winnie the Pooh is banned in China because...
Did you ever watch the South Park on it?
No, I need to. I've heard about it. I need to.
If you have HBO, they're all on HBO.
Okay, I know I need to.
But yeah, Xi Jinping banned it ever since people started saying he looked like Winnie the Pooh. So I'm having on that general again, and I'm going to wear it during that as a second time. So I ordered it specifically to do our episode about Xi Jinping, but it got here today, so I threw it on. It's actually a great shirt.
It looks really comfortable.
It's honestly very cozy, dude. Like, extra large. Woo! Yeah, dude.
It looks really good on you.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
Stop it, you. Oh, stop it, you. Dude, the sad
compliments everywhere.
it's just a love fest. What was it on Tim and Eric? We always the sad dad dance. Do the sad dad dance.
Did you ever watch the Universe one?
Yeah. I do this every night with your son. I'm looking in his world as he's exploring mine. It's
Dude, last night, me, Cal, and Cal's girlfriend watched a bunch of funny videos.
Really?
11 p.m.
Dude, how's Cal doing?
He's good, man. He's right around the corner. He's like 5 minutes from here.
What? Okay, I didn't know that. Fuck Cal, come on the fucking podcast, asshole.
Oh, come on.
He will. Oh, it's a long. It's a massaging. I've been massaging his brain for a couple months. I'll get him.
Oh, come on.
Little foreplay.
He just forgets. He was supposed to bring my shoes. He didn't bring my damn shoes, dude.
Fuck you, Cal.
I left my shoes in Dallas.
I mean,
then he was, of course, just like, yeah, I'll bring him. And then, of course, he shit on my shoes. He was like, ugly ass shoes.
Yeah.
Cal. Yeah. And then I was like, all right. I was like, but seriously, don't forget, dude. And then he fucking forgot.
Cal's the fucking worst, dude. Cal be like, hey man, can you bring my charger? Yeah, dude, I'll bring it in your shop. Where's my charger? Well, don't fucking blame it on me, dude. Cal, don't make a mess. Cal would walk into my dorm room and leave 5 minutes later, and there'd be like 3 empty cups, a fucking bag of McDonald's, and like shoes on my pillow. And I'd be like, how did you do this so quickly? Dude, fuck you, dude.
I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, though. Some water is phenomenal. Yes.
This podcast sponsored by Design.
Tommy, can you believe it?
What? It's September.
We officially kick off the NFL in 3 days.
I know. That's what I was just saying with my buddy. I just had on Jared Bohannon. I was about to say, my friend from. I was like, wait, you went to Valdosta? Yeah.
Well, I know Jared from Josh.
Yeah. Jared was my second guest ever, and he just came on again.
Nice.
So episode 2, episode 177. But we were talking about NFL's kicking off, college football's kicking off. Are we inching back to normality? Are we inching back to normal life?
I mean, like I said, dude, for me over here in my neck of the woods in Georgia, it's pretty much all. I mean, really? I have to wear a mask, right? But other than a mask, like to the grocery store, that's really it. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty normal for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm back in the office. I go out to the bars, and none of the bars that I go to have any sort of medication at all. No, dude. I guess. Care.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the same here in Ocean City. Just wear a mask. Everything's still open though. Yeah. I guess all the bars. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Like 1 million people came down from New Jersey like 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So, I mean, for me, it's been fine, honestly. But yeah, I mean, it feels like, we finally have college footballs back on. They said it couldn't be done.
And it's done.
And it's being done.
It's being done. That's the silver lining in all of this, is that what we just took for granted as like just life was taken away, and now it's all... I was just talking about how when I lived in the frat house, the hot water just cut out like the second day I moved in, and I just didn't have hot water for a year. And it was like nothing. But when I transferred to UGA, I forgot about hot water, and I remember taking a hot shower, and I was like, oh my god! And like,
this is nice.
For like 3 weeks every day, it was just like the best. And then of course I got accustomed to it, but yeah, it's kind of like hot water. Are we just things that were taken away? Are we getting those things back that we've had our whole lives? Are they just going to be so sweet?
Yeah, that's a good point. And hopefully we don't have to go through this again. You know what I mean?
We can do it in 2118.
That would be the hope.
Yeah, I think every 18, so 1918,
2019. Yeah. Because I'll be fucking dead, and by then they'll need it. So, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with kicking it down the road.
That's one way to look at it. They're saying that we're warming the planet, and a bunch of bacteria has been frozen in the Arctic, like it's going to come out.
Oh, God damn it!
So we have no like defenses for it.
Isn't that like not really? It's kind of not really at all, actually. Kingsman. It's like, why is the world heating up? And it's because humans are a virus, and so like your body jacks up its temperature to destroy all the proteins of pathogens and shit. That's what a fever is. Is the Earth just getting hot to kill us off? Are we a virus?
Hey, maybe that's not a bad theory. No, I've heard that before.
Yeah,
and I dig it a lot.
Yeah, I don't.
You really think about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is.
Did you see? We haven't talked since this last time. So in this sort of topic of existentialism, I guess, did you see the articles, the New York Times? There were 2 or 3 articles they came out with about UFOs and aliens, stuff like that. Have you heard about this?
Yeah. I got in touch with the author of one of them. I tried to get her on here. Yeah, she's also authored. She's a co-author of the big one in the New York Times. Her name is Leslie Kean, Kean. And she wrote a book called UFOs, Generals, and Military Officials. She's not doing the podcast, but yeah, it's.
Why? You should try. You should keep trying.
I'm gonna try. It's a slow process.
I know, yeah. Dude, so you know what I'm talking about. Basically, Harry Reid, former, Senate Majority Leader, was like, yeah, this is legit. The U.S. government has in its possession, ships, basically.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
I've heard all the spawning.
They're basically saying that the U.S. government
has something not of this world
to study, right? To study, obviously.
Well, they've had those for
all this phenomena and all this stuff, and then it also says that yes, we have craft that's not from this planet. We have it. It's in.
Yeah, how is that not burning down the internet?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Me and my buddy Trey talked about that. We're like,
not only that, but they basically confirmed the existence of.
Yeah. And it just
said they call them out of world ships or something, because they're like, we know they're not human.
Yeah.
Definitely here.
Craft not of this world.
Right, dude. It basically confirmed in the year 2020 that aliens are real. Without
that, yeah. And in true 2020 fashion, that's not even the big thing.
Have you heard of? Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
I fucking love Bob Lazar. Yes, Ernie. I am not. It's hard for me to talk about UFOs because I am not unbiased. I'm just like, it's all real. I want it to be real. Give me a fraction of a shred of truth, and I'm like, there we go. It's reality.
No, but it is. That's what I'm saying.
It is, though, and it's
insane. These things were confirmed.
That was in the New York Times. The U.S. government has recovered craft not of this world.
And that's what I'm saying.
The fuck is that?
That also gives credence to Bob Lazar.
Absolutely. Absolutely did. Yeah, he said that they did back in '89.
Yeah, and they never called him a kook.
Yeah.
I'm for it, dude.
I'm so for it.
The only thing I get scared about, the only thing that fucks with me, if these beings want to make contact, and they won't make contact, but that means they're smarter than us. If they came here,
absolutely,
it means they're way smarter.
1,000%.
We're nowhere near that.
No, 1,000%.
That really tells you one of two things. Or really one thing. If they really wanted to fuck us, they could fuck us, and
they probably already would have.
And they probably already would have. You're probably right by now.
Yeah, if you're a couple lions and you're like, have you heard of the humans?
Dude, what if the Bible and all religions is just the aliens coming back to fuck us?
Oh, Jesus.
The end of times, and it's just like all these aliens just like...
What if that's what the flood is? What if that's what the Great Flood is? Is every 50,000 years aliens come and flood the world?
I've read of a few things that are very interesting in this field where... And I'm sure it's an ethical dilemma, but I am sure we will do it one day if we have the capacity to do it. I've read the story of what if, or the theory of what if this is created all by aliens to basically just reenact a universe or a planet or something.
What do you mean?
Just to see how it goes and to just tinker with
just to watch. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, shit. Why do we? I mean, we have zoos, but even like less crazy than that. What do we do?
Because dude, we'll do that one day. It only makes sense.
Yeah, we set up tripods in the woods. We have things that motion activated game cameras. Yeah, labs.
Think about it. You're going to tell me if the human race one day can create universes to that scale, you think they wouldn't do it and test it? Well, give me a break.
We create video games and we go in and we tinker. One person is allowed to go in and play. The rest is all NPCs. Why? It's fun. Maybe it's just fun. Maybe once you've reached that level of technology, your new level of fun is, let's play God.
You can directly test your theories.
Exactly. Not only that.
In reality.
Yeah, let's see our hypotheses. We think that this happens. Well, I mean, right now we're looking back at apes, right? And they think that apes are some apes they think are entering the Stone Age. They think they're just entering the Stone Age. And we're watching and going, oh, cool. Why isn't someone watching us and going, hey, they're about to enter the space age? They started. They went to the moon. They came back.
They came off the planet. Oh, they did it.
They went to the moon. They came back. You know, they put their foot in the water, and then they're like, okay, we did it, and they ran back. 60 years passed, and now they're like, hey, let's go to Mars. Let's go to Mars.
You know what's wild to me, dude? Also,
what?
If you look. Dinosaurs died, 60 million years ago?
65 million, yeah.
Yeah, 69. So if you go to a star that's 69 light million years away and you look back, you would see the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
What that means, dude, the implications for that...
means you're not seeing anything when you look up at the night sky. You're seeing...
No, it means it's insane. No, it means that the dinosaurs, in someone's point of view, are still alive, dude.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. So when you look up when you look up at the night sky... you're not seeing anything that's real. You're seeing everything's dead. So, like, yeah. But
tell me, what does that mean? I mean, think about it for a second.
Yeah, okay.
If you were to be in a star 69 million years away, you look back, you observe the planet, you look, and you see dinosaurs. But they're no longer alive, dude. Yeah. What the fuck does that mean?
I know.
If another species somewhere else can test it, measure it,
yeah,
but I can't, and I'm here where they're supposed to be.
It's the weirdest.
What the fuck does that mean, dude?
It's the weirdest. It's like throwing a firecracker. It's like seeing a firecracker go off, and then the boom happens a second later, but the thing's no longer there. That's what's happening. They're like, oh, it's the dinosaurs, but meanwhile it's 2020 and it's college football. We're these weird apes that stand up straight, but they're like, look at that 10-ton monster covered in leather and spikes. And we're like, what are you talking about? And then we're looking up at the night sky. Who's to say every star in the night sky didn't blow up at the same time, but it just happened 1,000 years ago? And we're still just looking at something that doesn't exist anymore. Isn't that fucking weird?
That's what I'm saying, dude. What does that mean? That fucking freaks me out.
Yeah, it's like a weird, it's like a real-time fossil. It's like a living fossil. Think about it,
right? Yeah. It's like... What does that mean about reality, dude? Reality is clearly subjective.
Yeah, it's clearly relative. We're in your own bubble.
Relative. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it always seems like some things are like permanent. You're like, oh, time, but it's like, no, you go far enough away. You go to the right distance right now, and you're watching George Washington nail some bitch.
Yeah, dude.
If you just get it right, you can watch some. You can watch.
What does that mean, dude?
Yeah. If you're 20 light years out right now, this Friday, you could watch the planes hitting the Twin Towers, and you'd be like, "Oh my god!" No, but you could watch the flash over Hiroshima.
But dude, what does that mean? That's what I'm saying, Tommy.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer
like that, right? What does that mean about who we are and our reality and us?
Yeah. Right now, I think I'm seeing you in real time.
Right.
I mean, and we know that I'm actually seeing you in the past, but it's a trillionth of a second.
Right.
But how does that get extrapolated? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you see red, I see red. You see white, I see white. But how do I know subjectively that your white is white? Like, we're looking at the same thing, but how do I not know in your mind you see what I see as this, and you see this as I see that? I've always thought about that. Like, we both say the sky is blue, but until I can get in your brain your blue might be my like highlighter green.
Dude, and that's why beauty's so subjective, right?
Yeah. For example, she's so sexy. What are you talking about, dude? She's busted.
Because it depends on how you see someone, what you like, what you don't like, how you experience it. You know what I mean?
What if we like interpret, like, you know, like there are like sounds that dogs can hear that we can't hear. Like we know there's like infrared, right? Thermal, all shit that we don't detect. What if we detect like lovers and potential partners differently? Like what if we're giving, you mean right now we know Neuralink is using like brainwaves. What if like when I see a girl and I'm like, oh my god, she's so hot, and you're like, what the fuck? But it's actually because she's giving off some brainwave that like to me is fitting perfectly like a key in a lock. And I'm just like, oh, you know, so she like unlocked my heart. But to you, it's not the right one. I have a square, she has a square, but you have a circle. And you're like, dude, that bitch is busted. And I'm like, what are you talking about? But we're actually not seeing the same person.
Right.
Like maybe the same objective beauties, you know, like a high cheekbone or big titties or something. But like what I am seeing is I'm seeing it differently than you. I'm like, her face is perfect. And you're like, no. I'm seeing some Hunchback of Notre Dame bitch. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then you see a girl, you're like, oh, there's my Rose. And I'm like, dude, she looks like a hobo. You know? Right. But in reality, we're both seeing beauty.
It's wild, dude.
Maybe
it's crazy. Yeah, that stuff about the universe, man, just crazy stuff to think about, because it really just means like what it really just makes you think like, the hell does this all mean, right?
2020 is getting so goofy. It almost starts to feel a little like Inception. I'm like, where's the totem? Am I dreaming?
Right.
Like what? Like Kobe? Okay, man, I can't believe Kobe died. COVID, and it's like, whoo, and then it's like riots, you're like a little weirder, and then it's like aliens, you're like, hold on. You know? Hold on. Just like Inception. Do you remember how you got here? Do you remember how you got... Yeah, I was born, but what happened before that? I don't remember. It's starting to get a little hairy.
Dude. I love Inception, by the way.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Such a good movie.
It's fantastic.
Such a great movie.
I love
Stevie. I was trying to get my little cat to... Have I ever shown you my cat?
No. Dude, there's this cat hanging outside the liquor store, this little kitty, and I want to take it. But she runs away from me. Take it. I keep trying to, but she runs away from me.
Let me...
Yeah, go get her.
Yeah, I want you to see my cat. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, go get her. Ernesto Azejo is my buddy, and we're talking about aliens. Aliens.
I think I have shown her before. I was looking to see how big she is. Look how big she is, dude.
Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Right?
Jesus. What a tank. Here, hold on. Keep holding her up. I'm going to take a screenshot. There we go. Got it.
Take another one. I'm smiling.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Dude, what a fucking queen. I love her.
Right?
I love her.
She's a Maine Coon, dude.
I love her.
So these are like big ass cats.
I want one. That's what I want. She's massive.
I know, bro.
She's a beautiful girl. I want a big ass cat, dude. That's what I want. I need a podcast cat.
Yeah, dude. Imagine you had a cat like this just chilling in the background.
Dude. Well, as soon as I get enough money to move out, that's what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get a big ass fucking cat who's just gonna be chilling on the podcast.
The cat is expensive, but it's worth every penny.
It's worth it. Some things you spend your... Oh, she's wagging her tail. She heard it. It's worth it. She heard it. Oh, what a good girl.
Baby.
Oh my god, she's so...
Her name is Stevie after Stevie Nicks.
Oh, I love it. I
love
it.
All right, you can go now.
Oh.
Yeah, and now I got hair everywhere.
Who cares? It's worth it.
Dude, she's massive, though, isn't she?
Yeah. What kind of cat is that?
She's a Maine Coon. M-A-I-N-E. Like the state?
Yeah. Damn, I'm gonna fucking look that up. Maine Coon.
They're the biggest cats in the... I think they're the second biggest cats of all, like, domestic cats. And...
Jesus. They're fucking massive. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they're massive cats.
Yeah, when the podcast gets bigger and I get some money to move out.
Yes. But they're like a slinky, dude. They always stay like, they look smarter than they are. And then when you fucking grab them, they're just like, whoa, and you're awesome. Like, holy shit.
That's awesome. That's dude. That's I've thought about that for a while. I'm like I want to get a cat when I move out. Like, I miss having my cats, man, with my ex-girlfriend, but we had 2 cats and I fucking loved them. I always thought I hated cats. Like my whole life, dude, I was like, cats are bitches. I was the same way, and then you get one, and you're like, okay, this one's an exception. And then after like a month, you're like, I adore this animal. It's apples and oranges. I don't think they're better than dogs. I don't think they're worse. They're different.
They're so
different experiences.
Dude, they're so much more chill than dogs.
They're so relaxed.
Dogs always need you.
Dogs are a big responsibility. Are you sure you're ready? You get a cat, and it's like, yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. Put some food out. You're good. You can die. It won't care. It'll just fucking start eating you. Whatever.
Yeah, dude. Stevie's fucking cool.
Dude.
So yeah, I used to be the same way. I used to hate cats, or I thought I did.
Yeah.
And I got her with my ex. I actually got her for my ex.
Yeah.
And I fell in love with this cat, dude.
I love them.
I was like, I'm sorry, but I paid for it. So.
Hey, man, touche. Dude, I swear to God, man, our cat Hobbs, that cat was like psychic. Like whenever that cat knew when I was like depressed. It would come like scratching at my door. It would like lay on me and like not get off of me. It would just purr and it would never do it except on like the worst days.
That's
and
crazy,
it's not like well, you know, were you depressed every day? No, it'd be like a random day, like every like 6 weeks or so. This cat, I swear to God, would find me like a magnet. It would just. Yeah. My girlfriend at the time was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And it was like, you know, I'd have a cheery day, and then it was just back to Hobbs. It was, you know, a cat, come here, and runs away. And then I'd have a day where I'd be like holed up in my room, and she would be like, wake up in 2 in the morning, and she'd be like, the cat is just trying to, and she'd come open my door and bam, right on me, like a magnet, man. It was like a coat for like my heart. Hobbs would just come. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's crazy how much you love those little animals. You know what I mean, dude?
It's fucking insane. I've had Dale Comstock, the Delta Force guy I've had in here several times, who's just a fucking assassin. He trains dogs. He lives in Bali, and he trains dogs for like the government, drug dogs. All the hotel chains, the cruise ships that go out there, they all use drug dogs, explosive dogs. And he trains all of them, raises them. And so Dale, like the hardest motherfucker in the world. I texted Dale when I had to put down my dog in May. And I was like, Dale, I'm a wreck. I'm dying. You know, Dale's someone that's seen war at like a level no one else has. And even Dale told me, he was like, oh my God. He's like, putting a dog down is like harder than anything I've experienced in war. He was like, I fucking hate putting dogs. He's like, it's terrible. And I'm like, thank you. It makes me feel better that you think that. Yeah.
Awful. Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. But that's...
Well, I always love the idea cats are actually the apex of society, and we think that they're our pets, but the reality is like they are gods, and they're like, we have these humans, they go to work all day, they get all the money they need so that they can come home, they leave the lights on, they have couches, they have food and water for us, we get our shots. What do? We bathe in the sun, chase shit, play with lasers. 2 in the morning, I want to get up and run around. Fuck it, that's what I'm going to do. And this asshole is going to get up at 6 a.m. and go to work and go get that cheddar because I need some new toys.
Yep.
Is that not a god? I mean,
right?
You know, that's the equivalent of like having like the slaves with the big palms. And,
how nice is that, dude?
Yeah, just lay in the sun.
I wish I had that life.
Exactly, lay in the sun. And not only that, it's not even like slaves where like we hate it. We come home and then we're like, oh, we're so happy to see them. It is like, I mean, didn't the Egyptians worship cats? Isn't that why?
They did, right?
Yeah.
They had them everywhere. They had like cats like everywhere.
Yeah. Think of all those weird the Sphinx. Not really. I don't know what the fuck the Sphinx is, but like, are cats aliens? Are the UFOs coming? And it's just cats come off the UFOs.
How fucking funny would that be?
That would be the best. That would be the best.
Evie, are you a fucking alien? Big ass cat?
She ain't gonna tell you, man. She's playing cool.
She'd kill me, dude. She'd kill me, probably. She really wants to.
Probably, yeah. Yeah. UFOs come down to the White House lawn and just a bunch of cats come off. I mean, cat pictures, every meme, always cat tax, cat memes, it's always cats. we think we're on top. It's the cats.
Dude, cats are awesome.
Yeah, they're fucking
amazing. I don't know why I ever hated them, dude. Now I tell everyone, I'm like, dude, you gotta, like,
yeah. No, I fucking despise. What just happened? Are you Ernie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just got a fucking phone. Why do I get phone calls on my laptop? I thought I just shut down.
Because your phone's connected to your laptop. That's why.
Well, you know what? I don't want it. I don't want it.
You know what? Yeah. Well,
you know what?
You just look at it.
You just gotta take it, bud. All right. That's part of growing up. Is you get phone calls on your laptop.
That's one of the videos we were watching last night. Do that. Would you just look at it? Just look at it.
Do you ever watch Eric Andre?
I don't know. I don't think I know who that is.
I didn't start watching him until like a week ago, and even then, it's YouTube clips. I'm not. But
Eric Andre.
He's the "Let Me In" meme. You know, the shoots the guy in the chair. Why would you do this? That meme. If you look him up, you'll fucking recognize him.
Okay.
It's like Tim and Eric quality. He's I watch all of his. I always think of you and Cal when I watch them. They're like 60-second videos. They're like that perfect, just like let your IQ drop into the single digits and watch. Yeah. You know, that's how I feel when I watch Eric Andre.
Yeah, that's the.
You need that. You just gotta have them.
That's some great humor, man.
Yeah, you just gotta let your brain just turn to putty.
It's never a bad thing. Just let it melt.
Yeah, just let it melt. The world's on fire. It's like, dude, just take a minute for yourself.
I'll tell you what, my world doesn't feel on fire.
Neither does mine. If I didn't have maybe this is if this isn't a lesson in turning off the TV. If I had no connection to the news, you would not know. You'd be like, why is everyone wearing masks? But aside from that, everyone's cheery. Grocery store, liquor store, Walmart, nothing. Roads are fine. Lights are working.
Everyone here where I live is
mail's getting delivered.
And having a good time.
Go to Rite Aid, get my meds.
Just trying to get drunk.
Yeah. Just getting fucked up. Just same hot bitches going in the liquor store. No one's screaming. No one's. It seems like, yeah. I hope it's like that everywhere. Do you think it's just all blown out of proportion?
It's not like that everywhere.
Okay.
Okay. Dude, I got bit by some mosquitoes, and I am. That's one thing we need to figure out. We need to figure out how to just destroy these little things before they keep fucking.
Go to war with them.
Yeah, I will. If I was president of the United States, I would declare war against and every mosquito around U.S. soil or around the world.
Global effort. It would be a global campaign.
I mean, it's atrocious, dude. Every summer, man.
Maybe that's what we can come together as a species. Yeah,
probably
they
not,
do.
Because some PETA would fucking freak out.
Yeah, well, fuck them. You know what? We'll fucking.
Well, we can't just fuck them.
We can't fuck them. We can't fuck them. We can't just bend them over and fuck them,
right?
Tommy.
You can fuck PETA.
You can fuck PETA, all right? I have standards, all right? I'm not drunk enough. You can't go fucking PETA.
PETA's not beautiful to me, all right?
PETA, I know beauty is subjective, and guess what, bitch? Ain't working for me, all right?
Yeah,
me and PETA, me and PETA, we're not seeing each other. Asshole. I'm nailing PETA's cousin.
Grow up, dude.
Grow the fuck up, Tommy. Get off my podcast.
Tommy,
right?
Grow up, dude. I mean, these mosquito bites, man. I'm trying not to scratch them.
Just give.
So I'm gonna just
give in.
Do this to my fingers to keep myself from not scratching them.
Just give in. Just give in. There's nothing greater than giving in and scratching a mosquito bite.
So good.
Just let it go, Ernie.
Why? That annoying, you're right.
Just let it. Yeah.
Why?
Who cares? Don't try to answer every question. Just sometimes just give in. Just give in, Ernie. Give in to the bite. Sometimes it's okay.
Dude, it feels so good.
I know. It's like a guilty. You're like, I shouldn't be doing this. It's like, it's like unfair.
Like that makes no sense, right?
No.
So your body's like, we have this poison in us, and
it's a trick, wasn't it? Right? No, because that's poison ivy. Because that's poison ivy trying to get you to spread it, but a mosquito bite doesn't spread.
I think it's just because it irritates the skin and it just makes it itchy.
Yeah, there's some. You choose your battles, I think. I try to recycle. I try not to have a big carbon footprint, and I try to hold the door for people. If I'm going to scratch a mosquito bite, I'm going to choose your battles.
Dude, I just hate it, man.
Choose your battles, Ernie.
Dude. You know what I mean?
Just give in.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what a trick. Your body's like, it feels so fucking good when you actually scratch it. Why not just keep scratching it?
Forever.
But if you scratch it, it fucking hurts like shit.
Yeah. Hurts?
After a while, yeah.
Mine don't hurt. Ernie, I don't think that's good. That might not be good. I think it just gets.
Listen, I've already gone my whole life. About to be 30. I'm fine now.
Fuck it. Yeah, I'm 30, Ernie. Welcome to the dark side.
I'll be 30 next month, man.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm not really worried about it.
No, I feel no different.
Listen, neither of us look 30, so
yeah, we both just look. We just look incredible. That's what it is. And if you don't agree with us, fucking go away. Get out of here.
That's what I'm saying. It's like we're like in our young 20s, just a couple guys being dudes.
Yeah, just a couple of dudes being guys, huh? A couple of guys.
Barack Obama in the background, just chilling.
And he's like, these boys, listen, don't sleep on Barrio. Intercepted.
Dude, I had to send you this video. That I don't think I shared with you. It's hysterical. You will love it. It's this video of this guy who does. Have you heard that song? I actually hadn't heard it before this, but it's called "What's Popping." It's like, "What's popping?" Brand new whip just hopped in.
No,
whatever.
I like it already though.
Jack Harlow. I don't know.
I like it already.
But I'm gonna send you this video of this guy who does a remix of the song. And he does like Cleveland from Family Guy.
Yeah.
Then he does Donald Trump. Then he does Obama, and like he does them all, dude. And then like and at one point he has like Trump and like Obama kind of like going back and forth. So, dude, it is I'm gonna text you right now.
Okay. Have you ever seen the dude doing the Family Guy voices singing "Look at Me Now" by Chris Brown?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. It's really funny, actually. Hold on. All right.
So,
whenever we're done, you're gonna watch this.
I will. You can't watch it now. I don't want to get. Yeah. I can't get my I can't get my channel yanked. I can't play it.
You're literally gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is so
it's gonna be like, oh my god, Ernie, I'm just gonna. I'll fuck PETA for you.
Yes, you will fuck PETA.
You get drunk and fuck PETA.
That's exactly what you will do.
Ernie, what I was just talking to Jared about this. Are UFOs, is that the crescendo of 2020? Is it UFOs? Because I mean, how else could the year end? It's like, this is the big game.
We have an election coming up. I'll tell you how it could end.
That's November. That's November. We still got another month and a half after that.
Here's how it could end. It ends with an election where on election day it looks like Trump has won a lot of gains, but a lot of people have mailed in their ballots, and so that takes maybe a couple days, maybe weeks to actually count.
A little blue ball.
And so I could easily see a scenario where Trump declares himself the victor.
Ooh.
Although they're not done counting yet.
Ooh.
He goes, "Oh, I won," and then when the vote starts coming around and he realizes he's not winning, then he goes,
he'll cancel the count.
See, it's all fraud. It's fake.
There's like a 90% chance.
And that's how 2020 would end. And that's the most 2020 end.
And that will be civil war. Just straight up. That will be the end.
That really would be. If he actually did that, yes.
That's when the curtains draw. That's when it's just like the power.
Some idiot out there will go,
fake news.
Stolen, they're going to go start killing people.
Yeah.
Maybe not civil war, but.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be good. That would be a historical thing. That'd be like Dewey beats Truman. Right?
Yeah.
It would be that. It would be that.
That's how it could end.
Yeah. But even
that would be a very appropriate way for
fake news.
The year to end.
But even that's November, man. I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, the Civil War that follows it is how you end the year.
Okay. Or no. Okay. Oh, of course.
Oh yeah, you're right. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, you're right. The mass executions. There we go. It's No, man. There's no other way. I think if there's ever a time when UFOs, because right now, even though it's still like, it's definitely like it's shakes you to your balls. That's not even a saying. Shake.
You know what I think? You know what I think, Tommy?
What's up?
I think people already think aliens are real. I think we're at that point now.
Everyone does. Yeah.
Most people were like, yeah, it makes sense. I think what's really going to shock people for real is when we find life. Now that doesn't mean like a talking, smart alien,
Just a multi-celled organism.
Right. Whether it's a small fish in the seas of Europa.
Yeah.
One of the moons of
like a weird turtle or something.
Right. A turtle. But even bacteria, subatomic particles. That's life. That's going to be a big fucking deal. Because once we find that, and if we find that in our own solar system, just in our own solar system.
Just in our own.
That means that it's everywhere.
That means that
it's fucking everywhere.
I think
two spots in one system, and there are billions of systems.
I think hundreds of billions in our own galaxy, hundreds of trillions of cataloged cataloged galaxies. Yeah, I definitely think like a multicellular. Yeah, single cell will definitely still be big, but I think
anything. I mean, think about it. Any life that's not from Earth.
Yeah.
That's crazy to think about. Well, shit, like that's the wasn't made here.
Yeah, it also depends about contamination because you want to make sure that we didn't bring it. Like, do we crash into Europa with some satellite and then we're like, hey, look, RNA, and it's like, where's the RNA? If
that's the case, then it wouldn't be found everywhere, right? You'd think that if there's a species, it's going to be a ton of them, right? Not just one.
Yeah,
especially if it's subatomic.
That's true.
It's going to be a ton. You would expect.
Yeah.
Unless it's early and maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I can see it.
Yeah.
But you're right. I could definitely see it being a worry, a concern.
What if it's some weird? What if it's like not at all? I like your haircut, man. What if it's like? What if it's like not? I
obviously haven't even gotten out of bed today.
I think it's beautiful. What if it's something like in the sun? What if it's like an animal on the sun? Some weird, fucking like.
But why not, dude?
Fucking
like seriously, why not?
Infinite possibility. As long as it's
anything can fucking happen.
Yeah,
dude.
what if the sun exists? Why can't that exist? And is any self-replicating system with ever-increasing complexity, right? ever-increasing complexity. It's some entropy-driven, self-replicating thing. Why not? Some like fucking weird, like I don't know, some like flying thing that somehow exists on like the surface of the sun.
I mean, dude, it's not that far fetched. We are descendants of dead stars, like quite literally.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're star people. Like we came from the center of an exploding. Like that sounds like some B film, like science fiction.
No, but
we are literally from the core of an exploded star.
Our heavy elements, carbon, which we are literally
everything passed like helium.
Yeah, everything.
Everything in your blood. Yeah. I don't know, man.
How insane is that, dude? We are literal stardust that several billions of years later has become to somehow come together in a thinking fucking brain and study the very thing that created us.
It's like that quote, given on a long enough timeline, hydrogen will start to wonder where it came from. Right? Because what formed those original stars? Hydrogen. On a long enough timeline, hydrogen will start to wonder where it came from. That's all it really is. It's still the same, like typewriter to iPhones. It's still the same timeline. Yeah. Yeah. The universe. What a concept. You wouldn't want to put it in a, you wouldn't want to put it in a bowl.
Yeah, you wouldn't
want to put it in a hot dog. Well, you got undiscovered worlds. You got Tillman's Crest, the big dipster.
The
big dipster. Tillman's Crest.
My God,
undiscovered worlds. Of course, you got Sector 9.
Those guys are fucking ridiculous.
If you rolled it up into like a hot dog, it'd be at least twice as long. I mean, it's like a big dark hole. I just want to explore it like a first date.
Yeah, dude, that is so funny.
Yeah, it just cuts up. It's not like a.
Dude, those guys, man. But seriously, dude, it's some crazy stuff to think about.
Yeah, I'm in your backyard looking for coons. Teaching your son about. I shine a light into his.
Dude, I mean, but
who are you? Get out of my yard.
Yeah, get out of my yard.
Why are you doing this with my son?
It's wild to me. It really is. It just makes you think, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's just like, dude, like at the end of the day, you just want to know the answers, right? Like why?
Yeah.
Is it happening? How did it happen?
Do you ever just?
When?
Yeah.
Was there a beginning? Was there a beginning at all?
Yeah. What's before the beginning?
Right.
You know, what is the universe expanding into?
I suspect it's just a bunch of universes.
Yeah, and then what's outside of that? What's outside of the multiverse? Right? Eventually you have to come to the theory.
But what if we're just literally part of some being?
Probably are. Why wouldn't we be? I mean, to me, that's less crazy than the idea of like.
Do you think about it?
Nothingness.
You think about like the natural occurrences of the Earth.
Yeah.
Earthquakes.
Yeah.
Volcanoes.
Yeah. I mean,
the wind, tornadoes, hurricanes.
Earth seems
tsunamis.
Earth seems like one big creature.
It seems like it's alive.
It absolutely does. Oh yeah, it's got circulatory systems. It's got excretions. Yeah. It's got its whole biosphere. It's got its pH. It excretes. It grows. It sheds. Yeah. It molts. It changes. Always rebirthing itself. It has its cycles. It gets sick. It gets clean. Yeah, it is.
It's kind of sketch, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you have your body's composed of 70 trillion cells. You have something like 100 trillion bacteria in your gut. None of those bacteria are like, oh yeah, all together we make up Tommy. It's just bacteria. They're not even thinking. They're just going about their thing. But even if they were, it would still be, I'm not part of the gut. I'm Bill. I'm Tommy. I just happen to live in Maryland. I'm not Maryland. I live in Maryland. No, you compose, I'm stuck in traffic. No, you are traffic. I live in America. No, you are American. You're part of the system. Because everyone thinks that they just live in America. No, it creates the whole thing. I live on planet Earth. No, you are. You're part of the gut biome. No, I'm just Tommy. I'm just Ernie. I've just got Stevie over here.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's sketch to think about.
Yeah, what goes on, man? What goes... And then the aliens show up. The UFOs show up. Are the UFOs just us from the future?
Okay, now no, because as far as we know, we can't travel back in time.
As far as we know,
forward.
Yeah. I mean, we all.
Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. I mean, we don't know.
I think the big thing that we're going to find out, whenever we find it out, is going to. To me, it's in my limited monkey brain is that I don't think light can be the speed limit.
Do you think light can what?
I don't think light is the cosmic speed limit.
You don't think? Maybe not, dude. Maybe it's something else.
It seems so certain that it is, but just like we were so certain that the sun revolved around us and that the earth was flat, it's just these like accepted paradigms become laughable.
But to be fair, we've proven at least that some of the theories of light and the speed of light, we've proven, and this is why we theoretically know that we can go to the future, not the past. Mm-hmm. We've proven that if you do speed a particle up to 99.9% the speed of light, that time does slow down for them. We know that.
Well, we know the astronauts.
So we know that's a property of our universe, right? Now, why that is
special relativity,
right. But why that is, I mean, right? We think we know. We have theories, but we don't really know for real.
Sure.
But so. Maybe you're right, but to me that's something so fundamental because we've proven it. And that's why we think if we can build something big enough and you throw it at 99.9% speed of light, that it will slow down because we can do it at the subatomic level.
Sure.
We just can't do it at our level. Or yet.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yet. We know astronauts age slower by like millionths of a second after like a year-long stint in orbit.
Yeah.
To me, it just seems so it's the idea that when we look at aliens, we're like, those can't be aliens because light is the speed limit, and how could they get here? To me, that's just a case of like, we're taking our model and saying our model is definitive, and that this information is voiding our model. That's the exact opposite of how you're supposed to do science. We're not like,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, this is breaking our model because we know the sun goes around the Earth. Maybe our model's not right. So it's like, those can't be aliens because we know light's the speed limit, and it's starting to kind of look like maybe our model's not right. I have no idea what it could possibly be, but I think time and again, anytime we've ever been arrogant enough to say, with certainty that this is the way it is, it just ends up being so not even wrong, but like laughably wrong.
Dude, you're not. Oh, you hear my dog bitching? Jack.
Jack, welcome to the podcast. What do you have to say?
Yeah, someone said hi to Jack. Jack's a sweet.
Hey, Jack.
Sweet boy.
I don't think Jack's very happy.
He is almost 6 years old.
Really?
He's getting old.
Dude, I put down Oscar this year. He was 17 and a half.
Oh, man.
But I remember what
kind of dog is he? What kind
of dog?
He was
a toy poodle. He was born on Christmas 2002.
It's crazy. Dude.
Old. I remember when the vet put him down. He told he's like, I'm sorry for your loss, but he goes, you got 2 dogs out of that. He goes, just put it in perspective. Like, definitely be sad, but I mean, he's like, most people don't get that. And I was like, you're right.
Yeah.
He goes, if you got the dog right now, it would die when you're 47. And I was like, that's insane.
Wild.
I've always told it, but I remember holding Oscar watching the TV as we were bombing Baghdad in 2003, starting the war in Iraq. Cole and Powell up there talking. That same dog I had this year. So, yeah, a little fucking crazy.
Yeah, dude, my cat's only 2. Those cats live till they're apparently 17.
That's awesome.
So by the time that she dies, I'm gonna be 45 years old, dude.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That literally means that my kids are going to grow up with this cat.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna. That's what I need. I want to get the longest living cat. That's what I want. I want to find the species.
Maine Coon, bro. You gotta get a Maine Coon, dude.
You're gonna see it on the podcast one day. You're just gonna see this big old fucking fluffinator walking around.
Dude,
you're gonna know.
See some of those pictures. I'm actually excited for that. I don't have any pictures of her like that.
Oh well, I'll send them to you. I'm gonna make it the thumbnail of the screen too. Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know, Ernie. I have no idea. 13 minutes left till I let you go.
I'll tell you. I think it's all interesting. I think that the next biggest thing we should be doing in space exploration should be going to those places where we know now that there is water. Right, so Europa is one of them. Titan is one of them. The moons of Jupiter. We know there's water.
Doesn't Mars have? Doesn't it have
Yeah. Mars does have frozen, but it's frozen, right?
Yeah.
We know that in Titan and in Europa there's liquid water today.
Okay.
Which is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, and it's under 60 kilometers of water or ice, so it's.
I know, it's insane. Our deepest ocean here is Challenger Deep, which is an area in the Marianas Trench, which is an area, I believe, in the Pacific or Indian Ocean, is 5 miles, 25,000 feet. No, sorry, I think it's 7 miles. No, I think it's 5. But regardless, Europa is apparently 10 times deeper.
Yeah, dude. Imagine if we go down there and we see some massive asteroids.
Some fucking big octopus. It's it just speaks through you telepathically. It's go back to your ship.
What if we go down there and there's a whole civilization?
And no, it just talks to the astronaut telepathically, and it goes, go back up to your mothership, and call back to NASA and say you found nothing. Okay.
Get the fuck out before we unleash.
It's literally like they're Clint Eastwood. It's like, get out of here.
Dude, no, but I mean, that's what we should be doing, man. Yeah. We should know definitively.
Yeah.
If in our own universe, in our own solar system, what's the closest, there is a fucking anything, dude.
Do you think?
And then the second thing we should be doing is we should be fucking figuring out how to make this shit cheaper so we can fly further. So we can go further.
Well, we got Elon and Bezos working on that imperfectly, but
yeah,
it's going.
But doing it nonetheless.
Yeah, doing it nonetheless. Not perfect, but I mean, when has anything been perfect? When have we ever done anything perfectly? We're gonna throw 1,000 ships at the horizon. One of them will get to the new world.
Yeah. Now obviously the private industry is taking initiative in this.
SpaceX,
really
Blue Origin. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking about that to my dad last night. It's you have to dangle a carrot or it's not going to get done. We can have these massive and albeit beautiful initiatives like the Apollo program, but for a long-term thing, you have to dangle a carrot. And right now, there is a carrot, and it's asteroid mining. Trillions of dollars of platinum and gold. Helium-3 on the moon.
They say Do we already have a trillionaire?
Nope. We have Jeff Bezos, who's last week broke 200 billion.
That's right. They said the first trillionaires will come from, as you're saying, mining.
And some estimates say that but I mean, what does an estimate mean? Study says fucking anything.
Let me ask you this. We were talking about this yesterday with Cal, actually.
Okay.
Would you go to space?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No?
Not even going to try to, because I'm a pussy.
Dude, I mean, I am too, but are you kidding me?
No, I will gladly, I would donate to it. I would do a GoFundMe. I would help someone. I would love to GoPro it and watch it. I'm not fucking leaving the ground, man. I'm a bitch. And I'm just going to own it. Just going to own it. Just going to own it. I'm a bitch.
How many people have lived?
100 billion.
In the entire humanity? 100 billion?
That's what they think. It's about 100 billion, yeah.
Okay. 100. Are you sure that's a big number?
Yeah, I know it's a huge number. They think it's about 100 billion total Homo sapien, modern man
today.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, it boasts my argument really even more.
Yeah.
So, 100 billion people, really 200,000 years of modern humans, right? Mm-hmm. And you can be one of maybe 150 people that have ever even left the planet. You wouldn't want to be part of that history?
Nope.
You can look back at your grandkids and say, I am the 0.0001.
I mean, I guess you never know until it's
ever been able to look back on the planet that you lived in and said, holy fucking shit. That to me would be a profoundly transformational moment.
Well, it's called the overview effect. It's an actual psychological effect that happens to astronauts the first time they go up. The overview effect, capital O, overview effect.
It says what?
It's apparently a feeling of total oneness with creation, total dissolution of politics and borders, not because you're literally looking down and seeing no such thing as borders, but it's like an overwhelming, like almost tear-inducing, like across the board, Chinese, Russian, American. You go up and you look at apparently it is like a step above like a psychedelic experience. It's called the overview effect.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Mm-hmm. And it's even greater the farther away you go. The biggest effect was on the astronauts on the moon looking back at Earth. Yeah, I mean, for that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you got to take it. I don't want to be the first space tourist, though. I'll be the 10th. I'd go up on the 10th ship.
The first. I don't give a shit. Let's go.
I'll give a fuck.
Listen, if you die, you don't feel that shit. You'll die. Dude.
What are you talking about? You burn up in orbit.
Yeah, but you'll burn quick. I mean, you're not going to burn for fucking like 10, 15 minutes.
You know what? If you
burn up in orbit, you're going up to space, you're going to die quickly, bro.
Yeah.
You're going to be sitting around like for 30 minutes dying.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to you're probably not even going to know it happened.
That's what I'm saying.
You're just going to be going out with a smile on your face. I'll go if you're next to me.
Okay.
All right.
Hold your goddamn hand.
Let's do it. Cal has to come too.
We'll bring our Maine Coons.
Cal's coming. Can the Maine Coons have laser pointer? Can they have little helmets on too?
Dude, that'd be cute as fuck.
That would be amazing. You know what? I would do that for the meme quality. So playing with cats in space.
See, now we're going to space.
Okay.
Now, if only we could fund it. Now we got to fund it.
Yeah. We'll let the venture capitalist trillionaires.
I hope that within. It was funny. Cal and Taylor both said they wouldn't go either,
But after what you said, I forgot about the overview effect. I would do it for that.
You know what I mean, dude?
Yeah, I would almost like to wait till later in my life in case I do die. Like, I'd really like to see the podcast work, and I don't know if I want to gamble that.
That is a good point. Your podcast is absolutely important. I apologize for not taking it into consideration.
I don't give a fuck, dude. If you have kids, are you going up when you got a toddler, or are you waiting until they're out of the house?
I don't know. I don't have any kids. I mean, truth be told.
But what if you have a girl you love, you got a bouncing little baby Ernie,
Truth be told,
fired
I probably won't be able to go anyways until, because it's probably not going to be cheap enough for me to go until 12.
No. We're not talking about fucking that realistic aspect. I mean, you're just. You know they're gonna do a Willy Wonka thing. You know they're gonna do some Willy Wonka shit.
Oh, okay. You're just saying
10 free tickets. 10 free tickets. I bet they do. I bet Musk does some Willy Wonka shit. 10 free tickets to anyone.
I would do it, dude.
You'd do it. I think you could.
I would bring my kids with me, probably.
I think
honestly.
No, you can't. It's just you. I'd go.
Terrible rules.
No,
just you, dude.
Well,
you're gonna leave everything behind.
Well, I mean, it's something like isn't it something insane? It's like $400,000 per pound to low Earth orbit. So you can't just throw shit on. Like everything down to the ounce is calculated. I'm not saying you got to go live on Mars. I'm saying go up orbit for 30 minutes and come back.
That's what I'm saying. Man.
Yeah.
I would want to stay out there for like a couple hours.
Yeah, I would love to go up there and fucking like take some shrooms.
Dude, I don't know about sure. That would be weird. That would be a lot.
That would be a lot.
That would be a lot.
That might be too much.
That might be too much if you think about it, bro. Like, if you start having a bad trip, dude, in space, like, dude, like your mind would just literally.
I think you would. I think you would go. I think you would go catatonic. I don't think you could move. I think you'd just freeze. Tom, are you having a good time?
That would be. I mean, dude.
But what if it's a good trip? You come back and you just never have a bad day for the rest of your life.
Dude, you come back and you're just like you're more enlightened than the damn Dalai Lama.
Yeah, you make Buddha look like a fucking asshole. You
are the new Buddha.
Yeah,
you are the new Jesus.
You tell the old Buddha, you're like, go fuck PETA. No, yeah, Buddha goes and fucks PETA. Now it's just you. You come back and you start a religious following. There's statues. It's just like a gold, like fat, naked me. A bunch of monks up in Tibet. They're all like the teachings of, and you're like, I know that guy. He's an asshole. I used to drink with him in college. And I'm like, no, brother, I'm changed. And you're like, fuck this guy.
You told me.
Fuck this asshole, dude. Fuck this asshole. I got to fight with him at flip-flops. No, he's enlightened, brother. Fuck this guy, dude.
You went to space, bro.
You went to space. I know. I used to. Do you know what I did with this? Do you know what McCormick's is? Jesus Christ, this guy's. I'm like, forgive him, brothers. He knows not what he says. And you're like,
oh my God, fuck I love that.
I love it. Give it all you got. Give it all you.
I freaked out Jack. Oh, Stevie too. Both guys went nuts.
Sorry, Stevie. Sorry, Jack.
Jackie boy, it's fine, Jack.
I love it.
Like you like woke up, just like.
Well, sorry, Jack. That's the sound of progress. All right, that's the sound of we're getting ready for Space Buddha.
What a guy, man.
Is that? I got 2 more minutes with you. Is that a form of therapy in the future? Go to space, 30 minutes.
It could be. That would be amazing.
Come back down.
If it ever becomes cheap enough, yeah, maybe for fucking like rich assholes.
Well, I mean, think about the first flights, and now think about you go get a fucking whatever, like a $40 ticket, and there's bathrooms and air conditioning on it. Like, think of how nice that is.
And gravity, because they've like figured it out.
Yeah.
The centrifuge.
No, I think that's part of like zero. No, I'm talking about flights right now. Think of how rare a flight was. A fucking biplane made out of like canvas and balsa wood. Not even open air. You're just wearing your top hat and your 3-piece suit like an asshole. And now you can go get a cheap ticket.
Wild.
You got a seat with a tray and you get pretzels and Diet Pepsi and fucking go take a bathroom break. And it's like nothing. It's $40. I think, yeah, eventually that's what's going to be spaceflight. You can go up and it's going to be like, can you imagine that this used to be reserved for like the Apollo astronauts and now you're up there?
I hope that's the case, dude. I hope it's within our lifetimes.
I think it will be. I think with Moore's Law accelerating gains, I think it will be.
I fucking hope so. I would hate to die and not go to space. That would suck.
I would hate to die and do nothing but raise this stupid kid. Dad? Yeah. Nothing.
No, thanks.
Thanks. I'm just sorry. I'm just doing this dad dance. You wouldn't know, you ungrateful bitch. All right, well, you fucking
hold me back.
You fucking holding me back. You really get. You have a sniper's accuracy at shooting down dreams.
Dad?
I love it.
I wish your mom was still here. But,
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, getting a little dark in there, but,
I love it. Get darker. Turn off all the lights, brother.
Turn off all the lights, brother. It was a dark Saturday evening. All the windows closed. Turned up to about 82. Did you ever watch Eastbound and Down?
Oh, yeah, dude. I said, no, honey, you let him watch.
I said, let the boy walk.
The boy watch.
He learns from me the way I learned from my father. And he learned from his father.
Yes,
let
dude.
The boy watch.
Let the boy watch. Dude. A
young rap at the door. My young son, Gabriel. All the windows closed.
This ridiculous shit.
This was a fantastic episode, Ernie. I said I would let you go at 1 hour. I can keep talking. I know you want to watch sports ball.
Yeah, I gotta get on the. I gotta get on the tube.
I got this thing I gotta do. I'm a busy guy. I got this fucking. I got this fucking kid.
No, I'm not busy. I'm not busy at all. Not today. But
hey, today's Labor Day.
Today's Labor Day. Today's been chill. We get back to work tomorrow. So today's been very relaxed. I've been playing Madden all day.
I'm playing Watch Dogs 2. I'm about to play it again. I'm just the game where you're supposed to just be hacking shit, but I'm not doing that. I'm just shooting people in the head. I'm just not.
Yes.
It's kind of dark, but I'm just.
Before you do that, send me that picture of me and the cat.
I will. It's on the laptop. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you as soon as this episode. I want it now.
Bad.
I want it now, Tommy.
No, dude, I don't have a picture of us like that. And so actually really looking forward to having it. It's cool.
Maybe if you can work for it, boy.
I reckon. Yes, Tommy. Yeah. Yes.
I needed this episode, Ernie. Thank you.
Good. I needed it too, I think.
Good. I'm glad we both needed it.
This is great. It's been good. It's been fun, man. But I gotta take the pup out.
Yeah. And
we'll watch some sports. Brother, it's always good to see you. Much love.
I love you too, buddy. Same. And don't be a stranger. Come back sooner than later.
Will do.
And it was a panini. Was it? It's not boot.
A camera boot.
It's a panini. Who you calling turkey?
I love it, man.
For your health.
Such Steve, bro. Wine's no fun. And nobody wants to have anything to do with you. Janice.
It's the internet. The internet. You fucking.
Love it.
Well, here we go. All right, brother.
All
right, man. Take it easy. Hey, Cal, if you're listening, I doubt you are, but Cal, you're coming on next time.
Cal, you're coming on. We'll get you on. We'll get him on.
All right. Peace, buddy.
All right, brother. You're good. Bye.
Yeah.
So I was like, I gotta get a new hat. I just organized all my hats, and I was like, I need a new hat. So I started looking online, and I thought I found this one on the site. I ordered it, right? I go back to my email, and I realized I totally ordered a different hat. And I had to go buy the hat. I had to go find the hat somewhere else, fund from the other place hopefully before they send it out. But you know what? It all worked out perfectly. I got the hat, and I emailed them that night, and they immediately refunded me.
Well, fantastic.
Look at that.
Well, would you look at that? Look, a little elbow grease and can-do attitude. You can do whatever you want.
You just look at it.
You just don't stop looking at it. Would you look at it? Was it panini? But
tomorrow night. Oh my god.
It's gonna. I forgot that debates were tomorrow night, man. I saw something and I was like, I don't know how it went. I was listening to an old episode of ours.
Hey, let me turn this light on real quick.
Yeah. I was listening to an old episode of ours, and I remember this is like back in like May, and you were like, "Man, the debates are going to be insane." I think this was even before. Was it after? Doesn't matter. You're like, this is going to be insane because you're like, all the sports have been canceled for like 2 months now, and now it's like we're coming in October. We just did week 3 of the NFL.
Yep.
It's like, dude, the entire country has been edging for entertainment, and they're just ready to blow their loads.
Falcons are trash.
Yeah, but fuck Tom Brady. But yeah, debates Tuesday night tomorrow. What's today? The 28th. Debates for tomorrow night. So, as my political correspondent, let's just jump right on into it. Let's sink our teeth into it. This is going to be an Ernesto cast. I'm going to sit back and give you the floor. Well, obviously I'm not. I'm going to talk with you because I love you. But I don't know. What do you want to get into? Because we got debates, but we also have Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Like, which they're equally insane.
I think what's happening with the Supreme Court is definitely something that needs to be discussed.
Are we gonna have a 2000 election repeat?
Because no, I really don't think so. That's what Trump wants you to think.
Yeah.
I think Trump's going to lose badly. But I may be totally wrong.
Who the fuck knows? I think there is a 50-50 chance. I really do. I just see it.
By choice. By definition, it's a 50-50 chance.
You know what? I don't appreciate your attitude. And frankly...
I'm just keeping you honest, buddy. Keeping you honest.
No, I mean, I guess in my mind, I don't see it as like, when Obama was running, it was like Obama's probably going to win. Like you just kind of had that feeling.
Well, here's a couple things, right? Number one, Donald Trump has never had over 50% support in any poll during his entire presidency.
Jesus.
Okay? It's just now, what he'll point you to, there's one poll he'll always point you to, which is the Rasmussen polls, right? RASMUSSEN. They always, they're notorious for oversampling Republicans. So it gives you a sense because they're an outlier. Every other poll tells you something differently. There's no way that you guys are the only ones that have Trump at 51%. When he's never been, I don't think he's ever had more than 47%.
Jesus.
The point is, this isn't precedented, Tommy. There has been no in modern presidential history since the Reagan years, he marked a new era of a movement, right? Of the modern conservatism, really. It's never happened. I mean, it's never happened. Typically, if you're below 50%, it's very tough to win re-election because you don't have 50% of the people with you. How are you going to win a majority? I mean, it's very tough.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's bad. Secondly, you've got the pandemic. Mm-hmm. Whatever you think of the pandemic, I think most people understand he could have done more, I guess is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
He's downplayed it too much, acting like it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But it is. 200,000 people died.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot of people,
It's a fifth of a million.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
So, and then number 3, the economic recession that's been going on. People have lost their jobs. Some people have gotten kicked out. So, it's a lot of bad things going on, right? And now you add to all of that this new New York Times that the President of the United States paid $750 in taxes.
Oh, yeah, I saw that last night.
While he was president.
Well,
not just that.
Wait, while he was president?
That. Yeah, 2016, 2017. Absolutely. 17, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I thought it was from back in the early Wow.
The President of the United States also paid his daughter as a consultant to avoid taxes.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Which is probably illegal.
Yeah.
There's a few other things. He deducted $70,000 for hair, which is personal, not business.
Yeah.
$70,000, dude, in 1 year for hair.
Do you think that's actually hair, or do you think that's money laundering, or do you think he actually spent that much on? I don't know which one's more insane because one is like an illegal laundering.
And then they ask him, well, Mr. President, total fake news, so fake the media.
Fake. It's just none of it's real.
He doesn't actually. So
just
expect that to be a point of.
Don't address it. Just fake news. Don't address it. Just fake news.
I mean, think about all those factors.
Okay.
Add to that the fact that Joe Biden still has an average over the last, really since the primaries ended, he's up an average of 8 points.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton was never, ever that high. So you add all that,
it seems likely he's going to lose. But that being said, no one thought he'd win last time, so who the fuck knows, really, right?
Yeah.
But the last time around, he wasn't actually president. This time around, there's a record he has to run on.
Yeah, that is a weird middle ground, because it's like none of it points to him winning. But then it's like, but here we are, right? You know, it's like, you know what? There shouldn't be a pandemic, and it's like, but you got to have your mask on. It's like, okay, well, this is where we are, right? So it's
right.
What's the? You're right. Yeah, you're right. Is what is real, right?
The real question is, if you're really going to ask the question they always ask you in the elections, right? Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you think most people are going to say yes?
No, I don't think anyone can. But then you're always going to have people.
I'll tell you, me personally, my life is better. Honestly, yeah, personally.
I mean, straight up, yeah. I mean, personally, my life.
Bullshit. Yeah. Like, personally, I have a great life and I'm good to go.
Yeah, dude. I mean, on a personal note, my life started tanking around 2016, but completely apolitical, just all personal. But I mean, but yeah, I mean, you're always gonna have. Then cognitive dissonance comes into play. Well, was your life better before Obama? And it's like, well, Obama also walked in after the 2008. Was your life better before Bush? Bush was here for a year, and then there was the worst terrorist attack since Pearl Harbor.
Right.
So you're going to have everyone, if they don't want it to be better than it was 4 years ago, it won't. If you do want it to be better, well, COVID, we haven't had a pandemic since right? So it's kind of, we're all going to consciously or unconsciously cherry pick what we want and create our reality through that, and then just fist it through with the elections and hope we can get the square hole through the circle, or vice versa.
So you think about all that,
and then a Supreme Court dies, or Supreme Court member dies.
Legend Ginsburg, dead.
Just rest in peace.
So listen, think about everything I just said.
Yeah.
About what we learned about him and his taxes, about how he's never had a popular mandate in this country, ever, really. He's never had over 50% of this country say, yes, Mr. President, we're with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time that happened again in modern presidential history. And now he's going to seriously alter the balance of the court for real. It's going to be 6-3 conservatives to the liberals on the bench. And then you go back to in 2016 when in March there was a vacancy and Barack Obama wanted to fill it. And they said, in election years, we don't do that. Now, today they'll make the distinction. They'll tell you, oh, no, we said if the party in the Senate is different than the president, then yes, we should let the people decide. If it's the same party, then no, we should move forward, which they obviously didn't say at the time. You have Lindsey Graham on the record saying, hold the tape.
Yeah, hold these words against me.
My words. Yes. Yeah. You have Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa saying, no, we would not do that. We would not fill the seat.
Okay.
They knew what they meant. And so this is you know me, dude. I try to remain as even keeled as I can, and I try to.
And I think you are.
I think both sides, but
I think
to me, this is beyond the pale. Look, I have never supported hacking the courts.
Yeah,
I really never have. But if the Republicans do this, you got to fight fire with fire, man.
Yeah, but that's such a short term. That's such a short term quick fix. It's like printing money. Because if you say you can pack courts, well then it's going to come right back when the next.
Listen, I was generally against it. I am with you, but I'm telling you, man. What do? We just sit back and take it again after the Republican Party stole a seat from Barack Obama.
Yeah,
we're going to just sit and take. Oh, guys, we lost again, guys. When we won by 3 million more votes, that people actually, the will of the people, if we're an actual direct democracy, we would be in power.
Yeah.
The majority of the people, whether you like it or not, are not going to be for this. Now, you can make a great argument because it doesn't matter. That's why we don't have a direct democracy. Yeah. It's a republic, but it's the truth, right? It is what it is.
That's the game we're playing with.
They won by the rules, so it is what it is.
Yeah, it's
it's just that's why I think about it, but it's just incredibly hypocritical, man. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. I mean, if they really want to do it, they'll do it. Yeah. And it's going to enrage a lot of people because
what that effectively means, Tommy, is that the next time there's an abortion case that comes up to the court, abortion is probably going to be made illegal.
Yeah, that's not as a like conservative. That's not good. Like that's not good. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's like
you're going to create a massive uproar and think about it.
Yeah, you can't do that.
That's some cultural shit like that with the Supreme Court seems to go backwards. That's society seems to have moved on. You know?
Yeah, that's definitely like it's definitely dipping our toes back into like the dark ages, right? Why are we letting the blacks and the whites use the same water fountain? 2030.
I mean, no, I think we're past.
No, yeah, but just the general idea, like that's
right.
That's not Roe v. Wade is like if you don't like it, like you don't have to get one. To me, it's like in a place of 300 million, in a country with a third of a billion people, that's a pretty like okay like middle ground. If you don't want one, you don't have to get it. Right? I mean,
but it's been the law for like 60 years.
That too. Yeah.
And they're going to overturn it. I'm telling you, Tommy. And so this is the things you have to think about. And so these are the things that are just, where do we want to be as a society? And this is why it's so important who's president, because this president is going to choose her. She's going to get confirmed. It's crazy. I mean, look, I don't think we'll see. I'm sure they'll ask Joe Biden tomorrow night about packing the courts. I agree with you. Look, you're right. It's a short-term fix. It's stupid, but at some point you got to fight back, dude. I mean, at some point you got to do something, because if it's not going to represent the will of the people, and it's not, those views of these justices, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
we just discussed culturally. We've moved past that.
Well,
so why go backwards? Why?
I do like that the Democrats put forward. Like, I'll give credit where like you. I really do I try my hardest every day, like as I get older, to like don't just look at what I want to look at. Like, what do you objectively agree with? The Democrats put forward a bill to limit the term limits of Supreme Court justices?
Did they?
Didn't they do that in the last week?
I'm not really sure, honestly, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Like, that's Gucci. I'm good with that. That's like okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
You know what? That almost makes sense, dude. Because
I think that makes the most sense to me. That's what makes the most sense.
Think about it, dude. That means that let's say you give them a 10-year tenure.
Yeah.
10 years. I think that's plenty.
Yeah.
Every 10 years, they have to go through a reconfirmation process.
Yeah, do them like 2 years apart. Why not? Yeah.
Why not?
I think that's perfect.
Make sure they're held accountable to the society. Because at the end of the day, man, that's the thing. I mean, that's what I mean. That's why this hurts. It stings, because
keep talking. I'm going to look it up.
It seems like the position of the justices that they're going to appoint are going to take us backwards. Whereas, we've been this progressive country that we think through the years, through time, to try to encapsulate more of the American people and bring the experiment as close to perfect as you can be. We've got a long way to go, but we're trying. But going back to those, like you said, almost going back to the dark ages.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, so 18 years. I mean, I'm good with any start, really.
Yeah.
If I can call it 30 years, call it 2 years. I don't care. I think in general, conservative or liberal, I don't think any sort of appointment for life. I think that in itself, that is some like dark ages stuff. A divine right. I get the crown.
Right.
No one gets that. No one. When you get married, you're allowed to divorce someone. If 10 years down the road they're a dick, they turn into dick cheese. You're allowed to leave, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's just the way.
That's human nature, all right?
Where we are in the 21st century, that we should.
I don't think the Supreme Court should be some like monogamous, you can't get divorced kind of thing, right? I think we should be able to bail, right?
It's crazy. It honestly makes these people unaccountable.
No, and it's insane. That is some like. I mean, it really is. Like, it's like. It's some creepy guys. They just never get kicked off. It's just you can just stay there forever. You can stay there until you literally stay there until you die.
Wow. So exactly. So it's a big deal. And again, it is what it is. Look, at the end of the day, it's going to happen. I'm not a radical. I don't like radical changes. I think respect to the institution matters, because if you start tinkering with it, then there's just no credibility. But But this really enrages me, because again, it's just, and it's where the country's headed. I mean, and if we think about it, aren't 9 people enough to represent on a legal basis 330 million people?
I think.
Like, should the court be expanded? I mean, it may be a worthwhile debate to have. And to be fair,
to be fair, if we go down that route, I would be for this. For every one Democrat appointment, make another. I mean, try and make it equal to some. There's a way that you can do this, dude. Yeah. Right? So maybe the Democrats have maybe a little more advantage, but it's nothing more. It's no more than 1 or 2 seats that could go one way or another. What's wrong with that? Make it so it's whoever holds the White House. Make it so that it, or make it. What if you made it vice versa? Whoever's in the White House, each state gets two judges, right? And then whoever's in the White House, so Republicans are right now, so that means Democrats would get to hold 51 seats. Like, I mean, just some basic balance. Like, I'm a moron. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. There's something that you could. There's a worthwhile thing to have had. Now, that being said, if we go down that route, Republicans will not want to have that debate. They're going to say you're destroying the institution, you're changing, you're weaponizing the court, which they are not totally wrong either, right? Yeah. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a problem. We're not going to have the intelligent debate that we can have about it, because that's the way politics is unfortunately wired in this country.
Yeah.
It's
well, I mean,
attack, you're an idiot.
You can't have an intelligent debate, and what you do is you have to just go out, and it's kind of like you and I do every time we do this. It's like I know with you, like, over everyone else I talk to, like, I put my guard down because I know we're going into this and we're going to try our hardest to have a civil conversation. Right? And so I think the number one thing you can do is, like, you just kind of got to lead by, I know it sounds so cheesy and idyllic, but you kind of do got to lead by example. So it's like, yeah, that's not good. You can't I like Trump, but you can't overturn Roe v. Wade. You can't do that. That's not good. Like, you just kind of, it's okay to, like, not be like, well, we got to fight them on every point. Like, no. I mean, I believe some Democrats said yesterday decriminalized psilocybin. I argue for that, like, every other episode. So, like, give credit where credit. Decriminalize psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, because it has incredible therapeutic potential. Yeah, so that's fucking amazing. So, but point being is, like, you kind of got to go into it with you're right, your guard a little down. You can't just, well, let me tell you this, you fucking idiot. And it's like, because it's like when I was a bouncer and I worked at bars in college, I would never, ever, like, just grab, like, a drunk guy. It doesn't matter if they were, like, 100 pounds and, I could throw them through a wall. Because you're instantly going to you destroy any bridge of communication before you even start. What I would always do would be like, yo, what's up, dog? Like, I would just make something up. I'd be like, yo, so, like, my boss is an asshole, but, like, I have to, like, kick you out, and, like, I don't want to do that. Even if my boss was like, hey, like, that guy's got to go, I would just make something up. I'd be like, my boss is an asshole, like, I don't want to do this, but, like, I got to kick you out. But, yeah, like, you don't even want to be at this bar, dude. Trust me, this bar sucks. There's so much more asset. And I would just try to, like, talk, and I would kind of try to commiserate with them. Like, look, dude, I wish I was drunk. I hate it. I'm just telling you, man, like, I have to do this. Like, come on. And I would just kind of start walking. And, like, 9 out of 10 times, even if they're belligerent drunk, they'd be like, okay. But the second you grab someone, just, hey, big guy, it's immediately fuck you.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? You
kind of just gotta go in, almost with the olive branch and be like, yo. So, like, I hate my job, man. I wish I was drunk too. And they kind of, okay. And you can kind of lean into it. So that's what I always try to do is, like, instead of, like, MAGA, Trump 2020, libtards. I'm like, what do I always start with? I'm like, dude, the first president I ever voted for was Obama. I voted for Bernie in the primaries in 2016. Like, I always try to lay that out. But more than anything is, I think and what you were just saying about the Supreme Court, we should keep it open to debate about changing. As you said that, a thought popped into my mind was, like, try to look at this not so much as, like, what is this election doing and what is it going to do for my kids? Really try to look down and be like, what is this going to be doing for America in 2250? Like, not you, not your grandkids, not even your grandkids. Like, completely remove your, like, I'm not even going to be, like, a tombstone. Like, by then my tombstone's going to have, like, grown over with moss. Like, I'm going to be as irrelevant as, like, the guys in powdered wigs were to us. So just look long term. And what's, like, the best thing that comes to mind? Because you don't know what policy issues of the day are going to be. The founding fathers didn't write the Constitution thinking about laser beams and faster than light travel, right? And I think the one thing you can do is, like, all right, well, how do we just set it up that it's, like, as, like, you can't, like, untiable knot of checks and balances. And like, what's the number one thing? You know, you would want like whoever holds the office, the opposite has. Do you know what I'm saying?
To fight disinformation, there is so much information out there, Tommy.
Yeah,
that is just fake, and people just believe it, dude. I tell you, like on Facebook, for example, and anytime I'll post something, usually people will comment. But there's this few. I don't want to say any names, but there's a few people on there.
Okay.
And these people believe actual conspiracy. I mean, they actually believe just some insane shit.
Like,
how do you have a rational conversation, as you're saying right now, with someone that immediately has his guard up because he thinks all Democrats are Satanists to eat children?
Satanist pedophiles. Yeah, like that's immediately. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. How do you talk to that?
How can you ever have a reasonable debate about anything if you don't have a foundation of reality
of
that
sanity?
And
yeah.
So to me,
okay, I see where you're coming from.
Here's what's going to keep happening, Tommy. What's going to keep happening is these deep fake videos, which already exist. I saw one, for example, of Messi. You know, when he leaving Barcelona, they literally, that scene in The Wolf of Wall Street when Leo's like, "I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not fucking leaving." And it's literally like Messi's face, and it's like
it looks real. Yeah,
it looks real. Imagine what's going to happen if in 10 years. Maybe even less time.
Fuck 10 years, 10 weeks.
There's something like that happens. It's totally fake. That sways an election one way or another that was sent by an adversary. Or this information is the biggest fucking. Isn't it insane? In the age of information, where all of the information in the planet is right here. The other problem also is that all the fake information is also here.
Well, I think I don't think that's insane at all. I think that
makes to listen to.
I think it makes complete sense. To me, that's like
that is the biggest fucking issue that no one.
Okay, yeah.
I don't even know how do you combat it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a great book called Dawn of the Code War by Garrett Graff, and it's all about he worked and like the co-author. I forget who the co-author is, but he like kind of like went through the ropes like under like Mueller in like the 2000s at the FBI, and it's all about cyber crimes and shit. But one thing they talk about is like. And I don't remember it, but I think we must have been at Valdosta. But at some point there was not a deep fake, but it was like a fake tweet by like an Iranian hacker, and it just said that a bomb went off at the White House and Obama's injured. He's not dead, but he's injured. And although it was disproven and made the rounds on AP over the next like 30 minutes, in that 30 minutes. I mean, something like $280 billion was wiped off of the stock market. So it's a very real thing. And I've thought about that. Like, what if someone makes a deep fake of, like, Elon, like, saying the N-word or something?
Right.
That's a real... And, or Elon pays someone to do it of Bezos and tanks Bezos' company. And it's as real as... I mean, it's disinformation. We dropped fake pamphlets of war plans, like... miles and miles away from Normandy, and then we literally put them on the body. We take dead bodies and we put American officer uniforms on them, and we put in pamphlets of fake Normandy invasions, and the Germans would find it and they'd be like, "Our lucky day, we found out that Normandy, it's not happening here." Right. That was real diversion, and it affected the world because then we invaded France. The rest is history. You're right. That is. Perhaps.
I mean, I'll give you the example that we're going through today. Climate change. That's the biggest fucking example. And it is a real thing, dude.
Yeah.
These scientists tell us, guys, this is happening. This is a problem.
Yeah.
There's going to be massive changes in our society because of this. If we don't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And half of this country in a political party does not just, no, it's fake. It's, guys, it's just, the scientists are in on it. Come on.
They're paid off.
Guys are paid off. They have interest too. It's happening today, Tommy.
So how is it addressed?
And what do we do about it? What can we do about it?
How is it addressed without slipping?
Rampant.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's unfortunately one of the parties has lashed on to this, the Conservative Party. I don't mean to attack, but it's just reality.
Yeah. Call what it is. Yeah.
To be fair, there is a segment of the Democratic base that is also very anti-GMO, so there's a bunch of issues, but there's no science to support that.
Yeah.
The science says GMOs are fine.
So
there's a lot of,
fringe views on both sides.
Of just of
the
people.
GMOs are a much smaller issue than a warming planet that's going to threaten our very society
and kill us all. Yeah, it's like, how do you deal with that without? I mean, I know it sounds like an eye-rolling question. How do you deal with that without slipping into tyranny? Because well, the government has to control the information because it's the only way you can stay safe. Well, what happens when a Trump wins that election, and now he's got it's like the short term, short term cure that is packing the courts, right? It's well, we can do it real quick and we can pack it, and it's like, okay, well, what happens when there's another fluke, and then now you have President fucking Ted Cruz in 2028, whatever, through some fluke he wins, and now you're going, oh fuck, and he packs the courts 117-4, and it's right. So now we've come to this very quick, nuclear war where no one's winning. It's just
but that's what's already been happening.
Yeah. It's like everything I'm saying is like, what do you mean it's gonna be?
That's exactly what's happening.
It's been happening.
The Democrats eliminated the filibuster for the judicial nominees. The Republicans came back, and then the next thing you know, now it's gone, and they're all blaming each other. Well, you did this. No, you did this. You did this. And they all just did it. Fuck it. Yes, they all did it. They're all fucking wrong and stupid.
Yeah, they're all. You heard it here first. Send them all to the gulags. So what is the most? And obviously, it's idyllic, and it's not going to happen.
So what?
I said obviously it's idyllic, and it's not going to happen. But I mean, what is amongst all this insanity? What is the best possible choice? And to me, it seems like having a third party. That's not an endorsement for anyone, but just in general, the idea that there can be a mixture of the two. To me, that seems like the healthiest.
You're not wrong, Tommy, but let's just be honest.
Well, that's why I said, let's be honest. It's not gonna.
In the United States, it just never happened.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen now.
But does it? But is the reason why it never happens because every election we say it's never gonna happen? I mean.
No, it's because there's just not the way this country works.
Just fuck off. I'll shut up. All right.
Parties, no, I'm not trying to be an asshole.
No, I mean, you're right. It won't happen, but it's like
there's two parties that are just so entrenched.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody knows in 2020, the Republicans and the Democrats. There is no one else. I mean, there's libertarians who've got a small set. Oh, we're so mad. We don't like either.
Yeah.
That's fine. You're in America. Do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah. Fuck off. Listen, you're getting an Xbox or a PlayStation. Fuck out of here with your Nintendo. Like, fuck out of here. You can get in the market, sure, but come on. You're getting an Xbox or a PlayStation. Fuck out of here.
Right. So that's just what it is, dude. Yeah. And so that's just where all the elites are. That's the system's already built to sort of get people through it, to climb up through the ranks. So it's just they're too powerful of institutions to it's just not going to happen. So no, it is what it is, dude. There's two parties, and that's the choices we get. And I'd say the only way it would happen is if the 40% of Americans that don't vote, or 50%, some whatever.
The 73% that don't vote in 2016. 73% of eligible voters over 18 and without a felon did not vote. 73. That's almost 3 out of every 4 didn't fucking vote.
Imagine if half of those people voted. They would.
Imagine if a tenth of them. The popular vote was 3 million, and what'd you say the Electoral College decided by 100,000? Yep. 73% of people didn't vote. Yep. I mean, how many people did vote? What was the what? I mean, how many people did?
100.
Popular vote election. Popular vote.
I think it's 120 million or something like that.
Popular vote 2016.
Which is what, a third of the country?
Yeah, let's see.
120. It's like 120 because 67 to 64 or something like that, right?
Yeah, the 27 presidential election. Blah blah blah. Popular vote. Popular vote. Hillary got 65 million. Trump got 62. So what's that? 128.
Well, there's no way that number's correct.
There's no way that can be correct then.
No,
have I just been spewing fake news? God damn it.
Oh, hey. We're figuring it out, brother.
Hey, we're trying.
Hey, thanks, here's the thing. When you realize you're wrong, as I can be, you can be, any of us can be, then you just fix it, and that's okay.
Okay, well, let's see. Percentage of people that. Let's see. So let's see. Percentage of people that didn't percentage of...
Look at the universe of people who can vote. That's what you need to look at. And then you compare it to how many people actually vote. You should look at the universe of the amount of eligible voters in this country. Like how many people could register
Okay.
or not register.
Eligible voters, eligible voter population. Eligible voters who didn't vote in 2016.
Yeah.
So no, you were right when you said roughly 43% of eligible voters didn't bother. So I've said that number the last 4 episodes, man. So I apologize, everyone listening.
Hey,
I am completely wrong.
That's what it's all for.
Thank you, Ernie. Yeah, Washington.
But dude, that's a significant.
Yeah, I mean, it's still. Whoops, let's see. Oh, come on.
Right.
Yeah, fuck this screen. Whatever. Oh, it's because I clicked on it. That one. This is written. That was written. Yeah, that was written right after. Yeah, so about 100 million people didn't vote. So roughly what? 128 million did. 100 million more.
Said that those people voted like for Trump, he would have destroyed Hillary if he would have tied her in terms of the popular vote.
So
think of how much that could change everything.
The analogy I keep using is like, Hillary won by 3 million and Trump won by 100,000 with Electoral College. So right now it's you and me, and we've both got our mounds of pennies, and I'm going, give me a penny, and you're going, give me a nickel. And then there's just a fucking crisp $100 bill, 100 million. There's a $100 bill right there. It's just out of our reach, though. So I'm like, give me your pennies. You're like, fuck you, give me your quarter. I'm like, I got your $50 penny. We're dropping pennies and stuff. And he faked it. He's got some people voted 2 pennies over there, and there's just a crisp 100 right there that nukes all of it. So is that how it's dealt with then? Does there have to be a way?
You have a leader who can inspire,
or do you make voting? I mean, Rogan said it. I've been listening to the last.
Half of those people.
But no, but I'm not even saying that. Rogan said, well, think about it. If you do your money online, what is more important than your money? Nothing. So why can't we vote online? Why can't we find out an encrypted way?
Because it'd be incredibly susceptible to being hacked, and that would be. Imagine, dude, if in the United States you have imagine this election, with already the chaos that this president is every day saying, that there's issues here, there's issues here. Oh, the only way we'll lose it is if the election is rigged. What?
Yeah.
He said that, dude.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
He just said that like a couple of days ago. Okay. It's like, dude, why? You're the president. Like, you are undermining the entire credibility of this election.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
That's not okay at all. It's
not cool. You know who does that? Dictators do that shit, dude. Putin does that shit.
Yeah. Xi Jinping.
Kim Jong-un does that shit.
Yeah. It's so.
Not the president of the United. Can you imagine Ronald Reagan going on stage and saying, "Man, if I lose, obviously it's fake. I mean, it was rigged. Let me tell you. I think it's just going to the Supreme Court."
Yeah. No, I've been thinking about what you said in I think episode 141. I've listened to that a couple times in the last week because I'm a fucking loser and I've listened to my own episodes to get feedback. But I've been listening to you on repeat, just you and me, just every night, you and me. But I've been listening to you. And does this do something for you? Dr. Steve Brule.
Yes, it's a very nice and kind. You're too nice to me.
Doctor, for your health. But I've been listening to it, and you said one thing that's kind of like sat in my mind more than anything, and it's like, because I was like, Ernie, I was like, Biden needs to just come. I was like, he needs to fight fire with fire. I was like, he needs to start tweeting at Trump. He needs to start getting in like fights. He needs to, and you go, no. And you go, because I can't outwardly be against Trump doing that and then endorse Biden for doing that. Because you go, if Biden does it, well, then the next Republican president's going to do it. And you go, and if it doesn't stop now, Tommy, and I felt like I was getting disciplined by my father. You're like, if it doesn't stop now, it's going to keep going. And you're like, this is the office of the fucking president. And I've been thinking about that more. And it doesn't matter who it is. You're right. You kind of want to look to the president and at least just, no matter how crazy the world is, you want someone that's graying hair, got some wrinkles, he or she, but is like, the rock that doesn't falter in the storm, even if they're scared shitless.
You said it. The rock. Stability, Tommy.
Yeah, that's what you want, and it's...
Stability is the best thing you can ask for in a leader. If you have an unstable leader, think of what can happen. Think of what can happen.
if
wars can start.
And you start to get a little. You're not certain. Right?
Trump attacked Hillary for being a woman, saying she may be too emotional, too unstable.
Jesus Christ! And he spent $70,000 on his hair.
He did it.
Yeah.
To be honest, he's the same fucking way.
Yeah.
If you're gonna call her that, then Jesus. Let's be honest here. So,
yeah.
I mean,
Biden's old and white enough with a black cop. It's just like Tim Dillon said it. He's like, you know what? Deep down inside, all the old white rich people, they're not scared of Biden. And he goes, and that's where the genius is. He goes, they're not scared. They're scared of Bernie. They're scared of AOC. He goes, it's an old white guy who know's got money. He's got a black cop. They're like, you know what? It's not. Maybe my taxes are gonna go up, but like, okay, like, they play the game, they play ball, and
maybe this is the price we pay for a damn civilized society.
It is. It's just like you got to make a little bit of a deal with the devil, right?
I think one of the best arguments the Biden campaign has to make is think of the chaos. Everything feels so chaotic, doesn't it? Everything is just so...
Wolf of Wall Street. It's above your neck. Mustard shit.
Right? And why does it feel that way? Because the president is just...
The foundation isn't there.
He talks about the elections being rigged, and he talks about how there's illegal immigrants voted, and he talks about he had the biggest inauguration crowd ever. And, like, it's just so bombastic.
Yeah.
In the time of economic uncertainty, racial tension...
You want a boring. It's like what Shaq said when Shaq first got signed in like the 90s, and he's like, in my first day, he's like, I took my $1 million signing bonus and I went and bought like $1.3 million in cars. So immediately I was like $300,000 in debt, and he goes, and I freaked out. So I was like, I need to go find like a fucking advisor. And he goes, and the first guy comes along, he's like, we're going to make you a billionaire. And he's like, and that made me uncomfortable. The next guy comes in, and he's like, we're going to invest in diamonds and gold. And he's like, that made me uncomfortable. He goes, and the third man comes in, and he looks so boring. And he's got the blandest suit on. And he's just this old Jewish man. And he goes, we're going to invest in government bonds and blue chip stocks. And the interviewer goes, so who'd you choose? And he goes, and Shaq goes, Shalom. And he's just like, he goes, but that's always stuck with me. It's like, with some things, you don't want the sexy Ferrari. When you have kids, you want the gray minivan that's built like a tank and can only do 40. Because that's just... Sometimes that's all... I don't want a fighter jet when I'm going on a flight to Atlanta. I want a big, slow Delta with a shitty glass of Diet Coke and a bathroom that I can't get in. Because that's all I want when I'm 5 miles above the earth. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's so...
I think you just made the case for Joe Biden.
I think I did. I think I just inadvertently did. But that's the thing, man. It's like, I'm not... I by no means, like, scared of, like... It's not like, if Biden wins, I'm like, hey, you know what? Old white guy with a cop, like... I mean, it's...
Like I said,
they're going to play ball.
If the proposition of a Biden administration isn't a transformative one, it's a return to normalcy.
Well, again, what you said in episode 141, you go, I'll be honest, Tommy, I don't even care if Biden does anything. Just Jesus Christ, God bless, get us back to normal. And I'm starting to see that as like, I get that argument. It's not. It's, I had a guy on yesterday, and he was like, you know what? He was like, I think right now, and he's a conservative, like, ex-Marine guy, and he's like, he's like, it's you can't paint everyone on the left with the same brush. He goes, the people out there burning cities, he goes, those are opportunists and assholes who just so happen to say we're pro-Marxist. He goes, I can tell you all of my liberal friends right now are, he's like, they're not supporting that. They're like, why are you burning down businesses? He's right, like, and exactly. You have to realize, and he's like, just like on the right, you can't, as someone that's more on the right, I look at like QAnon shit, and I'm like, they're not me. They're not, I don't think that Hillary's eating babies, like, and so I'm trying to look at that more and more, where I'm like, it might not be like, they want Trump to get out so they can set up a Marxist society. No, it might just be, they just want a really boring old white guy, because it's like, just put it on autopilot, right?
Exactly.
Put it on autopilot. So you know what? I get the argument for Biden. I get the argument for Biden. All right.
What better guy to be a caretaker for the country than the old guy who's already been this close to being president?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm trying to open my.
He's not going to do the job. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to, like I said earlier, I'm trying to open my mind more and put my guard down. And
listen, he's not transformative. He's not fun. He's sure as hell not inspirational.
He's just the iPhone. He's just the iPhone 12.
Joe, dude.
He's just the iPhone 12 after the iPhone 11.
You know what? I think that's all it will take to beat Trump. Just a regular old Joe from Pennsylvania.
You know what? That might be. Yeah, I used to think Bernie could have done it, but now I realize like that would have galvanized the right.
Yeah, the right.
An actual fucking like democratic socialist. Biden just got a bunch of backing from Wall Street. I mean, that makes a lot of old rich white people like, oh, so he's still taking Wall Street money. Like, okay, we're good. Right? Exactly. He's still tied up in the military-industrial complex.
As usual.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Not always good, but business as usual. Okay, all right.
But if we can get our sweet boy Trump just to go home and relax, I think it'll be better for the country. Now he won't shut up, but he won't have the megaphone of the presidency.
That's true.
And that's the biggest difference. That's why I've said from day one, and I will continue to say it. What the president says, when he says it, and how he says it is incredibly important. It sends a message to people in this country, to voters, to allies across the world, to enemies. And so it is so unstable to have a president to lash out and undermine his own elections, which is, again, what dictators do. It is so unhelpful for the president to come out and just attack people just because he didn't like something that they said, just because it's something that wasn't.
You're a nasty person. You're nasty.
Right.
You're
nasty person.
Your dad killed JFK.
Very unfair question. Frankly, you shouldn't even be asking it.
Ugly wife. I'll just say it. Ugly wife. His dad murdered John F. Kennedy.
That's called a murderer.
He murdered. Obama, born in Kenya.
You know what that means?
He's not American. I'll just say it. He's not American. Crooked. She's crooked.
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, man.
With all that, let me ask you this.
Okay, all right, yeah.
What do you think Donald Trump needs to do tomorrow night to change? He's not going to change my mind.
Yeah.
But what he needs every single person who voted for him last time around to vote for him again. He absolutely needs that. He does not get that, he will lose this election. So what does he need to do to get those people? What do you think?
What do I think? On one hand, you've got like the one-liner, right, from last time. You'd be in jail. I'm trying to. I'm thinking through this answer. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
I think he needs to be who he is best, and that is a bombastic asshole.
Do you think he just needs to put it up to 11?
Yeah, dude. That's all he won the first time.
Yeah, I think that's it's.
You got to double down.
How do you get people to come back to your shows? You're the Rolling Stones. You've been going for 40 years. How do you get them back? You turn up the music a little louder. You get a little more pyrotechnics.
Sleepy Joe and his son are total crooks. Let me tell you. He came out in the news.
He's going to call him out. He's going to call him out. He's going to say, "How come you're not going on road?"
Poking the guy personally to get a reaction. He wants Joe to react. And I'll tell you what, that accusation of Joe and his son, he's gotten pissed about it when he gets pissed when the media brings it up.
Yeah.
So that may be a button to push. Joe's smart. He should know that.
He
shouldn't react, but
he's going to push his buttons about how come you're not going on Joe Rogan. That's what he's going to do. He's going to make it seem like a school fight. Why won't you show up? I'll show up. Right. And if Biden doesn't show up, I think Trump will still show up on Rogan. It'll be a really bad episode, but he'll show up. And I think he's going to try to call him out during the debates.
I think Rogan would call him out a ton.
Well, no, because you know how Rogan said, "I want to have on Trump and Biden," and Trump retweeted it. And Trump,
I understand. Okay, it was just Trump.
But point being, you're asking how does Trump get everyone who voted for him last time to vote again? If Trump shows up to Rogan, regardless of how the episode goes, if he shows up, he can now use this as I showed up to the fight, I showed up to the brawl, and he didn't even show. So to answer your question, that's what he'd have to do.
Well, that's
regardless of the conversation in the episode. people wouldn't even watch it. Rogan could tear him a new one. That doesn't matter. It would be he showed up for the weigh-ins at the fight, and the other guy didn't even show.
Well, that's how they would try and paint it.
Yeah. But that's what you asked. How do I think he does it? Right. Bombastic turn up to 11, and I think September 28th, 2020, 7:52 p.m. Eastern Time. I think, I'm just calling it for tomorrow's debates, I think he's going to bring up Rogan, and he's going to say, how come you won't show up? And it's going to mirror, it's going to be like, it's going to be like a schoolyard bully. And then he's going to do, I think that's what he'll do. He'll use the debate to campaign for a Rogan episode, and then he'll do that regardless of what the Rogan episode is. I showed up, he didn't even show up.
Right.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's rational. I'm not saying it's moral.
No.
Yeah.
You're talking strategy.
Yeah, it's just brutal strategy, real politic. It's not good.
Hey man, you may not be wrong, but no, I agree. I mean, I think you got to turn it up, and you just got to be a dick and do what you do best.
How do you think Biden's going to hit him with the taxes?
I think he'll definitely hit him. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. He's going to call him probably a cheat. He's going to compare him to firefighters, teachers.
Yeah, but this is all stuff that's been said 100,000 times over the last 4 years.
Yeah, but we've never had actual proof this.
Okay.
This is the first time that the New York Times got 20 years worth of tax returns.
Okay.
He's been fighting a fight all the way to the Supreme Court. He was fighting a fight with different. I mean, he does not want them to be public. Trust me.
Okay.
He's been trying to hide him. He keeps saying that he won't release him because he's under audit. And that is true. We now know he's under audit because he got a $76 million tax refund, by the way.
Jesus.
But that's what he's under audit for. So he may have to pay that shit back here, and it's just a lot of money. And so he doesn't want people to see that and see all the stuff that we now know is what's in the tax code. I mean, again, paying his own daughter as a consultant to avoid paying taxes.
That's horseshit. That's
$70,000 and write him off on your hair products.
I think all of his children need to be
$76 million refund, dude. Who gets that kind of refund? I mean, that is unwise.
His family can't be there. That's one thing that I've never wanted.
That he's got. Here's the worst part, Tommy. Here's what's actually really concerning. He's got $400 million worth of loans coming due within the next 3 years, within 2022, that he's personally liable for.
Oh yeah, well I mean that's I mean that's how the mafia gets cops.
He's got $800,000 worth of, I think, stocks he can just sell that he can just immediately sell to have money, right? But that's apparently all he's got, which is a lot of money. But when you owe $400 million, it's not that much money. So that's all coming due. So imagine a sitting U.S. president
compromised.
We don't even know who he owes it to. Who does he owe it to? Because we don't know that. The tax returns don't tell you that. It just tells you the liability, not who it's owed to. So this could be a president of the United States that is heavily compromised and can take actions that are against the interest of the country on his own interest because he's drowning. So add that to everything that's going on. This is correct. I mean, to me, the choice is just.
I get your argument. I've definitely taken a couple more steps closer to the center today, in the last hour. I'm definitely. It's like the doomsday clock. I'm definitely coming towards 6 p.m. I'm coming right down the center now.
But here's the thing, Tommy. I want you to, as I always tell you, brother, go look this up.
Oh, I know you do, and that's why I
did a long, and I didn't even read all of it because I was like, okay, this is too long. I just got a few pieces that I think I needed because it was a long.
And I mean, no, we're not gonna fucking read it. Yeah, no,
I was on my phone and I was in problem.
I'm on fucking Instagram, dude. I'm looking at tits. Like, fuck off. Okay, I get it. Yeah. It's like, let's be real. Like, come on now.
But you know what I mean? But all that stuff is ruined. That's a big problem. I mean. We've never been in a situation like that where a sitting U.S. president. What are they going to take his golf resorts? What are they going to do? I mean, can you imagine the legal? What if he then asks us, the public, as he's already doing, by the way, to defend him on this? Hey, Department of Justice, I need you guys to do this so he doesn't incur personal fees. He's already doing that.
Well, what you do is you get. You send some lucrative contracts to some defense contractor industries, and then say, "Hey, when I'm out of here, let me come be a consultant. I'll show up and play tic tac toe. Pay me $400 million."
But
But do you see my point? Do you see the national security implications that has?
Yeah. No, but I'm being serious. But that's how you deal with it. And then who's to say, okay, well, now who's in control of that corporation? How's that not China or Iran?
Right.
So I'm backing up your point. It's
right. No, exactly. That's a big problem, dude.
That is. Yeah, I mean, call it what it is. That's not good. I'm seeing that.
If you talk to professionals in the, you get on TV and you listen to some of these people who have worked this stuff, right? Who are part of the national security apparatus, and they say that one of the biggest things that they look at from a national security perspective is debt, because if you have massive amounts of debt, you're compromised. I mean, it's just common fucking sense.
It's the Dark Knight. Right. He goes to the cop. Right. How did the Joker get you? It's my mother's bills. He came and paid off the hospital bills. That's a tactic.
Money's a very powerful tool. So that's a problem, man. That's a big fucking problem.
Yeah, I mean,
and anyone who loves the United States, right? Because you should love your country more than you love a man, way more than you love Donald Trump.
More than you love a candidate, more than you love a party. You should love your country. Yeah,
you understand that is a massive problem, and that should be, high up in your list of
hierarchy.
Is this kind of person? Remove Donald Trump. If I were to tell you, I'm going to bring you a candidate of the United States who's going to run the country, and in his tenure, you're going to lose 200,000, deaths to a pandemic. You're going to have some of the worst job losses in American history. Those are facts, right? Now, I'm painting you that administration maybe in a negative light. There's a lot to highlight that's positive as well, right? Every honest person, a lot of economic growth, lowest rates of unemployment of African Americans, Hispanics. There's respect for that as well. Right? Sure. But the reality is, you started great, but just like the Falcons, right? You got to finish too. I mean, you can't just start great.
You can't get to the third quarter and go up 28-3.
You got to finish the job.
Okay.
God damn it, Falcons, finish the fucking job.
Breathe, Ernie. Breathe. It's I love how we can talk about opposite political views and you keep it level-headed and under wraps, and then when the Falcons come up, you fucking the veins start bulging and you're like, let me fucking tell you this.
Oh, man. It's insane. It's insane, man. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so sure you can, but the reality is a reality. 4 years after the Trump administration, this is classic, right? Classic Trump. He has a commercial that shows the riots in the cities, right? Biden. And he says, this is going to be Biden's America. Don't elect Biden. The cities will be burning. Donald Trump. That is literal footage of our nation under your command. I mean, literally under your government. What?
It was those ads back there right when COVID started, and there were the runs on the stores, and it was, this will what happen if Bernie's elected, bread lines. Yeah. And it's like, where's that footage from?
Right. But Tommy, that's
happening. That's
another thing that disturbs me about Trump. When he talks about blue America, he says, we have the worst, because our COVID cases are great. Matter of fact, if you take all the blue states out, it's like the best in the world. It's like, wait, what? Why would you say, you're the president of all the states. You're the president of the United States of America. And that's the other thing that scares me about him, Tommy. That shows you how he thinks.
Yeah.
He thinks that he's the president of only the red states. He really does.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, he understands, symbolically.
Yeah.
But symbolically, I mean, he really thinks my allegiance is only to those who support me. And if you don't support me, get out of my way. You're not part of my America.
Yeah.
That's incredibly scary stuff for a president to talk like that.
Yeah.
No president is perfect. Obama divided people. Bush divided people. Everyone divided people.
They all did. They're all responsible. Yeah.
And how Donald Trump does it is just so different.
Yeah. I mean, Obama did have that great line, we are more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States.
And that's what scares me, man.
Yeah.
Right? The elections in Florida, since they're a Republican state, they're run great. No problems there. Or California, though. Oh, my God. Rampant fraud.
But it's also like what you said last time is like,
the people in the Midwest need to vote. Like, but yeah, well, like, you know, Hillary won the popular vote. It's like, yeah, but those are all Californians. Like,
So
is it or is it not a state? If it's
Right,
not a
but
state,
just-
let's settle that now and kick it
that,
out.
like we said, right, we can make the argument that California is more American because if you in the world people think of California
it's fucking
as like
Holly. Yeah,
the Mecca of America.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It's like there's like the New York Yankees, and then there's like Hollywood, right? There's like two.
you can make the argument that it's more American. It's culturally.
It's culturally, yeah. That is
the world is some of the most American.
Yeah,
American.
Hollywood,
You know what I mean?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, L.A. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Hollywood. I mean, it's which, like I said, that's not the point I'm trying.
Yeah. We're getting way off. Yeah. It's
right. It's just they're just as American. What? So what if more Californians voted? That's exactly. It's their right. Just like you would complain if you want to vote for Trump, vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Nice.
yeah.
But the reality is, 3 million more people did not want Trump to be president of the United States.
Yeah. God bless. It's
Now again, like we said,
those are the rules. I mean, and that is he didn't make those rules. I mean, those are the rules of the game.
To me, that is again. And maybe you don't agree with this, but I think the electoral college is archaic. I think,
so do I. No, I'm on board with you with that. I do. I don't think it has a place anymore. I don't.
Right.
I think it's
not with what we expect.
No, and not with a society connected or a globe that's as interconnected as. No one's truly living in a cave anymore. Like if you're out in a farm in Montana, you can be reading about like gravitational holes and black holes and Scientific American. Like it is, we're no longer this. You don't know what's happening over the horizon.
Reforms, though, Tommy. Those are fundamental reforms, and I think that would go a long way in helping to fix our problems because that would structurally give the Democratic Party an advantage, right? If you went to switch to a popular vote. Mm-hmm. But wouldn't that give Republicans more of an incentive then to maybe become more in line with maybe majority thinking and still have a different perspective, right?
Yeah.
And I think it would behoove them then to change some positions because if they don't, they're not going to have a majority, they're not going to win any elections.
Yeah.
You've got to have majority positions, right?
Yeah.
Abortion, for example, again, is a majority position in this country that most people are okay with it being legal.
Drug legalization.
Drug legalization, another majority position.
Yeah.
Higher taxes on the wealthy, another majority position.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we can now debate as to whether that makes sense or not as a policy, but I'm just saying, if you want to appeal to the majority, maybe changing some of those views may help to appeal to them.
Yeah, it's like...
There's still ways to achieve your goal with just to maybe lower taxes, to have those regulations. There's still ways to do that.
Yeah.
Right? There's ways to fix the tax code in a certain way when you're raising wages, while you still have a percentage that maybe doesn't change. There's ways around it that you can make it sound a certain way. So I think that would go a long way in helping our political debate. I really do. I would hope it does, or else one of our parties would basically be irrelevant.
Yeah.
Which isn't good for the country. So
yeah, it's. I mean, not to. You go with going. Can you do like 10 more minutes and then we'll wrap it up? Wrap it in 11 minutes sharp, 8:15. Yeah, not to. I mean, I know we're kind of shitting on Trump right now, but I guess to use Trump to support that idea is it's like early on one criticism I always saw of Trump. Granted, it's on Reddit. I mean, that's not the real world, right? But it was like he's just a populist, and I remember I was thinking like that's not like a bad thing though. Because in my mind I was like that's just like he's just doing what the most people want. And I'm like that's seems like a pretty solid approach. Like but I think that's really how it should be, dude. There's the people in Montana. Well, if you want fucking more people there, then God damn it, have more people live there. Well, more people don't want to live there. Why not? Because there's no... Yeah.
That's the thing. The popular vote takes that out of the equation. Forget the states.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a
majority proposition.
It has nothing
Can you appeal to more people than the other side based on your principles and based on your proposal for laws?
Yeah.
And the reality is, and again, I don't mean to shit because I'm a biased person too, but if you poll the American people issue after issue, whether it's immigration, whether it's higher taxes, whether it's the Affordable Care Act these days, by the way, whether it's even in guns, which we might disagree, and that's okay. That's why we have another party. That's okay. That's my point. To safeguard some of those rights that are fundamental. Gun rights, I think, are important things. So I totally understand that. But in 4 of the 5 biggest issues, the majority of the wills with the people or with the Democratic position.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? I don't know. Right? Are we smarter? No. Are we better? No. I think the Democratic Party has a firmer grasp of the challenges of the 21st century than I think Republicans.
Sure.
Here's my problem, majority with the Republican Party, is they think, and Obama kind of joked about this in a few of his speeches, they think that a good tax cut and some deregulation will fix everything. Yeah. It's just not true anymore. It's just not true in the 21st century when people are struggling to get by. You can't just go, oh, it's okay, guys. We'll just lower taxes for the people who make a lot of money, and eventually you'll get a job. It will trickle down, guys, in 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm hurting to make my mortgage payment. I just got fired. What are you going to do to help me?
Yeah.
Cutting taxes isn't going to help me.
Or what
cutting regulations isn't going to help me.
Yeah.
It takes an active government to pass laws to want to help people.
Yeah. The organism that is a country of 1/3 of a billion people is so hyper complex that there is no, you just got to cut some and let it run. It's not an old car from the 50s where it's like, just fucking kick it, just give it up, and there you go. And that actually used to work.
The biggest example is healthcare.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has been president for 4 years.
Yeah.
During his first 2 years, he had unified control of the House of Representatives, the Republican Senate, and of course he was the chief executive officer. So they had 2 of the 3 branches of government fully controlled. They couldn't repeal Obamacare, okay, because John McCain denied him, the famous thumb down. But here's the thing, even if they had, it would have been chaos because for 4 years, and don't believe me, try and find this yourself, we have been asking the President of the United States to give us a plan for healthcare. Okay, Mr. President, you don't like Obamacare, understood. What will you do to make sure that some of these protections stay in place? What will you do to make sure that people, the 18 million people who get insurance, don't lose their health insurance? What will you do, Mr. President? Oh, we'll have a plan. It's going to be great. Prices will be lower. It's going to be tremendous. That's it. So how are you going to come to me and tell me that how are you going to hate so much on Obamacare, on a law, and not have an alternative for it? You guys have had they've been trying to repeal Obamacare for 10 years, Tommy, since 2010. They have not been able to do it, and they don't have an alternative. There is no alternative. That's the issue. You know why? Because Obamacare is mostly a market-based plan, which Republicans love. It's individual joining pools in markets to hopefully lower costs. And if the individual cannot help to pay for himself, the government helps a little bit. That's all Obamacare is. It was a Republican proposal, right, in the 90s, which then a Republican governor took on Mitt Romney and did his own thing. It's a moderate-based approach. It's not government take care of all. It's not government pays for everything all the time. It's not government owns the hospitals or the doctors. It's just government helps a little bit if you can't afford it.
Yeah.
And it pulls you together so things are cheaper. And, oh, wow, we actually give you also a nice Bill of Rights so the pre-existing conditions don't count anymore, so you can stay on your parents through 26, so that the donut hole was covered for Medicare. I mean, there are so many good things in it.
Yeah, no, I read
it was a socialist takeover of America.
Yeah, no, I spent a weekend in 2013, right when I got into med school. I spent like 3 days just jacked up on Adderall and Red Bull, and I read the entire bill. And I remember, because I was getting ready for interviews, and I was like, I want to know about this. And I remember reading it, I kind of went in, and I was like, I mean, it's not perfect, but I was like, I definitely get it. And I was like, it's definitely like, you gotta, and my answer at med school interviews is what I think of it. I was like, I don't think it's perfect, but having something that's not perfect is better than just having nothing. Right?
And the biggest thing, by the way, which the Trump administration did get rid of, was the individual mandate.
Yeah.
In order to make sure that prices stayed low, everyone had to buy in.
Yeah.
So that the healthy essentially subsidized the old, because if not, then the old's prices were always going to skyrocket.
Yeah.
It's just a basic economic premise. It's just markets, right? Yeah. It's just markets, which Republicans used to love.
Yeah.
So why do we hate it?
It'd be one thing if it was just this airy idea. But the fact that like every other first world nation does do this, to me is like, okay, well, hold on.
There's got to be a way for us to figure it out.
There is, and that's how I always think of it. I'm like, there's one of two things. Are these countries smarter than us? No, I truly believe that we are the best nation in the world, the most advanced nation in the world. I'm like, okay, well then let's stop looking at this as like it's socialism and be like, let's just look at it as like this is let's go to the moon. Like, let's fucking do it. Let's crack our knuckles. Let's get the calculators out, pop some Adderall, and let's do it.
Save people money.
Make sure they can go to the doctor. Listen, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. People always say, "Oh, so we're supposed to be going to have to wait for people to see you, doctors." You realize it already happens in the United States of America, right?
I made an appointment in August for October 12th. I'm so excited to go.
My mom has to go get some checkup work done.
Yeah.
She has to wait 2 weeks to go to the doctor because they're that busy. So that happens everywhere. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't care where you are. And the reality is the United States of America, and there ain't, let's just settle down. We can figure this out.
Yeah.
And so that's why, Tommy, because there is no alternative. The only way to really cover as many people as possible in the lowest way possible is basically Obamacare, and it's market based. The only other way is to add more government, which would be Medicare or Medicaid, which is what Joe Biden is proposing. That's his proposal, but that's all you can do.
Yeah.
There is no other way to figure it out, and Republicans know that. But all they say is, "We'll repeal it.
We're gonna kill it.
Figure it out."
Yeah.
We got a tax. We got a plan coming. So we got a healthcare plan coming. We'll be waiting for. It's now 2000. It's almost the election. It's almost the re-election of your president, and I've seen no proposal.
That's like someone riding shotgun in every song you put on. Like, the song fucking sucks. Finally, you're like, you pick the music, and they're like, why don't I have a playlist? And you're like, well, god damn it.
What?
So just no music? No. Well, no. I want to listen to something. It's like, fuck.
Matter of fact, here's the worst part. Donald Trump comes out and says he's for pre-existing conditions. He'll make sure they never go away. I will make sure that's still a law, while he's fighting literally in court to invalidate the entire Affordable Care Act. I mean,
yeah.
At least just don't be hypocrite. I mean, just be honest, right? Hey, look, we don't want this, but here's our proposal. It's going to protect all the conditions, and then and then whatever else we think is a good idea.
Yeah.
To bring healthcare. Yeah. I mean. That's why I can't be a Republican, Tommy, because the Republican Party always thinks just do it on your own. You don't need the government. And you know what? I mostly agree, but sometimes you do.
Yeah, sometimes you do. I mean, hey, dude, when we're building $1 trillion fighter jets, I mean, it's a known tactic we use with defense contractors. Whoever wins the design, they get the most money. But all the other contractors get to make at least one part. The wheels, the cockpits. Why? And it's so why they don't go under.
Right.
Fucking socialism. But it doesn't count because it's the military. They get $1 trillion and just fuck off, hippie, right?
That is the ultimate socialism, right?
Is the ultimate. There's nothing more goddamn communist than the defense contractors. SAIC, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, General Dynamics, General Atomics, holy Boeing, Lockheed Martin, holy shit.
They're rich literally on our tab.
I mean, they are. It is blood money. It is the definition of blood money. Yeah. Not to go into shrill hippie voice right now, because obviously I love the military, but fucking A, God bless. We have one last minute. Completely aside, how are your parents? Because remember you said your parents had COVID and they got over it. They're doing good.
They're great.
I was just thinking that today.
I will tell you what I did watch. I watched your podcast you did with Evan Alexander?
Oh yeah, Evan Alexander.
Ooh, that was some stuff.
Thanks, man. That was after that podcast, I felt like I ate an edible. The rest of the day, I was walking around just kind of like light. We're
gonna have to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be a good one. Yeah, we definitely need to do another one, Ernie. As always, brother. Thanks for watching, man. It means the world to me. I love hearing people say that they watch it. Yeah, and I'll be texting you tomorrow night.
Yes, dude. I'm trying to get together with a couple buddies.
Yeah,
of course, Republicans. So we'll see if they're.
Yeah. Well, I think my dad.
Because I'm going to tell you what, man. Whatever you think, you're just going to happen. You think your guy's going to win. All everyone's going to be like, "Oh, dude, Trump crushed it. Trump did great."
No matter what happens, we're all going to see what we want to happen.
Exactly. What I am ready for is just to see Trump be an ass, because it's going to be his Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy Joe. He's
wants to go on
drugs. He's probably high right now. Where's your son? Where's Crooked?
Fucking hysterical.
It's whatever. Yeah, for better or worse. It's gonna be a moment. It's gonna be a moment. Tomorrow night, it's gonna be like Nixon Kennedy. It's gonna be a moment. For better or fucking worse. This is get ready because this
I
is.
told you, man. This is what we fucking deserve. We get what we fucking deserve, dude.
Honestly, you get what you fucking deserve. Hey, America, what do you get when you elect? I'll tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. Boom. Ernie, I love you, brother. Thanks for coming on, man. Always good. Always gives me a good laugh. We gotta watch the football.
We got the Chiefs and the Ravens on, so we gotta watch this game, dude.
Let's do it.
Jackson.
Give it all you got. Just give it all you got, all right? All right, Ernie.
Hey, brother.
Stay safe, brother. Much love, brother. Love you. Thank you for doing it, as always. Stay safe, everybody. Be loving. Hey, love each other. We're all Americans. Be lovable.
Love each other. Vote for whoever you think is the best candidate, and just love each other.
And do your own research. And more importantly, fucking subscribe to this podcast or you're a dirty communist.
Yes. Shit.
Very nasty. Later, Ernie. I love you, buddy.
Nasty people, I tell you.
Nasty. Peace.
Bye, brother.
Oh, no. Okay, so I've had him on before. Everybody listening, episode 323. Ernesto Azejo, who actually, Ernie was guest number 5. And,
Look at that.
Yeah. Ernie was guest number 5, and as we've had him before, Ernie actually came on several times earlier this year, back before primaries. He came on when Biden got the nomination, and he came on, and I said, Ernie, give me your best speech. And as anyone that listens to this podcast remotely knows, I am right-leaning. I liked Trump. But one thing I would always say is I don't get why everyone on the left wants Trump to fail. Trump is the pilot of the plane that is this country. Why do you want the pilot to fail? Whether you're on the left wing or on the right wing, it doesn't matter. And as I said I would, if he lost, I'd have to eat a bag of humble dicks. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to I guess, stand up for what I said. And so Ernie's going to come on. And as he said to me, we were texting last night, he said, you know what? He goes, at the very least, and it wasn't even profound, but it came across as profound to me. He said, we have to at least try to talk to one another. And I just thought, at the very least, we have to try. Like, so Ernie, take it away. Take it away.
You know what's funny? After I said that to you, I'm reading the what's the name of the book? The new Obama book that came out. I forgot what it's called.
Sure.
Well, Jesus, whatever. I'm reading the book. It's a 750-page book. It's a long ass book, but it really details, and it brings into perspective. And I was texting Cal last night actually about this and how incredible it is when you really read these biographies. I've read Bush's as well, right? I mean, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I think being the president of the United States is such an interesting and amazing job that I don't care, who you are.
Yeah.
If you've had it and you've written about it, I want to read about it because I think it's incredible.
Yeah.
So, and what's funny? After I said that to you, he ends his paragraph on, it was on the wars, and it was on how his own generals had undermined him during his first, when they had asked him for a surge of troops when he ran as the anti-war president, right? Like, get us away from Afghanistan. And at the end of it, it was something that I found amazing. He said, I forgot if it was a quote, I forgot right now at the moment, but it said, it may not be enough, but we have to try.
Yeah.
It's just funny that, and I said that, and it's funny that you kind of started with that, because I took my pen and I circled it, or underlined it, and I was like, yes, this is so important, right?
You have to try.
When people say unity, like, what unity? Look at how divided we are. 20% of the country believes the election was stolen. But Jesus, dude, if you don't try, it ain't gonna get any better.
Exactly. It's you're doing CPR on someone who's bleeding out. You know what? They might be fucked. But dude, give a couple pumps.
And obviously the difference here is, it's not so morbid, but but the reality is the leader of the country and the tone he sets for the country moving forward is a big deal. I mean, how many people said to us, oh, it doesn't matter what Trump says. Oh, he's just talking. It's just what he does. It's what he said. And I always said, and I've said it since day one, what the president says, when he says it, how he says it, to who he says it to, it matters so much because it sends a message to the country.
Yes.
To, if anything, to those who are fanatical about this person, because it happens with every president. Every president has a sect of folks who just love the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me. I got a Barack Obama poster in my kitchen, right?
Yeah.
So I love Barack Obama. I think he was a great president.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, I'll never fight for his ass.
Keep going. I'm turning off the fan.
I'll never storm the Capitol for his ass.
Yeah.
I'll never kill other Americans for his ass.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight for anyone, dude.
Yeah.
I just don't. Because I'm an American. I'm not a Democrat before an American. Or, no, I'm an American. So I think that's a big deal. And we've got to try. And so when you hear the president now, President Biden, say, we've got to try, we've got to come together, that, we have to try, talk to each other. Go talk to your neighbor. It's okay, right, to not agree. But we're all on the same damn team. And so that is, to me, so refreshing. So refreshing. Because I think the last 4 years, and President Trump did some good things. I told you, I credit him for the economy. Of course, he ran the country for years. He had great economic numbers. Those are facts. You can't deny those. He deserves credit on that. He deserves credit on trying something different with North Korea.
Sure. He
deserves credit for standing up to Iran and bombing. So, he deserves credit on some things,
sure.
Right? But I think overall he was an abysmal failure at trying to bring our country together, because it was always a victimhood mentality that he had. The way I always saw it. Oh, it's being done to me. Oh, they hate me. Oh, you're the most powerful man in the world, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're supposed to know how to make deals. Grow a pair of balls, quit bitching, and get it done. You're the president of the United States.
Yeah.
And then obviously, I think before I get into the Biden, I hate to look back, but I think it's important because I want to be unequivocal about this. I'll say it to you. I'll say it to anyone, because we have to stand on the side of the truth. Right? Some things are just true. Right? I've got brown eyes. I'm 5'5". Those are, I could think otherwise, but we'll never make it not so.
Yeah.
It's the way that's just reality.
Yeah.
The sky's blue. It is reality that in 2020, there was no massive voter fraud. I'm sorry, my friends, but to anyone watching this, step out of your bubble for a few seconds, right? Forget that. If there was evidence, and people say, oh, there was evidence, look at this and look at that, and we have a way of determining elections. And if when there are issues or irregularities or whatever you want to call them, then you have the court system. And the court system, the Trump campaign had every avenue. They had over 60 lawsuits to present real evidence that showed that there was foul play by it doesn't matter, by someone, some party, to change the results of a fair election. And every time they presented evidence, judges never accepted it because it didn't merit.
Well,
right?
That's what I said the other day when I did a short clip, and I called it cognitive dissonance. And this is before, I think this was before January 6th. It might have been after. But I said, as much as I felt as there was fuckery during the election, what I ultimately said, though, was this. And I said, kind of like what I said to you. In this 25-minute clip, which was I posted in the last week, I said, I made fun of my friends on the left for 4 years when they said he was a Russian Manchurian candidate. And then all these reports came out.
Which, by the way, was also wrong.
Well, what I'm getting at is...
I've never said that about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I've never said that about him.
What I'm getting at is it went through all of this, and then even when it came out that there was nothing, I remember seeing everyone still saying, well, fuck it, he still is. And I was like, you're choosing a reality. And what I realized was I said, hey, this is a guy who's the president, who has 18 intelligence agencies at his fingertips, and who, it doesn't matter if he gets censored by Twitter. You're the president. If you really want to get a message out, you'll have it on every screen in 2 seconds.
Exactly. You step out in the press room, you've got literally every channel on the world ready for you.
Not even that. You're the president. You can just fucking use the emergency broadcast system. You'll be on every camera. So what I said was, as much as I felt in my gut that there was fuckery, I said, if he doesn't present evidence, it's not because he didn't have, A, the means to do it. 18 intelligence agencies, they have everything. And B, it's not that he wasn't able to get it out. Censored on Twitter, sure, you're the president, you can step on and get it done. And that's what I said. And I said in the last week, I said I think it will be presented. But if he does not, it's because it didn't exist. Here we are. Biden was inaugurated yesterday. Not my guy. But I'm going to stick to what I said. If evidence wasn't presented, then it wasn't there. And that is me trying to step out of my cognitive dissonance bubble. There's nothing said he's a Russian candidate. there's no evidence. Well, he still is. That's bullshit. Well, guess what? There was no evidence. And as much as I'd love to be the first to say, God, I'm right, the cheating left, where's the evidence? And I don't like that. I liked Trump. I loved Trump. Biden wasn't my guy. But I cannot, as a 30-year-old man, not look at certain facts. And I, more than anyone, would have loved to see it. Where was it? And if there is no evidence, then there is no evidence. And it pains me to say that, but there isn't any evidence. So where the fuck is it? Sorry. Ernie, go on.
No, but that's exactly right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. They had, as I was saying, 60 chances to go to federal courts. They even try to go to the Supreme Court, which obviously denied, the writ. But, and like you're saying, I mean, listen, I can make any claim I want. I can claim to you that last night I was hanging out with aliens all night. I got high off some alien weed. It was phenomenal, right? And you're going to say, well, did you? Okay. Well, I call bullshit. Like, okay, show me proof. Like, give me the proof that you hung out with aliens. If you're going to make extraordinary claims, you've got to have extraordinary proof.
Evidence,
yes. I mean, I say this all the time, and it's just so true. And so you cannot just go to a court of law and say, hey, this election was stolen. You got to fix it for me. We're going to ask you, okay, great. You have a claim. Where is your evidence? And if you don't have evidence that merits the courts, the system of law we've had in this country for 230 years is not going to change for Donald Trump.
Yes.
It's just not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's been that way for 200 plus years for a reason.
Yeah.
And so, that was a massive lie. And what I have a lot of issue with, Tommy, and I know why it happened, but is you have Republican leaders in Congress, even Mitch McConnell, up until he had to stand up. He was humoring the big lie. He kept saying, oh, we'll never know. Kevin McCarthy, the leader in the House, who could be the Speaker of the House, even the majority of the House. I mean, this guy's the Republican. We don't know who'll be president on January 20th. We don't know. I mean, guys.
Yeah.
And we wonder why people went to the Capitol.
Yeah.
And we wonder why when you feed people lies and you tell them this is stolen from you.
Yeah.
The left is cheating.
Yeah.
And you believe it? Of course you're gonna think, holy shit.
Well, yeah.
My democracy's at stake.
Well, and then you have guys like me who are like, I think it was stolen. But now here I am. Hey, where's the evidence? And I'm saying this as a right-leaning guy. I would be happier than anyone else if there was. At a certain point, I have to look at it and go, you know what? There's 346 million people here. As much as I'd love this to be Tommyland, it's not. This can be Tommy's podcast. This isn't Tommy Land.
Yeah. So,
and it hurts. No one likes that. No one likes losing.
No, it hurts, Tommy. But it's the truth, and
sure.
And if we don't speak to the truth, if we keep coddling conspiracies, and if we keep coddling, a worldview that is just not a part of reality,
yes,
we're going to continue to see these attacks.
Yeah,
we're going to continue to see folks upset. Everything was stolen, taken from me. I have nothing. I could barely find a job. What do I have to lose if I go and take the head? Seriously, what do I have to lose?
Yeah,
that's a country we're gonna become.
Yeah,
and I don't know how.
Ernie's breaking up. Ernie, you're.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are. You're back. You're back. Go on. Sorry.
All right. I don't know what happened. I was saying I don't know how we're going to solve the large issues of our day if we can't even agree on who won an election.
Sure.
I mean, it's just this. When January 6th happened, my dad called me as it was happening, and he goes, "Son, can you believe what's happening in D.C.?" And I was like, "I really can't. This is insane." You know what he said to me? He said, "This is what happens in Peru, my son, not in the United States of America. This doesn't happen here." He goes, "What is going on with this country?" This country was founded, and listen, we've never been perfect. We've had a civil war,
sure,
right? But over the last 100 years, let's not even say, let's just give him 50, modern politics, We've never had a president who incited the violent mob onto the representatives of our country. We've never had a president who never even called the guy that beat him to congratulate him or to wish him good luck. He did leave him a nice note. Well, that's good.
But it was, again, as I think I've told you plenty of times, Tommy, it was all about him. His ego was so hurt that he couldn't put the country above himself. And that, to me, is unforgivable.
Yeah.
That is one of many reasons why, to me, I didn't think he was fit to be president.
Sure.
Because he was so, and look, it is who he is. I mean, right? He's not going to change.
Yeah.
We knew that when we voted him. So I just have to say, I don't want to keep shitting on Trump. It's over. I'm calling for unity. I'm over here talking about Trump. But,
sure.
But I think it's we must remember, and we must know who did what happened, and who incited what, and never forget, because that's something that shouldn't happen in this country.
Yeah.
That happens again. Where I grew up, where my dad grew up, not here. Yeah. And we should never let that become normal.
Yeah.
That's just not okay. Left, right, middle, I don't care who the hell you are. So we hope that doesn't continue again. But I think in order to do that, we've got to have an aggressive policy that's going to help people. And so let's go directly into Joe Biden and what he wants to do. So I made some notes.
Win me over, Ernie, and give me some silver linings.
I don't think I'll win you over, but I will tell you this.
Well, give me some silver linings so I don't sit here and go, oh, it's all doom and gloom. I don't want to be that. I want to.
Right.
I want something.
Keep in mind, a Democratic president just won. We have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House. So, at the risk of sounding too partisan, when you win an election, you want your priorities passed. I mean, that's why you fight for power and you campaign and right. So, I think the biggest business that we have to take care of is COVID.
Yeah.
But I made a point to write this down because I think this is important. The first bill that the Biden administration already sent to Congress yesterday, or even maybe a bit today, I'm sorry, was the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. So it's an immigration bill. The very first thing they did, they vowed to the Hispanic community to pass an immigration bill within the first 100 days. Now, whether that will happen or not, that's another, who knows.
Sure.
But at least on day one, they are introducing that legislation. Now, that's a big deal, and that's a big constituency of, obviously, the Democratic Party. To people like me who know immigration, who understand the plight that a lot of immigrants go through, right? As I've told you before, when we first moved here, I lived in an unfinished basement for a few months. So I get it. No, I've never been poor. I've never not had anything to eat, so I'm not going to act like I was some.
Sure.
But I've been through hardship too. I've been made fun of for the way I spoke when I was a young kid. So I understand what that's all about. I understand what that's like, and that could have been me. Easily could have been me as undocumented. So by the grace of God, I'm not. So I don't have anything personally to gain from this, just so everyone knows. Some people may think, oh, this liberal just wants to become a citizen. No, I'm already a U.S. citizen. Been it since 2012. But again, guys, you've got to understand a lot of Hispanic people a lot of Hispanic people know undocumented immigrants. And so they're good people. They work hard. They've been here, most of them, for over 10 years, over 65% of undocumented folks. They're part of your community. I think most people, if you ask them about Hispanic people, they'll tell you they're very hardworking folks. So, none of them take anything for free. that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
So what this bill will do is it will legalize, right, if we get into some specifics, the 10 plus million documented folks who've been here for a long time. It will give them an option so they have to be in the United States before January of 2021. Which is generous, I will admit. Maybe that can be something that can be negotiated, because that is literally just like today or this week.
Yeah.
Maybe it should be back to 2017 or something. I don't know. Maybe that's something you can negotiate, but that's just at least what they've proposed, right? So once you're living here, it gives you a work permit, and you can leave and come back into the country, and then you can apply for a green card once you pass a background check and pay taxes. And after 5 years, after 5 years of basically a status where you're protected, you apply for a green card. And after you have your green card, you've got 3 years, you apply for your citizenship. So it's an 8-year path. It's not immediate. It's an 8-year path. It's going to take a long time. Now, you may not like that. I don't know. That's why I said what I said at the beginning. But I think that has been a priority of folks like me who've worked in politics for a long time to pass an immigration bill. It's a big deal.
Sure.
We did it in the Senate in 2013, and the House, as I told you in the past, I couldn't do it, but I think it's time. I think Hispanics voted for Joe Biden in a major way, partly because of this. This is a big issue to a lot of Hispanic folks. So I think I choose it. I think it speaks to the priorities, and it really, I think, contrasts with what Donald Trump immediately, right? Donald Trump comes on the elevator and immediately attacks immigrants. Joe Biden, on his first bill to the Congress, is to legalize the 13 million folks who are here. So talk about a change in priorities and contrast, right? Elections of consequences. And so this to me was a big deal, as it should be. And I hope it gets done. I doubt it will get done, if I'm honest with you. I think other things are going to take priority. Well, because I think COVID's going to take priority.
Okay.
I think healthcare is going to take priority, if I'm being honest. I think the president's going to be more worried about healthcare. I think he'll push, but you've got to remember, through the United States Senate, you need 60 votes to be able to pass anything. The Democrats have 50 votes, plus the vice president's with 51. That leaves you 9 votes short of invoking cloture to break a filibuster. And so if you can't do that, you can't pass legislation, right? Now, you can pass it via some other obscure ways. Obamacare, for example, was passed via what was called reconciliation without the need for 60 votes, simple majority. Something to do with money. I don't really understand it. Some obscure procedure in Congress. But they'll get some stuff done that way. But the major bills, you can't pass an immigration bill via reconciliation. That's not going to happen. So you're going to need at least 9, probably not 10 Republicans. And, last time 13 of them voted for the bill, but those were different times. That was 7 years ago. So.
That's light years, right?
In politics, that is light years.
Especially in 2020 or 2021 years. But
I ask you, what do you think of that? I mean, do you think that's a good idea? Do you think of some on the right say? So I've already seen it today, and they said, it feels like you care more about folks who are not Americans and you do about them. And I certainly understand that.
Yeah. No, and for everything I will say, anyone can go back into any of the previous 322 episodes and cite me. One thing I'd always kind of get shit for is I would say I do believe abortion is murdering a child as someone with a biology degree. But then I'd also say, and I think you should be allowed to. So it was kind of that, oh, fuck you. But I was like, biologically, I'm telling you what it is. But honestly, as someone that has an attitude, doesn't like people telling me in high school how long my hair can be, I've always said, despite me not agreeing with it ethically, I can't imagine someone telling me what to do with my body. So in that, I say this. Even in college, voted for Obama in 2008, Romney in 2012. I was pre-med, wanted to be a doctor, didn't want any fucking shitty Obamacare. Straight up was just like, fuck that. One argument I did always make, and I made this then, and I've made this in past podcasts, is one thing we can all agree on is you shouldn't be able to be turned down in an emergency room, right? That's barbaric. I even said that at my farthest right point. I said you shouldn't be able to do that. Right. Well, if we've already established, and this was an argument I used to make in college and when trying to get into medical school, I was like, despite being a Republican, I'll tell you why I don't truly hate Obamacare. I did, but I didn't. And it was this, is that everyone is still going to be able to go to the emergency room. So why not nip that in the bud and just give them something? Because the reality is if we can all agree that we're not shutting off the emergency room, even the most far-right guys would be like, yeah, it's probably inhumane. Okay, so we've covered that base thing, right? Let's say that we agree that no one's allowed to starve. And if at the last moment you can call 911 and say, I need food, and a specialized drone will come drop a Happy Meal in your front lawn. And we all agree that's probably good. Your child's starving, you should be able to have food right there. Let's just make up this hypothetical thing. Well, if we've all agreed upon this hypothetical thing, that food can be delivered via drone, why don't we just get a cheaper version of that and be like, yo, actually, fuck it, there's a section of Walmart you can go to and get a meal. Why don't we just chop out that expensive drone? So when I used to say about healthcare, as much as I don't agree with it, the reality is this is already a law that you can't be turned down, so why don't we just preemptively hit that? The reality is these people are here. They do work here. They're going to be part of social programs, and they're going to vote. This isn't...
Well, they're not going to be part of social programs if they are for at least 8 years until they become a citizen.
Point is what I'm saying.
And that being said, I think most people agree on this. Most Hispanic people don't like shit for free. They will work. Will there be an increase? I'm sure some will be on it.
Well,
but I don't have numbers to back it up. It's just me.
Point is what I'm saying is they're here and they're working. Why not make them part of the tax base? If this is Tommy country, it's all my way. The reality is this is Tommy's podcast exists within Tommy's country. So even as my most far right workout every day looked like a fucking Nazi pre-med guy, and I still said, hey, there's going to be healthcare whether you like it or not. Might as well make a cheap version. So to answer your question in long form, I think it's going to happen one way or another.
Yeah.
Let's just do it.
So I think, and here you may like this, part of the arguments that conservatives make to not pass any law, as they say. Sure. Well, Reagan did it in the 80s, and he did.
I was about to say, yeah. 2
million people. And they said, it created a magnet for people when they came, and now you've got 13 million people, 20 years later.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen again, right? You legalize people, come again. Well, part of this bill, part of this, they're giving $4 billion over the next 4 years, so $1 billion per year to El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to try and revitalize their economies, to make sure that people are happy there so they don't come up here. Now, we can debate whether or not it's a good policy, right? Should I give my tax dollars to these countries? But the reality is, over the last 30 years, things haven't changed. Things have gotten worse, if not the same, in those countries. People flee, they come to the United States. I would rather try and help them down there and give them money down there than having to use our resources and compete for our jobs and create a whole new wave of immigrants. So I think that works to solve a couple of things. It's saying, okay, no, I'm going to legalize folks here. I'm going to make sure that their economies back home are solid so that they don't have to, that another wave doesn't come again in 5 or 10 years. Because as I've said before, being an immigrant myself, you cannot take everyone in. It is literally impossible. You've got to have borders. Another part of it too is they're going to increase funding for border enforcement, for security, for officer training, infrastructures at the border, so things like that. So the bill's comprehensive. It's not just, hey, let's legalize 13 million people and just fuck it, right? Sure. It's going to have other measures at the borders, make sure that we have things in place. If that's walls, then that's walls. That's okay.
I guess. My conservative take on it is, I'm definitely against giving money to those countries, and I would say more so, why don't we have a middle ground? Sure, build a wall, but also double the size of the immigration centers where you have to legally come through. All right, if we're not going to let them all in, fine. I would say don't give money to their countries, but I'd say let's maybe double the number of places where you can go and apply for citizenship. Right? If we're gonna pull a plug over here, let's make sure we have 2 drains or 3 drains or 4 drains. But again, ultimately. Yeah, that's my agree to disagree. But as you said, we gotta fucking talk. So let's talk. Back to you, Ernie.
So that's what the Democrats or what the administration is proposing. That's their first bill. So again, talk about a change of priorities, which to me, I don't know if you remember this. I have been calling for Joe Biden for president since 2015.
I know you have.
I thought the guy. To me, he was a continuation. I've told you before of Obama. Yeah. He was his vice president. Mm-hmm. So, this is a huge vindication to me that this guy gets in office in the very first thing.
What I was going to say is there's actually a huge vindication for you because there are episodes before he even got the nomination of you coming on here, episode like 30 or something. And you're like, Tommy, let me tell you who's going to run and who's going to win. Joe Biden. I was like, fuck you, Ernie. Tell me why. I'm diabetic now with the amount of humble pie I've had to eat. So, you know what, Ernie, you fucking called it.
Dude, because dude, I told you, listen. It's very simple. I told you this day one. 3 states. That was it.
And you said that.
And
you fucking said that.
Yes. And Joe was able to flip 2 more in Arizona. I'd never in my wildest dreams expected. I'm not kidding, dude. I didn't even think John Ossoff and Warnock would win the Senate. I really didn't. I thought we'd lose. I'm not going to lie to you. I really did. And I was wrong. And I'm so glad I was wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I just didn't believe it. Again, to me, it was the 3 states. People in those states know Joe Biden. He's been in the Congress for 47 fucking years. He's from Pennsylvania. He was born in Scranton. To me, it was so simple. You take the bombastic guy who is an entertainer, who's funny, that's fine. But in the middle of huge peril of a pandemic, of people losing their jobs, it seems like he doesn't care. It seems like he doesn't.
Ernie?
Is.
Oh, you're back.
It's just so simple. To me, it was the simplest thing.
You know what I might have to do is I think I might have to go back because I think you've been on 7 or 8 times before this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to stitch together all the episodes, and it will conclude with this one where it's the day after Biden is inaugurated. Surely, and if I got to give respect where respect is due, and you fucking called it. So I think I might have to stitch together all those episodes and have it culminating with this. Ernie, is your freeze up again? Looks like.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, you're back, yeah.
Okay, yeah. It always it goes.
Yeah, it's fucking what it is. I think I'm going to stitch all of your previous episodes together.
Yeah, no, I heard. Dude,
okay. Yeah, I'll do it. You have my word. I'll do it. Ernie? Come on, internet. Ernie, I think that web on your end is freezing up.
That's trash. Can you hear me now?
We're good. Go.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, my internet's trash, bro. I'm sorry.
It is what it is. Don't worry.
It's so bad. But again, it's not that I'm like in love with Joe Biden or I think he's like some, transformative figure. Let's be honest here. He was a damn racist in the 70s. It's just the truth. He said, I don't want my kids in a Jungle Book. Right? How could I deny that? How could I deny the fact this guy gets on the black shirt that says, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black? Like, what? What are you saying, dude? You sound like Donald Trump. You can't say that. Let's be honest here, right?
Yeah.
I'm not an idiot. It's not like you forgot. No, come on, guys. But at least this guy's trying.
Ernie.
Folks, the way he touched women was wrong, right?
Yeah.
And so at least he's trying now in an old age. Is it enough? For people on the right, it will never be enough.
Sure.
But at least he's trying. Sure. What do we say, right? It will never be enough, but try.
Sure. I'll see you on that. Yeah, I agree with that.
You know what I mean? And so to me, that's a huge deal, especially coming from what we just went through with Donald Trump and what he said about minorities and how and it was funny, don't get me wrong. I thought the guy was entertaining. I thought he was hysterical. I think the guy's great. Don't get me wrong. I really do. I think he's a hysterical dude. I don't think he's fit to be president of the United States.
Sure.
I just don't. Sure. You know what I mean? But so that's the immigration piece, right? Which I think is a big deal. Now, COVID, obviously, that's he's asked Congress to pass a $2 trillion COVID relief package, right? Look at that. You got a $2 trillion bill, $400 billion. Write this down here, guys, so I can get the exact wording here. $400 billion for testing and to increase vaccine supply, right? We're not vaccinating folks at a fast enough rate. Apparently, New York's about to run out of vaccine in 2 days. So that's a huge failure. We've got to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. But $400 billion for that, $1 trillion for direct payments to Americans, so the $1,400 remaining to finish the job, as the president called it, and then $440 billion emergency funds for cash poor small businesses, communities, cities. So it's a comprehensive approach. People say that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. But today, 900. We had a report come out from the Department of Labor. 900,000 people filed for unemployment this past month. 1 million people. That is the situation Joe Biden is walking into today.
Yeah. The
highest deaths of COVID since the pandemic, or maybe if not high, at least near highs. 1 million people. It's bonkers, but we got to figure it out. And so this is, Tommy, where we need Republicans. And I understand in debating and saying, you know what, maybe $2 trillion is too much, but this is where we need the two parties to come together. This cannot be held up. It was already held up enough, under the last administration with everything that was going on, and that was everyone's fault, not just Trump. It was Nancy's, and it was McConnell, and it was everyone's. Pelosi had a huge part to play as well. So, guys, again, I'm a Democrat, but I try to step out of my bubble for everyone who's watching. Mm-hmm. None of our leaders are perfect. They make plenty of mistakes, and it's okay to recognize them. It's okay to say that Nancy didn't get quarter the problem, and it should be recognized. And so that's how you keep them accountable, right? If you always go yes to a leader, that's not good. We need to get past that. But so hopefully that will happen. But to me, that's a big deal, right? That's on the domestic front, right? So immigration, 13 million folks. If we can get rid of that, you got COVID, and then I think the other thing, COVID obviously is huge. We could debate and spend a lot more time on it, but the pivotal things are vaccine distribution, PPE, money to people who need it, right? Because I don't really need money. Now, if I'm going to get money, I'll take money, but I don't need it, right? And so, I don't have a problem with that stimulus being more directed at those who need it. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Sure. I don't need $200, but I'll take it. I'm trying to buy a house. I'll take it. So So that's important. And then I think what ties into all this, and I think the president is going to try and make this an issue, or he should, is healthcare, right? Is how do we get more access to folks, right? And this is where you and I are probably going to disagree, maybe not. Biden's plan, is what a lot of Republicans call socialism. And if that's what you want to call it, that's what you want to call it. I'm not going to debate that. But I will say that I think the Democratic Party has a mission, and it started with Obamacare, to make sure that every person in this country has affordable health care. Now, affordable is a key word, right? Because healthcare is expensive as heck. And, no matter what we've done to try and curb the costs, we've curbed it a bit, but it still always increases. So I think the Biden plan was to expand Medicare as a public option. So basically say, here is a public option. It's exactly the same thing as Medicare that people love and are satisfied with. And anyone over the age of 18 can sign up for free. It's a public plan. And now, you don't have to sign up.
To your surprise, that is actually something I do agree upon, and that's something that my fellow Trump supporters, again, kind of like me saying, I think abortion's killing, but I also think it's okay. That's actually something that my conservative friends do not agree with. But that's just, to me, I'm like, I just think you got to have health care. At the very least, hell, keep people in work so you can tax them and keep getting money.
Dude. You can have economic growth. People spending 70% of GDP's consumer spending, my friends.
You can't be doing that when everyone's dead.
So, okay, well, then we agree. Now we can find the ways as to why. But I think the Medicare, and again, it doesn't force anyone to anything. It's not a national takeover.
Yeah.
It's not ending private insurance. It's just saying, if you don't like your insurance, keep it. It's all yours. Do your thing. That ain't going to change. If you don't like your insurance, here's a public option for you. Sign up for free. Now, what you probably find over time, since it's free, so a lot of people, obviously it's always going to be the needy first. Everyone who needs it is going to sign up immediately. It's going to be a lot of people. Like 30, 40 million people. Easy.
Sure.
Because about 20 million lost their insurance during the Trump presidency because he did away with the individual mandate. So people didn't have to have it, so they said, okay, screw it, we'll just not have it. So a lot of people, but I think it's a good idea. I think it's a way to move forward, and I think it's sort of a compromise between saying, no, it's got to be government run for everything, right? Because that's not going to work in America. It's just not, right? 84% of Americans get their healthcare insurance through their job. Yeah. But again, if they had a choice, or if they don't want to worry about not having to switch jobs because they have good healthcare, then they can go to the public option, right? You free people up to be entrepreneurs, to start businesses, because they don't have to worry about, I can't leave my job because I can't afford insurance. What if I get sick?
Sure.
What about my kids? So that was going to free a lot of folks too.
You get cancer and you're bankrupt, yeah.
Right. And as we've talked about before, I don't know the updated stats, but before Obamacare, the number one cause of bankruptcy in this country was healthcare costs. And I told you this, right? 60% of those folks already had healthcare insurance. That's wild.
That's fucking insane.
Wild.
That's insane.
Wild. If that doesn't show you how fucked up the system is, what the hell does?
And the point of where I was never, I don't get agreed upon with my fellow conservatives, and is, Ernie, you know my situation. I lost a sibling.
Grab some water. Keep talking.
Yeah. You're good. Ernesto Isaiah looking sexy in his white cotton shirt and his golf hat, sad dad dance. As you know, Ernie, I lost a sibling to suicide, and I always, have little insight, but still protecting my family's privacy. Is he attempted suicide several months before he committed suicide. After he attempted, he went and had to basically get, forced public health care before he moved home. And one thing I always think about is, what if there was at least an option to have gone and seen him? And maybe there was. Maybe I'm using my brother's death, and maybe I'm not using it morally. Maybe he did have the option and didn't go. I don't know. But that is something I always think about is, would that have, maybe it only would have delayed it. Who knows? And I'm not trying to turn this, to me, it almost feels like pulling the race card, because I'm like, my brother wouldn't. But I think everyone should have access to it.
You know what you're getting down to, Tommy? I think this is something fundamental that I haven't even made an argument for in so long, because of how disruptive our politics have gotten. Because we don't talk policy, we just yell at each other.
Yeah.
And we're finally, I think, going to talk policy again.
Yeah.
What it goes to, and this is a core reason why I'm a Democrat, is it goes to the morality of our country.
Sure.
What kind of country do we want to be, really, if you think about that for a minute? We want to be a country where every single American, every person who's so lucky to call themselves an American citizen, has the ability to see a doctor and seek out help when they need it. Shouldn't be a luxury for those who can afford it or have a good job.
Yeah.
Because it goes very much to the same minimum wage debate, which we may disagree on. Well, they're flipping burgers. They need $15 an hour. Well, they're doing this. My friends, the dignity of work is just, to me, I don't care what you're doing. If you're working 40 plus hours a week in the richest country in the world, my friends, you should be able to feed your family.
To get an apartment.
You should be able to get an apartment. This is America.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
McDonald's, my friends, has billions of dollars in profits. They pay their CEOs millions of dollars a year. And you're telling me we can't afford to help those who literally keep those businesses open?
Sure.
I understand it's not the most luxurious job. I wouldn't want to be a McDonald's cook.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
I wouldn't want to be a server. I wouldn't want to be this. That's why I'm a professional. I work for a massive corporation. I'm an account executive, dude. So you see what I mean? So yeah. I understand all that, right? And I understand some folks are just lazy, but the cost of living has gone up significantly over the last 30 years. It continues to go up, no matter if you raise the minimum wage or not. If you had kept the pace of minimum wage up with inflation, if the law said the minimum wage should raise with inflation, the minimum wage today would be $15 an hour, my friends. That is a fact. And so
I didn't know that.
You know, we're not arguing for $30 or $40. I mean, and so those to me, yeah, that's a fact. Feel free to look it up.
No. And I was going to say, for me, I just kind of like, you know, I don't morally agree with abortion, but I can't imagine someone ever telling me what to do. It'd be like if someone said, Tommy, you can't fuck until you get a vasectomy because you don't have the money to father a child. I'd be like, even though I don't want, I would just be like, fuck you, you know? So That being said, I can't speak on that because I admittedly don't know anything about economics. So I'm not going to take a left or a right stance. I'm just going to acknowledge my ignorance. I don't know. And so I don't want to get riled up.
I mean, look, the data says there is data, and I'm not an economist either, but I've obviously read on this stuff.
You're just sexy.
Feel free to look this up yourself. The data says, yes, there is a small increase in prices. This is true. They're going to make up somewhere, you know, for it. But it's, you know, it's not going to go up like, you know, you're not going to pay $10 for a Big Mac. Matter of fact, you're already probably paying about $7 for a Big Mac meal anyways.
Yeah.
So that's already been going up. So the reality is, yeah, we'll go up. We're talking maybe 15, 20 cents nationally. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not like it's gonna be some calamity. I mean, if that was the case, my friends, it would have already happened when we raised the minimum wage, right? Yeah. And so, but again, it speaks to a Democratic core. And the reason why, you know, I'm a Democrat is because it's a matter of morality. Who are we fighting for? You know, are we fighting to give tax cuts to people who make incredible amounts of money and are going to be just fine, whether you give them a tax cut or not? Or you're looking to help the people who can barely get by, who work 40 hours a week and still need government assistance?
Yeah.
I mean, it's to me, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Like, whose priority should the government be?
If I may, I would tie in how I see it. What you're saying, sure, people that can't get by, they can't even. This is America, damn it. To me, that's where I would bring in the whole $1 billion to Guatemala, El Salvador. I would say, hey, you know, and this is where you get, and might not, you know, this is where people like myself were drawn to Trump, because it was, hey, there's nothing wrong with taking care of America first. And I don't want to go back onto Trump, but the point is what you're saying. I'm with you. There's people that can't afford these things, but before we go give billions to El Salvador and Guatemala and wherever, we put that here first. So that's kind of where but back to what you're saying is like, we have to talk instead of sitting here.
But here's the thing, right?
Ernie, you and your billions of dollars back to the South. We're not getting anywhere. So
right. But that's the thing. We can do both.
Sure.
I'm telling you, we can do both. Now you're going to tell me, oh my God, we're in so much debt. You know, we owe. How can you tell me we can do both?
$27 trillion. We're never paying that back. Let's all accept that now. We're not.
Well, but I mean, listen. Let's just be honest here. If you're going to tell me, I mean, again, it's a matter of priorities, Tommy.
Sure.
We just did it in the last administration. We just cut taxes for all Americans. You know what these guys always do too? The trick? It's coming up. The tax cuts will expire during the Biden administration. You know why they do that, right?
Oh, those dirty Democrats.
So if you let them expire, the Democrats are raising taxes on you. No. You literally wrote the law, and you wrote it for 5 years on purpose, you can have a political argument in 5 years to say, you want to raise taxes on America? Well, dude, if you didn't want to raise them, you should have made the tax cuts permanent. But you didn't. Because you know it's bad math. You know you can't make it up. But you know it's a smart strategy by Republicans, right?
It's sure.
Who's gonna say, we're gonna raise taxes on everyone? What happens is the tax cuts for everyone except people who make 250, 300K, they stay the same, and then theirs go up. That's what the Democrats' fix has been. You can't do that forever. At some point, if you want to pay for what you want to pay for, you got to tax everyone. You know, maybe a little more. I'm not talking about 15, 20%, but
sure.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Eisenhower administration, just saying the top tax bracket was like 90% to pay off the war debt.
It was in the 50s and the 50s.
And that's a fact. That's not something I necessarily agree with, but I'm just saying that is a fact.
It is a fact, absolutely. Now, it's not 90% of all of the income, right? It's a percent.
Yeah. I got
it's not, it's not like they're taking, if you make 100K, you're going to
No, Ernie, those Democrats were literally putting us against the wall with guns in our heads, and they said Mao Zedong, and you'd have to say, yes, the Great Leap Forward, or they'd shoot you. That's a fact. No, I got you.
But again, so healthcare, the minimum wage, those are issues that not only are they economical, you can make economic arguments, from those issues, but at the core, it's at the core of who we are as a country, Tommy. I think the United States of America, what do? We go and we help out people, as we've been discussing, all around the world who need help. We go and fight wars for them. We go and rebuild their countries. We go and make sure that canals and passageways are free so that there's commerce. We do that all around the world.
Yeah.
We should be able to do that for people at home, and we do it for some.
Sure.
But that's the difference, right? And that's why, again, it's morality. Do you want to be the country that lets people die because they couldn't afford to go to the doctor? People who postpone appointments because there's not enough money, because it's too expensive. There's got to be a way.
There has to, and that's.
If we've afforded everything we can afford to help our own people.
And that's one thing I always do say. And I'd like to point out, for my own ego's sake, I'm not a Republican. I'm a conservative. Fuck them. One thing I look at it, I'm like, hey, I try to look at it as like a challenge. I don't look at it as this is a communist thing, even though I go throughout that term a lot, and I always will, unapologetically. But if all these other first world nations can do it, why can't we do it? And then I try to put it as a challenge. I'm like, why can't we do it? And why can't we be the best? Why can't we have that 1969 Apollo moon landing feeling about it? We'll do it, and we'll do it not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Tell me, I'll tell you why. And this goes to the cynicism in me. And it's not only Republicans do this, right? Republicans do it too, but since we're talking healthcare. Can we agree on this? In the last 60 years of American politics, which has been the party that has tried to extend healthcare? The Democratic Party, correct? Sure. It's always been the Democratic Party.
Correct.
At least at the national level. At the state level, Mitt Romney did it. I'm not sure a few others have as well. But at least on a national scale. And so when we try to do this stuff, we get called socialists. We get told that we're going to ruin America. Obamacare, right? And for all of your subscribers who are watching this, guys, what is Obamacare? You and I have had this discussion. People said Obamacare, it's socialism. It's the end of America. Government-run healthcare and takeover. It's going to destroy who we are. Remember, that was 10 years ago, my friends. The law is still the law of the land 11 years later. And we've insured 20 million more people. We've made sure the healthcare costs are at the slowest rate of increase in 50 years.
Really?
Yeah. Now, it's still increasing, right? That's no solace to people who say, well, my fucking bill went up $600. I don't care about slowing. It's as an average in the entire country, right? But yes, right? Part of that was due to the recession, when we're coming out of the recession earlier in the teens. But that's just true because it changed the way that Medicare paid out doctors. It wasn't any more per visit, but rather it was per outcome. So if your patient got better, then I'm going to pay you more, and you don't need to get that patient in again. You see what I mean? So it changed the way Medicare and Medicaid paid out physicians, which was a big deal in how they were spending, what the federal government was spending. So, but guys, so those are a few goals. But what is it? If you're gonna attack something, I hope you know what the hell you're attacking, right?
And so the reality is, it did a couple of things. We talked about this. I don't want to get too into the weeds, but it reformed the insurance industry into what kinds of protections. So the most popular things of Obamacare, for example, you can stay in your insurance till you're 26. It closed a donut hole for seniors on Medicare who were going to get an extra $600 in terms of, there was like a whole, literally, it's a weird thing. It's a percentage for an amount and then another percentage, but they didn't get a percentage.
There's a weird middle. Yeah, no, I remember.
Yep. So it closed the donut hole for those guys. It changed the law, my friends, to tell insurance companies, listen, you can no longer discriminate based on pre-existing conditions. You can, which is obviously a big deal. You can no longer have lifetime caps. So before, the law was, I've paid every month I get cancer. Your policy said, sorry, you can only spend $100,000 a year. So if you hit your $100,000 mark, you're shit out of luck. Sorry, you could have been paying for 50 years, your premiums, you never were sick. But sorry, you hit your cap for the year, so tough luck, buddy. That was the reason why people were going bankrupt, because they hit their caps. They didn't have any money. They had to max out the credit cards. They had to get loans.
Fuck.
Guys, we changed that. Barack Obama and Obamacare changed that. So, those are big popular things. That was one side. That was a regulation of how the insurance industry charged and classified Americans. You then have the actual insurance plan piece, the pools in the markets, the marketplace, right? That was a disaster in the rollout in 2013 or 13. What do those do? Those literally put people in one state, so the state of Georgia, everyone who was uninsured, you pulled them all together into one group and you said, okay, it may make more sense if instead of Ernesto just trying to get a policy with the big three, I've got a few 100,000 people that need a policy now. The power of economics, right? Now I'm bargaining as a group, as big companies do. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we'll get a lower price. Guys, it's economics. Big bad communism, socialism. This is literally what it was.
Ernie, you are like the Uncle Tom for like white conservatives that like you like ease the brake of liberalism. You're a Hispanic guy talking economics in a fucking master's hat and a polo. It's Ernie. It's like Ernie. You're like the prepackaged Uncle Tom. Your Uncle Tom. Your Uncle Tom. TOMAS.
Man, white people are very comfortable with me because I grew up with them. So,
yes. And for everyone listening, Ernie and I have been friends since fall 2009. But seriously, yeah, no,
but
okay, yeah.
So you know what I mean, guys. So and then now here's the part where we can disagree, and this is why this was a Democratic plan. It was more government to an extent. I will obviously give you that because we think government can help.
Sure.
We could vehemently disagree on that. That's just a philosophical difference.
That's a favorite color. Right. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. But what we did is we said, okay, we're going to pull everyone together. We then are going to mandate in the law that everyone has to have insurance so that everyone has skin in the game. Because if you don't have skin in the game, what's going to happen is the people who need it most, the older, the sick, are going to go get the insurance. It's going to skew more high risk. Mm-hmm. Prices are going to rise. But if you have the healthy folks like you, like me, in the pool, you help them to subsidize some of that cost for those older, sicker folks, right?
Yeah.
Just the way.
And the point being is this is what I came back to, even pre-med, super far right. I would say I was more far right then than I am now. The me then would say, and as much as I don't like this government stepping in, the reality is you are still going to offset that insurance, because if they don't get any, they're going to go to the ER. And guess what? Next time you go to the ER, if you play Grand Theft Auto, when you have a small bank account and you go get shot up by an Uzi and you die, your bill is about $5. Later in the game, after you do the final heist at not Paleto Bay, but the Union Depository, and you get $20 million. If you will notice, every time you die and go to jail, guess what? $5,000 for a respawn. Yep. So, point being is, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It does get subsidized one way or another.
The federal government already had a pot of money that it gave hospitals.
Yeah,
that didn't get paid. We were already subsidizing these people.
Yeah.
We were already doing it. And instead, we literally said, no. Now you got to pay for yours.
And the thing I come back to is the thing I come back to is everyone, Republican and Democrat, you ask, will say no. You shouldn't be able to turn someone away at an emergency department. So if you agree with that, then you agree with subsidies. If you don't agree with that, okay, I guess I respect your cold-hearted psychopathy, right. I guess, but But you're not a human being, not in today's society.
Yeah. So that's correct. So we pool people, hopefully that brings down costs, to make sure that everyone's in the pool so that
again, we're trying to hold down costs. That's the imperative here, right? And then for those who cannot afford, since you're making them buy insurance, the government is going to mandate that was the individual mandate. If you're going to mandate, and then those who cannot afford it, you got to do one of two things. You expanded Medicaid, and Medicaid eligibility expanded a little bit. That was another part of Obamacare. The second piece was if you didn't qualify for Medicaid, then okay, we'll help you to pay for the plans. Guys, private insurance plans, not government plans, not Medicare plans, private insurance plans. Kaiser Permanente, Cigna, whatever you want to think of. So guys, yes, it's a little bit of government subsidy to help some folks, which Democrats think is a good idea. Some people don't, and I respect that opinion. It's just a philosophical difference. But that, my friends, is not communism. Helping folks
what that
to
is,
just get a private healthcare insurance is not communism.
What if
you can say it's assistance, you can say it's government help. This is true.
If philosophical disagreement comes down to, let's put it to a vote. And that's what it is. Elections have consequences.
And then keep in mind, the Republican Party had the majority for the first 2 years of Trump's presidency. They could have repealed Obamacare, and they never did.
Yeah.
Why? Because there's no alternative to it.
Yeah.
If you go back to what was happening before, you're going to take away all the protections. And here's the thing. If you still keep the protections, but you do away with everything else, the costs are going to skyrocket. Because now you're mandating insurance companies cover all the stuff, or at least things that are going to make things more expensive. But you're not going to pool people anymore. People are out on their own. It's going to make things way more expensive. Obamacare isn't perfect, but it was just a way of helping. So, guys, if you're ever going to complain about Obamacare, make sure you listen to this, okay? Give it some thought. You can disagree fundamentally on whether or not the government should have been involved. We can definitely disagree on that. I think we should have. But it's not communism. It's not socialism. I see people on Facebook who say, you voted for Joe. Oh, I hope you're happy with what you're getting. Those people who they'll post and they'll say, oh, look today, dollars $1.95 gas and interest rates are so-and-so. And it is so ignorant. My friends, the president of the United States does not control gas prices. The president of the United States can have a small effect by releasing reserves. We're talking maybe 15 cents to save money.
And reserves come down to a national security argument, and that's
exactly. And the interest rates, my friends, is not due to the president. The president doesn't pick the interest rates. It's the Federal Reserve, my friends. It's the way the economy is, my friends. The reason why it's been so low is because we had a major recession 10 years ago. And we recovered for sure. But it obviously, the people who are way smarter than all of us combined who set these rates, obviously never thought it was a good idea to keep raising them.
Yeah.
So, my friends, that has nothing to do with the president of the United States. That's called monetary policy.
What are you trying to say?
My friends, think. Look it up, please.
Yeah, I texted, and you've met him, but I don't know if you'll know him. I won't say his name, but one of my best friends who I've known since middle school, super liberal guy, I kind of texted him yesterday and I was like, hey, I need to eat my own words. I was like, Biden won, and for my own soul growth, I have to acknowledge it. I lost. And he goes, yeah, man, that's good. He goes, but dude, just so you know, local politics will affect your life more so than Obama or Trump ever will. And I was like, really? And he was like, he sent me some examples, and I was like, well, fucking A.
That's very true. At least locally, that's very true. Zoning,
he was
regulations.
It's like we can cheer rah whoever, but he was like, dog, your curfew laws or your open container laws or your new highway off ramp. He's like, dog, that's your county people that meet 3 miles from your house. He was like, go get involved there. Okay.
No, that's very true.
Yeah. So
that's very true.
Yeah.
So that is important. Keep attention to your local officials. It's very true. I've worked in state government, so yes, this is true. But
what else you got in your notes?
So no, to me, that those things are a big deal. So healthcare, I think, is something he should take on. Again, it's a morality, issue for Democrats, and that's domestic policy. Now let's talk foreign policy, because that's another huge deal.
Yeah.
That the former president, in my opinion, made a mess of. Right. When we discussed the fact that the president of the United States did not stand up to Donald Putin, putting a price on American soldiers' heads, a bounty.
Yeah.
That's not okay, my friends. I don't care who you are. If you consider yourself an American and you love your country and you love the 1% of our population who voluntarily fights for us, you're not willing to stand up to a despot and to tell him he was wrong? You're not willing to say anything when they're cyber attacking your agencies and hacking into your departments? Because Donald Trump didn't. So that to me is a big deal. And listen, if I'm wrong, I hope I am.
No,
he said something.
Great book.
I'm pretty damn sure I'm not.
Great book on that. An author I had on, Garrett Graff, Graff, who wrote one of my favorite books, Raven Rock. He wrote another book that I highly recommend to everyone listening. It's actually a very intriguing listen, Dawn of the Code War. And it's about the big four, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, and their attacks on the United States and how much bolder they're getting. And I think it takes place from the second half of the Obama administration. I think it was written in like 2018. So, but that is a good book to see, like, hey, dude, they fuck with us, and hey, we fuck with them. But, you know, of course we do. You just don't hear that. But yeah, sorry, to your point. No, it is a big thing.
But that, you know, that's a huge deal. I mean, to me, that is a dereliction of duty. He is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. If you cannot stand up for your soldiers, why should you lead them?
Sure.
I mean, to me, it's just that simple.
Sure.
Again, part of many reasons why I'm so happy this guy's no longer in office. But but the biggest thing to me is repairing alliances. You know, bringing America standing back in the world. You know, you may disagree with me on this. That's okay. I think you will. I suspect you will. Donald Trump, in my opinion. I want to choose my words carefully because I don't want to be. Donald Trump didn't represent America at its best. I'll say it that way.
Sure.
I think as always, it was about him. It was about how he looked, how he seemed. Remember when he pushed the guy out of the way to be in front because he's the president?
Yeah.
You know, those are things that, you know, that you do when you're like 6 years old. I mean, not when you're 74 years old.
Or pissed drunk.
A powerful man on the planet.
Yeah.
Like, give me a break. But so to me, I mean, again, the berating of NATO, the berating of our allies of Germany, of France, people who have bled and fought with us, needed to stop. It has stopped. Joe Biden is going to repair those alliances to make sure that America is heard again. We're rejoining the World Health Organization. We're rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, which, again, in my opinion, are smart things. It's something that we should have never left to begin with. I think in regards to Iran, that's going to be a big, big deal. You know, he tore up the nuclear deal. Iran is now again spinning centrifuges of
uranium.
Yes, to come up with bombs. So we are literally, by the definition, we are in a world today now where Iran is on its way to making a nuclear weapon again, when they had stopped doing so in 2016. So that is just a fact. And by the way, we had international inspectors, so we knew that was the case. We didn't just take them at their word.
Yeah.
People were going in there.
I'm aware. Yeah.
Right. So, well, for maybe those who may not, just, you know,
sure.
You don't never take anyone at their word. You got to make sure that, you know, especially those guys.
Yeah, check the verify.
So that's going to be a big challenge, right? How do you? Will they rejoin the accord? Will they now want to, you know, negotiate a whole new one, which may not lead to success, right? Because they may now ask for new things. And so what it means is, in the meantime, however long that takes, that negotiation process, we're still, every day that passes, a day closer to nuclear Iran. And if that's the case, that's going to be a big deal because you're going to see an arms race around the entire region. It's going to be a huge problem. Huge problem. We don't want to see that. No one wants to see that. So, you know, that's a big deal. North Korea, what do you do with them? The former president tried. I'll always give him credit on that. He didn't get much done. Yeah. We're basically in the same boat we were in 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, to his credit, that's not an easy thing to fix.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden may not fix it, and maybe no one will fix it. Maybe we'll lead to war one day. Who knows?
Yeah.
But at least he tried.
I think every president's they're handed a flaming pile of dog shit with that. I mean, and I mean, obviously, as a Trump supporter, I'll give him credit. But no, that is, I mean, what do you do with that, right? You got this crazy despot with 20 million people living under a thumb in gulags and concentration camps. That's not a... Yeah.
It's absolutely wild. But I think internationally, again, commanding the respect of our allies, you know, the phrase he always says, right, America's back. And it really very much feels that way.
Sure.
It feels like the world has said, okay, Jesus, like, okay, guys, that was crazy.
That's the morning. That's the next morning where you wake up in the dorm room drunk and you and your buddy, you know, it's you and me waking up with 2 empty vodka bottles and like mustard down our fronts and like Nintendo's still running and the shower's on. And it's like, So I need to go back to my room, Ernie. You're like, yeah, I need to call someone. Kind of like, that was fun. Tommy, we probably shouldn't do that again, Ernie. No.
Exactly.
Hey,
so
take it as it was.
But no, I mean, I think that will go a long way. I mean, again, being serious about climate change, which is a foreign, I think it's a national security it's a foreign policy issue, because you have to deal with the rest of the world to make sure that they abide. Those are big deals, but I think people know Joe. He was a VP just 6 years ago, 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. So he definitely understands the issues. And I think those are the biggest things. I think those are the things you should focus on. I think those are the things that we've talked about today. The administration should spend most of the political capital on, because about a year in, he ain't going to have much left to pass, or politically, at least the political capital, to try and do what he wants to do. And so the first 100 days are critical, and thereafter as well. But at least the first 100 days, one of his goals is to vaccinate 100 million folks in the first 100 days. Mm-hmm. So if we could do that, that's a third of the country, go a long way. Or a fourth, I guess, a third, into improving things, and then obviously his executive orders on if you're traveling interstate, you have to wear a mask. If you're in federal property, you have to wear a mask.
Federal, all property, within sense. Buildings, No, I saw that.
So to me, that's I don't know how that feels to you. I don't know if you think that's the death of America, but I hope not. I mean, I hope we can feel like. And maybe this is not so much for you, but maybe for somewhat of your listeners, and maybe folks who lean conservative. Guys, one thing I will say, and I've always, and Tommy will be my witness, I've said this for every president. I've said, when Trump won, I said the same thing. I said, I wish him success.
You did.
Because he's our president.
There's video evidence on this podcast of you saying in January 2020, Tommy, I don't like the guy. I think he's an idiot, but God damn it, he's your president. And I vividly remember your Facebook post when he went to North Korea, and I remember you saying, this is back in 2018, and you were like, to everyone wishing this guy bad, you were like, fuck you. You're like, he's the president of the United States, and you're like, denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is a good thing. Godspeed, Mr. President. And I was like, that's Ernie. That's a motherfucker I can work with.
And I said the same thing when he won the election. I made a post, and I said, I didn't wish him. I didn't want him to win. He won. He's our president, and. I had all these people, you're so classy and you're so great. And look, I don't do it for the accolades, guys. I do it because I'm trying to set a damn example. This is what we need to
do. The thing is your example has worked, because that's why I reached out to you yesterday and said, please come on. Because truly be the change you want to see in the world. Ernie, not trying to suck your dick, but I'm following your precedent. I saw you say that, and I'd see all your liberal friends comment, Ernie, you turncoat, and you'd be like, dude, this isn't. So, you know what? I have to follow your precedent, because now the tables have turned, and now, I'm in the position you were in. So how do I want to be looked at?
And I'll tell you what. I'll give you a prediction right now. We'll see if I'm right or not. I don't think Joe runs again. I think Kamala runs, and I think she gets clobbered by whatever Republican runs in 24. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, dude. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's what's going to happen. I really do.
I appreciate your candid nature, but seriously, Ernie, I would say that the way you've acted online is not in vain, because it has what's inspired me to go, hey, I was wrong, and like you said right before we start recording, you're like, no one likes to lose. No one likes to lose, dude. No one likes to lose Tom Brady from your team. It sucks, but guess what? A new season starts, and here we are. So,
and again, guys, think of how blessed you are to live where you live. Think of how lucky you are.
Ultimately, here I am with air conditioning and heating, a brand new jacket I got for Christmas, on a MacBook, new microphone. Have this, and you know what's even better is I live in a country where I'm free to openly say, Ernie, I don't agree with you, and then that's it. The Gestapo doesn't break down my front door, right?
Exactly.
And so. Yeah, and I always look back, Civil War, not so much World War One, Great Depression, Dust Bowl, World War II, Cuban Missile Crisis, 9/11, 2008, COVID. We've got through all those things. I think this is it. Do we got an uphill battle? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think we're standing on the shoulders of some freakish giants.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, another thing that I think to me is important, right? And
Tommy's painting me to be an angel here. Guys, I'm a partisan myself too, right? Sometimes I am getting my own head in my own bubble and
sure.
try not to. But here's what I don't do, or at least try not to do, or I try very hard not to do until I'm just you are fucking insane. I don't know what else to say to you. Like the kid who told me that Joe Biden was equivalent to Bin Laden.
Well,
I don't know if you saw that.
No, but that I can tell you as a Trump supporter, being called a Nazi on CNN the other day, it said, unlike Trump, ISIS didn't have a constituency. I can tell you that, hey, that doesn't help win anyone over. Sorry to interrupt, but it doesn't. Right. Nor does it help to call Biden Bin Laden. It's just we're not getting anywhere.
Which goes to my point. We are adults. I'm 30 years old. I'm a young adult, okay?
Young, good-looking, successful. Single, for everybody listening. Single.
Yes, and successful. About to buy a condo in Buckhead. Let's go, baby.
Just where it is. He's got an open bed. He's got a cat. Big old cat.
Got a new car, too.
Ooh, yes. ooh, look at that hat. Look at that shirt. This guy takes care of himself. Ernie, give him a smile.
Oh, guys.
Give him a smile. That's what I always said. The first time you were on, I said, this episode's with Ernesto Azejo, my dentally gifted friend, because you've got to... It's like episode 5 or 6. It's, yeah. But yeah, yeah, beautiful. But yeah, we're all adults.
But dude, no. So we're all adults. Do what your mother taught you when you were a child. Respect people. You can disagree without calling someone a libtard or a fascist or a racist.
Yeah.
Right, guys. Like I saw today this post, and I almost commented, but then I was like, you know what? What is the point of me commenting?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was just shitting on this other guy, just insult after insult after insult. And I'm just like, what do you think you're going to get out of this if you're insulting the guy?
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the guy. All liberals are stupid and idiots. And I'm just like, do you really believe that 84 million Americans, or 81, I'm sorry,
any blanket statement
are
in
dumb?
Its nature is
or
retarded.
Idiots? Like, exactly. Do we really believe that all Trump voters are racist?
Well I was going to say what that really, is that
you
blanket.
Really believe that? How stupid can you be?
That blanket generalization is what racism is, right? All blacks, all Democrats, all Trump supporters. That's what it is saying this generalized. Really, that guy over there? Really, Ernie right here? Literally. Tommy? Really? I mean, yeah. So that's not going to help.
So guys, let's talk to each other. Let's have a we can disagree. That's okay. Yeah. We can say, I think you're wrong. I think your way is going to bankrupt the country. We're going to have to raise tax. We can make a political argument without having to be an asshole. For goodness sake.
Without hating each other.
Right. And I try to do that.
You do.
I try. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes people are so just damn intolerable.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I tried to be nice to you.
Hey, there's plenty of evidence on this podcast of me getting on here and just started yelling about how much I fucking hate what the left's doing, and then I watched that episode in hindsight and I go, man, I was really making a fool of myself. I don't take it down because I like to fucking embarrass myself. When I look back at it, I always describe it as when my friends are like, how come you have Ernie on? I'm like, well, because Ernie is liberal and I'm conservative and we disagree on a lot. Why do you have him on?
I don't consider myself a liberal. I told you this.
You're a liberal. What? Yeah, say.
I don't consider myself a liberal.
Okay. Democrat.
I'm a Democrat, but I would say I'm center left.
Center left.
I don't call myself a liberal.
You're Bernie Sanders. And I'm Tommy.
No, I'm no damn Bernie Sanders. I'll tell you that.
No. But the point is
I work in fintech sales, my friend.
Yeah, the point is I like having you on because it's like when you're working out and then you add a little weight to the bench or something and it hurts. Well, that hurt is you getting stronger. So when I have Ernie on and it's not hot under the collar like, oh, I fucking hate you. What it is I describe it as it's this uneasy moving in my stomach. And what is that? It's the feeling of, oh fuck, I might be wrong about something. And it's being video recorded, so I gotta, but that's why I do it, is because, and you know what, in 4 years, I hope to be, 2008 liberal, 2012 conservative, 2016 liberal, 2020 conservative. In 4 years, I hope to be arguing versus the left, and in 4 years, I hope Ernie's arguing about me to why the conservative should be president. And then in 8 years, I hope it's backed, because that means we've grown. And but yeah, so.
I doubt that will happen, but.
Sure.
But
and I doubt I will. But the point is, I have that wish for growth.
You know what, dude? No one thought Trump would be president 4 years ago. So you never know what the hell could happen.
You never
Seriously.
know.
You never fucking, especially in politics.
Yeah.
4 years is a different universe almost. So, but no, guys, I would really encourage that, right? I mean, most of my friends are Republicans. And so to me, you know, I've said this plenty of times, I don't wake up and I go, oh, you know, this morning I'm Ernie the Democrat, how happy am I? That's not how I wake up, guys.
Yeah.
I wake up and I go, yep, my dog is my cat, love him with all my heart. How lucky am I to be in this beautiful country? How lucky am I
Let's go get
that I get to work from home, that I can make my sales calls in the comfort of my home, that I can go to an office. How lucky am I? And so, you know, all these fights and political disagreements, they are important. And, you know, principles are a good thing, right? If you have principles, stick to them, right? But never let principles stand in the way of progress, right? It's just common sense. You're not going to get always what you want. And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's why we live in a country where, as Tommy was saying, you can have a different opinion and not get gunned down because you don't toe the party line or the government line.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's pretty incredible. So just remember that. Remember that the other party is not your enemy, for goodness sake.
They disagree with you.
We just disagree, guys. For goodness sake, this has got to stop. This vitriol. It just has to stop.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you
know what I mean?
disagree. You can disagree, and then you can go back to drinking McCormick's out of a bottle and playing Rainbow Road, right?
Yes. But we're going to do that soon. He's going to visit me, he says.
Fucking
I
right.
got the new Mario Kart.
I will, and we're going
I
to
got the updated Mario Kart. I got the old Mario Kart, now in black and white. The color went away.
The color went away?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. It's old, dude. I've had that shit for like 20 years.
And sure, I mean, N64.
It's old as shit.
But that's what I mean. That's what I mean, though. Is like that's what's important. Is like it's not Ernie the Democrat. It's like Ernie the friend I've known since I was being a pledge in a fraternity. Ernie the friend I've had since I was living there. Ernie the friend I had when I'm transferring to UGA. Ernie the friend I had that reached out and donated $5 to the charity I started when my brother committed suicide.
Yeah.
Ernie the friend I have when I'm first starting the podcast. Hey Ernie, I need some guests. I'm starting this new thing. Will you come on? Sure thing, my guy. That's Ernie.
That's me.
He.
No, man, but, you know, again, man, this stuff is important. And guys, you know, a lot of y'all may be disappointed about Joe Biden. I know how you feel.
Yeah.
That's how I felt 4 years ago. You know, I will say it's the first time I've had to face defeat because, you know, when I got involved was 2008 and Obama won both his elections. I thought at the national level, of course, in Georgia, we've lost plenty. That's a fact, but at least at the national level. And I will say, don't despair, because they said in 2008, oh, Obama's ushering a new majority that's going to give us a majority forever, and Democrats are going to do this and that, and then we lost everything in 2 years. You know, we thought, oh, no way, Trump is going to win. There's no way Hillary, and then he won. And then they said, oh, you know, Trump is like lose, and then so guys, shit happens. It comes, it goes. It's part of it. It sucks. But I promise when you woke up this morning, you still felt the same as you did yesterday, did you not?
And the reality
because I remember thinking to myself, man, I'm relieved this is Biden's president now, but honestly, what has changed in my life?
I woke up and I still looked in the change. Yeah. No, I woke up, looked in the mirror, and still said, "Fuck, I gotta lose a little weight." You know, still said, "Shit, I gotta go to the gym." Oh, this hot shower is good.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna take the day off today. I'll go back tomorrow.
Oh yeah, do this. Oh fuck, I gotta get the mail. Fuck, it's cold outside. Come on up here, and I'm laughing with Ernie the same way I was laughing pre-COVID. Like
when Trump was president,
when the biggest news. Yeah. When you were on before Kobe died, rest in peace. But before Kobe died, like it's so ultimately it is. It's like. That's one thing I always think about is like if you could just record my whole life and then mute it so it's like a silent film like in 1800s and it just shows me, you could even do the piano, just me running around for the last 30 years, aside from the fact that I'm getting older and you could tell that it's more years have gone by, you would never be able to tell who was president.
Exactly.
Because you could never go, hey, look, there's the part where he was forced draft into the military, because that didn't happen. You know, where's the one? Oh, see how I'm walking around with a broken leg because I had to have Obamacare? Didn't happen. oh, did you see him there? See how everything's great, because America was great again? It didn't happen. And if you look
what I don't understand, and I think it happens. I think the right has a sentiment today. There's definitely some elements of it on the left, but a lot of these folks, for whatever reason, think that the government is just out to get them. That the government is coming to take your freedoms. I mean, I've seen so many people say, "Oh, but now good luck. Now that Biden's president, your freedoms are all gone. Oh, the America we loved is gone." And it's like, where does that come from? I really legitimately do not understand that fear. I don't have that fear at all. Well, I don't think anyone's messing with me. I don't think anyone's getting in my face. I don't think anyone's coming for me.
It's what I addressed in my cognitive dissonance episode last week, where I looked at my liberal friends over the last 4 years. Not Ernie. Ernie, you're more level-headed. Like you said, still biased, as myself, still biased. Yes. But I looked at a lot of my farther left friends, and for 4 years, you'd think that they were at a perpetual funeral. They'd be like, another day in Trump's America. And I'd be like, yo, okay, I get it. You don't like him. I get it. He's got a fake tan. He's on his third wife, and he's a bit of a douche. I get it, but nothing's happening. The reality is your life is as boring as it was before, and so
until January 6th.
Until January 6th.
Yes.
Then it became real.
I would agree with you. Until then, I think you did. I mean, he incited.
Yeah.
I mean, he said it. You have to go to the Capitol. You got to be strong. You have to rep Mo Brooks from Alabama. Today is the day we start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got people in the Capitol. Hang Mike Pence, the Vice President of the United States. You had people who were planning this beforehand at the behest of the President of the United States.
Yeah.
You have now investigations as to whether there were members of Congress who
did
people.
Oh, yeah. Did they let them in? Did they?
The fact. So I would agree with everything you've said. But I will say, Tommy, I don't want to sound like a pompous asshole, but this is what we had warned about for years.
You have. No, you have.
This is what we said. This is what this guy can do. Yeah. Now, did we think it was going to happen? No. And to be fair, it was a pretty shitty attack, right? I mean, they did get in there, everyone was gone, then they got fucked, and then it was over.
Yeah.
But the thought of that happening. Think about what happened.
Yeah.
For the first time in the history of the United States of America, a group of people who believed a lie had nooses ready to hang the Vice President of the United States, the leadership in Congress, at the behest of one man. And that's not just me saying this. Mitch McConnell said this.
Ernie.
Trump's fault. No, he said today it wasn't Trump's fault. So I'm sorry to take you off that, but can you hear me?
Yeah. You're back. You're back.
I'm sorry to take you off that, and I don't mean to challenge you too much.
No. I got
you. You know what I mean? But
that's
guys,
a fact. That's a fact.
We're talking about the truth. I mean, that is the truth.
Yeah.
Just as unequivocal, and I would be just as harsh.
Yeah. Ernie. Ernesto. Ernie, you think your internet might have died? He's frozen up. Wait, I think I just heard him. Ernie? Ernie?
Yo.
Hey, I can kind of hear. You're back.
Yep.
But you're back.
Yeah,
you're back.
I was just saying, let's not forget that. But no, you were right about you were saying with Trump. Look, I mean,
No, you're right.
You're not totally wrong.
You're right. You're absolutely right. That's a fact. That
I think the essence, Tommy, of it wasn't that Trump's policies were all that insane, right? They were mostly center-right policies. It was how he went about it. It was what he said. It was about everyone that didn't agree with him he bullied. right? Oh, Lying Ted. Oh, Sleepy Joe, Crooked Hillary. Little Marco.
The crazy line.
There was always an insult, which it's funny.
Sure.
It is entertaining.
Sure.
Like, it really is. Let's not lie.
Look, hey, Tim Dillon said it. He said, hey, the reality is that was the best stand-up comedian for the last 4 years.
Legit.
You call it what it is. You know.
You guys are great people. Great people.
Hey, you know what? I'd watch that Netflix.
Guy.
Gross.
Listen.
You'd be in jail. Hey, laugh when you gotta laugh.
It's funny. But again, you should not be saying that.
Sure.
The president, you know what I mean? Joe Biden could have said that. When I'm president, I'm going to jail. Can you imagine? Like, you don't say that.
Trump, you'd be in jail. You're right. And I would like a hypocritical douche.
That because that's what happens in regimes like Russia.
Yeah.
You're the political opponent. You don't agree with my political position. Well, you're going to go to jail. Sorry, bud.
Yeah.
And so that was what was so terrifying. It was this streak of I don't even know what to call it. A streak of because I don't want to say he's not a dictator. Obviously, you can't remove a dictator by an election. So he's obviously not a dictator. Obviously not. Obviously, Congress passed the laws. But he had a streak of just authoritativeness, I guess. I don't know what other way to put it. Just, you know what I mean? This like a strongman syndrome. Like he wanted to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it was.
I don't know how to describe it.
It was, for better or worse, he turned up alpha to 11. For better or worse, exactly. Respectable or not, funny or not, presidential or not. It's what it was. And, you know, I'll respect someone's ability to get to the office, the highest office in the land. I always will. And I've said that about Obama. I've said that about Clinton. I'll say it about Biden. Hey, I respect the game. If you can get to the Oval Office and you get that nuclear football, guess what? You're swinging past the knees with your dick, okay? All right? That's just what it is. You played the game, right? You don't get a Super Bowl ring. You don't have to like Tom Brady or Belichick. But you know what? You get that fucking ring that weighs as much as a small Volkswagen. You're swinging from the knees. So, but yeah, no, I get.
So it was that streak of those things where again he appeals to the strongmen of the world, right? He says very nice things about them, but then he's berating the Chancellor of Germany or he's berating the President of France.
Yeah,
it's. I don't want to say it's anti-American, but it definitely doesn't conduce to American values, and not with the way American presidents have been. It was a difference of values, in my opinion, as to what America should be or what it shouldn't be.
Sure.
The America First model, which in theory sounds great, of course you should worry about your people first, obviously.
Yeah.
No shit. But if that means to retreat from the rest of the world and to isolate, then I don't think it's a good idea. But again, it just the way he went about things to me was just too much.
Yeah.
And I'm just so glad that we don't have to see that every day.
Hey, we got through it. Which to me means you got through it as much as you didn't like him, and we're still here. Obviously, a dictator can't be voted out, which to me, like I said, has helped me enormously because guess what? I'll get through this. I don't have to like it. But if I'm going to fly this fucker behind me, then that comes with the left and the right. Right?
That's it.
It's a cheesy, corny, eye-rolling saying, but come on, man. A bald eagle has a left wing and a right wing.
I'll leave it with, I'll tell you this, one stat you're not going to like. But I think
are they coming for all white males? Shit.
But I think it's instructive. Because just as I gave the guy credit for having the lowest unemployment rate in history, high wealth, I'm forgetting the term right now, but
median income,
household income increased. This is true, as it had been increasing, by the way, beforehand. But whatever. He was still in charge while it happened.
Sure.
But this is a fact. He's the first president since Herbert Hoover to leave office with a total less jobs than when he came into office.
Fuck.
And that is obviously the reason why is COVID, right? Which obviously is he can't control.
Sure.
But he could have controlled the response, could have controlled a lot of things that a lot of people, we can disagree on that. We may disagree on that, but that is just a fact.
First president since Hoover to leave office with less jobs than when he entered office.
That's a fact, and that's a fact. It's if you're gonna take.
And to me, if that doesn't tell you Donald Trump, I feel like he started off really well, and he just could never. He had some adversity thrown his way, and he just said, "Oh, this is nasty."
Started out with a strong foreplay.
Yeah. Great tongue game.
Great tongue game, but he couldn't get Lady Liberty to come.
Exactly. No, but that's constructive, right? I mean,
sure.
It's just it's reality, and again, it's reality. Yeah.
So, real quick,
what's funny to me is people will say, "Well, it was the Democrats' fault. They shut down this or that."
No, the planet shut down. The planet shut down. I mean, come on now.
Everyone was saying shut down.
Fucking planet shut down. Okay,
but
there were no Olympics. Ernie, final couple minutes. When are these lockdowns going to end, and when is life as we knew it back? When are we back to just? And I'm not even trying to say that as a political thing. I'm just saying general fucking. Even if Trump won, Trump's in his second term right now. It's just.
I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. Okay. And let the record reflect and show
it's not court,
that I have not.
It's not court.
Been staying at home. Do what?
You haven't been staying at home.
No. Let the record reflect and show that the city of Atlanta gives no fucks about COVID. Let me tell you, it's not good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's what I should be doing, but I'm telling you what I am doing. Okay? At least I'm being honest.
You are.
So, so I'm not going to be too much of a hypocrite. I've been out and about and chilling and drinking and having a good time. And
that's good.
Telling you guys, I'm telling you, man, for me personally, life hasn't been affected one bit. It was affected for like maybe a few months.
Fuck, okay.
But I was fine. So honestly, dude, I'm telling you, man, Atlanta, it's like, I'm telling you, come down, dude. Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck.
God, if I don't get a little pang in the heart from Georgia doesn't give a fuck. Fuck you.
Even Atlanta, the most liberal city in the fucking state.
Atlanta doesn't. Atlanta, Valdosta, Athens, none of them give a fuck. For better or worse, they just don't care.
It's just reality. I'm sorry. It doesn't make things better, and I understand how responsible it is.
Sure. But that will always be
But for me, it's funny when I hear people say, "When we get back to normal," I'm like, "Dude, I'm fucking normal." Like I'm going to the office. I'm going out on the weekends.
When are we ending the lockdown? And you're like, the what?
Yeah, I'm like, legit, bro.
You're like,
last year I went to Key West. I went to DC. I went to Dallas. I went to Denver. I mean, so I'm not going to be a hypocrite and be like, oh, shut it down. And no, I mean, come on, guys. I'm not.
I'm with you, man.
But I think for the rest of the country, I hope by the end of the year, I mean, it depends on when we're going to vaccinate folks, right? If we can do 100 million vaccinations in a matter of 3 months, if we can replicate it for the next 2 months, you'll have all of America covered, right? I don't know if that's possible. I have no idea. I'm just speculating. So, if that happens, and Johnson & Johnson is coming out with their single dosage vaccine here in the next couple of weeks, then that's a good thing. Then hopefully that's what we do, and then hopefully within the year we can be back to normal. I'll tell you what I miss. I miss concerts so bad, dude.
Yeah,
I love concerts.
I just miss.
Got my Dave Matthews poster in the back right there.
Yeah, I know you are. I just kind of miss seeing all of it. Even watching a football. I don't even watch sports, but just kind of seeing. I just miss those little things.
Okay, so for example, in Atlanta, you can go to Falcons games.
Really?
You can go to Hawks games now.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Atlanta really doesn't give a fuck. Atlanta really doesn't give a
fuck, bro.
They'll always have a soft spot in my heart for the old ATL. Peace up, A-Town down. They don't give a fuck.
There's nothing like it, man.
They're like, COVID, crack, fuck it. Do it all.
Now we're a swing state. Now we got 2 Georgia states. Oh, I didn't show you. Did you see this?
No.
Let me show you this. You're going to love this.
Okay.
Let me show you your audience.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds, guys.
Okay. Ernesto Isaiah. Swinging past the knees. Ernie. If you guys can't tell why I love Ernie, it's because Ernie is a dude like me. Just dudes being guys. 2 guys sitting in a 2 guys in a hot tub, 5 feet apart.
Maybe a little about the city.
What?
Well, you guys see it when I posted it on Instagram. So when John Ossoff, who is now a U.S. Senator, ran for office, I used to work in politics. So I got a call from one of my good friends who does a lot of work in the Latin community and is super well connected. And he said, hey, the Ossoff campaign needs a young Hispanic family to be on a commercial. Would you guys want to do that? And I was like, absolutely. Tell them to call me and let's get it going. So obviously we got one of his staffers to call. And now it was cool. We filmed it, but they never fucking put it on TV. I mean, we never saw it. So I don't know what the hell. I don't know why we filmed it. We were there for like hours. It was really cool. We obviously had to wear a mask, but it was like us and John, and we literally just talked the entire time. It was really chill. Just had a nice conversation while they filmed us and took pictures of us and shit. But after the fact, we got this super nice letter. That's what I'm trying to show you here. And it's hand signed by the senator himself.
Oh, no shit.
And it's saying, thanks. It gets political, but it says, thank you for taking the time to make our TV shoot a success.
Sure.
Thanks for your generosity and dedication. We're positioned to win this critical election, pass legislation to help people in our state and across the country. But it's really cool. So it was a really nice gesture. So obviously I framed it because now he's a U.S. senator, and I've got it hung. So
yeah, man.
It's
very cool. That's very cool.
Proud. I met the guy a few times. Just through. He's only a couple years older than us. He's only 33.
What?
So
he's 33?
He's the youngest senator since Joe Biden.
Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, he's super young.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Credit where credit's due. God damn.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, was it your parents and sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It was me and my parents and my sister.
Hell yeah.
And he took some pictures of us as well. So I've been asking her. I was like, "Can you just send us the pictures? Like they were professional pictures."
Yeah.
They took pictures to do mailers. They said they were going to do mailers and the commercial, but we never saw anything. So I don't know. Either way, it was really nice. It was really nice to And I've got a nice letter addressed to me from a United States senator.
That's badass. That's badass.
A Democratic U.S. senator from the state of Georgia. Who would have thought?
Fucking unicorn.
Yeah, dude. Who would have thought?
Hey, man. No one would have thought Trump would have won. I guess maybe that's just setting the precedent. Shit can happen.
Well, a lot of people expected Georgia to be a swing state by the mid-2020s.
Really?
So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the city, there's a shit ton. I mean, I told you, back when Romney in the heyday of Republicans in Georgia, I mean, he won the state by about 300,000 votes, which is a lot of votes.
In 2012?
But just, 2012. But just in Georgia alone, there's 800,000 unregistered African Americans. So that right there, I mean, that's just African Americans. You got another 200,000 Hispanics and another 90,000 Asians. So they vote typically 70-80% Democratic. So you register half of those people. That's your margin of victory right there.
Yeah.
And that's what Stacey Abrams did, right? They registered, I think, 1 million new voters. So credit to her.
Credit where credit's due. And there might be a silver lining, and Ernie, you may disagree with me, and again, maybe a philosophical disagreement. But a silver lining of Trump is that maybe more people are involved and interested in politics than ever before.
No, I totally agree.
I was pretty apathetic up until about 2016. I'd vote, but it was like, now I pay it, perhaps to my detriment. I'll admit, some learning curves there. I'll admit that. I was an idiot. But perhaps that is something. We are now, for better or worse, we're paying attention. You hear people talking about.
I totally agree.
People talking about the names of secretaries and czars and senators and state senators.
We were talking about. So true, right? Think of the election 4 years ago. You did not have the kind of mobilization. I mean, dude, it was everywhere. Soccer teams, basketball teams, the NFL, anything you could think of, any organization was like, go vote, go do this. Don't forget the sports radio. Oh, don't make your voice heard. You got to go vote. And it's like, dude, even me who loved politics was like, listen, I mean, God bless, but fuck off. I vote the fucking first day of early voting. Like
you're like, I voted. Shut the fuck up. But you know what? Hey, you know what?
Leave me alone. Like,
you know what?
God.
Hey, obviously I like Trump, and again, we can agree to disagree. But you know what? I think that is an objectively good thing. You got more people. You could probably argue that Stalin got more people involved too. Maybe it's not a compliment, but hey, that's a good thing. Regardless, that's what I said the day of the election, and I said it on this podcast with my buddy Josh Newman of Reality Playground podcast. I said we both voted, right? And Josh is a ex-military guy. You know, we kind of lean the same way, and we were talking, and I was like, you know what? And this is what I said to him. You can go back to the November 3rd episode. I said there are so many people there, even in this sleepy winter town. And I was like, the one silver lining from all of this is, I was like, even if Trump loses, that will have just meant that more people who have always been able to vote but never did decided to, and that's an objectively good thing.
Yes, I agree. I think. Yeah, did you hear? He wants to have a third party. Did you hear about this?
Oh Jesus!
The Patriot Party.
I'm objectively for a third party, and I've said that.
Well, yeah, but if he starts a third party, that would divide the Republican Party in half. I mean, that would literally mean that Democrats would win everything.
Maybe Trump's going back to his Democrat roots. Because he was a lifetime. No. What I'm saying is he was a lifetime Democrat.
Yeah,
maybe that's the Democrat long con. Is he comes back and he goes.
Maybe that was the thing. He just wanted to be a Democrat.
This whole thing was a Democrat long con. He mobilized the Democratic base like not even Obama could. He got the most votes for Biden. Maybe it's the long con. He's going, as soon as he goes off stage, you see him go back and see Obama. They fist bump, and he's like, "You did it, Donnie. We all got played."
Listen, Joe, I'm going to get you the most votes.
Joe.
You just wait.
Joe,
just wait.
You just wait. Hey, I did it for you. Best ever. This is the most high elite Democrats are all go up to Trump and they're like, "Hey, good job, kid."
I tell you what, Joe, just shoot me a pardon. It'll be fine.
Hey, Joe, shoot me. Yeah, we're all going to be curious. How come nothing ever happened to Trump? How come Biden doesn't do anything? And Biden's got an inside. Biden's like, I got it. It's all fucking show. Man. It's not for you and me, Ernie.
But yeah, man, we'll turn the page, or we're going to try and turn the page. It's hard to obviously forget what happened since it's literally been 2 days.
It's literally been about 32 hours. Been about 32 hours.
There you go. So, you never want to look back too much. You want to think forward, and I think I laid out tonight what I think the administration should do. I hope they do it. I mean, it's what they've signaled they would do. What comes after is important. I didn't even really mention, like I said, too much climate change, which I mentioned a little bit, but that's a big deal. Obviously, they're going to have to work on trade agreements.
Mm-hmm.
Is another big deal they're going to have to work on. I'm trying to think of other things, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of things, and you know how it is, man. Things pop up, things come up out of nowhere. Who would have thought COVID would be an issue 3 years ago, right? And now it's like the biggest stick dominates everything.
Exactly.
So things come up, but again, guys, you want to hope your administration, good luck. You can disagree on policy, you can disagree on whether the moves are the right move for the American people. We can disagree on, on a myriad of things, but being nasty to one another is not going to fix anything.
No, it's the same cheesy saying, but I mean, come on, a plane has a left wing and a right wing. You got it. They both have to work for the motherfucker to fly. All right.
Exactly.
So you don't have to like the pilot, but you shouldn't be hoping the pilot dies.
And I'll leave you with this. I think this is important, Tommy. For the Republican Party, you saw it in this election. The voters who were supposed to come out for Trump did not come out. That's why he lost. Well, actually, a lot of people did. But people in Northwest Georgia voted less than in 2016 in some spots. Not everywhere. Because he did get more votes than any Republican, right, in the history of the country. You saw it in the Georgia elections. Trump wasn't on the ballot. These people didn't come out to vote. They lost. The question becomes, what happens to the Republican Party now? Who leads the party? What way will that party go? Will it go? Will it stay? Will Trump be the center of gravity in the Republican Party for years to come? I believe so. But will there be leaders who are willing to challenge some of the toxicity of the Trump presidency? I think it serves them if they do so. I think you guys should find a way to, in my opinion, moderate, as I think both parties need to do. I think we picked a good candidate in Joe, who's not some crazy leftist or communist. And so I think you guys need the same. I think it's important for both parties to be strong.
Because if you have one party that depends on one person way too much, as in, I was talking about Donald Trump and the Republican Party, it can be corrosive. We just saw the results of that, literally, on January 6th. So I don't know how you fix that. I don't know if you can fix that. I don't know if just Donald Trump just is the guy, and he will be until he dies. He may be. But I sincerely hope that Republicans and center-right Republicans take a lead in their party and a charge to try and just bring some more common sense back, right? I mean, there's no reason why the President of the United States should not be speaking to the Speaker of the House to try and pass legislation. That was what had happened under Trump. Now, you can blame both folks. I'm not saying that's all on Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, the president, the buck stops with him, right? That's what they say, right? And when it comes time to make a deal, you got to get the guys in your office and say, look, I don't care how much we hate each other. We got to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
And I think he thought just with Republicans he could do it. And I think it will serve both parties, not just Republicans, Democrats. I think it will serve both parties well if we try and get bipartisan help. And but who knows?
Yeah.
When you got a majority, it's much easier to say, or when you don't.
Sure. Yeah. It's.
But I worry for the Republican Party. I really do. You got to remember, Tommy. You guys have won out of the last 20 years now of elections. You guys have won the popular vote once in 20 years.
Yeah.
Now people tell you, well, who cares? That's not how you elect presidents. But the reality is, it's only happened 5, maybe 6 times in the history of the United States where the popular vote did not match the electoral vote. The reality is most of the time it matches. And so what that means is, why is the Republican Party having trouble, with just winning simple majorities of the American people? You guys haven't been able to do so but once in 20 years.
Yeah.
What does that say about the Republican Party and its ideas?
Yeah, and Reagan won both, right, in his re-election?
Yeah, of course. I'm talking since 2000.
I know, but so what I'm saying though is, so it is possible. So no, you're right. So someone do it.
Absolutely, I'm saying it started with
Bush,
with the second Bush. Yeah. He only won the popular vote in 2004. He lost it in 2000. He won in 2004, and obviously he won again. And then once in 20 years in 2000, 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, 6 elections. How can you? That's 30 years. Yeah. Fuck.
No, 20
years,
years, 6 elections.
So, why is that? Why is it the majority of the American people prefer the Democratic ideas, or at least Democratic candidates, to the Republican candidates? You need to ask yourself that question. And I'm being serious. Right?
Yeah.
Why are our policies more popular with the American people?
I think we'll see I think we'll see the free market of ideas. I think you'll probably have someone. We'll just name. I'm just like the first name that pops in my head. This isn't who I back. Let's say it's a Ted Cruz, right? Let's just fucking, for whatever. I think you're going to see him. He's probably just going to have to walk towards the center. That's the reality. I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think you'll see the free market of ideas. You'll either get your ass handed to you in 2 years, and they're going to go, okay, fuck, we really got to walk towards the center. Or who knows? Maybe you get some perfect storm again when you get a 2016. I don't know. But I think it'll probably just be. I think it'll probably. This is kind of a shitty answer, but I kind of think it will just. It is what it is. I think it'll unfold how it unfolds.
No, for sure. But the reason why I don't think it should be what it is because it puts the Republican Party in an untenable position.
Yeah.
Where they go, well, we can't win majorities anymore. We can only win by this one instrument called the electoral college.
These weird tactical. Yeah.
Well, right. Well, the reality is now, you're not going to win a majority. You have a minority proposition in almost all of your policies, at least based on the way people have voted over the last 20 or so years.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, how do you continue to win elections when that's the goal of politics?
Yeah.
Right? And if the answer isn't to change the way you're doing things, then I'm afraid, I think we got a glimpse of this on January 6th, that some people may want to start turning into undemocratic means to retain power, which leads us into very, very dangerous territory. I think it would be the same the other way if it was the left with less and less and less votes. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that Republicans want to, or a coup or anything. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is these people who support you and these people on the far right, these Trump supporters, we go back to the same thing. What the hell do they have to lose if they continue to lose elections over and over and over? They're going to go, we can never win. These liberals, there's too many of them. So how do we win? How do you win if you can't win in the ballot box?
I think you'd have to, I get what you're saying. You get a January 6th. I think what they'd have to do is hope the left moves farther left, and then you move into the position that they're in now, and then maybe you start to get your equivalent of a Trump on the left.
But don't get me wrong, that's not to say that the left isn't far left. I mean, there's a bunch of fucking idiots. Like, guys, I get it. Trust me. I'm not saying that, like...
Yeah, no, I was going to say, it's back to what you said on the first time you came on the show. You're like, I'll tell you why I don't vote for Bernie, Tom. You're like, why that? And you go, because capitalism's awesome, communism's retarded, and I love the U.S. military. Yes. And I was like, that's the Ernie I haven't talked to in 5 years, and... good to see you again, kind of thing. But yeah, I remember you said that.
I told you I was talking to my military views are very, very much on the right side of the spectrum.
They're the same as mine.
Right.
Yeah.
Because dude, it just makes sense. And dude, I've had people tell me, "God, you're so far right." And I'm like,
no.
What? I'm not far right at all. I just think.
Yeah.
Got the power. We run the world. We should continue to do it.
You should continue to control the world's resources, because if it's not us, power abhors a vacuum. You're going to get a China or a Russia. I'd rather it be us and have to apologize than to have to ask for forgiveness. That's just
common sense.
That's a zero sum. That's the zero sum nature of Homo sapien civilization.
Facts.
Facts. I'd rather have our battleships ensuring free trade lines than.
I'd rather the battles and the wars be fought halfway across the world than here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Does that make me a bad person? Maybe, but I don't care.
Oh, you're a dirty capitalist. Well, then fucking A, Ernie doesn't give a shit.
I don't.
Yeah. And that's why I love talking to you, is because I think when I talk to you, I'm like, oh, here's a moderate I can talk to. But a big reason I bring you on here, aside from the fact I just fucking love you, is that when I talk to you, I'm like, oh, this is a liberal I can talk to. I start to realize I don't think you're an exception. I think there's probably a lot more like you. As when you talk to me and you're telling me, hey, at least you'll come talk. I think there's probably a lot more of me who do talk, and it's probably the minority on both sides that make us all think that the left is a bunch of, fucking great leap forward Maoists, and the rights are a bunch of sneak high. Like, the reality is...
Now, don't get me wrong, that does exist on both sides.
They do.
Like, those people definitely exist.
They do.
But there's a small minority of people.
Yeah, we saw
did you listen? I don't know if you heard. Did you listen to Marco Rubio's speech last night? He gave a 10-minute speech.
I listened to a piece of Biden's, but that was it.
Yeah, so you should see if you can find it. It's just a 10-minute speech. He gave it yesterday, and he spoke about the divisions in the country. He said, he really thought that Biden was sincere in his calls for unity, and but he talked about what we're talking about, painting people with a broad brush, saying all Trump supporters are racist, or like the fact that there's people. I was at someone's house the other day. This guy came in, and they said, "Oh, which one's your house?" Because it was one of the neighbors. And this guy was like, "Oh, the one with the big Trump flag outside." And he immediately had to say, "Oh, but like I'm not
I'm not one of the."
Like, that shouldn't be a thing, dude. Yeah. You shouldn't not be happy or proud because you voted for Trump.
Yeah,
that's who you voted for. I hate people. You voted for. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, he was one of the two choices on the ballot. That's it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone should vote for Donald Trump, but it happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's not okay. You know what I mean? Because then that again feeds into that narrative of, liberals are silencing us.
They all want to hate us up. They want to,
who I am, and that shouldn't be a thing. Yeah. You should be able to proudly stand for what you stand for, unless they're, a fucking Nazi or some shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And it's
a different story.
Yeah.
But, and that to me makes it sad. And so, we just stop with the division. God damn it.
No, Ernie. If we dig our heels
what would Jesus do?
If we dig our heels in, Jesus would fucking turn water into wine, wrap up a fatty, and say, "Fuck all this shit. Let's go eat fish."
Part of the reason, Tommy, why as much as what he did on the 6th is an impeachable offense, I don't think he should have been impeached. Because it just goes back into the same cycle of, well, I did it. Well, no, you did it. Well, you did it for this and you did it for that. And no, it just never stops, dude. And it's like, we just won. Can we just Can we just stop bitching about the other guy?
Yeah.
We just won.
Yeah.
We have control of Washington. Guys.
Yeah.
Let's get on with the people's business.
Yeah. 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 It's
people don't like that shit. People get sick of that shit, dude.
Yeah. And I think that most people more than anything like myself is I like talking to you because you come on and it's like, yeah, I voted for Trump, and you're like, yeah. That okay.
Right.
You like the Falcons. I like the Patriots. Like,
right.
You know, hey, is what it is. I actually don't give a shit about any sports. But real quick is because I don't pay attention. Brady's on the Buccaneers. Are the Buccaneers making a run? Are they still in it?
The Buccaneers are playing on Sunday at 3 p.m. for the NFC Championship.
I hope Brady wins the Super Bowl.
I don't. Fuck Tom Brady, dude.
And some things will remain the same.
Fuck Tom Brady, dude.
I hope.
That man brought me the worst loss probably in the history of losses for me.
28-3.
I mean, my fucking phone case is the Falcons. I got fucking mad on my damn Yeti and the Falcons. I have damn season tickets. I have a damn ball signed by half the damn team.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, dude, I love this club. I love this team.
These are things where it's okay to be partisan.
Yes.
These are things where it's okay. Hey, leave your division on the field. It's okay for us to hate each other on the. Never be friends. Never talk middle ground. Don't reach across the aisle. Fuck them. That's good. Let's keep it there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it's a game. We'll leave it there.
That's
maybe maybe that's the problem, Ernie. COVID took away sports, so sports bled into politics.
Maybe.
Guy with horns and face paint at the Capitol? That looks like a Super Bowl to me. That looks like a college game day.
He was like, where's Brady? We're hanging Brady. Dude, that's, yeah, so hopefully the Packers win.
I'm pulling.
But either way, the fact that this man at 43 years old is leading a team, has led a team already to an NFC conference title. This is his 14th title game, dude.
I love it.
That is ridiculous.
I love it, and I love it because he's not doing it. He's not doing it with the Pats. That's why I love it. He's doing it, and he's doing it on. Well, he's doing it without Belichick, and that's what I like.
Exactly.
I love to see.
And Belichick's team is fucking shit now.
I love. And
that's Tom Brady, man. Because Tom Brady, he's taking a team who hasn't been in the playoffs in like 20 years, dude.
And that's why.
And he took them straight to an NFC championship.
And that's why I like it. Because I think
it's good. First year.
I think it's good for him. And I think it's good for him because I think if otherwise there would always be this sort of, was it him or was it Belichick? Was it Robert Kraft's money that could lube the wheels around him? That's why, as much as I hate that he left the and I don't give a shit about any sports, but as much as I hate that he left the Patriots, and part of me hopes that like he shattered both his femurs on the first game. The reality is that like I respect. Just like I said earlier about the Oval Office, I respect whoever can swing from the knees and get in there. Yeah. I just like watching a champion, and I do want him to win one or at least appear in one without the help of Belichick, because I think that will be good. I think that will give him a reputation that he deserves more. Is that he did? Dude, I know you hate him. You're like fuck.
No, but I think what he's done is already enough to give him a reputation.
Yeah.
He's already taken the NFC champion. That is dude. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Yeah. That's what I like. I like seeing someone fucking stand up and like, I don't need your help.
No, listen. You cannot debate. The guy is the best quarterback of all time.
Yeah,
he just is. You just can't. I'm sorry. Like, I don't like him, but
it doesn't help that he's handsome and fucking married to a supermodel. That doesn't help either.
And he's a baby back bitch who kisses his kids.
I don't know what kind of fucking psychopath kisses their children.
No, listen. Everyone kisses their children, but
Tom Brady, he kisses them on the mouth.
Fucking weird. Have you seen the clip? Right?
No. One of my good friends, Ben. We always text each other memes, and I'm like, you know what? And Ben's liberal, whereas I'm conservative, and we hang out and we fucking always shit on each other. He goes, you know what? I will give Donald Trump, and I'll be like, what's that? And he'd be like, he doesn't kiss his kids on the mouth like Tom Brady. That's a real fascist.
Dude, you've seen the clip when he gets up there and he goes,
yeah,
this is dad, and he goes, oh, that's it. He goes. Longer, and the kid sits there and just like, you've never seen this, dude. He sits there and he kisses his dad like 6 seconds longer. He's like, that's not enough. Like, come back. It's fucking weird, dude.
Maybe there's a fuck. So you're telling me Tom Brady is going to go down in a pedophile scandal Is that what's coming?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What I know it's not, Ernie. What if that came out? What if I know. Maybe it's a power move. It's like, hey.
But no, he's going.
But no, he's gonna go to fucking prison. No, I'm gonna. But not all jokes aside, I'm gonna pull the lever as that motherfucker burns.
On the other side, I have a flight down to Tampa tonight.
You do?
No, I'm just.
Oh. Ernie's putting on a Falcons bandana, and he's like, for God and country, someone needs to do what someone should have done a while ago.
Dude, I have so much Falcon shit. You have no idea. I could really could.
Ernie's like, you're like January 6th should have been in Tampa.
Bro, I have Falcons fucking pants, tank tops, shirts, jerseys.
I know you do. Ernie, I've known you for 11 years. I know you do. I know you and Cal have that, like a militant amount.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, same with Cal.
Yeah.
100%.
So
and I had season.
So okay, does Trump win any love if he says to my January 6th crowd, here's Tom Brady's address. Falcons for life. Falcons for life. Rise up.
No more inciting people for any violence. I don't care what it's for, whether that's Brady, whether that's whatever. No more violence. We need no violence. We don't.
Peace. We don't. We just need to talk. We need to open up everything. Everyone needs to get back out, start drinking again. COVID needs to be a weird fever dream memory.
We need to give everyone a joint of marijuana and get them high and get them relaxing.
Federally legal. Isn't it federally legalized now? No, well, that's what it needs to be. That's how Biden really wants unity. Federally legalized marijuana. Federally legalized psilocybin.
Everyone before that. Hey, Republicans, Democrats would be like, yes, dude.
Maybe that's the world peace we need. Trump was like a heavy Adderall and liquor night, and we need a fucking big bowl.
No, just I didn't know anything. I think that is the move I would agree.
I think we can all agree on.
I mean, this is obviously ridiculous, but if you could take all the world's leaders, put them in a room,
get them all high together. I've been saying that for years.
I promise you would solve the world's problems.
I go one step further, and I think all the world's leaders should get together, take a massive dose of mushrooms, and get naked and fuck. Because I think that if two people are coming and looking each other in the eyes, those two leaders are never going to send troops into each other's nations. Because there was a soul bond as I love you, we are one! Hendrix playing in the background, maybe some Chick-fil-A, whatever. Oh, I swear I'd taken a shower after. Like, you're a good fuck. Eyes the size of dinner plates, just seeing love. You'll never have a war again.
Isn't that true? Isn't that funny, dude? Right?
But that's the
your
truth.
Eyes grow as when you see someone you love, or
when you're on psilocybin,
because you want to take all of them in.
Yes, you just want to bring exactly. You want to bring all of them in. That's true. That's what we need. That's what the COVID vaccine should be. I hope that there is a latent. I hope there's an mRNA switch that all they have to do is turn on some UV satellite, beam the whole world, and just like that, we're all peaking.
How fucking
world peace tomorrow.
Jackie boy, you want some world peace, buddy? What are you doing?
You want some world peace?
Jack, dude. Jack's just being a pup.
Well, as always, we have now devolved into world peace and psychedelic infused orgies. So, Ernie, let's wrap this bitch up.
Let's do it, dude. Holy shit.
I love you, brother. We just did 2 hours. Jesus Christ.
Went by super quick.
That did go by super quick. Ernie, thank you for coming on. Thank you for putting me at ease more than anything. I'm a selfish fuck. Thank you for putting me at ease. Life goes on. You'll win some, you'll lose some. Be grateful for what you have. Be grateful for friends you have. Be grateful my parents are alive. My brothers are alive. Podcast is working. It's a beautiful day. I got running water. I'm going to go eat a Philly cheese hot pocket. I'm going to go to the gym tomorrow.
Yes.
Be grateful.
Yes, I'll be back in the gym tomorrow myself.
Tomorrow. It's always tomorrow.
Well, no. I've been going. I went the last 2 days. I just didn't go today. I took a break. I was sore, and I was like, dude, this is so much.
Get a little drunk yesterday, Ernie?
No, dude, I haven't drank at all this week.
Really?
Actually,
I thought you would have partied.
So I'm trying to buy this house, so I'm trying to save money. So, dude, I went out last weekend and just 3 days of drinking because obviously we had Monday off.
Yeah.
And I spent $300, dude.
Fuck that.
And it's dude, I cannot continue to do this.
You can't have your goal. Yeah, you can't have your goals, and yeah.
No, I'm taking. Actually, my buddies want to go out tonight, and I was like, nope, I'm not going out tonight. I'm going to go to Bucket tomorrow. I'm like, nope, not doing Bucket tomorrow. I'm going to stay in all weekend, but on Sunday, I'm going to go to Park Tavern,
watch the football game, spend some money. It's fine.
Just choose one day a week. Just choose one day a week. Go have a fun day.
That's what I'm saying.
Go have an Ernie day.
You know what? That's how my parents raised me. Those motherfuckers didn't let me hang out with my friends during high school, but once a week. I'd have to choose between a Friday or a Saturday.
Oh, same.
Sucked. So maybe I can go back to my
high school,
early high school days.
High school days. That's what you have to do. I don't know if it helped because when Ernie and I got into college, we drank like alcoholics. Tuesday night, you gotta celebrate.
Still drinking like a damn alcoholic, man.
I don't know what we did in fall 2009 at Valdosta State. That was sacrilegious. What we did to our bodies. Your body is a temple, and we desecrated them.
That's when I used to drink so much, my face used to get like all flushed. And
Yeah. You and Cal, you guys would turn blood red.
Yeah, that's they used to happen to Cal a lot too. That's right.
It happened to Cal all the time. Cal would have 2 beers, and I'd be like, "Are you embarrassed?" And he'd be like, "Fuck."
Yeah, he still gets that way, man.
I love Cal. Cal's a great American.
Not me. He's trying to move back to Atlanta, so hopefully we'll see him. We'll have him back soon.
Yeah, doesn't Cal have himself a girl?
Sure does.
Ooh.
That's like a 2-year girl.
Ooh, Cal. But let's wrap this bitch up, Ernie.
All right, brother. Much love.
Brother. Much love, Ernie. I love you.
Hey, let me know when you want to come. I'm not kidding, dude. Whenever you want. Quinn lives literally 15 minutes from
Oh, no shit. Okay.
I swear to God.
I might have to come down and see Steven. Fuck.
So, I see him all the time, dude. So,
Quinn's big baller now, right? Quinn's a model. Quinn's a model, an actor. Ooh.
On TV, he's doing his thing, man. You gotta be proud of him. Call him. He's the same dude. I've been trying to get him on this podcast since I started.
Quinn, you're a pussy. He's a real pussy, like a true superstar. He's playing hard to get.
I'll text him.
Text him. Put in a good word for me. It's not like I was his fucking pledge brother. Jesus Christ, Steven. P-Bros. Come on, man. You and I used to go to Walmart and get wallpaper for the Lee twins. You motherfucker. Don't forget your roots. Fuck Ernie. I used to fucking ride around your gay ass white pickup truck as pledges. Fuck you, Quinn.
Fuck me, dude.
Fuck me, bro. Dude, fucking fuck me, bro.
Come on, bro. Why don't you come fuck the boy, dude?
I remember smoking with Quinn in Madison Frost's house during when we were Pledge Brothers. This was like October, November 2009. I remember Cal and I were sitting there. We were talking to Quinn. And we're like, Quinn, how high are you? And he turns to the wall and he starts doing like Thriller and his voice changes and he goes, look, I'm a mountain climber. I'm a mountain climber who smokes pot. And we were like, I think, dude, what the fuck are you on? He goes, I'm the wall climber. And Cal is like, what the fuck? And he's like, we're like, Pledship's not doing good things for Quinn's brain.
He's the same way to this day.
I love it.
He did this Joker impression, and he was like, I want to see these scars. And we were like, yes, we do. Tell us more, please. This was at Bohannon's Lake House, actually. It was wild.
Oh, I love. What a good person. Absolutely. But that's the importance. This is what life should be. It's just
exactly.
Shit.
All right, man.
All right, brother. Love you, brother. God bless America. Thank you so much for coming on, Ernie.
God bless the troops too.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
bye, guys.
Goodbye, buddy.